Hello, friends. The second part is finally completed. Please take your time to enjoy it, and the third part will be updated soon. Thank you for your support. Chapter 95, The Potent Spirit Convergence Cauldron. In the Herb Management Repository, Elder Hua watched as Xiao Ze departed. After some contemplation, he deemed it prudent to report this matter to the Grand Elder. Shortly thereafter, in a dimly lit chamber, the Grand Elder listened intently to Elder Hua's account, his brow furrowing in concern. The existence of a transformative elixir, such as the Spirit Convergence Pill, was indeed unprecedented for him. Nevertheless, Xiao Ze was not a person prone to frivolity. He would not squander such a precious quota of elixirs on materials that held no value for him. The Spirit Convergence Pill. I am not a practitioner in the alchemical arts, and my understanding of elixirs pales in comparison to that of an alchemist. I shall consult the old firemaster from the alchemy department. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before speaking gravely. And how should we handle matters concerning Xiao Ze? After a moment of reflection, the Grand Elder arrived at a decision akin to Elder Hua's earlier one. As long as the consumption is not excessive, let us return the elixir quota to him as it was in the alchemy department. What? Elder Su, are you jesting? Such a miraculous elixir exists? Elder Hua, upon receiving Elder Su's visit, naturally welcomed him with tea. Upon hearing Elder Su's description, Elder Hua was taken aback, inadvertently crushing his teacup in his grip. The tea spilled over his hand, yet he remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Elder Su. If the Spirit Convergence Pill truly existed, how could it not be widely known? An elixir that bestows one with the talents of an alchemist is undeniably a treasure beyond compare. Were such an elixir to circulate, it would enable the cultivation of alchemists by human means. Is it true that even Elder Hua has never heard of the Spirit Convergence Pill? Elder Su's brows knitted together in concern. It was one thing for him, an outsider to the alchemical field, to be unaware, but for Elder Hua, a fifth-year alchemist, to lack knowledge of such a matter was disconcerting. I have not encountered it. In my years of studying ancient texts, I have never come across any records of an elixir with such extraordinary effects in alchemical classics. He paused thoughtfully. However, given the vastness of the Dou Qi Continent, if this elixir truly originates from ancient times and is unrecorded, it is indeed a possibility. In truth, speculating as two old men here is less productive than waiting for Xiao Ze to present his findings. Then we shall know the truth. After some contemplation, Elder Su nodded slowly. That is indeed the case, but I sincerely hope the Spirit Convergence Pill has no adverse effects. We must not ruin prodigy. Xiao Ze, did you gain anything from your journey? Why do you look outside while asking? Xiao Ze waved his hand in front of her face to draw her attention back to him. I did make some discoveries. I encountered the ruins of an alchemist. Within the ruins, I obtained a pill capable of granting one the talents of an alchemist Spirit Convergence Pill. Upon hearing this, the little healer's eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, "So, does that mean you now possess the talents of an alchemist?" Seeing her enthusiasm, Xiao Ze smiled and nodded. He then revealed the vial containing the Spirit Convergence Pill. Such a miraculous elixir. The Dou Qi Continent is indeed full of wonders. Xiao Xun'er leaned in closer, scrutinizing the vial in Xiao Ze's hands. Upon reading the description of the Spirit Convergence Pill, she gasped in awe. Even with her extensive knowledge, she had never heard of an elixir that could bestow the talents of an alchemist. Moreover, I also acquired a highly esteemed alchemical cauldron in those ruins. According to its description, it rivals the cauldrons listed on the Heavenly Cauldron rankings. As Xiao Ze spoke, he presented the Spirit Convergence Cauldron. The massive cauldron struck the ground with a thud, causing a slight tremor. Both Xiao Xun'er and the little healer gazed curiously at the cauldron. Even though they were not alchemists, they could perceive its extraordinary nature. A faint spiritual essence emanated from within. However, Brother Xiao Ze, I have heard that becoming an alchemist is not an easy feat. Even with the talent of an alchemist, one must have a teacher to guide them. Self-study is virtually impossible. Brother Xiao Ze, have you considered joining the alchemy department? Xiao Ze smiled and politely declined Xiao Xun'er's suggestion, displaying a jade slip. I also obtained a legacy within the alchemist's ruins that I will study on my own for now. Perhaps I'm truly gifted and can self-learn. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, Xiao Xun'er decided not to press further, if necessary. She could later leverage her family's connections to find a few advanced alchemists to mentor her brother. All right, I shall begin my alchemical practice now. You too may continue your training. Xiao Ze moved to a corner of the second training chamber, while Xiao Xun'er and the little healer huddled together, discussing Xiao Ze's endeavors as they watched him manipulate. The herbs. By the way, Xun'er, is that cauldron truly remarkable? The little healer, unfamiliar with the knowledge of the Dou Qi Continent, particularly regarding the alchemical field, inquired. Extremely remarkable, if it is indeed, as Brother Xiao Ze claims, a cauldron that can rival those on the heavenly cauldron rankings. His fortune from this excursion is enough to make countless alchemists green with envy, Xiao Xun'er affirmed, nodding seriously as she continued to explain the heavenly cauldron rankings. There are two major rankings in the alchemical world, one for extraordinary flames and the other for cauldrons, cataloging the finest of each. For an alchemist, these two items are their most formidable tools, and anything that graces these rankings is fervently sought after by alchemists everywhere. With Xiao Xun'er's enlightening explanation, the little healer finally understood, her gaze towards the spirit convergence cauldron now filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Xiao Ze had infused the cauldron with fire attribute Dou Qi, the flames blazing brightly as they rapidly heated the cauldron. Then, with a flicker of thought, a branch representing alchemical arts in the void space trembled slightly. A wisp of wood energy was conjured forth. What would take Xiao Yin several minutes to locate within himself, Xiao Ze could directly manifest. As the wood energy flowed into the spirit convergence cauldron, the once tumultuous flames were tempered, allowing Xiao Ze to wield the fire with greater precision. Following the alchemical recipe in his mind, Xiao Ze began to cast the herbs into the cauldron, embarking on his inaugural alchemical endeavor. Though it was his first attempt, Xiao Ze felt as if he were a seasoned alchemist with years of immersion in the craft. With each gesture, he exuded an air of familiarity. He was also aware that Xiao Xun'er and the little healer had entered a state of concentration. Otherwise, he would have to feign the demeanor of a novice. Throughout this process, Xiao Ze discovered the profound capabilities of the spirit convergence cauldron. It remarkably facilitated his manipulation of the flames. Simultaneously, the faint spiritual essence within the cauldron allowed him to refine the herbs with greater ease. It is no wonder they say a good cauldron can significantly enhance an alchemist's success rate. Chapter 96. The Invitation from the Alchemy Department. What remains is to blend these refined powders in a specific ratio, and the alchemical process will be fully complete. Xiao Ze calmed his thoughts, gazing at the surging flames within the alchemical furnace, aware that the ensuing steps are pivotal in potion crafting. The liquid inside the cauldron rolled and swirled rhythmically, gradually attaining a rounded form under the scorching flames. As time elapsed, only a perfectly round elixir remained, spinning gracefully amidst the fire. Although this was his inaugural attempt at concocting an elixir, it seemed to proceed rather smoothly. Xiao Ze extinguished the flames, and with a gentle inhalation, the elixir fell into the palm of his hand. The elixir was pristine white, adorned with a delicate azure pattern. Typically, such patterns emerge only when the quality and luster of the elixir reach their zenith. The standard for a first-grade alchemist is to independently produce a well-formed elixir. By this definition, could it be said that I am at the pinnacle among first-grade alchemists? Xiao Ze toyed with the snow-white elixir in his hand, but regrettably, all three formulas he received were for first-grade potions. They did not even allow him to test the limits of his alchemical prowess. After all, producing first-grade elixirs with ease does not necessarily indicate that one has ascended to the rank of second-grade alchemist. The frost elixir serves to calm the turbulent energies within the body. Xiao Ze extracted a jade vial and placed the frost elixir inside. Its efficacy seemed adequate, but its potency remained uncertain. After all, it was merely a first-grade potion, and one could not expect it to be overwhelmingly powerful. The remaining two formulas were for the recovery elixir and the flame elixir. The recovery elixir can restore stamina and has minor healing properties. The flame elixir, as its name suggests, assists fire attribute cultivators in accelerating their training. At present, the most beneficial would undoubtedly be the frost elixir, enabling Xun'er and the others to cultivate longer within the sky-burning refinement tower. After concocting a dozen of the other two elixirs, Xiao Ze devoted himself entirely to producing the frost elixir. He had sampled all three elixirs, and while they exhibited some effect, they were of little use to Xiao Ze, who had already reached the pinnacle of spirit fighting. Brother Xiao Ze, is this what you call the legacy of potion crafting? Xiao Xun'er's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts, prompting Xiao Ze to shift his gaze from the elixir in his hand. Witnessing Xiao Ze's nonchalant demeanor made Xiao Xun'er feel a flicker of frustration. Although she was not an alchemist, she understood that aspiring to become one was no simple feat. Merely mastering the art of alchemy could take over a year. The journey to truly refining potions and achieving the status of a first-grade alchemist would demand countless years of dedication. This opportunity filled Xiao Xun'er with envy. In contrast to her clear understanding of how extraordinary Xiao Ze's current achievements were, the little healer, unfamiliar with the alchemical realm, felt less shock. However, seeing Xiao Ze successfully create elixirs filled her heart with joy. Xiao Ze, you have truly become an alchemist. How envious I am. My dream was also to become an alchemist, but alas, my innate talent was lacking. Oh, how I wish I could consume a spirit transformation elixir. The starkly contrasting reactions of the two women elicited a light chuckle from Xiao Ze. I did not speak falsely. I have indeed acquired the talent of a pharmacist. And the inheritance I received is extraordinary, akin to enlightenment. It has endowed me with the experience of an ordinary person who has immersed themselves in this art for decades. After Xiao Ze's explanation, the astonishment on Xiao Xun'er's face began to ease somewhat, while the expression of the little medical fairy turned into one of sheer shock. Xiao Ze, you have actually gained the pharmacological experience of others spanning decades. Your fortune is truly enviable, exclaimed the little medical fairy, her face practically radiating envy. Observing the looks of admiration from both Xiao Xun'er and the little medical fairy, Xiao Ze couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With an unceasing smile, he placed the pills he held into a jade vial and handed it over. This is the frost pill, capable of calming the turmoil within. Try it to see if it can suppress your inner flame. If it works, you may commence your training atop the platform. Upon hearing this, the two obediently took turns to ascend the platform and give it a try. Xiao Xun'er appeared to be relatively untroubled, while the little medical fairy's face flushed deeply, evidently struggling to endure the burning of her inner fire. I am faring well. With the slight suppression of the frost pill, I can tolerate the searing heat of the inner flame, and during the duration of the pill's effects, I can cultivate on the platform. Xiao Xun'er expressed her feelings, while the little medical fairy shook her head in response. I am still at a disadvantage. Even with the frost pill suppression, the intensity of the inner flame remains beyond my capacity to bear. Very well, then let us proceed as planned. You shall continue your training here while I seek to procure a few more pill recipes. Xiao Ze took several vials of each of the 3 types of pills and left the remainder for them. He stored away the spirit-concealing cauldron and prepared to head towards the alchemy department to exchange for a few new recipes. Rather than diving immediately into their training, Xiao Xun'er and the little medical fairy engaged in conversation for a while longer, primarily with Xiao Xun'er discussing matters related to the alchemy world. At the little medical fairy's request, as she wished to be informed about Xiao Ze's prospective achievements in alchemy. As Xiao Ze walked partway, he pondered that he had no acquaintances among the instructors in the alchemy department. It would be wiser to seek out Elder Hua in the herb storage, who could introduce him, potentially yielding better results. With this thought, Xiao Ze turned his steps towards the herb storage. Shortly thereafter, 3 vials of pills lay before Elder Hua. He examined the pills and then glanced at Xiao Ze. Seeing his composed demeanor, Elder Hua could no longer contain his expression. These 3 vials of pills are indeed concocted by you. Xiao Ze nodded earnestly, clasping his hands and stating, the pills were indeed crafted by the student. Come, follow me to meet Elder Hua. Elder Hua seized the 3 jade vials from the table and, grasping Xiao Ze's hand, hurried towards the alchemy department. Observing Elder Hua's fervent demeanor, Xiao Ze knew he had made the right choice. Before long, 3 jade vials were also laid out before Elder Hua, all meticulously opened. The first-grade pills were of excellent quality, adorned with intricate pill patterns, undoubtedly crafted by a skilled first-grade alchemist. After Elder Hua spoke, he lifted his gaze, his eyes still reflecting a hint of astonishment. Little one, are these 3 pills truly concocted by you? Indeed, they are the creations of this student, Xiao Ze affirmed, raising his hand to conjure tangible flames. If the elders are skeptical, I can demonstrate my alchemical skills on the spot. That may not be necessary. However, the events surrounding you are quite fantastical. To acquire the transcendent spirit pill from the alchemist ruins, successfully gain the alchemical talent, and receive the inheritance of the alchemist. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. Elder Hua mused internally. Could it be that this young lad is favored by the heavens? Such opportunities are truly extraordinary. Are you contemplating a change of alchemical formulas within the alchemy department? You might as well join us directly. The alchemy department operates independently from the 2 academies. Thus, the educational curriculum does not conflict with private instruction. Should you wish to seek a mentor later, there would be no hindrance. Chapter 97. Joining the Alchemy Department. The inner academy competition draws near. Caught off guard by Elder Hua's sudden invitation, Xiao Ze paused, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Observing Xiao Ze's hesitation to decline outright, Elder Hua seized the moment to elaborate further. Due to the unique nature of alchemists, the Alchemy Department maintains a remarkably relaxed environment, even more so than the Inner Academy. While the Inner Academy has a monthly session for entering the Celestial Flame Refinement Tower, the Alchemy Department does not impose such restrictions. You may cultivate at your leisure or practice alchemy as you desire. Essentially, the Alchemy Department serves as an alchemist guild with an academic essence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze grasped that joining the Alchemy Department would be advantageous for him. In that case, I am willing to join the Alchemy Department, Xiao Ze proclaimed, bowing respectfully. Elder Hua rarely displayed a smile, but this time, it graced his face. Excellent. I shall summon Instructor Li to help you acclimate to the alchemy department. Shortly thereafter, a tall female instructor entered, adorned in the uniform of an alchemist, with 3 golden stars prominently displayed upon her chest. Xiao Ze observed the youthful visage of this instructor. It was evident that she had already attained the rank of a 3rd-tier alchemist, suggesting considerable talent. Instructor Li, this is our new addition to the alchemy department. I trust you can assist him in becoming familiar with our practices? Of course, Instructor Li replied, her smile brightening as she waved to Xiao Ze. Come along, little one. I will introduce you to the alchemy department. Elder Hua and Elder Hua exchanged glances, shaking their heads in amusement. Not only does this young lad possess extraordinary fortune, but his appearance is equally striking, Elder Hua remarked. It was well known that Instructor Li usually maintained a serious demeanor, rarely displaying warmth, as they were not in a hierarchical relationship. As previously mentioned, the alchemy department functioned akin to an alchemist guild with academic characteristics. Little one, my name is Li Yingying. As you join the alchemy department, you must also be a student of the inner academy? Yes, I am Xiao Ze, a student, he responded respectfully. However, Instructor Li abruptly halted, turning to scrutinize Xiao Ze closely. Indeed, you are a student. Instructor Li paced restlessly around Xiao Ze, as if attempting to peer into the very essence of his being. A youthful prodigy, you say? Yet, I have heard whispers of your water affinity, which seemingly precludes the possibility of becoming an alchemist. Elder Hua has also asserted that Xiao Ze should join the alchemy department. Surely, this is mere folly? Though he ranks 2nd on the strength leaderboard and possesses unparalleled cultivation talent within the inner academy, such recklessness cannot be condoned. The situation unfolded as Xiao Ze provided a brief explanation, causing Instructor Li to nod in astonishment. Such fortuitous encounters are indeed the envy of many. Now, this is the division of the alchemy department established within the inner academy, where the most vital aspect is the allocation of elixirs. With your elixir quota, you may exchange for anything you desire within the department, elixirs, medicinal herbs, or even precious recipes and guidance from mentors. Upon concluding her remarks, Instructor Li produced a crystal card to demonstrate to Xiao Ze. You have yet to process this, I presume? Allow me to assist you. However, midway through her sentence, she noticed Xiao Ze presenting a crystal card of his own, which boasted an elixir quota surpassing her own. This cannot be right. Are you truly a newly enrolled student? Instructor Li exclaimed incredulously as she snatched the crystal card from Xiao Ze's hand. Despite having recently exchanged her elixir quota for an invaluable recipe, she found it hard to believe that a new student could possess a greater quota. Ahem, Instructor Li, this is actually a benefit from my outer academy training program. Xiao Ze's words left Instructor Li speechless. You little rascal, how enviable you are. With a sigh of admiration, Instructor Li resumed her role as a mentor. Typically, students within the alchemy department submit the elixirs they have crafted to exchange for their elixir quota. There are, of course, various other methods to acquire quotas, such as submitting recipes or herbs. As a mentor, I earn half of the elixir quota that my students spend during our sessions. Within the alchemy department, the quota is akin to fire energy, abundant and beneficial. If you wish to obtain rare recipes, you must exert considerable effort. Instructor Li gently patted Xiao Ze on the shoulder, her tone earnest. Now I understand. I am truly grateful, Instructor Li. After her thorough explanation, Xiao Ze grasped why the alchemy department was often regarded as more liberated than the inner academy. This structure indeed resembled that of an alchemist's guild. Well then, young one, you should now have a fair understanding. Should you encounter any uncertainties regarding alchemy in the future, feel free to seek me out. Though I must inform you that I will require elixir quotas in return. With a farewell to Xiao Ze, Instructor Li turned to depart. Xiao Ze lingered momentarily, contemplating his next move, before heading to the recipe management vault. Under the astonished gaze of the guarding elder, he exchanged for 2 second-tier recipes and 1 third-tier recipe. The quantity of elixir quota he expended in one go would astound even some mentors. The elder could only click his tongue in amazement. Xiao Ze then proceeded to the herb management vault, where he exchanged for various herbs from Elder Hua. Gazing at the crystal card, Xiao Ze shook his head. After months of diligently accumulating elixir quotas, he had swiftly depleted them all. At that time, I shall concoct some elixirs to exchange for resources. Otherwise, merely consuming what I have is not a viable solution. Thus, Xiao Ze joined the alchemy department. Besides refining pills himself, he could also receive feedback rewards daily from Xiaoyan. These rewards ranged from modest increments to substantial tenfold increases, allowing his alchemical skills to ascend rapidly. He was now proficient in successfully refining third-tier elixirs, which meant Xiao Ze was at least a third-tier alchemist. The more effort Xiaoyan exerted, the faster Xiao Ze's alchemical prowess advanced, placing him on a continuous path of improvement. In addition to his alchemical studies, Xiao Ze devoted considerable energy to cultivation. Although he had already reached the pinnacle of dueling, the unique nature of the golden sapling within the void space allowed him to continuously absorb and devour Dou Qi. While the height of the origin tree remained unchanged, its trunk's diameter was steadily expanding. Gazing at the origin tree in the void space, Xiao Ze pondered the possibility of transforming it into a 10-meter-tall, 10-meter-wide column before he broke through to Dou Wang. The absurdity of such an image made him shake his head, dismissing the impractical thoughts from his mind. He was poised to attempt to break through to Dou Wang at any moment, yet he chose to wait until after the inner academy competition, having undergone the tempering of the heart of origin flame to attain possibly greater benefits. Chapter 98. Xiao Xun'er and the Little Medical Sage's Strong Ascendancy. Several months had passed since Xiao Ze joined the alchemy department. The quota for elixirs was being consumed at an alarming rate. Had it not been for Xiao Ze refining numerous elixirs and submitting them to the alchemy department, his quota would have been depleted in no time, given his staggering consumption. Nevertheless, the massive consumption of elixirs ultimately contributed to the accumulation of Xiao Ze's alchemical skills. Qinglin Academy, renowned for its ancient traditions, boasted an exceptionally vast repository of alchemical formulas within the alchemy department. Utilizing his alchemical expertise, Xiao Ze refined elixirs and exchanged them for alchemical quotas, which he then used to obtain formulas. This cyclical method of resource accumulation allowed him to enrich his alchemical skills at an astonishing rate. Coupled with Xiao Yan's feedback rewards, which also included formulas, Xiao Ze's collection of alchemical recipes had, in just a few short months, begun to rival that of seasoned fourth-tier alchemists. His accumulation of formulas stood as the most prominent testament to his progress in alchemy over the past months. He had become adept at refining fourth-tier elixirs, although he had yet to attempt the refinement of fifth-tier elixirs. After all, fifth-tier formulas were exceedingly expensive, even within the alchemy department. A single fifth-tier formula required nearly 2,000 alchemical quotas, relying solely on his previous monthly quota of 200. It would take him 10 months to exchange for just one. He had once held the opportunity to acquire a fifth-tier formula, but a month ago, he learned that an instructor in the alchemy department possessed the formula for the purple spirit pill. He expended significant resources to obtain that formula from the instructor. The efficacy of the purple spirit pill was unassuming yet profound. Those at the Great Dome Master level can consume it to elevate their prowess by an entire star. Of course, one cannot transcend the Grand Realm. While it may not quite match the efficacy of the 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill once concocted by Xiao Yan, the advantage of the purple spirit pill lies in its absence of side effects. Both types of pills that directly enhance strength can only be taken once. The good news is that the purple spirit pill and the 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill do not conflict with each other. The unfortunate news is that Xiao Ze lacks the formula for the 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill. Even if he possessed the recipe, he would still be without the 3 distinct flames required. However, there is even better news. Both Xiao Xun'er and Xiao Yixian have ascended to the high ranks of Great Dome Masters, which means that even with the 3-patterned Azure Spirit Pill, it would likely be a waste of potency. Xiao Ze has refined 2 purple spirit pills, one for Xiao Xun'er and one for Xiao Yixian, propelling them closer to the Dueling realm. With less than a month remaining until the Inner Academy competition, the two are fervently training, aiming to break through to the Dueling realm before the contest begins. It must be noted that both Xun'er and Xiao Yixian have been motivated by my influence, leading them to intensify their training. In a matter of months, they have progressed from low-tier Great Dome Masters to the peak of the Great Dome Master level, preparing to challenge the Dueling realm. Such speed is now on par with Xiao Yan from the original story. In the original tale, Xiao Yan had rare treasures hastily delivered to his mouth and indulged in various precious pills. Ultimately, when he broke through to the Dueling realm, he benefited from the Earth Core Tempering Liquid, a heavenly treasure that takes millennia to form. In comparison, even with my pills as assistants, their training velocity is quite remarkable. Xiao Ze gazes at Xiao Xun'er on the platform of the second training room, pondering in his heart. If Xun'er successfully breaks through to the Dueling realm, I wonder what special reward the system will bestow. However, Xiao Ze understands that he must remain patient. He must wait until after the Inner Academy competition to break through to the Do Wang level. 2 days later, a formidable wave of energy swept through the second training room. Even Xiao Ze, who was in the midst of alchemical refinement, was startled, though fortunately, he was only at the refining stage, resulting in the loss of a single herb. It seems the breakthrough was successful. Xiao Ze looked at the feedback prompt on the system panel and turned toward the platform. There, he saw a graceful figure, flitting about like a butterfly, who then leapt into his embrace. Brother Xiao Ze, I have successfully broken through to the Dueling realm. That's wonderful. Xiao Ze affectionately ruffled Xiao Xun'er's hair, and she wore an expression of blissful joy, finally reaching the same level as her brother. Although there remains a significant gap, she has just entered the Dueling realm. while Xiao Ze stands at the pinnacle of it. Reflecting on their past experiences, Xiao Xun'er raised her head with a hint of concern and said, "Brother Xiao Ze, you won't be attempting to break through to the Dou Wang realm again, will you?" Seeing her anxious demeanor, Xiao Ze couldn't help but pinch her cheek and chuckled. "It's not that dramatic. Breaking through to the Dou Wang realm is no simple feat, however, after the inner academy competition, with the tempering from the origin heart flame, I should be able to achieve that breakthrough smoothly." Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, Xiao Xun'er let out a sigh of relief. However, a hint of contemplation flickered in her eyes. If this continued, she would only be a burden to her brother, Xiao Ze. Even that precious 7th grade elixir. Would her departure mean that Xiao Ze could attain greater growth, perhaps even become a Dou Wang by now? Nestled against Xiao Ze's chest, the lingering scent of medicinal herbs clung to him after days of alchemical toil. She greedily inhaled his essence. A decision quietly took root in her heart. She could no longer be a hindrance to her brother. Sensing the sudden force of Xiao Xun'er's embrace, Xiao Ze felt a twinge of confusion. Yet, he refrained from speaking, gently patting her back instead. If Xun'er harbored any worries, she would surely confide in him. At that moment, a powerful wave of energy swept through the second training room. Xiao Ze lifted his gaze to see a figure in white descending before him. "Must you two be so intimate?" The little physician regarded the tightly embraced pair with an inscrutable expression. "Ahem, congratulations to you both on breaking through to Dueling." Xiao Ze lightly patted Xiao Xun'er's back. However, unlike her usual self, she did not escape like a cunning rabbit but remained nestled in his embrace. "Xun'er, what is wrong?" After a moment, Xiao Xun'er rose, shaking her head with a smile. "It's nothing, just a bit too happy." Xiao Ze exchanged a meaningful glance with her, pausing briefly before choosing not to probe further. "Since both of you have ascended to the Dueling realm, climbing the strong rankings should be a piece of cake. However, to avoid subsequent challengers, it would be prudent to directly target the top 30. Agreed. The following day, the 25th and 26th ranked students on the strong rankings were successively defeated. Both were freshmen this year. The last freshman to ascend the rankings was still fresh in their memories, and now 2 more had forcefully made their mark, closely linked to Xiao Ze. Chapter 99. The inauguration of the strong rankings competition. Xiao Xun'er and the little physician claimed the 25th and 26th positions, igniting fervent discussions within the inner academy. Given their youth, even if their current results were unsatisfactory, they could still partake in the next competition. "What are you thinking? Xiao Ze, that monster, is ranked 2nd on the strong rankings. Is that not a splendid achievement?" The discussion surrounding Xiao Xun'er and the little physician stemmed primarily from their connection to Xiao Ze. His current standing remained the 2nd on the strong rankings, a rank that left nearly all other students in the inner academy in awe. Anything related to Xiao Ze garnered significant attention. One could argue that their successes were not solely due to their talents, but also owed much to Xiao Ze's assistance. At that moment, a passing alchemy student cast a peculiar glance at the conversation. "Ahem, are you not aware that Xiao Ze is already a student of the alchemy department?" As he spoke, the attention of the crowd immediately shifted to him, greatly satisfying his vanity. "What nonsense are you spouting? Everyone in the academy knows that Xiao Ze's earth-tier combat skills are of the water attribute. How could he possibly become a fire attribute alchemist?" The initial speaker vehemently retorted. The alchemy student rolled his eyes. "Do not mistake ignorance for truth. Xiao Ze's alchemical skills are unparalleled, even among the instructors of the alchemy department. It is said that during his adventures, he obtained a legacy from an alchemist and consumed a spirit-transforming pill that bestows the talent of an alchemist. Coupled with the enlightenment from the alchemist's legacy, he has nearly ascended to the pinnacle of alchemical mastery, rivaling seasoned alchemists who have dedicated decades to the craft." Upon hearing the words of the alchemy student, the crowd was rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. It was difficult to fathom that such a thing could occur, a pill capable of granting one the talent of an alchemist. A yearning arose in the hearts of all. If only they could possess such an opportunity, they too could become noble alchemists, transcending the ordinary. In that moment, they could acquire power, wealth, and beauty with but a wave of their hand, and others would eagerly present themselves before them. It seemed Xiao Ze had, indeed, soared to great heights. For a time, Xiao Ze became the object of envy and admiration among the masses. Countless individuals, in their solitude, lamented how Xiao Ze's fortunate circumstances had propelled him to success. Pounding their chests and sighing in despair at their misfortune, they cursed fate for not granting them such an opportunity. As word of this incident spread, it ignited a fervor among the inner academy students to venture into the deep mountains, sparking a wave of exploration. Many students, who had previously failed to make the strong rankings, yearned to emulate Xiao Ze, seeking fortune in their own adventures. This unexpected surge of exploration did not, however, dampen the fervent atmosphere of the strong rankings competition. After all, many still firmly believed in the strength they had cultivated. Numerous students who had been in seclusion emerged to challenge the top contenders. A plethora of dark horses rose to prominence in this fierce contest, vying for a ticket to the strong rankings competition. The top 20 in the rankings saw little change, but the bottom 30 were nearly completely reshuffled by the influx of new challengers. Comparing the rankings to those from 6 months prior, one would be astonished to discover that none of the familiar names remained in the latter 30. Those students who had toiled in obscurity, diligently honing their skills, finally showcased their brilliance at this moment. Their silent dedication had, at last, blossomed into resplendence. Among them, the 25th and 26th positions were particularly remarkable. Although occupied by 2 newcomers, they faced few challengers. This was not only due to their backing from the second-ranked contender, but also because Xiao Xun'er and her companion had triumphed over the 25th and 26th positions with overwhelming force. Some tenacious students sought to challenge Xiao Xun'er and the Little Medicine Fairy, but they were swiftly and decisively defeated. After experiencing the challenge 2 or 3 times, no one dared to confront Xiao Xun'er and the Little Doctor anymore. They understood that the capabilities of the two far exceeded their current rankings. The grand preliminaries of the Inner Academy competition drew to a close with the ringing of the morning bell. Countless disciples, having honed their strength in seclusion, opened their eyes. And as they listened to the melodious chime, their hearts stirred with excitement. The prestigious competition was upon them. As the highest caliber event at the Ziyan Academy, the strong ranking competition is held once every 5 years. Countless formidable individuals strive tirelessly for an opportunity to secure an esteemed position in this competition. The significance of this event is beyond the imagination of the ordinary person. Those who manage to enter the top 10 of the strong ranking competition will be rewarded with the Source Heart Flame Body Tempering Prize. Successfully enduring the tempering of the Source Heart Flame is akin to obtaining a ticket to the Dou Wang realm. It is precisely due to such high-level rewards that many peak Douling experts are willing to apply for an extended stay at the Academy for 2 more years to participate in the Inner Academy Strong Ranking competition. Breaking through to the Dou Wang realm is exceedingly difficult. Many remain stuck at the peak of Douling for a lifetime. This illustrates just how formidable the challenges of ascending to the Dou Wang realm truly are. All the disciples of the Inner Academy gathered towards the central square, which only opens for the strong ranking competition. Nearly 1,000 students convened in the central square, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling crowd. A multitude of discussions filled the air as students conversed animatedly. As the strong contenders emerged, the fervor of the discussions reached new heights. Finally, when Xiao Ze and his companions made their appearance, the excitement in the square peaked. The cacophony of voices soared to the heavens, making it hard to believe that such a clamor arose from merely 1,000 individuals. Amidst the din, a silver-haired Lei Jiao approached. He scrutinized Xiao Ze, noting his restrained aura that concealed his true capabilities, and directly inquired, "You must have reached the peak of Douling by now, haven't you?" About that, Xiao Ze nodded, for he had amassed considerable foundation and was likely stronger than the peak of Douling. To quote the original text, it was as if he had 1 foot in the Dou Wang realm. What an astonishing rate of cultivation! To reach the peak of Douling in less than a year at the Inner Academy, Lei Jiao exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, the towering Lin Liang also approached. Both had previously been defeated by Xiao Ze, and they shared an unspoken understanding. "Xiao Ze, should we meet again in the competition, I will give it my all for another duel," Lin Liang declared solemnly before turning to leave. "Hey, that guy just voiced what I was thinking," Lei Jiao lamented. Xiao Ze smiled and replied, "I look forward to it." Chapter 100, a series of appearances. The thrill of anticipation. As the Grand Inner Academy competition commenced, the elders began to make their appearances, with the most noteworthy being the Grand Elder Su Qian. As the highest authority present for the Inner Academy's prestigious event, the Grand Elder was, of course, in attendance and even presiding over the competition. Greetings, esteemed participants. The highly anticipated Inner Academy competition is on the verge of commencing. I believe many of you have dedicated yourselves to intense training and preparation for this event, striving to achieve remarkable standings. Allow me to briefly outline the rules. Contestants will draw lots to determine their opponents. As each competitor takes the stage, the atmosphere becomes increasingly electrifying, with an amalgamation of cheers and encouragement resonating throughout. When Xiao Xun'er and Xiao Yishan appear in succession, the cheers from the female audience crescendo, eclipsing all else. Xiao Ze cannot help but chuckle at this scene. The allure of these 2 young ladies among their peers is indeed considerable. Looking ahead to the next elite ranking competition, in which Xiao Yan will participate, they are poised at the 2nd and 3rd positions, respectively. However, in the midst of the numerous formidable individuals present in the Inner Academy, they do not particularly stand out. Their sole advantage lies in their status as seasoned students, having been part of the Academy for 2 years, which lends them an air of exceptional talent. Regrettably, this year's competition boasts even more prodigious contenders, such as Xiao Ze and his companions, who have yet to complete a year in the academy. In this light, Xiao Xun'er and Xiao Yixian seem somewhat overshadowed. As the rankings swiftly progress to the top 10, each contestant who steps onto the stage is a peak-level fighter, eliciting even more fervent cheers. Lei Jia, holding the third position, casts a glance towards Xiao Ze, who responds with a gentle smile before nimbly ascending the stage. The ensuing ovation surpasses all previous displays of enthusiasm, causing the entire central plaza to tremble with excitement. Within the inner academy, regardless of whether they are seasoned or new students, and irrespective of gender, all rally in support of Xiao Ze, culminating in a unified chant. Xiao Ze, you can do it. The other top contenders exchange wry smiles, acknowledging the absurdity of his popularity. Yet, the records and legends Xiao Ze has established since his arrival at the academy undoubtedly justify such a claim. Even the esteemed Elder Su Qian regards Xiao Ze with an unusual glint in his eye, recalling various anecdotes that render the spectacle somewhat unsurprising. However, in the next moment, the thunderous applause abruptly ceases. A little girl clad in white, with violet hair, leisurely ascends the platform, ultimately positioning herself before Xiao Ze. This spot signifies the pinnacle of the rankings. Those seasoned students who have witnessed Ziyan's formidable ascent to the top cannot help but swallow hard, their eyes wide with trepidation as they regard her diminutive figure, unwilling to underestimate her due to her size. For they know the fearsome power concealed within those delicate, fair fists. So, you are the new second-ranked contender? Ziyan proclaims, arms crossed, her tone exuding authority. Yet, her youthful appearance renders her words somewhat endearing to the uninitiated. Nevertheless, those in the know dare not display any semblance of frivolity in her presence. It is I. Is there a problem? Xiao Ze, you spoke with a calm demeanor. Humph. You seem rather pleasing to the eye. I hope you can endure a bit better than others, who have all fallen before a single blow from me. As Ziyan spoke, she clenched her fists and cast a sweeping glance at the other top 10 contenders. Under the weight of Ziyan's gaze, the others felt a chill run down their spines, secretly breaking into a cold sweat. I, too, eagerly anticipate the opportunity to combat you. Xiao Ze's words instantly garnered the admiration of the other top 10 fighters. To engage in battle with the king of brute force is, indeed, a testament to one's courage. Ahem. Now, we shall proceed to draw lots to determine the opponents, announced a mentor as he approached Ziyan, holding a box containing red and blue bamboo sticks. Without hesitation, Ziyan extended her chubby little hand and retrieved a stick, blue 13. Rising to prominence in recent years, Ziyan's formidable reputation was well known among the students on the strength leaderboard. Upon seeing her draw blue 13, the others fervently prayed within themselves to avoid red 13, for drawing it would spell the end of their journey in the strength competition. After Ziyan completed her draw, the mentor hastily presented the box to Xiao Ze. After all, even as an inner court mentor, he dared not provoke this little monster. Xiao Ze politely cupped his hands in acknowledgement and drew a stick from the box, blue 16. Some of the lower-ranked competitors silently hoped to avoid red 16. Turning back, they were suddenly struck by the realization that this year's leaderboard held an abundance of opponents to be wary of. The two at the very forefront were so formidable that even the top 10 fighters could not guarantee victory against them. This implied that even the top 10 had to pray fervently to avoid crossing paths with these two. As the drawing continued, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense, until, at last, a young man with sea blue hair, Tang Hao, drew red 13. Instantly, darkness clouded his vision. How could he be so unfortunate as to face the king of brute force? The thought of Ziyan's terrifying physical strength made his legs go weak. The mentor responsible for the drawing couldn't help but gently shake his head. What bad luck. The other competitors let out a sigh of relief. At last, they had avoided drawing that stick. Beside Tang Hao, Cheng Xiu was reveling in his misfortune, only to suddenly glance at his own stick and feel his smile freeze. Red 16. Tang Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Cheng Xiu retorted, gritting his teeth. Ahem. I just recalled something amusing. Cheng Xiu shot a glance at Tang Hao's stick, snorting in disdain. I hope you remain so cheerful when it's your turn. You too. The two, sharing a camaraderie of misfortune, exchanged jibes at one another. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in laughter. The sheer improbability of these two drawing the top 2 positions was nothing short of astounding. The other competitors breathed a sigh of relief. For as long as they did not encounter these two monsters, they could still contend with the others. At the very least, they would not be devoid of any capacity for resistance. The drawing concluded swiftly, revealing 5 elevated platforms in the central square, where the prestigious competition typically unfolds atop the central stage. Should the intensity of combat escalate excessively, rendering the platform unusable, alternative stages may be utilized to continue the event. The Grand Elder drew a bamboo stick from the box before him, and the number inscribed was a striking 16. Number 16. Below. Xiao Ze stood alongside Xiao Xun'er and others, glancing at their own bamboo sticks. I am the first. Let me seize this opportunity for a triumphant start. With agile grace, Xiao Ze ascended the stage, while Cheng Xiu, visibly anxious, followed suit. The disparity in their performances was immediately apparent. Begin, called an elder, acting as the referee. No sooner had the words left his lips than Cheng Xiu collapsed onto the ground. The students who had been cheering for Xiao Ze fell into stunned silence. Had he truly conceded? Chapter 101. A ruthless combat style. The combat on the elevated stage was unpredictable. Yet this scenario was one that most inner courtyard students had never witnessed. Surrendering outright. Why the pretense? The elder approached Cheng Xiu to assess the situation, then rose to announce the outcome of the match. Student unconscious. Xiao Ze is victorious. The revelation incited gasps throughout the arena. He was genuinely unconscious. What we had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg of Xiao Ze's capabilities. How many hidden cards did he possess? Was even his Earth-level combat skill not his ultimate trump card? Even as Xiao Ze descended from the stage, fervent discussions persisted. Even the elite students of the rankings regarded Xiao Ze with astonishment. Only those at the very top could discern the nuances. For the rest, bewilderment and shock dominated their expressions. Indeed, Xiao Ze had reached the pinnacle of the combat spirit realm, mastering the application of his venomous powers to a new level, rendering it nearly imperceptible to all but the elders present. Among the gathered students, few could sense the underlying power. With the combination of water attributes and venomous force, he could unleash extraordinary effects against foes weaker than himself. This implied that Xiao Ze harbored little fear of being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Even hundreds or thousands of peak combat spirit adversaries would find themselves at a disadvantage against his venomous prowess. However, this was merely an inner courtyard competition. In contests between academies, it was unnecessary to employ such lethal force, rendering an opponent unconscious sufficed. Recently, Xiao Ze had also been exploring derivative abilities. With his advancements in alchemy, his control over flames had exponentially improved. He pondered whether to blend his venomous force with fire attribute combat energy. Would such flames alter the properties of the elixirs he crafted? The unexpectedly swift conclusion of this battle left the Grand Elder, Su Qian, momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, with 25 matches scheduled for the day, Xiao Ze's triumphant debut aligned well with his intentions. Su Qian drew another bamboo stick, and upon seeing the number inscribed, he fell silent for a moment. 13. The arena fell into silence, only to be followed by a wave of astonishment. The Grand Elder's luck was indeed remarkable. He directly drew out both the second and the first place contestants, along with those two unfortunate souls. Tang Hao, with a bitter expression, ascended the stage, while Ziyan leisurely made her way up the stairs. Once the elder announced the commencement, Ziyan unleashed a thunderous punch upon the elevated platform beneath her feet. In the gaze of countless terrified onlookers, visible fissures spread towards Tang Hao's feet, releasing an overwhelming surge of energy. Before Tang Hao could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a loosening sensation as the elder intervened just in time. Su Qian shot a glare at Ziyan. Why such a heavy hand? One must not endanger lives. Ziyan merely stuck out her tongue at Su Qian, murmuring, "It seems there is no one faster than Xiao Ze." The Grand Elder clenched his fist at her words. This little rascal's peculiar competitive spirit. Observing Ziyan's behavior, Xiao Ze couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Was she really comparing herself to him? Gauging who could defeat their adversary more swiftly? Though over 1,000 years old, her mindset remained as innocent as a child's. However, her opponent was truly at a loss, thoroughly frightened. On the other side, just as the elder released Tang Hao, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His legs weak. Had the elder not intervened promptly, he might have perished on the spot. His clothing was already drenched in cold sweat as he cast a terrified glance at Ziyan. Seeing her nonchalantly leap off the stage, he finally exhaled in relief. Other top-ranking students swallowed hard at this scene. Fighting Xiao Ze resulted in an unclear defeat, but facing this powerhouse could very well threaten their lives. Some even resolved that if they were drawn to battle the powerhouse in the next round, they would feign illness and escape. No one could guarantee that the elder would be there to save them in time. They dared not gamble with their own lives. The first two battles concluded with unexpected speed, yet the students present felt an insatiable thrill. This was a combat experience unlike any they had witnessed before. A strong sense of novelty overwhelming them. They even anticipated that the upcoming battles would be as spectacular as the previous two. As spectators, they reveled in the excitement. But for the participants, one had fallen unconscious, while the other was left trembling in fear. The other top-ranking students felt a shared apprehension. silently resolving that should they ever encounter these two monsters, they would surrender at the earliest opportunity. The subsequent battles, though not as bizarre as the first two, proved to be exceptionally thrilling, leaving the inner courtyard students exhilarated. The Strong Rankings tournament, held once every 5 years, boasted significant prestige. Among the matches, the duel between Xiao Xun'er and Little Dr. Immortal was particularly captivating. Beyond their identities as newcomers, their connection to Xiao Ze was equally compelling. Xiao Xun'er fought with grace, akin to a butterfly dancing across the stage. Agile and nimble, she also exhibited extreme bursts of power. In less than 5 minutes, the golden light at her fingertips halted mere inches from her opponent's forehead. The audience erupted in exuberant cheers. Xiao Xun'er fought with remarkable precision, her body radiating a dazzling golden light, captivating all who beheld her. In contrast, the battle of the Little Medicine Fairy was undeniably brutal, causing the students in the inner courtyard to swallow hard in trepidation. Although both contests concluded in a brief span, by the time the Little Medicine Fairy descended from the platform, the arena was left in a state of disarray. The ground had been ravaged by the corrosive effects of her toxic powers. Her opponent, filled with gratitude, expressed thanks to the elder, acknowledging that without timely intervention, their body might have ended up as pockmarked as the arena itself. Su Qian gazed at the dilapidated central stage, pondering why this year's cohort of students seemed so inclined to wreak havoc upon it. The inner courtyard competition persisted from dawn until dusk, culminating in the first round of matches. The students animatedly discussed the various battles of the day, with the encounters between Xiao Ze and Ziyan drawing the most attention, followed closely by the other top contenders and the Little Medicine Fairy and Xiao Xun'er. The high level of discourse surrounding the Little Medicine Fairy and Xiao Xun'er was undoubtedly linked to Xiao Ze, as they noted that only extraordinary talents could congregate with such a prodigy. It was astonishing to think that such a delicate lady could be a master of poisons. As the students continued their discussions about today's matches, they eagerly anticipated the contests of the next couple of days. Unlike today's eliminations, the forthcoming competitions promised to be the true climax, especially the race for the top 10, which represented the opportunity to obtain the primal heart flame for body refinement. That would be the ultimate battle of dragons and tigers. Chapter 102. Xiao Ze fortuitously advances. Ziyan wins by default. On the following day, Xiao Ze and his companions once more arrived at the central square. The atmosphere was even more fervent than the day before. Students passionately debated the merits of their favored competitors, their faces flushed with excitement as they argued over who was stronger. Observing this scene, Xiao Ze couldn't help but chuckle. The spectators below seemed more invested in ascertaining the strength of the contenders than the competitors themselves, passionately exchanging words filled with fervor. Yet, amidst this fervor, two individuals stood without dispute, Xiao Ze and Ziyan, who had both exhibited exceptional prowess in the previous day's contests. Upon Xiao Ze's appearance, the bickering subsided, replaced by admiration and reverence as they watched him ascend to the platform. Today's matches included a total of 12 contests, with one participant receiving a bye. The drawing of lots would determine who would be granted the 13th number, allowing them to pass directly into the next round. The voice of the Grand Elder resonated throughout the arena, and the other top-ranked students had no objections, as luck often mirrored strength. Due to the overwhelming prowess of both Xiao Ze and Ziyan, the elders, after deliberation, could not simply grant both a bye. Thus, it was decided that fate would decide. The drawing commenced with the first-ranked contender. "Today, I shall defeat my opponent even faster than you," exclaimed Ziyan, extending her chubby little hand to draw a stick from the box, revealing the number 6. Perhaps I will be fortunate enough to draw the 13th number and secure a bye. Xiao Ze, noticing Ziyan's competitive spirit, decided to playfully tease the childlike girl. Upon hearing his words, Ziyan's expression shifted slightly. What if this fellow drew the 13th number? The thought made her widen her sparkling eyes, fixating intently on Xiao Ze's drawing process. Xiao Ze, amused by her earnestness, reached into the box and withdrew a bamboo stick. When he beheld the transparent stick in his hand, he was taken aback. It was indeed the 13th number. Although he had enjoyed fortunate encounters in the library, such luck in this competition was rare. He had genuinely drawn a bye. "Hey, you're not cheating, are you?" Ziyan said bluntly. Xiao Ze displayed the 13th sign in his hand, shrugged, and replied with a grin, "Do not speak carelessly. I have drawn a bye. Our contest must await the next round." Ziyan bit her silver-white teeth and shot an indignant glare at Xiao Ze. However, she did not harbor any intention of confronting him. Just as she had expressed upon their first meeting, she found Xiao Ze quite agreeable, and from their recent exchange, she sensed he was rather decent, certainly not like others in the academy who fled at the sight of her. He could even engage in light-hearted banter with her. The other top-ranking participants breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Ze had drawn a bye, that was fortunate. After all, even if he hadn't, His formidable strength would assure his advancement to the next round. Yet, concerns began to arise among the others, hoping not to draw the same number as Ziyan. Their astonishment grew as they witnessed Xiao Ze and Ziyan sharing laughter together. Since when had the brute force king become so amiable? At that moment, a painful wail erupted from somewhere in the group. Why am I so unlucky? Qin Kai stood there, clutching a red bamboo stick with the glaring number 6. The spectators couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. After all, Qin Kai ranked in the top 10. Had it not been for his misfortune in encountering Ziyan, he would undoubtedly have qualified for the contest for the Source Heart Flame. Yet, even a top 10 contender faced an uncertain fate against Ziyan. Moreover, recalling the ferocity she had displayed the previous day, the others couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension for him. Xiao Xun'er and little Dr. Fairy drew their lots in succession, relieved not to have matched with one another, exchanging smiles. Soon, as the Grand Elder drew the number 6, Ziyan leisurely ascended the high platform, clenching her fists, eager to begin. Ziyan had devised a clever plan. Since she could not compete today, she would measure herself against Xiao Ze from yesterday. If she could defeat her opponent faster than Xiao Ze had the day before, it would be considered a victory. As she reveled in her own cleverness, she found herself waiting impatiently for her opponent to take the stage. Where is everyone? Old man, hurry them up. Ziyan called out boldly to the elder in the center of the arena. The elder rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage with this ill-mannered beast. Despite sharing a formidable strength, it is still the young lad, Xiao Ze, who fosters a sense of comfort in his interactions. He disregarded Ziyan, yet still called out to those below, urging the contestants to hasten their ascent to the stage. Delay any longer, and you shall be declared the loser. At this moment, a feeble voice echoed from the audience. Upon hearing this, the elder discerned that Qin Kai was merely evading the spotlight. Observing Ziyan tightly clenching her fists, it was evident that her forthcoming combat style would be even more ferocious than the previous day. Contestant Qin Kai concedes. Ziyan triumphs. Upon the elder's declaration, Ziyan descended from the stage, visibly irate. Although Qin Kai had not taken to the stage and had forfeited, he still seemed to pale in comparison to Xiao Ze, who had effortlessly advanced without contest. As Ziyan made her way down the stage with deliberate steps, the elder could not help but shake his head, reflecting on the terrifying prowess of such a physical beast. The elevated platform was designed to withstand intense surges of battle energy, yet even now, Ziyan's petite legs could leave profound imprints with each step. The first match of the second round concluded in a dramatic fashion, leaving many spectators somewhat disinterested, especially with Xiao Ze's absence from the fray, as the two strongest contenders had yet to showcase their skills. All that remained was to witness if the other participants could deliver spectacular performances. Following the rigorous elimination of the first round, the remaining elite students were all exceptionally talented, engaging in fierce competition. Unless the disparity in rankings was substantial, the clashes were intensely competitive, thrilling the audience. Just as the spectators believed that Xiao Xun'er and the little doctor would be halted in their tracks, the duo replicated the previous day's spectacle, swiftly vanquishing their opponents in a breathtaking display. This ignited the audience's enthusiasm to an unprecedented level. The triumph of the weak over the strong has always been a captivating tale. Although Xiao Xun'er and the little doctor were both at the early stages of spirit combat, one possessed an extraordinary lineage while the other bore a unique cursed physique. Now that all were at the spirit combat level, challenging opponents beyond their rank became considerably easier. Remarkably, these three newcomers surged into the third round. The upcoming contest for the top 10 would be a true test of fortune, as it was quite possible that neither Xiao Xun'er nor the little doctor would be drawn. This implies that in this year's Inner Academy's elite competition, 3 slots in the top 10 could potentially be occupied by these 3 newcomers, a rarity in the annals of the Academy's history. Chapter 103, The Top 10 Ranking Matches. After 2 days of competition, the atmosphere within the Academy reached an exhilarating peak. Everyone was abuzz with discussions about the impending battle for the top 10. Each participant who secured a place in the third round was undeniably powerful. Even Xiao Xun'er and the little doctor, who usually refrained from displaying their talents, but gained attention due to Xiao Ze, now boasted a multitude of steadfast supporters who believed they had a significant chance of remaining in the top 10. Xiao Ze and his companions made their timely appearance in the central square, igniting even more fervent discussions among the audience at the sight of them. I wonder if there has ever been a historical precedent in the Inner Academy for 3 freshmen to simultaneously breach the third round? Should these 3 newcomers truly secure positions among the top 10, their prowess and fortune would indeed be formidable. I have an inkling that I am witnessing the birth of a significant moment in the Inner Academy's history. The fervent discussions continued until the Grand Elder, accompanied by numerous elders, made their appearance, gradually calming the atmosphere. Today marks the commencement of the third round of competition, with 13 participants remaining. 6 individuals will be randomly selected to face off in pairs, with the victors advancing into the top 10, thereby earning the right to cultivate the Source Heart Flame. As the Grand Elder's voice resonated, the participants present felt a surge of anticipation. The ensuing moments would determine their fate in securing the coveted entry ticket to the Battle King. To be candid, all contestants in this third round possess remarkable strength. Even the 2 relatively weaker freshmen should not be underestimated, as they could easily topple a more seasoned opponent with a single misstep. However, the true threats lie ahead in the forms of Ziyan and Xiao Ze, formidable adversaries indeed. Should they cross paths with either of them, the odds of victory would be exceedingly slim. Following the Grand Elder's drawing of lots over the past 2 days, many of the prominent contenders harbored concerns regarding his luck. Apprehensive about becoming sacrificial pawns, the Grand Elder cast a discerning glance at the serious expressions of the renowned competitors, a faint smile gracing his lips as he withdrew a slip of paper from the box. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes before he announced, Ziyan. Upon hearing this name, the assembled elite swallowed hard. Indeed, one cannot place trust in the Grand Elder's luck. In the face of Ziyan, none among the esteemed contenders dared to assure their victory. A wave of trepidation swept through the crowd. Even these top-tier competitors wished to avoid confrontation with the formidable powerhouse. The Grand Elder leisurely drew another slip of paper, declaring the first victim, Lin Liang. The initially composed Lin Liang clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Yet, having reached the third round, surrendering without a fight was out of the question. He resolved to face the challenge head-on, even if it meant contending against the might of the powerhouse. Noticing the pitying gazes from others, Lin Liang snorted dismissively, choosing instead to silently prepare for the impending battle. Xiao Ze. At this juncture, the Grand Elder's voice once again captivated the audience's attention. Even the spectators below wore expressions of concern as they regarded the Grand Elder. Was his luck intentionally targeting the other competitors? With the 2 strongest contenders selected, was it not a stroke of misfortune for the remaining participants? Sensing the unusual scrutiny from the crowd, the Grand Elder cleared his throat, refraining from further commentary, and hastily announced the next unfortunate soul, by Xiao. The eyes of the audience shifted towards a young man clad in blue at the center of the group. Bai Xiao, upon hearing his name, could not help but touch his nose, revealing a bittersweet smile tinged with reluctance. He was a student from the Alchemy department who had entered the Inner Academy. Advancing to the third round is already a testament to his extraordinary efforts. Unexpectedly, just as he was on the brink of breaking into the top 10, he encountered a formidable adversary, Lei Jia. The voice of the Grand Elder resonated, plunging the entire arena into silence. A collective petition may be necessary for the next powerful ranking competition to prevent the Grand Elder from drawing lots. This situation is blatantly biased against the other competitors. Lei Jia can undoubtedly be deemed the strongest contender, apart from Ziyan and Xiao Ze. Now, all 3 of the most formidable participants have been selected by the Grand Elder. Witnessing the Grand Elder draw the top 3 contenders consecutively, he couldn't help but ponder whether his luck was indeed targeting the other competitors. Qin Fei. Upon hearing this final name, the crowd suddenly realized that the top 10 of the powerful ranking would indeed be occupied by 3 newcomers. Xiao Ze's strength is certainly capable of overcoming his opponents, while Xiao Xun'er and the Little Medical Fairy can advance directly into the top 10 competition without contest. Although they had anticipated this possibility, witnessing it unfold felt utterly surreal. With 3 newcomers in the top 10 of the internal competition, one must wonder whether the newcomers are truly extraordinary or if the luck of the top 10 is simply unfortunate. History is indeed being witnessed. Amidst the murmurs of the spectators, the first elimination match for the top 10 commenced, pitting Ziyan against Lin Liang. Faced with the brute force king, he was not in a position to conceal his true abilities. Ziyan, with no reservations, aimed for a swift resolution, charging towards Lin Liang with remarkable speed. Before Lin Liang could fully concentrate his combat techniques, Ziyan appeared before him like a terrifying beast. Her pale, delicate fist swung out. Even before her fist made contact, the fierce gust of wind had already tousled Lin Liang's hair into an upright style. Left with no choice, Lin Liang could only defend with his spear. Feeling the overwhelming and unmatched force, despair settled in his heart as he realized defeat was inevitable. As expected, Lin Liang's body was uncontrollably propelled off the stage, crashing down below. Had it not been for his spear being forcefully driven into the ground to halt his momentum, he would have likely tumbled helplessly several times to dissipate the tremendous force. Boring. Ziyan bounced down from the stage, while the Elder promptly announced her victory and summoned the next competitors to the stage. Elder, I forfeit. I do not believe I am a match for Junior Xiao Ze. Bai Xiao suddenly declared, astonishing everyone present. It was quite rare to abandon the competition just one step away from the top 10. Typically, It is more common to witness someone like Lin Yong fighting valiantly. Given this, Xiao Ze is declared the victor. The next group of competitors may now take the stage. The ensuing battle between Lei Jia and Qin Feng was particularly fierce. Although Lei Jia ranked third in the strong list, Qin Fei was no weakling, also positioned within the top 10. Ultimately, Qin Fei could not withstand Lei Jia's terrifying lightning attribute damage. Lei Jia emerged victorious. With the Elder's pronouncement, the Grand Elder ascended the stage in turn. The top 10 have now been determined, and all participants entering the top 10 will be elevated according to their original rankings. Low-ranked students have the opportunity to challenge high-ranked peers, and should they emerge victorious, they may ascend to their ranking. The words of the Grand Elder resonated, heralding the commencement of the top 10 rankings competition, as Xiao Xun'er and Xiao Ziyan previously held the impressive ranks of 25 and 26. They were elevated to 9th and 10th positions in accordance with the rules, granting them the privilege to challenge anyone. The conclusion of Chapter 104 marked the end of the strong rankings competition, with Ziyan visiting. The top 10 competition unfolded in an unexpected manner, wherein lower-ranked students challenge their higher-ranked counterparts. As long as one possesses confidence, they may even dare to directly challenge the first place. Typically, students seize this opportunity to elevate their standings. However, Xiao Ziyan and Xiao Xun'er, positioned at the bottom, harbored no such ambitions, as their sole focus was on refining the source heart flame, rendering their rankings of little concern. Soon, lower-ranked students began issuing challenges to those ranked higher, while others spectated from the sidelines, some contemplating their own matchups. Yet, without exception, no one directed their gaze towards Ziyan and Xiao Ze. With a lively bounce, Ziyan approached Xiao Ze and looked up at him, exclaiming, "Hey, Xiao Ze, challenge me. Let us have a match." "No," Xiao Ze replied decisively. "There's no advantage in battling you. I am not in need of fire energy. The difference between first and second place is negligible to me." This straightforward rejection elicited a glare from Ziyan. "What a profitless individual. You seem no different from the others, humph." Xiao Ze merely shrugged, unfazed by Ziyan's childlike provocation. Xiao Xun'er and Xiao Ziyan showed no inclination to challenge anyone, and Xiao Ze likewise had no intention of confronting Ziyan. The absence of challenges to the top 2 resulted in a significant reduction in the number of battles. Consequently, the final day of competition witnessed fewer matches, though the intensity amongst the top 10 escalated, much to the satisfaction of the inner academy students. Despite the reduced quantity, the quality surpassed that of the preceding days. In a fierce contest, each competitor showcased their unique abilities. As Lei Jia defeated one challenger, the Grand Elder took to the stage, observing that no further challenges were forthcoming. Is there anyone else wishing to challenge the high-ranked students? If not, the rankings for this session shall be finalized. After a brief pause, the Grand Elder declared the conclusion of this inner academy strong rankings competition. Rest well in the coming days. Awaiting notification from your mentors regarding the specific date for entering the tower, he instructed the top 10 students before leading the elders away. Xiao Ze and his companions did not linger in the central square, departing promptly. Upon seeing the competitors had vacated, the inner academy students followed suit. However, discussions regarding the inner academy continued unabated. Had Xiao Ze and his companions established a faction, it is likely that countless students would have flocked to his side. Given that he not only ranked second in the strong list, but was also accompanied by 2 partners within the top 10. Moreover, he is a skilled alchemist, reputedly surpassing even some of the mentors in the alchemical arts. Such advantageous circumstances would undoubtedly yield immense benefits if one were to align with the faction established by Xiao Ze. Unfortunately, Xiao Ze has no intention of forming a faction. They dare not approach Xiao Ze to request the establishment of one. With the conclusion of the inner courtyard competition, the fierce battles among numerous strong contenders have become a topic of great intrigue. Another rather amusing incident involves the Grand Elder's series of unfortunate draws, where he seemingly extracted the 3 strongest participants, almost as if targeting the other competitors. Of course, this notion is merely jest, for as the Grand Elder of the inner courtyard, one would question the necessity of such petty antics. It is perhaps best to refrain from allowing the Grand Elder to conduct the draws in the next competition. Following the exchanges during the strong rankings competition, Ziyan has become considerably more familiar with Xiao Ze. In the second training room, Xiao Ze was engrossed in alchemy, while Xiao Xun'er utilized the training platform to break through her realm, and the little medical sage was engaged in her own cultivation. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Xiao Ze extinguished the flames, glanced at the ashes of the materials in the alchemical furnace, and shook his head. Rising, he approached the door, while Xiao Xun'er and the little medical sage remained undisturbed. He had a hunch about who was knocking. On the 6th floor of the sky-burning refining tower, aside from Ziyan, no one else would dare seek him out. Creak. What a bore. I came to play with you. Upon opening the door, Ziyan promptly declared. Xiao Ze gestured toward the two individuals in the room. Through the crack, Ziyan caught sight of Xiao Xun'er and the little medical sage engaged in their training, and she playfully stuck out her tongue at Xiao Ze. I didn't mean to. Despite her words, she lowered her voice. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the alchemical furnace in the corner of the room, and as she inhaled the scent, she turned to Xiao Ze. You are an alchemist? Do you have any delectable herbs that are rich in energy? Ziyan inquired, unable to resist licking her lips. How would I know? I've never consumed herbs on their own, Xiao Ze replied, rolling his eyes and beckoning her to enter. Otherwise, the energy in the second training room will soon dissipate. It feels inferior to my first training room, Ziyan candidly remarked. As long as it suffices. It is still a bit overwhelming for the two of them. Xiao Ze understood that Ziyan was boasting about her first training room. So he chose not to engage further, adopting an indifferent demeanor, which prompted Ziyan to purse her lips and fall silent. Following Xiao Ze to the corner of the room, she observed the refined herbs. She sniffed the air with her delicate nose, her finely sculpted face scrunching up as she took a few steps back. If you're bored, seeking me out is of little use. I typically focus on cultivation and alchemy, Xiao Ze stated straightforwardly, adding, and don't even think about challenging me to a fight. He directly cut off Ziyan's response, leaving her to sulk in silence beside him. All right, I didn't expect you to be just as dull as those others. Xiao Ze shrugged, dismissing Ziyan's words with indifference. As he prepared to commence alchemy once more, Ziyan scratched her head. Taking out a herb from her storage ring, she opened her mouth and took a bite, eager to observe Xiao Ze's method of potion making. The crunching sound made Xiao Ze's teeth ache. He instantly felt that even the tenfold return of a 7th-grade elixir, the indestructible pill, could not rival the physical strength bestowed by Ziyan's ancient dragon bloodline. To possess such formidable physical power, aside from the rewards from Ziyan, it would likely require the feedback from an elixir of at least 9th grade or higher to attain a physique comparable to that of the ancient dragon. Seeing Ziyan's little face contort as she struggled to swallow the herb, Xiao Ze couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Ziyan was truly willing to endure any hardship for the sake of her growth. However, before she entered the inner courtyard, she had lived in the deep mountains, scavenging for herbs to consume. In encounters with powerful magical beasts, she often sustained grievous injuries, retreating to corners to lick her wounds in solitude. Reflecting on this, Xiao Ze shook his head and addressed Ziyan. Hand me that herb. I shall refine it for you, enhancing its flavor while preserving its energy. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, Ziyan's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Why would I deceive you? But what if it gets burned? She expressed her concerns. I fought for this herb against that vile beast, and I was left battered and bruised. Xiao Ze rolled his eyes. If you're hesitant, then keep it. If you enjoy suffering, then endure it. Chapter 105, Feeding Ziyan. Recalling Xiao Ze's assertion that he could make the herb delicious while retaining its energy, she reluctantly surrendered the herb to him. Here. But be cautious. I endured much pain to obtain this. If not for her fondness for Xiao Ze, she would have surely retaliated against anyone else daring to request her herbs. Xiao Ze observed the slightly salivated herb, rolled his eyes, and casually tossed it into the spirit-nourishing cauldron. For an alchemist, refining a herb into a pill while maintaining its energy was a rather simple task. Adding a few ingredients to enhance its flavor was equally effortless. Of course, if the herb were of higher quality, formidable cultivation would be required for support. After all, with insufficient cultivation, one might spend half a day without even melting the herb's outer layer. Indeed, Xiao Ze's current cultivation made it relatively easy to refine high-grade herbs. Although his flames were not as fearsome as those of exotic fires, they were nonetheless formidable. As the herbs within the cauldron melted into liquid, Xiao Ze added some materials to alter its taste. Finally, under the influence of his soul perception, he divided the mixture into dozens of portions, which then solidified into pills. Xiao Ze opened the cauldron, and dozens of pills radiating powerful energy surged forth, which he collected into a jade vial. The sound of clinking resonated, melodious and pleasing to the ear. Here, give it a try, he said, as Ziyan had been eagerly awaiting the completion of his alchemical endeavor. Upon hearing this, she immediately took the jade vial and poured out a steaming pill, showing no fear of the heat as she tossed it into her mouth. Delicious. Observing the blissful smile on Ziyan's face, Xiao Ze chuckled softly and then resumed his alchemical endeavors. Xiao Ze, you are truly kind to me. No one has ever treated me this way from childhood to now. Ziyan suddenly spoke. At that moment, Xiao Ze was contemplating which elixir to concoct next and, without much thought, responded casually. Is it really that exaggerated? Since I became aware, I have lived in the deep mountains, bullied by those magical beasts in my childhood, only able to flee in shame. Later, after unwittingly consuming the transformation herb, I took on a human form and was brought to the inner courtyard by the Grand Elder. Ziyan curled her legs up, her tiny hands embracing her knees, resting her chin upon them like a forsaken little beast. As she spoke, her silvery white teeth unconsciously bit into her lip, and a hint of moisture swirled in her eyes. Witnessing Ziyan's steadfast demeanor, Xiao Ze fell into a moment of silence. Although Ziyan was now immensely powerful and no longer feared those formidable magical beasts, her childhood encounters had indeed forced her to retreat in defeat. She would find a secluded corner to silently lick her wounds. Reflecting on this, Xiao Ze couldn't help but reach out to gently pat Ziyan's head. If you ever wish to eat such pills again, you can come to me. Lacking the words to offer true comfort, he could only assist in small ways. Really? Upon hearing this, Ziyan's eyes sparkled, the moisture vanishing without a trace as she retrieved several medicinal herbs from her storage ring. These are the last of my herbs. I will go to the deep mountains tomorrow to gather more. Observing Ziyan's rapid shift in attitude, Xiao Ze couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, she remained childlike, her emotions shifting from joy to despair in an instant. However, Xiao Ze did not refuse, for it was but a simple task. Soon, several elixirs were refined into pills, each carefully placed into a jade vial and handed to Ziyan. Watching her consume those pellets, imbued with chaotic energy like they were mere candy, Xiao Ze shook his head in disbelief. The innate physical talent of the ancient void dragon was truly enviable. Calming his mind, Xiao Ze began to concoct the purple spirit pill. Such elixirs, capable of enhancing strength, were the most sought after among cultivators. Thus the reward for submitting these pills to the alchemy department was quite substantial. When the little medicine fairy and Xiao Xun'er emerged from their meditative states, they were greeted by this harmonious scene. Xiao Ze sat before the spirit-gathering cauldron, engrossed in his alchemical work, while Ziyan perched on the table, happily munching on candy and watching him with delight. This sight momentarily puzzled the two. When had Ziyan's relationship with Xiao Ze grown so amicable? Spotting their awakening, Ziyan, like a child, covered her mouth and pointed at Xiao Ze. Their adorable antics elicited laughter from both. Though Xiao Ze was focused on refining pills, he was not oblivious to the happenings around him. Their awakening did not hinder his alchemical pursuits in the least. After a considerable duration, Xiao Ze finally ceased the infusion of his fighting spirit and retrieved a pill from the spirit-nourishing cauldron, which shimmered with a violet hue and exuded a rich, aromatic fragrance. With this addition, he was nearly able to assemble the requisite quantities for 2 fifth-grade pill recipes. Gently, he placed the pill, radiating a faint energy fluctuation, into a jade vial and then stored it in his spatial ring. Noticing that Xiao Ze had no intention of continuing his alchemical endeavors, Ziyan leapt down from the table and waved her hand at him. I shall take my leave for now. I will bring the medicinal materials to you tomorrow. Xiao Xun'er and the little medical fairy, observing Ziyan hastily depart, turned their gazes toward Xiao Ze. Brother Xiao Ze, when did you become so close with Ziyan? Xiao Xun'er inquired. It is merely a matter of assisting her in refining the medicinal materials slightly to enhance their palatability. This little girl has suddenly become quite fond of me, Xiao Ze replied, to which Xiao Xun'er was momentarily taken aback. Hee, how childlike, she remarked. Alas, Ziyan's past has indeed been quite tragic. Having lived in the deep mountains since childhood without parental protection, she could only flee when tormented by those ferocious beasts. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, the little medical fairy displayed a hint of sympathy and sorrow on her face. Poor Ziyan, she has been bullied since she was little, she lamented, and Xiao Xun'er's eyes reflected a similar sentiment, realizing the extent of Ziyan's unfortunate background. Enough of such melancholic topics. Currently, Ziyan is living quite well, and no one in the inner courtyard dares to bully her, Xiao Ze interjected, noticing the somber expressions on their faces. At his words, both young ladies broke into smiles. Indeed, no one dares to bully Ziyan in the inner courtyard now. On the contrary, others are quite fearful of her. Have you successfully broken through? Xiao Ze inquired, turning his attention to Xiao Xun'er. Seeing her nod, he continued, in about 2 days, I will be able to undergo the body refinement with the origin heart flame. With a stronger capability, the chances of enduring will be significantly higher. Both women nodded in agreement. I forgot to ask Ziyan if I could borrow her training room for cultivation. Room 1 possesses far more abundant energy. Xiao Ze mused internally. I can certainly mention it to her tomorrow. She should not refuse. Chapter 106. Entering the refinement tower's depths. The origin heart flame emerges. You wish to borrow room 1 for cultivation? Certainly. Spending time there is far more beneficial than merely consuming a medicinal herb. Ziyan responded the following day as she entered room 2. Immediately, Xiao Ze expressed his desire to borrow room 1. Without hesitation, Ziyan agreed. Come, I will guide you there, she said, beckoning the group. The little medical fairy and Xiao Xun'er exchanged glances. Their relationship with Ziyan was not as amicable. Sensing their hesitation, Xiao Ze swiftly understood their concerns and reassured them. After hearing his words, They nodded in compliance and proceeded to room 1 together. Upon opening the door, they were struck by the overwhelming abundance of energy within the chamber. A soft red light radiated from inside, and after a brief moment to adjust, the trio surveyed their surroundings. A gentle crimson mist enveloped the entire room, limiting visibility to less than 3 meters. "Come in," Ziyan beckoned. "This training chamber is specially crafted. The energy within is exceedingly potent. Without precise construction, it would be impossible to contain such power." She then led the group inside. "Wow, the energy here is so abundant. It feels like cultivating in this place is even faster than in the second training room," exclaimed the little medical sage, eliciting a proud smile from Ziyan. "All right, do give it a try and see if you can withstand it," Xiao Ze said, gently ruffling Ziyan's hair as he addressed both of them. Xiao Xun'er consumed a frost pill and placed the Qinghua energy card on the apparatus before commencing her cultivation. The little medical sage glanced at the fluctuating figures above and gasped in astonishment. The first training room actually required 30 days of fire energy. After a while, Xiao Xun'er opened her eyes and nodded to the group, signaling that she could adapt. Seeing a spot open up, the little medical sage hurriedly took her place and also ingested a frost pill. However, the heavenly burning refining tower primarily harnessed fire attributes, making it easier for Xiao Xun'er to adapt compared to the little medical sage, who struggled with this intensity. Moments later, the little medical sage opened her eyes. Her face flushed as if she had been roasted over coals. She quickly stood up, breathing heavily as if attempting to expel the agitation and heat from her body. No, the heart fire in the first training chamber is far too overwhelming, manifesting in fierce waves, far more terrifying than the gentle wisps above. Then it works out perfectly. Xun'er can cultivate in the first training room while the little medical sage goes to the second. Remember, moderation is key. Both nodded and began their respective practices. Meanwhile, Ziyan took Xiao Ze's hand and led him to a corner of the first training room. With a flourish, Ziyan waved her hand, causing a multitude of medicinal herbs to spill from her storage ring, leaving Xiao Ze momentarily speechless. "Where did you procure so many herbs? It's impossible you harvested all this from the mountains in just a day." "Hee, I secretly took them from the medicinal herb management depot in the inner courtyard." Ziyan grinned. "I'm quite clever. These herbs are brimming with energy. Hurry up and refine them." Xiao Ze rolled his eyes. "If the elders catch you, won't you face severe punishment?" "That's of no concern. They can't do anything to me," Ziyan replied nonchalantly, urging Xiao Ze to begin his refining. Seeing her attitude, Xiao Ze shrugged and took out the spirit-gathering cauldron to commence his work. As time swiftly passed during their cultivation, evening approached, and the elder's voice resonated throughout the heavenly burning refining tower. "Due to the announcement of the top 10 rewards for the upcoming grand competition tomorrow, all students must vacate the heavenly burning refining tower immediately. It will be closed for 1 day." Xiao Xun'er, who had been engrossed in her practice, was jolted awake. Exhaling a breath filled with warmth, she noticed Xiao Ze and Ziyan seated nearby. Xiao Ze was perusing an ancient alchemy tome, while Ziyan had several jade vials spread before her, occasionally selecting one to pour out a potent pill, which she consumed as casually as one would eat candy. Observing their leisurely demeanor, Xiao Xun'er found herself at a loss for words. "Ah, Xun'er, you're awake? Let us depart for now and return tomorrow," Xiao Ze said, closing the ancient tome and addressing Xun'er. Observing their intent to leave, Ziyan hurriedly capped all the jade vials and stowed them away in her spatial ring, following closely behind them. At the break of dawn the next day, Xiao Ze and his companions arrived at the plaza of the sky-burning refining tower. A multitude of inner court disciples had gathered there. Although they were not victors, their curiosity compelled them to congregate at the square. The periphery was densely populated with students, yet only a few stood at the inner core. As Xiao Ze navigated through the path cleared by the crowd, he gazed toward the center of the plaza, where only a handful of individuals, the top 10 victors, stood. Today, only these champions were permitted to be present. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Ze entered the core circle accompanied by Xiao Xun'er, the little medical sage, and Ziyan, thereby assembling a total of 10 individuals. Lei Jia, noticing Xiao Ze alongside Ziyan, was taken aback and swiftly approached to inquire, "You managed to handle the Might King? Hey, don't think I can't hear you. Do you seek a punch?" Misunderstanding. Seeing Ziyan's fierce demeanor, Lei Jia hastily made his escape. Xiao Ze chuckled and shook his head. Did they truly believe that Ziyan's ears were merely decorative? Shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder Su Qian, accompanied by several elders, made his entrance. "Since everyone is present, I shall refrain from further elaboration." With those words, the Grand Elder waved his hand, and the heavy tower doors creaked open slowly. "The top 10 victors, follow me inside. Others must not intrude. Violators will be barred from entering the sky-burning refining tower for 6 months." His warning caused the onlooking disciples to shrink back, fearful of disobedience. After all, being barred from the tower for 6 months would be far more unbearable than any punishment for those who had already enjoyed the benefits of accelerated cultivation. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder, the group proceeded to the lower levels of the sky-burning refining tower. The numerous guards they encountered along the way underscored the inner court's profound regard for the source heart flame. Xiao Ze, blending into the ranks, felt little curiosity. He harbored no ambitions regarding the fallen heart flame. As they traveled, Ziyan and the others engaged in lively chatter, alleviating the solemn atmosphere. "We have arrived," the Grand Elder announced, prompting Xiao Ze to shift his attention from Ziyan and survey the expansive lower level of the tower. The ground floor of the sky-burning refining tower was exceedingly vast, reaching nearly 100 meters in height, and appeared particularly desolate due to the lack of furnishings. Under the Grand Elder's direction, they gathered at the center of the plaza, where 10 specially crafted jade platforms awaited them. "Find your positions and prepare to undergo the source heart flame body refinement." As 2 elders swiftly formed seals, the energy ripples began to undulate. A pale white orb of light emerged from the depths and, shielded by an energy barrier, materialized before the assembly. This was the source heart flame. Xiao Ze's eyes gleamed with fervor. Following the body refinement with the source heart flame, he would commence his pursuit of breaking through to the Do Wang level. Chapter 107. Source Heart Flame Body Refinement. The natural body cultivator reveals its might. As the first pale orb of light emerged, a succession of luminous spheres was drawn forth from the depths of the chasm, swiftly reaching a total of 10. Xiao Ze, well aware of the situation, maintained a tranquil demeanor. However, the others exhibited varying degrees of perplexity. "Elder, is this the origin heart flame?" Ziyan blurted out, her candor contrasting sharply with the atmosphere. The Grand Elder shot her a reproachful glance. He had yet to settle accounts with her for the considerable amount of medicinal materials she had pilfered from the inner courtyard's apothecary the previous day. Nevertheless, this was not the moment for reprimands. He waved his hand, diminishing the color of the orbs. The onlookers directed their gazes toward the now translucent spheres, within which resided a seemingly formless, yet visibly blazing flame, flickering with fervor. This was the origin heart flame, an exceedingly rare treasure, even within the inner courtyard. Only 3 to 4 orbs could be procured annually. The Grand Elder spoke with quiet authority. The origin heart flame holds little utility for those at the Do Wang level, yet it can undoubtedly pave the way for those beneath that threshold. However, as with all things, advantages come with their share of drawbacks. The process of tempering one's body with the origin heart flame is excruciating, and a moment's negligence could result in serious injury. Most previous candidates needed 2 to 3 months of recuperation to recover fully. His words conveyed a clear message to the assembly. The origin heart flame was not a trifling matter to be trifled with. Conversely, while it offered substantial benefits, it also bore considerable risks. Lei Jia raised a hand, inquiring, "Elder, what is the success rate from previous years?" "Typically, the success rate hovers around 50%. The Grand Elder replied, though the last cohort fared poorly, with only 3 successfully enduring the tempering process. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively swallowed hard. Such perilous odds. A 50% failure rate meant that at most, only 5 individuals could achieve success. What? Are we having second thoughts? If so, now is the time to withdraw. The origin heart flame is exceedingly precious. However, I must impress upon you that the Do Wang realm represents a critical juncture in the cultivation journey. Some may find themselves at the peak of the Dueling stage, stagnating for a lifetime. You are currently at the pinnacle of Dueling, and you are all acutely aware of the formidable barriers that lie before you. To forfeit this opportunity may lead to lifelong regret, the Grand Elder continued, reluctant to allow the most gifted talents of the inner courtyard to abandon this invaluable chance. The assembly exchanged glances, yet ultimately, no one expressed a desire to withdraw. As the Grand Elder had articulated, the barrier to the Do Wang realm was insurmountably robust, leaving them uncertain of their ability to break through. Enduring the agony of the origin heart flame was but a fleeting discomfort. Should they let this moment pass, they might find themselves lamenting their choice for eternity. At worst, they would require a mere 2 to 3 months of recovery. It was not as though they would be starting from scratch. Noticing that no one had chosen to withdraw, the Grand Elder nodded approvingly, his gaze lingering on Xiao Ze momentarily. Throughout the proceedings, Xiao Ze had remained composed, evidently resolute in his determination to embrace the tempering process with the origin heart flame, unaffected by the discourse. This young lad possesses admirable fortitude. Under the Grand Elder's guidance, the origin heart flame floated above each individual's head. As the luminous sphere enveloping them shattered, flames surged from above, penetrating their very beings. The elders observed, noting that most individuals trembled to varying degrees, their complexions flushed as if they were embers. However, a few stood apart. Foremost among them was Ziyan. Being at the level of a battle king, she was largely unaffected by the primal heart flame, exhibiting a remarkable resilience. One elder, observing her reddened visage and slight tremor, spoke up. Yet, as a creature of magic, Ziyan found the primal heart flame's body tempering to be quite arduous. If she desires the benefits of this tempering, she must endure the accompanying pain. The Grand Elder chuckled softly, then turned his gaze toward Xiao Ze and his companions. Xiao Xun'er's face was crimson, yet a faint golden light shimmered within her, and she showed no signs of tremors, indicating her likely success in enduring the trial. The situation of the little medical sage was particularly peculiar. Her complexion oscillated between shades of blue and purple. Unlike the others who emitted wisps of white smoke, she released a mysterious purple mist. The Grand Elder momentarily forgot about this little one's unique toxic constitution. He remarked, erecting an energy barrier around her to shield the surrounding individuals from her noxious fumes. He then turned his attention to the last figure, Xiao Ze, who appeared remarkably tranquil, exhibiting no signs of tremors, as though he were not enduring the primal heart flame's trial at all. Yet, the Grand Elder could sense the fierce flames raging within him. This young lad's adaptability to the heart fire must be unparalleled in history. Indeed, when he first entered the Qi Refinement Tower, his performance was distinctly extraordinary. An elder chimed in, marveling at Xiao Ze's serene demeanor, expressing astonishment. Perhaps this cohort would see more individuals successfully tempering their bodies. Quite likely. Nevertheless, caution is paramount. We must observe closely. Xiao Ze sat cross-legged upon a specially crafted jade platform. As the primal heart flame coursed through him, he anticipated the pain of body tempering. To his surprise, the primordial tree within the void space radiated golden light. The once ferocious primal heart flame transformed into a remarkably docile force. As Xiao Ze embraced this unique golden aura, a realization struck him. It was none other than the feedback from the indestructible pill absorbed by the primordial tree. At that moment, while he absorbed the indestructible pill's essence, the primordial tree was also assimilating it. He had not expected it to prove advantageous now. Under the auspices of the indestructible pill's feedback, the body tempering process with the primal heart flame flourished. Xiao Ze felt a delightful tingling throughout his body, devoid of any discomfort. Rather, it was quite pleasurable. Every part of him resonated with jubilant energy, as if rejoicing in the essence of the tempering. Xiao Ze was suddenly reminded of his innate purple talent, his natural aptitude for body cultivation. Upon further contemplation, he discerned that his body absorbed the tempering energy with greater profundity. In terms of tempering effectiveness alone, he outshone others by a significant margin. With the gift of natural body cultivation, his tempering results would undoubtedly surpass those of his peers, especially when combined with the tenfold enhancement from Xun'er. Amidst a myriad of enhancements, the ascent to the realm of battle kings is not a mere whim, nor is it a trivial endeavor. Xiao Ze hastily quelled the tumult within his heart. He certainly did not wish to falter and descend from the realm of battle kings. While others might endure the tempering of the original heart flame with a mere 30% efficacy under various augmentations, Xiao Ze's results could potentially soar to 120% as a natural body cultivator. Coupled with the formidable potency of the indestructible elixirs previously absorbed by the original tree, he found himself further empowered. Moreover, under the suppression of the golden radiance of the original tree, the energy of the original heart flame was entirely devoted to his refinement, with no leakage. As the tempering progressed, Xiao Ze increasingly sensed the imminent possibility of a breakthrough. Were it not for his self-restraint against the urge to advance, he might already have entered the state of breakthrough. However, this locale was not conducive for cultivation. Thus, he resolved to await the conclusion of the tempering with the original heart flame before seeking a place abundant in celestial energy for his breakthrough. As time slipped away in the midst of cultivation, some individuals suffered grievous injuries and withdrew. In the blink of an eye, only 7 remained. Chapter 108. Without ascending to Battle King, one remains an ant. The Grand Elder exhaled a sigh of relief, observing the 7 individuals seated in meditation, unable to suppress a nod of approval. Their achievements far surpassed those of previous cohorts. This generation of prodigies in the top 10 of the strong rankings is truly remarkable, marked by unparalleled will, talent, and fortune. One elder remarked, gazing at the assembly. The uniqueness of this cohort is indeed noteworthy. There is no need to elaborate on Ziyan, who is inherently a battle king. For her, the tempering holds little significance. Xiao Ze, that young lad, exhibits an extraordinary affinity for the heart fire, and the 2 young ladies beside him are equally exceptional. Were they to be replaced, the success rate would likely align with past cohorts, roughly 50-50. As the crowd exchanged their thoughts, they illuminated the reasons behind this generation's prolific emergence of talent. Aside from the exception of Ziyan, It was the distinctiveness of Xiao Ze and his companions that stood out. Indeed, as time progressed, no further students succumbed to the excruciating pain of tempering, thus ending in tragic failure. Having endured the most arduous moments, they now awaited the tranquil passage toward transformation. Speaking of which, that entity below seems increasingly restless, doesn't it? The Grand Elder suddenly interjected, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, though the seal remains robust for the time being. No matter how violently it thrashes, it is of no consequence. The two elders stationed at the lowest level are most cognizant of its condition. We must not let our guard down. As time elapses, that entity will undoubtedly grow stronger. We are unable to diminish its power and can only reinforce the seal. The Grand Elder, however, was not so optimistic. Not even the faintest trace of information has emerged. Meanwhile, the reclusive elders are solely preoccupied with their own cultivation. Unless the Canaan Academy faces imminent destruction, they will not intervene. We can only hope that this young individual matures swiftly, in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Additional strength would be advantageous. The Grand Elder's gaze settled on Xiao Ze. Having witnessed Xiao Ze's accomplishments over the past year, he was filled with confidence in his potential and future. As long as Xiao Ze matures, he will undoubtedly provide immense assistance to Canaan Academy. Given another decade or so, surpassing himself may not be an impossibility. At that time, there will be no need to place hopes on the elusive dean and elders. Just then, Xiao Ze's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Realizing he was the first to awaken, he rose and respectfully saluted the three elders. "Thank you for your guardianship, esteemed elders." "Haha, it is our duty," replied Elder Su Qian with a smile. "However, little one, your adaptability to the Heartfire is likely the strongest in the history of the Inner Academy. Wouldn't you agree?" Xiao Ze nodded slightly, but refrained from elaborating on the matter. "Perhaps, though I'm not entirely certain." Soon after, everyone else awoke, their faces illuminated with joy. Were it not for the elders' presence, they might have burst into laughter. Ziyan clenched her fists and casually swung them, causing a powerful gust of wind to rush past. "Not bad." The Grand Elder effortlessly neutralized Ziyan's attack, casting her a stern glance before addressing the group. "Well, since you have completed the body tempering, it is time to leave. Do not linger here." With the resounding sound of the tower doors opening, the gathered students erupted in cheers. Finally able to enter the celestial flame refining tower, they gazed enviously at the elite students following the elders, each face reflecting admiration and reverence. There were as many as 7 of them. Looking at them felt akin to gazing upon future Dou Wang powerhouses. Reaching the Dou Wang realm is indeed a different matter. Dou Wang cultivators are recognized as the continent's formidable figures, possessing the qualifications to traverse the land. Even among certain empires, Dou Wang cultivators hold significant stature. For instance, in the top 10 of the Jama Empire, only 3 are Dou Wang, while the rest are all Dou Wang. This illustrates the substantial value of Dou Wang cultivators. There is even a saying that circulates in the Dou Qi Continent: without reaching Dou Wang, one is destined to be an ant. With the envious gazes of the crowd upon him, Xiao Ze departed with the 3 women. 2 days later, at the waterfall in the deep mountains, Xiao Ze returned to this place. It was here that he had previously broken through to Dueling, and now he sought to shed his ant-like existence and ascend to Dou Wang. "Xiao Ze, go for it," cheered Xiao Xun'er and the little medical sage in succession. Ziyan tossed a pill into her mouth, chewing as she exclaimed, "Hurry and break through to Dou Wang, and I will take you to find rare treasures." Of course, Ziyan referred to the location of the earth heart tempering milk. She had attempted to reach it several times before, but had always been thwarted by a formidable demon ape. If Xiao Ze were to break through to Dou Wang, she was determined to bring him along to teach that demon ape a lesson. Hearing their words, Xiao Ze smiled faintly and then closed his eyes. The energy surging within him flowed like an unceasing river. In the void, the primordial tree took root, continuously absorbing Dou Qi. His physical energy has reached its zenith, requiring but a single step forward to ascend to the rank of Dou Wang. He is poised to claim all feedback rewards. The rewards include the consumption of the Dueling Dan by Xiao Xun'er, yielding a tenfold return, the breakthrough of Dueling by Xiao Xun'er, also a tenfold reward, and the refining of the original heart flame for body tempering, again with a tenfold return. Xiao Ze has amassed a substantial quantity of feedback rewards over time. At this moment, they coalesce into a vast surge of energy that floods into his being, propelling Xiao Ze crucially toward his breakthrough to Dou Wang. The immense celestial energy required for such a significant advancement forms a grand vortex around Xiao Ze. "Wow, such a tremendous spectacle," exclaimed Ziyan, tightly clutching her jade vial, astonished by the magnitude of Xiao Ze's breakthrough to Dou Wang. In contrast, Xiao Xun'er and the little medical fairy, having witnessed similar phenomena, were not as taken aback. Within the inner courtyard, the elder Su Qian, who had been prepared for meditation, was suddenly stirred, glancing toward the outer courtyard. Squinting slightly, he pondered whether a student from the inner courtyard was attempting to break through to Dou Wang. Could it be that little fellow who had just undergone body tempering with the original heart flame? As Su Qian contemplated, he promptly rose. Such commotion could easily attract unwanted attention from adversaries or magical beasts. He must safeguard Xiao Ze's breakthrough. Yet, if it were not Xiao Ze, he would need to discern who dared to breach the inner courtyard's vicinity in such a manner. Upon arriving at the waterfall, Su Qian was astounded to behold Xiao Ze amidst the energy vortex. Even with his extensive experience, he struggled to comprehend the magnitude of this scene. Such a display of celestial energy could only signify a Dou Wang's breakthrough. Although Xiao Ze had indeed requested Xiao Xun'er and others to protect him, Su Qian deemed that insufficient. This young man still failed to grasp the immense risks associated with breaking through in the wilderness. The magical beasts alone posed a significant threat. It was imperative for him to provide protection himself. Chapter 109. The Manifestation of the Tree of Origin. Rending space. The transformations occurring within Xiao Ze far exceeded the imagination of others. Within the void, a thunderous roar reverberated as the Tree of Origin emanated golden light, expanding the boundaries of the void. The original size of the void barely accommodated the Tree of Origin, yet as the golden light spread, the void swiftly expanded to the scale of a small town. Subsequently, the golden light pierced through the void, illuminating Xiao Ze entirely. Within this golden radiance lay the power of metamorphosis, inducing profound changes within Xiao Ze's body. An overwhelming influx of celestial energy surged into Xiao Ze, flowing not through his body as is customary during a Dou Wang breakthrough, but rather directly into the void, where it was absorbed by the Tree of Origin and transformed into golden light that enveloped him. Xiao Ze could feel the transformative power contained within the golden light, which was immensely beneficial for his physique. Such treatment is reserved for those undergoing a significant realm breakthrough, and Xiao Ze certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. He diligently activated his cultivation technique to absorb the celestial energy, utilizing it as sustenance for the conversion into golden light. Unlike previous breakthroughs in realms, the enhancement is confined solely to the meridians necessary for the operation of martial arts and their vicinity. Upon breaking through to the Dou Wang realm, the golden light emanating from the Tree of Origin fortifies every part of his being. This is indeed a terrifying prospect. It is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Enduring the searing flames of the fallen heart fire in the underground world, the Blue Lotus platform, born of the Blue Lotus heart fire, melted into a liquid state, amalgamating all the elixirs and herbs collected by Xiao Yin into a singular essence. Remarkably, this eclectic amalgamation proves capable of assisting Xiao Yin in resisting the scorching heat of the fallen heart fire, while also enabling his body to adapt to its intensity. One cannot help but marvel at Xiao Yan's remarkable fortune. Had there been a fortune attribute within Xiao Yan's feedback panel, Xiao Ze would undoubtedly have chosen to bind it. During those 2 years in the underground world, Xiao Yan's breakthrough to Dou Wang nourished his entire meridian system, greatly aiding his subsequent cultivation of numerous advanced fighting techniques. Many of these extraordinary secret arts and high-level fighting techniques require the opening of additional meridians. Without special enhancements, these meridians would typically be incapable of withstanding the formidable expansion of fighting energy, rendering the cultivation of fighting techniques a distant dream. For instance, the techniques Xiao Yan practices, such as the Imperial Seal technique and the Great Celestial Transformation Palm, necessitate the development of additional meridians. It is thus evident how immensely beneficial the reinforcement of other body meridians will be for future cultivation. Moreover, Xiao Ze believes that this transformative power is certainly not inferior to the opportunities Xiao Yan encountered in the underground world. As time flowed by, Xiao Ze had already spent 10 days and nights in his breakthrough. Surpassing the Dou Wang realm took longer than he had anticipated, yet the benefits are monumental. Upon introspection, Xiao Ze observed that every meridian within him radiated a crystalline glow. The meridians that frequently circulated fighting energy emitted a faint golden light, displaying extraordinary resilience, capable of withstanding the terrifying flow of fighting energy. Within the void, the height of the Tree of Origin had surpassed 10 meters, skyrocketing to over 20 meters. Equivalent to a 2-star Dou Wang. Regrettably, the branches of the Tree of Origin are not lush. There are only 2, one shimmering with a rainbow of colors, while the other embodies myriad hues, containing the essence of the world's spiritual entities. They represent the feedback of the calamity poison body and alchemy techniques, respectively. Compared to the monotony of the branches, the roots are particularly dense, intricately entwined within the space, drawing in fighting energy. It can be said that nearly 30% of the fighting energy utilized in Xiao Ze's breakthrough was siphoned from the roots of the Tree of Origin. with the remainder provided by external energies and feedback rewards. With a deep breath, Xiao Ze slowly opened his eyes to find Ziyan, Xiao Xun'er, and the little healing fairy gazing at him with palpable tension. Brother Xiao Ze, have you successfully broken through? Xiao Xun'er was the first to speak, and Xiao Ze nodded in affirmation. With a thought, resplendent, deep blue fighting energy wings suddenly materialized behind him. Wings of fighting energy, the emblem of a Dou Wang powerhouse. With a gentle flap, Xiao Ze's figure instantly soared to the shore. As anticipated, he had successfully transcended to the Dou Wang realm. With a smile, Xiao Ze remarked, gradually retracting his wings. The crowd was filled with delight, and Ziyan, in particular, eagerly pulled Xiao Ze, wishing to challenge him to a duel, only to be gently restrained by his hand on her head. If you truly wish to fight, I shall cease to refine pills for you. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, Ziyan quickly shook her head, her little head bobbing like a rattle drum. I won't fight, I won't fight. Seeing this, Xiao Xun'er and the little medical fairy couldn't help but chuckle. Ziyan's childlike nature could only be subdued by Xiao Ze. The elder Su Qian, who had been secretly guarding them, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Xiao Ze's successful breakthrough. This young lad possessed an extraordinarily profound foundation. It was hard to fathom that he had only accumulated his strength at the peak of Dueling for a few months. It seemed he had already been confident in breaking through to Dou Wang. He merely wished to wait for the source heart flame to temper his body, aiming for a flawless breakthrough. Observing Xiao Ze's remarkable advancement, Su Qian naturally reflected on his substantial foundation. After all, such a smooth breakthrough could not solely be attributed to the source heart flame. More importantly, it was Xiao Ze's own formidable accumulation that played a crucial role. It was likely that the source heart flame merely expedited his ascension to Dou Wang. Even without it, Xiao Ze would undoubtedly achieve this breakthrough within a year. Su Qian couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Ze's innate talent. Such a gift would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigious blessing even in Central State. The elder, noticing the four of them engrossed in conversation, had no intention of interrupting. He gently stroked the spatial ring on his finger, which contained over a dozen fresh magical cores. None below the fourth tier. These were high-level magical beasts drawn to the commotion of Xiao Ze's breakthrough over the past 10 days, all of which had been vanquished by the elder. As for the lower-tier magical beasts, he left them for Ziyan, Xiao Xun'er, and the others to handle. Otherwise, it would be rather peculiar to have none left. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, Xiao Ze secluded himself in a training chamber, publicly claiming he needed to consolidate his cultivation. In truth, he sought to explore the special rewards bestowed upon Xun'er for her breakthrough to Dueling. After sitting cross-legged for a considerable time, Xiao Ze suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a mere thought, a golden root materialized in the void. This golden root was exceedingly familiar to him. Each time his consciousness entered the void, he could see it rooting itself in the abyss, absorbing Dou Qi. Yet now, this root, which should have been confined to the void, appeared in reality. The manifestation of the void. Xiao Ze's eyes sparkled with realization as he muttered to himself. Since the emergence of the golden root, he felt as if the surrounding space had transformed into something tangible and real, no longer elusive and intangible. Contemplating this possibility, he swallowed hard and maneuvered the root, slicing through the void. With a whoosh, Xiao Ze stared in astonishment at the slender rift in space before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. The power to tear space. Chapter 110. Partnering with Ziyan to seek the Earth Core, refining elixir. The might of space tearing. The force of space has always been mysterious and unfathomable, accessible only to high-level cultivators. Aside from the exceedingly potent secret techniques and combat skills, few abilities can interfere with the very existence of space. Xiao Ze recalled that the true mastery of spatial power belongs to the Dou Zong realm. The Dou Wang, building upon this foundation, can extensively harness the energies of heaven and earth, capable of shattering mountains and collapsing peaks with mere gestures. Upon entering the Dou Zong, one can initially grasp the forces of space, wielding power far surpassing that of a Dou Wang. Thus, only those of at least the Dou Zong level are qualified to manipulate the fabric of space. Presently, the golden roots manifested by Xiao Ze evidently possess such formidable power. This extraordinary reward is indeed exceedingly generous. Xiao Ze drew a sword and cast it toward the hair-thin spatial rift. As the sword neared the rift, it was instantly torn into a multitude of fragments. Truly, it is a capability only attainable by advanced practitioners. With these golden roots, even if a Dou Wang were to confront me at close range, they would likely be severed, for the sharpness of this entity can even rend space itself. After waiting for a considerable while, the spatial rift gradually restored itself. He then retracted the golden roots, and in that moment, the sensation of being able to treat space as a tangible object to cleave apart vanished. It appears that I have not acquired such power myself. It is solely through the primordial tree that this feat is accomplished. Previously, I had observed the golden roots absorbing Dou Qi in the void, now manifested in reality. I shall witness its true prowess. With a mere thought, the golden roots voraciously consumed the energy within the entire training chamber. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Ze could not help but blink in astonishment, involuntarily exclaiming, "Terrifying indeed." The more he observed the golden roots, the more satisfied he became. Their assistance in both combat prowess and cultivation was immensely beneficial. Subsequently, Xiao Ze began to acclimate to his cultivation level, directly breaking through to the 2-star Do Wang, resulting in a significant surge in strength. However, the higher the realm, the greater the chasm between levels, akin to a vast divide. To challenge higher tiers, one must refine their abilities to the utmost. With a soft hiss, flames ignited fiercely in the palm of Xiao Ze's hand. He had long endeavored to merge the lethal toxic force with fire, but had been constrained by the insufficient intensity of the flames, always relying on the toxic force as the primary element. Now, having broken through to the Do Wang realm, the fire's intensity was sufficient, allowing him to truly commence the fusion. As the toxic force was incorporated, the flames shifted from a bright yellow to a myriad of colors, transforming the training chamber into a ballroom, with various hues of fire illuminating the space in a dazzling display. As I introduced different toxic forces, the flames correspondingly altered in color. A day later, the flames in Xiao Ze's palm radiated a profound heat, though they remained formless and colorless, reminiscent of the fallen heart flame. Nevertheless, this fire was distinctly different from the fallen heart flame, possessing formidable concealment and corrosive capabilities. Once tainted by this flame, it clings like a festering sore, and removing it is no simple task. This is a flame he painstakingly concocted after much experimentation, the most effective combination of fire and the venom of calamity. Both its power and nature left Xiao Ze feeling quite satisfied, having familiarized himself with various abilities. Xiao Ze exited the secluded training chamber and made his way to the hall of the loft. Upon seeing him, Ziyan promptly leaped down from the table and approached his side, tilting her head to speak to him. "Xiao Ze, let us together deal with that demon ape. We shall share the treasures within equally. Since when did you become so generous, learning to share?" he teased. "Humph. If it weren't for the fact that I could never handle that demon ape alone, I wouldn't dream of sharing such treasures with you." Ziyan huffed through her nose. Xiao Ze affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled. "Are you so confident that with my help, we can subdue that demon ape? Don't worry. I'll distract it while you sneak in and take what you need." Ziyan waved her hand confidently, patting her chest to assure Xiao Ze. "Well, since you put it that way, it would be somewhat impolite for me to refuse," he conceded. The two set off together toward the deep mountains. Along the way, Xiao Ze learned from Ziyan about the whereabouts of Xiao Xun'er and the little medical sage. It turned out they had ventured together to the 6th level of the sky-burning Qi Tower for training. As the top two on the strength leaderboard, Ziyan and Xiao Ze were not to be trifled with. Others dared not occupy the 1st and 2nd training rooms, leaving only Xiao Xun'er and the little medical sage free to enter. In a secluded part of the deep mountains, Ziyan stretched her limbs and said to Xiao Ze, "Let us follow the plan. I'll distract it first, and then you sneak in." Xiao Ze nodded, and Ziyan transformed into a flash of purple light, darting away. Before long, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. A demon ape, as large as a small mountain, let out a pained cry. Earlier, Ziyan had launched a surprise attack, delivering a powerful punch that left it howling in agony. Witnessing this, Xiao Ze couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. Even a beast of the emperor level would not take such a blow lightly. It was only due to the ancient bloodline of this demon ape that it could still chase after Ziyan with such vigor. Seeing the persistent nuisance that had been harassing it, the demon ape's eyes turned crimson as it activated its berserk bloodline. Ziyan's expression changed, and she muttered, "Is it really necessary? I merely punched you once, and you go straight into a berserk state?" As the demon ape unleashed its frenzied assault, Ziyan quickly raised her hands to defend, but her body was sent flying from the impact. Watching them battle further apart, Xiao Ze utilized his soul-sensing power to confirm that Ziyan was unharmed before stealthily slipping inside. After some exploration, he finally entered the underground world. Surrounded by countless stalactites, he slowly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the most concentrated force of the earth. Following his instincts, he walked for about 10 minutes until he finally came to a halt, gazing at a stalactite that reached 100 meters in length. Connecting to the summit of the mountain, Xiao Ze couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of nature. The colossal stalactite loomed majestically, akin to a monarch of the subterranean realm, receiving the reverent homage of countless smaller stalactites. Beneath this grand formation, atop a slab of azure stone, lay a shallow indentation cradling a milky white liquid, more than 2 inches deep. This opalescent liquid pulsated with immense energy, shrouded in a peculiar white mist emanating from above. However, Xiao Ze was acutely aware that the true treasure resided within the stalactite above his head. That was the genuine earth core body refining milk. In chapter 111, titled Abundant Harvests, each reaps their due, Xiao Ze transformed his fighting spirit into wings, ascending slowly to the pinnacle of the stalactite. He withdrew a jade implement to delicately slice along the edge. With a crisp crack, a brilliant emerald light burst forth. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed at the earth core body refining milk hidden within the stalactite. A liquid, reminiscent of jade, floated effortlessly in the air, exuding an energy far surpassing that of the milky white substance below, at least tenfold. What a rich essence! It was unimaginable how many years this energy had been nurtured within the earth. Xiao Ze grasped the jade implement. The earth core body refining milk was exceedingly precious, and any contamination would render it a mere puddle of refuse. Only the purest jade could contain it. He filled the jade vessel generously, yet paused, harboring no desire to exhaust this celestial essence. For if he were to deplete the entire jade liquid, the colossal stalactite would inevitably collapse, destroying a natural wonder that had been cultivated over countless years, a true tragedy. After a brief interval, the stalactite began to heal itself, leaving Xiao Ze in awe of nature's marvels. The efficacy of the earth core body refining milk for body refinement was extraordinary. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Ziyan sought merely the energy of the spiritual herb to facilitate her growth. The refining properties of the earth core body refining milk would likely serve as mere embellishment for her. However, should Xun'er partake of it, the effects would undoubtedly be remarkable. He contemplated whether to barter the medicinal herbs he had gathered for half of Ziyan's share of the earth core body refining milk. As for the notion of hoarding the genuine earth core body refining milk for himself, Xiao Ze could not bring himself to such an act. After all, a promise had been made. Each would receive half, and he intended to honor that commitment. Resolute, he gradually descended, arriving before the diluted earth core body refining milk. He filled 3 jade vials to the brim, destined for future alchemical endeavors. The remaining diluted essence in the azure stone's indentation was reduced to a mere shallow puddle. Having completed his task, Xiao Ze departed from the subterranean world. Yet, the one exerting the greatest effort was not him, but rather Ziyan, who continued her fierce battle with the demon ape. Sending a signal to her, the demon ape, in a state of frenzied bloodlust, sensed the shift and turned to regard Xiao Ze. Alas, he had already activated his layered purple cloud wings, vanishing from the beast's sight in an instant. Seizing this opportunity, Ziyan swiftly retreated, leaving the demon ape in a secluded place, seething with impotent rage, wreaking havoc upon its surroundings. At the waterfall deep within the mountains, Xiao Ze awaited patiently. A streak of violet light surged forth, transforming into the figure of Ziyan before him. How did it go? Did you succeed? Indeed. Xiao Ze gazed at the eagerly anticipating Ziyan and nodded slightly. However, he soon noticed the bruises and swelling adorning her arms. Are you all right? He inquired. Ziyan, taken aback by his concern, pondered what could be wrong with her. Following his gaze, she glanced at her own arms and, with an awkward expression, shook her head. It's nothing. These minor injuries will heal in no time. I've endured worse in my childhood. Observing her feigned fortitude, Xiao Ze retrieved a bottle of healing elixir. Even if you can recover on your own, it must still hurt quite a bit. Here, take this healing elixir. All right. Ziyan replied quietly as she accepted the vial and poured its contents directly into her mouth. Watching her consume a dozen pills in one go, Xiao Ze couldn't help but twitch his lips. Interacting with Ziyan required an adjustment to her extraordinary physique, which diverged from that of ordinary individuals. It doesn't taste like much. It's not palatable, she remarked, sticking out her tongue after swallowing the pills. Xiao Ze rolled his eyes in response. Did you think these were delectable medicinal balls? This is genuine elixir. The taste is unlikely to be pleasant. Thank you, Xiao Ze. No one has cared for me like this my entire life, Ziyan said, lowering her head momentarily. Xiao Ze affectionately ruffled her hair. Aware that she had grown up in the depths of the mountains, where her uniqueness had made her peers wary of her upon entering the inner academy. Ziyan yearned for familial love and companionship, leading her to cling closely to those she trusted. It was akin to her later acquaintance with Queen Medusa, where she would affectionately refer to her as Sister Qinglin. Of course, we are friends, comrades, and steadfast allies, Xiao Ze responded with a smile, eliciting a radiant grin from Ziyan. All right, my injuries have improved somewhat. What treasures did you acquire this time? Show me. Ziyan, feeling overwhelmed by the emotional atmosphere, hastily changed the subject. At the mention of his recent haul, Xiao Ze smiled slightly and waved his hand, revealing 4 jade vials upon the stone table. One contained genuine earth heart essence, while the other 3 held diluted versions. After explaining the properties of the earth heart essence, Ziyan's eyes widened in astonishment. With a satisfied expression, she approached Xiao Ze and patted his shoulder. I'm glad I involved you. You alchemists truly understand your materials. Noticing her hand moving towards his head, Xiao Ze quickly interjected. Hey, don't be silly. I have something important to discuss with you. What is it? It's not about the earth heart essence, is it? A hint of wariness appeared on Ziyan's face. It is indeed about the earth heart essence. I wish to trade it for a portion of your precious materials. The essence holds significant value for me, whereas for you, it merely serves as a source of immense celestial energy, similar to other materials, correct? After hearing Xiao Ze's explanation, Ziyan exhaled a sigh of relief and waved her hand generously. No problem. I will determine its worth in terms of materials. Ziyan carefully selected a dozen medicinal herbs before pausing her search. Xiao Ze glanced at the herbs, noting that their celestial energy might rival that of the earth core essence. However, the remarkable efficacy of the earth core essence was a significant advantage for Xiao Ze. Thus, he affectionately patted Ziyan on the head and smiled, expressing his gratitude. Xiao Ze, let us continue our partnership. I will hold off those magical beasts while you sneak in to steal the treasures. Ziyan, delighted with her collection of herbs, proposed eagerly. Xiao Ze stored away 3 jade vials, leaving 1 diluted vial of earth core essence for Ziyan. The little foodie wasted no time, uncorking the vial and gulping down the entire contents, savoring the creamy liquid with a satisfied lick of her lips. It was unexpectedly delicious, and the energy contained within was exceedingly abundant. Observing Ziyan's gaze fixed upon him, Xiao Ze promptly concealed his hands behind his back. He offered a parting remark before soaring into the sky with wings of light. Chapter 112. A parting gift, a kiss of deep affection. The atmosphere within the inner courtyard remained as vibrant as ever, even invigorated by the recent fierce competition that had ignited the ambitions of many students, all eager to become the next strong contender. Xiao Ze witnessed several duels along his path, and many students regarded him with admiration and reverence. In this fiercely competitive environment, the veneration of the strong was palpably evident. Although Xiao Ze exuded an approachable demeanor, none dared to interrupt him. Xiao Ze, would you like to take a stroll and relax a bit? Suggested a voice. Of course, balance is essential. The two ambled quietly through the expansive inner courtyard, which, barring the more popular areas, offered a serene atmosphere. They walked side by side, cherishing their moments of tranquility together. The following days unfolded similarly, with Xiao Ze rare in his relaxation, eschewing alchemy and cultivation to spend time with Xun'er, relishing the unique peace of their companionship in the deep mountains. The little healer sensed that significant changes were on the horizon, thus she refrained from intruding, choosing instead to cultivate in her solitary chamber. In a picturesque hillside alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, the two reclined. Suddenly, Xun'er propped herself up and retrieved a black scroll from her interspatial ring. Xiao Ze, you must keep this combat technique safe. It is a secret technique of my clan, and only those who reach the martial king realm may practice it. Once mastered, remember to use it only in dire circumstances. After imparting her words, Xun'er placed the black scroll into Xiao Ze's hands. You truly anticipated this, didn't you? A bittersweet smile graced Xun'er's lips, her eyes brimming with reluctance. I do not wish to be a burden to you any longer. Those precious pills should rightfully be consumed by you, Xiao Ze, as they would truly benefit you. Also, I must admit that I possess a strong competitive spirit, always feeling as though I am lagging behind you. At the very least, on the path of cultivation that lies ahead, I wish to walk alongside brother Xiao Ze. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze comprehended the sentiments residing within Xiao Xun'er's heart. From her perspective, it was Xiao Ze's excessive dedication that weighed heavily upon her, leading her to feel as though she was a burden to him. She believed that if Xiao Ze were to utilize the elixirs he possessed, he would reap greater benefits. Additionally, her persistent lag behind Xiao Ze had ignited her competitive spirit, inciting a sense of anxiety and fear within her. She feared that in the future, Xiao Ze would surpass her significantly on the path of cultivation, and she would be rendered unworthy of standing beside him. Having made her decision, Xun'er was not to be coerced by Xiao Ze. To force her to remain by his side would only exacerbate her feelings of heaviness and pressure. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ze embraced Xun'er tightly. In the midst of her bashful glances, he gently lowered his head. As their faces drew nearer, their lips met without the slightest gap between them, held closely together. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Xun'er's breath came in quickened gasps, her body feeling weak. Her cheeks flushed a brilliant crimson as she lightly thumped Xiao Ze's chest. Brother Xiao Ze, you are such a bully. Xun'er, wait for me. I will surely come for you. No matter the obstacles that lie between us, I shall clear them away. Xiao Ze spoke hoarsely. I am aware of your family's profound background, But as I have said before, if a Dou saint is insufficient, then I shall strive to become a Dou emperor. Xiao Xun'er replied softly, if brother Xiao Ze truly becomes a Dou emperor, I dare say no girl in this Dou Qi Continent would dare refuse your proposal. Brother Xiao Ze, I will be waiting for you in the ancient clan, you must come. Following their recent kiss, their bond had transcended once more. By the way, this is the Earth Core Body Refining Elixir, which offers tremendous benefits for body refinement. Xiao Ze produced a jade vial containing the elixir and elaborated on its properties. Noticing Xun'er's hesitation, he quickly added, I have accepted your parting gift. Would you not accept mine? Upon hearing this, Xun'er smiled in relief, her exquisite smile causing even the birds to sing in delight. Then I shall accept it. Xiao Ze then informed Xun'er of the precautions regarding the use of the Earth Core Body Refining Elixir, warning her against direct usage, as the terrifying energy it contained was beyond endurance, and emphasizing that it must only be handled with the purest jade. Xun'er listened intently, a blissful smile gracing her lips as she held the jade vial tightly against her chest. Brother Xiao Ze, time is running short. You should leave now. Those from my clan are quite domineering, and I fear for your safety, Xun'er implored earnestly, her eyes filled with reluctance. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Ze paused momentarily before gently patting her head. Take care, Xun'er. Brother Xiao Ze, I will be waiting for you to find me. Xiao Xun'er watched as Xiao Ze gradually receded into the distance. She lingered in place for a moment before noticing dark shadows slowly emerging in the distance. The fierce wind stirred up by the flying magical beasts bent the flowers and grasses on the hillside. This was the elite force of the ancient clans. The Black Yin army. The flying magical beast beneath them was a formidable four-winged unicorn, upon which stood members of the Black Yin army radiating a powerful aura. An elderly man with white hair and beard descended slowly before Xiao Xun'er, bowing as he spoke. Xiao Xun'er nodded, having sent an elder to lead the Black Yin army to escort her. With a graceful leap, she ascended onto the back of the flying magical beast. Let us depart. The aged voice resonated as the Black Yin army diligently guarded the four-winged unicorn carrying Xiao Xun'er. Before departing, the elder cast a contemplative glance towards the valley behind him. Such an intriguing little creature with its concealment abilities. Canaan Academy still possesses significant depth. After speaking, the elder shook his head. This is the domain of Canaan Academy. It is best not to become too involved. With that, he shot away with great speed. Xiao Ze soared into the sky, watching Xiao Xun'er leave. As he saw her wave goodbye, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Take care, brother Xiao Ze. Chapter 113, Promotion to Elder. The formula for spirit fighting pills. Xiao Ze floated silently in midair, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Xun'er had departed. Although he understood that she could not remain by his side forever, the reality of separation stirred feelings of reluctance and sorrow within him. Little one, focus on your cultivation. Your current strength does not meet the family's expectations. The Grand Elder Su Qian, having appeared by Xiao Ze's side unbeknownst to him, spoke. The entry of the Black Yin army into the inner courtyard naturally required his approval as the Grand Elder. He had been vigilant, concerned about any unforeseen incidents, and only approached when he sensed the departure of the ancient clan members. Noticing Xiao Ze's silence, he could not help but offer words of comfort. Thank you for your counsel, Grand Elder. I understand. I have faith in your words, little one. Speaking of which, you have already become a spirit king. Do you wish to graduate early? Xiao Ze pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Am I eligible to apply to become an elder in the inner courtyard? Haha. Little one, have you forgotten your training plan? Once you graduate, you will automatically become an elder in the inner courtyard without needing to apply. Ah, I see. Then I shall graduate early. My current strength feels somewhat out of place compared to the other students. In the first training room of the sky-burning refinement tower, Xiao Ze remarked, Indeed, she already bid you farewell earlier, did she not? The little medical fairy paused in surprise at his insight, nodding in affirmation. Last night, Xun'er said her goodbyes and even gifted me a parting present. She displayed the gift, offering comfort. Xiao Ze, Xun'er's choice to leave is for the sake of a better reunion in the future. Do not be too sorrowful. Xiao Ze nodded, remaining silent. The little medical fairy understood that Xiao Ze was currently not in high spirits. Without further disturbing Xiao Ze, he rose and departed from the first cultivation chamber, leaving the space solely for Xiao Ze. Soon after, Xiao Ze emerged from the elder's pavilion in the inner courtyard, now donned in the uniform of an elder. In his hand, he held a purple crystal card, an exclusive fire energy card for the elders of the inner courtyard. With this crystal card, one could delve into the depths of the sky-burning refining tower. The passing students were taken aback upon seeing Xiao Ze in his elder's attire, quickly bowing respectfully and greeting him. Elder Xiao. Xiao Ze responded to each with a smile. Upon arriving at the Alchemy Department's elixir exchange, the managing elder, upon noticing Xiao Ze's uniform, clasped his hands and exclaimed, Congratulations, young friend Xiao Ze, on your swift ascension to elder. You must be the youngest elder in the history of the inner courtyard. Haha, Elder Yin, you flatter me, Xiao Ze replied warmly. They exchanged pleasantries and chatted for a while before Xiao Ze accepted the 5th grade elixir recipe handed over by Elder Yin. As a high-tier recipe, there were not many in the inner courtyard, with only a scant few dozen preserved with utmost care. Although Xiao Ze had learned of the price for the 5th grade recipes from Elder Hua, he was still unfamiliar with the specific recipes the inner courtyard possessed. Initially, he had accumulated enough to exchange for 2 5th grade recipes. However, upon seeing the last entry on the 5th grade recipe list, he was momentarily stunned. The Dueling Dan. To clarify, in the early chapters of the original work, Dueling Dan was classified as a 6th grade elixir, but later revised to the peak of 5th grade. This follows the later setting of it being the pinnacle of 5th grade. The inner courtyard surprisingly possessed the illustrious recipe for the Dueling Dan. As the pinnacle of 5th grade elixirs, the effects of Dueling Dan are straightforward yet profound. It grants a Do Wang expert an increase of 1 star in strength. For many Do Wang practitioners, a single Dueling Dan can save them years, even decades of effort. Even though one can only consume a Dueling Dan once in a lifetime, it does not diminish its value in the slightest. The exchange price for Dueling Dan corresponds to its worth, 4,000 elixir credits, equivalent to the cost of 2 5th grade recipes. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ze opted to exchange for the Dueling Dan recipe. Upon seeing Xiao Ze's choice, Elder Yan's eyes brightened, and his tone became somewhat ingratiating. Young friend Xiao Ze, do you possess the alchemical skills to refine the Dueling Dan? In truth, this is my first attempt. The specifics can only be determined through practice. Xiao Ze humbly replied, if you are able to refine the Dueling Dan, would you consider parting with it? I would be willing to pay a handsome price. Elder Yin earnestly stated. Initially, he regarded Xiao Ze merely as a remarkably talented student, but upon learning of Xiao Ze's capability to refine the Dueling Dan, his perception shifted dramatically. Even as a Do Wang expert, he found himself seeking Xiao Ze's favor. There is no need for such formality, Elder Yin. Should I succeed in refining the Dueling Dan, I would only require a few ingredients for the elixir. I would gladly refine one for you free of charge. As Xiao Ze's words came to an end, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over Elder Yan's face. Grasping Xiao Ze's hand, he expressed his gratitude profusely before hurriedly departing to retrieve the formula for the Dueling Dan. Observing this, Xiao Ze gained a deeper understanding of why alchemists were held in such high esteem across the Dou Qi Continent. The elders at the Ziyan Academy treated him quite well. Should he be able to assist them, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. Moreover, although Xiao Ze offered his services to concoct the potion free of charge, should he succeed on the first attempt, all remaining materials for the Dueling Dan would belong to him. Ultimately, one's own skills must be honed to reap greater rewards. Before long, Xiao Ze emerged empty-handed, yet the formula for the Dueling Dan was vividly etched in his mind. Elder Yin, who had accompanied him to the door, could not help but sigh as he watched Xiao Ze's receding figure. How formidable the younger generation is. In less than a year, he has grown to the point where I must humbly seek his assistance for elixirs. However, should I truly acquire the Dueling Dan, all would be worth it. Fortuitously, it was my turn to oversee the alchemical library. Otherwise, I would have missed the opportunity to befriend young Xiao Ze, let alone procure the Dueling Dan. Elder Yin expressed his immense relief. I must quickly gather the necessary materials for the Dueling Dan. If I wait until young Xiao Ze successfully concocts it, a tempest of competition for the materials will surely arise within the inner academy. He is well aware of how many elders within the inner academy have yet to experience the Dueling Dan. If Xiao Ze can indeed refine the potion, they will undoubtedly come, faces flushed, to implore him for his expertise. At that point, acquiring the materials needed for the Dueling Dan will no longer be as straightforward as it is now. Xiao Ze made his way to the 7th floor of the Tenfold refinement tower. The first 6 levels were designated for students to practice, while the 7th was reserved exclusively for the elders. Only those possessing the Violet Fire Energy card were permitted entry. Xiao Ze intended to refine the Dueling Dan while simultaneously cultivating his skills in this sanctified space. Chapter 114, Exclusive Training Room. Refining the Dueling Dan. Due to the strict admission requirements of the 7th level of the Tenfold refinement tower, the Inner Academy placed great emphasis on this matter. Xiao Ze was unable to negotiate for the inclusion of Xiao Xian and Ziyan. However, the two of them occupying room 1 for training was sufficient. This left Lei Jia feeling rather conflicted. It was not as if he had wrested this privilege from Xiao Ze. Rather, Xiao Ze had ascended to a higher echelon and graciously offered him room 2. This engendered a lingering sense of being a recipient of Xiao Ze's charity within Lei Jia's heart. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ze, who was currently surveying the 7th level of the Tenfold refinement tower, Lei Jia's feelings were anything but trivial. Compared to the previous 6 levels, the 7th level was far more exquisite and opulent. Each level of the Tenfold refinement tower featured a central black hole connecting to the base, channeling the energy of the fallen heart flame. The training rooms on the first 6 levels were situated at a considerable distance from the central black hole. In contrast, the 7th level boasted an array of lavish training rooms positioned around the central black hole. After all, to become an elder of the Inner Academy is to be considered among its elite. The fallen heart flame is not a secret even among the elders of the inner court, thus there is no need for deliberate isolation. Moreover, with the heavenly flame refining tower, the intensity of the seals increases the deeper one goes, allowing for the construction of cultivation chambers near the central black hole. Xiao Ze glanced around. Although the cultivation chambers on the 7th floor were more exquisite and luxurious, their numbers had significantly dwindled, all concentrated around the central black hole, leaving none elsewhere. Just as Xiao Ze intended to approach for a closer examination, a familiar figure emerged from one of the cultivation chambers. Upon seeing Xiao Ze, the figure paused momentarily, and then, noticing Xiao Ze's elder uniform, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Young friend Xiao Ze, congratulations on your swift promotion to elder. Elder Lin, it has been a while, Xiao Ze replied with a respectful gesture. Elder Lin had been quite supportive when he first entered the inner court. After exchanging pleasantries, Elder Lin brought up the cultivation chambers. Speaking of which, this must be your first time entering the 7th floor cultivation chamber, right? Indeed. Are there any specific rules for using the 7th floor cultivation chambers? Xiao Ze inquired openly, feeling no need for concealment. Not at all. The cultivation efficiency on the 7th floor is quite comparable. Therefore, there is no competition. Everyone is entitled to their own exclusive chamber. Just look for one without a name. Affix your flame energy card, and you may utilize it. Each chamber on this 7th floor is quite costly to construct, providing excellent cultivation benefits for us. You will understand once you have experienced it yourself. After hearing Elder Lin's explanation, Xiao Ze nodded appreciatively. He was grateful for Elder Lin's guidance. Otherwise, he might have thought, like on the first 6 floors, that he would need to compete for chambers with higher cultivation efficiency. Thank you for the introduction, Elder Lin. Haha. There's no need for such formality. We are both elders now, and who knows, I might require your assistance in the future, Elder Lin remarked, alluding to Xiao Ze's identity as an alchemist. Well then, I must take my leave to fulfill my duties, as the flame energy of the inner court is not easily obtained. Xiao Ze smiled in understanding. After becoming an elder, one could receive 1,500 units of flame energy each month. However, with such privileges also came responsibilities, including safeguarding the inner court during crises and attending to various tasks such as managing the heavenly flame refining tower, overseeing the herb storage, and guarding the gates of the inner court. These were all vital areas requiring the management and vigilance of the elders. With the increasing number of elders, the responsibilities were shared, allowing each elder to only be on duty for 3 months a year, with the remainder of the time at their discretion. As Xiao Ze watched Elder Lin depart, he began to wander through the 7th floor. He discovered that the energy supply to the 7th floor cultivation chambers was directly connected to the central black hole. Unlike the first 6 floors, where the cultivation efficiency diminished, the further one was from the central black hole. It was no wonder Elder Lin had mentioned that the cultivation efficiency across the chambers was relatively uniform. However, with such direct access to the central black hole, the construction cost of each chamber was exorbitant, making it a privilege only the elders could afford. Upon unraveling the mysteries of the cultivation chamber, Xiao Ze sought out an unmarked training room. He placed his violet energy card against the doorframe, and instantly, the crystalline screen above illuminated with his name, followed by a soft click as the door swung open. Quite sophisticated, he mused. As he stepped through the threshold, he noticed a delicate luminous membrane at the entrance, effectively preventing the energy within the chamber from leaking out. Crossing through this membrane, Xiao Ze was immediately enveloped by a surging tide of energy. It was as if the energy itself was eager to enter his body without any effort on his part. Such an abundant flow of energy. No wonder Elder Lin remarked that it offers considerable cultivation enhancement for those at the Dou Wang level. Upon entering, he discovered that the interior was far from austere. Beyond the central cultivation jade platform, it was furnished with all the necessary amenities. If one could endure the environment, it could easily serve as a personal abode. Xiao Ze was not in a hurry to commence his training. Instead, he retrieved the spirit-infusing cauldron and meticulously arranged the medicinal ingredients required for the Dueling pill. Among them, the most striking was a bizarre, desiccated branch, entirely crimson and serpentine in shape, the blood python branch. This was the primary ingredient for the Dueling pill, a rather rare herb. Although it lacked the grandeur of the king of all fires, the spirit-infusing cauldron could still enhance the success rate to some extent. Gazing at the 2 sets of hard-earned materials, Xiao Ze inhaled deeply, silently encouraging himself to succeed within 2 attempts. He infused his Dou Qi into the spirit-infusing cauldron, and a roaring flame erupted, fiercely radiating its energy, swiftly completing the cauldron's warming process. Having ascended to the Do Wang level, the flames he conjured were more vigorous, meeting the requirements for refining 5th-grade pills. At the very least, he would not be a hindrance. Coupled with Xiao Ze's alchemical skills and the assistance of the cauldron, he could indeed take on the challenge of creating the Dueling pill. After a considerable time, beads of sweat appeared on Xiao Ze's forehead, his expression grave as the volatile medicinal powers clashed within the cauldron. However, under the suppression of his formidable soul perception, it remained within a controllable range. The spirit-infusing cauldron emanated a faint, ethereal glow, bolstering the flames and mitigating the tumultuous clashes of the medicinal force, allowing Xiao Ze's soul perception to flow with greater ease. He marveled at the cauldron's excellence, indeed worthy of being compared to the pinnacle of alchemical vessels. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from within the cauldron, and the medicinal liquid began to boil violently, a surge of potent medicinal energy rapidly expanding. Just as Xiao Ze intended to use his soul perception to suppress it, he felt an instinctive urge and slightly relaxed his grip. The medicinal energy spread out, causing the spirit-infusing cauldron to tremble. Once this wave of medicinal energy was released, Xiao Ze's soul perception instantly surged back in response. Consolidate, Xiao Ze silently urged, as the boiling medicinal liquid gradually began to coalesce into pill form under the guidance of his soul perception. Success. Chapter 115. Exchanging pills for materials, snowballing. The process of pill condensation is the most critical step in alchemy, and it is also the most challenging. Generally, if one can successfully navigate this step, the subsequent phases are not overly arduous. In his inaugural attempt at concocting a 5th-tier elixir, the Dueling Dan, Xiao Ze exhibited a touch of overconfidence, as the tumultuous surge of medicinal energy nearly overwhelmed him. However, in a moment of inspiration, he chose not to directly suppress the final wave of energy, but rather to allow it to flow freely, culminating in the successful formation of the elixir. Reflecting upon this perilous experience, Xiao Ze realized that by fully assimilating the lessons learned, he would be able to master the crafting of ordinary 5th-tier potions with greater ease. After all, the Dueling Dan represents the pinnacle of 5th-tier elixirs, its complexity surpassing even that of certain 6th-tier concoctions. Should he thoroughly comprehend the insights gained from this initial endeavor, his alchemical skills would see remarkable advancement. Xiao Ze was also immensely satisfied with the peculiarities of the Yunsiding. Had he employed an ordinary cauldron, the explosive force of the medicinal energy would likely have resulted in a catastrophic failure, rendering the Dueling Dan irretrievable. It is evident how vital a superior cauldron is to an alchemist. The higher the level of the alchemist, the greater the demand for an exceptional cauldron. With the Yunsiding at his disposal, Xiao Ze would no longer need to fret over the quality of his cauldron in the future. As his thoughts meandered, a rich aroma of the elixir wafted from the Yunsiding, accompanied by a series of energetic waves that relentlessly pounded against the walls of the cauldron. Yet, the sturdy Yunsiding remained steadfast, only trembling slightly from the earlier surge of medicinal power. The current energy fluctuations were insufficient to disturb it in the slightest. Generally speaking, the stronger the energy wave of a 5th-tier elixir, the higher its quality. Thus, Xiao Ze pondered whether his Dueling Dan was merely average. Lacking a precise understanding of the energy fluctuations associated with the Dueling Dan, given it was his first attempt, he sensed it was decent, especially since even the Yunsiding remained undisturbed. With a deep sigh of relief, Xiao Ze withdrew his energy input and opened the cauldron, revealing a beautifully refined Dueling Dan in his hand. To his surprise, it was indeed quite commendable. After a thorough examination, he confirmed its excellent quality before placing the Dueling Dan in a jade vial. Rather than immediately embarking on another round of alchemical creation, he closed his eyes in contemplation, reflecting upon the experiences of this session. After a considerable duration, he concluded his reflections, feeling the considerable reserve of energy within him. Xiao Ze made his way to the cultivation platform, intending to test the Elder's exclusive training chamber. Thanks to the presence of the primordial tree within the void space, Xiao Ze found it challenging to experience the fatigue that other alchemists often felt. The roots of the primordial tree, deeply embedded in the void, continually siphoned energy. It was exceedingly difficult for him to deplete his energy solely through alchemical processes. Inserting the purple fire energy card into its slot, he was immediately deducted 50 units of fire energy, prompting him to roll his eyes in exasperation. What a surprise! With a monthly allowance of 1,500 units of fire energy, he had precisely enough to exhaust it within this training chamber. Should he wish to expend fire energy elsewhere, he would have to rely on his own efforts. However, Xiao Ze did not dedicate every day solely to cultivation. He also allocated a portion of his time to alchemy. Each month, he managed to conserve a modicum of fiery energy, supplemented by an additional source of medicinal materials. This source was derived from the exchange of elixirs for herbs within the alchemical system. Thus, when considered in totality, the fiery energy was not as scarce as it initially appeared. As Xiao Ze closed his eyes to commence his meditation, a robust heart fire surged within him, only to be immediately drawn by the void. Simultaneously, golden roots emerged from the ether, beginning to absorb the energy within the cultivation chamber. With an approach that harmonized both internal and external practices, he was engaged in a dual pursuit. When Xiao Ze finally reopened his eyes, the once mist-laden chamber now lay bare before him. Feeling the emptiness of the space, he shook his head, realizing he had drawn too aggressively on the energy. It was necessary for him to wait for the chamber to replenish. He approached the Ling Yung Ding, gazing at the solitary remaining ingredient for the Dueling Dan, and fell into contemplation. With only one ingredient left, it was evident that it would not suffice to meet his current alchemical needs. Alchemy required practice, and only through diligent effort could mastery be achieved. Suddenly, he recalled Elder Yin from the Danfeng Management Library, who had previously exhibited a glimmer of interest. Could it be that he had indeed gathered the necessary materials for the Dueling Dan? With this thought, Xiao Ze promptly stored away the Ling Yung Ding and its remaining materials, intending to visit Elder Yin. In the Danfeng Management Library, Elder Yin was engrossed in an ancient tome. Suddenly, he caught a faint whiff of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. Raising his head, he was not surprised to see Xiao Ze approaching. Young friend Xiao Ze. Upon seeing him, Elder Yin hastily set aside his cherished book and inquired, "Have you successfully refined the Dueling Dan?" "Haha, by a stroke of luck, I managed to refine one," Xiao Ze replied with a cheerful demeanor. Although his tone was calm, it resonated like thunder in Elder Yan's ears, causing his breath to quicken. "Young friend Xiao Ze, would you consider parting with the Dueling Dan? Speak freely about your desires." Elder Yin exclaimed, "Such words are unnecessary, Elder. You have always looked after me. If you truly require the Dueling Dan, please take it. However, concerning the materials." Upon hearing this, Elder Yan's expression transformed with joy as he quickly produced 2 sets of materials for the Dueling Dan, his demeanor tinged with embarrassment. "I had hoped for this when you exchanged for the Dueling Dan earlier, but in the haste of the moment, I could only gather these 2 sets." Elder Yin had more to say. Should Xiao Ze be unable to refine the elixir, these materials could be offered to other alchemists. He did not place all his hopes solely on Xiao Ze. Yet, the current situation filled Elder Yin with immense delight. "That is sufficient, Elder Yin. Here is the Dueling Dan." With a flick of his wrist, a jade vial appeared in his hand. Elder Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as he tremulously accepted it. His cultivation had stagnated for many years, and he desperately needed a Dueling Dan to facilitate a breakthrough. "Actually, Elder, I have one more request. Please, young friend Xiao Ze, speak your mind. If it is within my power, I shall exert every effort to fulfill it," Elder Yin replied earnestly. "In truth, it is but a trivial matter, as I wish to further experiment with the concoction of dueling pills, yet find myself lacking the time to gather the necessary herbs. I kindly request Elder Yin to relay this message to Elder Lin and others who have previously shown me kindness. Should they require dueling pills, they may feel free to approach me. I can produce them without charge, provided they prepare 3 sets of materials. Due to the rotation of the elders, I am unaware of their precise whereabouts. Thus, I must trouble Elder Yin for assistance." Upon hearing Xiao Ze's explanation, Elder Yin nodded repeatedly, thumping his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, young friend Xiao Ze, I shall certainly see this matter through. After so many years in the inner courtyard, I am well aware of who has needs." Chapter 116. The elders of the inner courtyard descend into madness. In the interim, he made a visit to the first training room, engaging in a profound exchange regarding the essence of the calamity poison with the little medical sage, thus enhancing both their cultivations. When Xiao Ze had previously concentrated all resources on Xiao Xun'er, it was the in-depth discussions with Xiao Ze about the calamity poison that allowed the little medical sage to match her prowess. This method could be likened to a spiral ascent, where the left foot propels the right. However, such exchanges cannot occur too frequently. For while Xiao Ze can manage the sudden surge of poison, it would be far more challenging for the little medical sage to do so. Although Xiao Ze can provide some assistance, the primary control remains with her. In the future, as Xiao Ze's calamity poison body evolves further, he might be able to assist the little medical sage in mastering the calamity poison within her body in one decisive step, ultimately condensing it into a singular rune for perfect control. At this rate, little medical sage, your breakthrough to Do Wang should occur within half a year, Xiao Ze remarked. Releasing her hand and sensing the fluctuating aura around her, he could not help but smile. "Perhaps, but I still fall far short of your progress." The little medical sage replied, a charming smile gracing her lips, laced with a hint of envy. despite both possessing calamity-poisoned bodies. She pondered why Xiao Ze's advancement was so rapid. In comparison to the original narrative, where the little medical sage recklessly devoured poisons in the Empire of Sun, her current development is far more balanced and serene. While she has indeed enhanced her cultivation through Xiao Ze's calamity poison, she primarily dedicates herself to her own training. Such an approach yields far greater benefits, allowing her to more comfortably manage the poison within her system. Xiao Ze gently ruffled the little medical sage's hair, his fingers gliding through the silky strands as they cascaded from his fingertips. By the way, where has Ziyan gone? It seems she has ventured into the deep mountains in search of herbs again. At this, Xiao Ze chuckled heartily. This little girl is truly eager to grow up. There's no helping it. Ziyan is likely quite distressed over her childlike appearance, the little medical sage remarked thoughtfully. Her own body was rapidly maturing, becoming increasingly graceful and curvaceous. Compared to a few years prior, she was nearly unrecognizable. If given the choice, she would undoubtedly prefer her current form. After chatting for a while, Xiao Ze rose to leave, preparing to utilize the remaining 3 sets of materials to concoct the Dueling pills. He firmly believed that a steady stream of medicinal herbs would soon be delivered to him. In the inner courtyard, within the management office of the Combat Technique Pavilion, Elder Yin strolled in with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm confidence. Elder Lin, engrossed in reviewing documents, looked up and was momentarily taken aback. Old Yin, what brings you here instead of supervising the alchemical formulas? Surely the combat techniques here are beneath your interest? Just then, a medicinal vial fell from behind Elder Yin with a clatter. Oh dear, my body is getting stiff from inactivity. I fumbled the vial, he remarked. Elder Lin's gaze fell upon the vial that had shattered on the ground, revealing the precious elixir within, causing him to involuntarily tear the documents in his hands in shock. The combat spirit pill. Old Yin, where on earth did you procure such a treasure? Has Old Fire recently resumed alchemical operations? Elder Lin inquired eagerly. He did not believe for a moment that Elder Yan's mishap was genuine. The vial had been tightly enveloped in fighting energy, as if to prevent any accidental damage. This fellow was clearly intent on showcasing his acquisition. Elder Yan, witnessing the envy and astonishment etched on Elder Lin's face, felt a surge of joy within. Old Fire can indeed concoct it, but only at his discretion. I obtained this from another source. Stop with the suspense. Just tell me. Elder Lin urged impatiently, prompting Elder Yin to leisurely continue. Do you still remember our young friend Xiao Ze? Why do you suddenly mention him? Elder Lin, initially puzzled, soon realized the implication. Swallowing hard as a sense of dryness settled in his throat. Could it be that Xiao Ze crafted the combat spirit pill? Indeed. Elder Yin relished the moment and revealed without further ado, the combat spirit pill was indeed concocted by young Xiao Ze, and he has entrusted me to convey a message. For those elders in the inner courtyard who have previously shown him kindness, he is willing to refine the combat spirit pill free of charge, provided they bring 3 portions of medicinal herbs. Elder Lin, hurry and prepare. I am the first to come to you. But soon there will likely be a storm of competition for the medicinal herbs needed to procure the combat spirit pill within the inner courtyard. Upon hearing Elder Yan's revelation, Elder Lin was struck with astonishment. Disregarding his exhilaration, he immediately transformed his fighting energy into wings, soaring off to gather the necessary herbs. This was a rare opportunity. An alchemist offering their services without charge was an enticing chance he could not afford to miss. Elder Yin watched as Elder Lin darted away, clutching the vial tightly. Reflecting on his own fortune, I too am quite fortunate. He then set off to inform other elders who might have needs. He reached out not only to those who had previously assisted Xiao Ze, but also to those who had never interacted with him. However, he refrained from mentioning the free service, simply informing them that another capable alchemist willing to craft the combat spirit pill had emerged in the inner courtyard. What you choose to do next is entirely up to you, he concluded. Elder Yin felt immense gratitude toward Xiao Ze for his willingness to refine the combat spirit pill without charge, and thus he exerted every effort to fulfill Xiao Ze's request. It is worth noting that typically, hiring an alchemist to concoct pills requires not only the provision of herbs. Moreover, a considerable price must be paid to engage an alchemist for the crafting of elixirs. For instance, the venerable Fire Elder of the Alchemy Department concocts potions solely based on his whims. Thus, regardless of the substantial benefits one might offer, if he is in a foul mood, he will not ignite the flames to brew potions. If Xiao Ze seeks to enhance his alchemical prowess through the crafting of the Dueling Dan, he will promptly inform all the elders in the inner court who have such a need. Consequently, those elders will have to present some form of compensation to request Xiao Ze's assistance in alchemy. As for the concern of being overwhelmed by too many requests, Xiao Ze can simply refuse. They would not dare to express any dissatisfaction. What a jest! The nobility of an alchemist is not a matter to be trifled with. Thus, Many elders in the inner court will owe Xiao Ze a significant favor. Elder Yan's actions have unleashed a tempest among the inner court elders, driving them into a frenzy. They have begun to frantically gather the materials for the Dueling Dan, even going so far as to bicker over some primary ingredients. Although the inner court has accumulated resources over the years, it cannot withstand the demands of so many elders. Soon, the deep mountains surrounding the inner court fell victim to this frenzy. Numerous Do Wang experts ventured into the mountains to scour for medicinal materials, all in pursuit of assembling the ingredients for the Dueling Dan. Meanwhile, the one who has captured the hearts of the inner court elders is diligently engaged in the crafting of the Dueling Dan, entirely unaffected by the commotion outside. Chapter 117. Harmonizing Cultivation and Alchemy. Within the inner court, in the Elder Hall, the Grand Elder, Su Qian, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window, holding a report, his expression inscrutable. Before long, Elder Yin entered. Grand Elder, you summon me? Old Yin, the inner court is quite lively of late. Do you have any insights? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Elder Yan's expression shifted in surprise. Could it be that the Grand Elder intends to hold him accountable? He hurriedly spoke. Indeed, the recent events concerning the other elders in the inner court were instigated by me. Humph, you possess quite the self-awareness. Elaborate further on what could prompt the elders to abandon their duties and rush into the depths of the mountains. The Grand Elder replied with a light scoff. While he was somewhat informed about the situation, he still wished to hear the perspective of this instigator. Cough, cough. It all traces back to when young friend Xiao Ze gifted me a Dueling Dan. The Grand Elder listened intently, a look of astonishment gradually forming on his face. This young lad continues to astonish at every turn. I never imagined he could already concoct a pinnacle-grade Dueling Dan. Yet, his achievements in alchemy, beyond that so-called ancient alchemist heritage, must be attributed to his relentless dedication. Wouldn't you agree? Elder Yin nodded in agreement upon hearing the Grand Elder's remarks. Crafting high-tier elixirs is not a mere task of sitting before the cauldron and casually succeeding. The process of creating advanced elixirs demands immense effort and diligence. Rarely does an alchemist engage in the intensive crafting of high-grade elixirs. It is precisely for this reason that Elder Yan's announcement of Xiao Ze's willingness to concoct the Dueling Dan has driven the inner court elders into such a frenzy. By the way, how many elders in the inner court have been looking out for you? Should it be around 5 or 6? Indeed, Elder Yin began to speak, adding a clarification. To be precise, there are 5 of us, for I have already acquired the Dueling Dan. Elevating one's alchemical skills through the refinement of the Dueling Dan is something unattainable for ordinary alchemists. The Grand Elder pondered aloud. Is this young fellow not being a tad too audacious? Yet, I reassured him, there is no need for excessive concern, esteemed Grand Elder. In my estimation, Xiao Ze possesses a keen self-awareness. Should he exceed his limits, he would undoubtedly refrain from further attempts at refinement. The Grand Elder glanced at Elder Yin and casually remarked, the turmoil within the inner academy has arisen due to your actions, so you shall temporarily oversee the affairs of the other absent elders. Upon hearing this, Elder Yin displayed a wry smile, yet he acquiesced. After all, it was his own impulsiveness that had expanded the scope beyond what was initially requested by Xiao Ze, who merely sought assistance from those elders who had previously looked after him. The Grand Elder was evidently aware of this nuance, which is why he assigned this task to him, a clear reprimand for his unilateral decision-making. Of course, it was hardly a severe punishment, while the elders managed. Many matters were indeed handled by the mentors. Typically, mentors were capable of addressing most issues. Elder Yin would only need to manage those that were beyond their purview. Very well, hasten to attend to those matters, he concluded. I shall take my leave for now, Grand Elder. The Elder's pavilion fell silent once more, with a faint smile gracing the Grand Elder's lips. I hope, young one, that you can bring about some positive transformations within the inner academy. In the 7th level of the Tianfin Refinement Tower, within Xiao Ze's exclusive cultivation chamber, he engaged in his practice after completing a round of refinement. During his training, he reflected on his experiences in alchemy. Repeatedly refining pinnacle-grade Dan pills had significantly accelerated his alchemical prowess. Thus far, he had utilized 4 portions of medicinal materials. 2 he had gathered himself and 2 obtained from Elder Yin, all of which had been consumed. The success rate for producing the Dueling Dan stood at 50%. Currently, he possessed only 1 Dueling Dan, as the other 2 had failed at various stages of the process. For Xiao Ze, however, these failures proved beneficial, illuminating his current shortcomings. Over the past few days, his cultivation had advanced remarkably. After refining a Dueling Dan, he would immediately enter a state of cultivation, simultaneously assessing the gains and losses from the refinement. Following his training, he would promptly return to the creation of the Dueling Dan, balancing both pursuits seamlessly. Alas, this recent failure in refinement had unveiled a significant issue. My flames are insufficiently potent. If only I possessed a more formidable fire, even if not of the rare variety. I could have forcibly congealed the Dan during the final stages of its formation. However, matters concerning fire cannot be rushed. Even beast flames are not easily acquired. Contemplating this, Xiao Ze stretched his limbs. With all medicinal materials now exhausted, he wondered when the elders of the inner academy would deliver more. Creak. As Xiao Ze opened the door to his cultivation chamber, intending to step outside, he was met with a throng of individuals seated in a disorganized manner at his threshold. As the figure of Xiao Ze emerged, the onlookers' eyes sparkled with excitement. Young friend Xiao Ze, you have finally emerged from seclusion. With such talent and diligent cultivation, we are truly humbled. Elder Lin, who had arrived first to await his presence, was astonished that Xiao Ze's retreat lasted several days. Subsequently, other elders arrived one after another. Refraining from disturbing Xiao Ze for fear of leaving a negative impression, thus joining Elder Lin at the entrance, creating a peculiar scene. At the door of Xiao Ze's cultivation chamber sat a multitude of elders from the inner court. Elder Lin, you flatter me. You have come seeking the spirit Dou Dan. Haven to you? Xiao Ze glanced at the many elders, a flicker of confusion passing through his mind. Why are so many elders here? Nevertheless, he initiated a conversation with Elder Lin first. Indeed, I have lingered at the 5th star of Do Wang for many years and urgently require a spirit Dou Dan to break through. I hope young friend Xiao Ze can assist me. I would be immensely grateful. Elder Lin expressed his request with great courtesy. Why such formality, Elder Lin? I remember your previous kindness towards me. Coincidentally, during my recent seclusion for alchemy, I was fortunate enough to successfully refine a spirit Dou Dan. Xiao Ze replied with a warm smile. Elder Lin's face lit up with ecstatic joy as he witnessed Xiao Ze truly hand him the spirit Dou Dan. His heartbeat quickening with excitement. Forgive my imposition, young friend Xiao Ze. I feel uneasy about having you exert yourself in refining the Dan and wasting precious materials. Please accept these 3 sets of medicinal ingredients. Elder Lin swiftly produced a spatial ring, and Xiao Ze graciously accepted it. To all the elders who have once supported me, if you desire a spirit Dou Dan, please prepare 3 sets of medicinal materials, and I shall refine them free of charge. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, some elders breathed a sigh of relief, while many others displayed expressions of regret, lamenting their past aloofness and reluctance to engage with disciples. How wonderful it would have been had they seized such an opportunity. Young friend Xiao Ze, this is a premium snow lotus heart. Might I request you to help me refine a spirit Dou Dan as well? Of course, I will provide the materials myself. A diminutive elder suddenly spoke. Could it be that other elders shared this intention, lingering at my door? Upon hearing his request, the other elders nodded in affirmation. In that case, I can only promise to prioritize those elders who have shown me kindness. If time permits, I am willing to assist others as well. Chapter 118. Consuming the Spirit Dou Dan, 9-star Do Wang. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's affirmative response, all the elders wore expressions of delight. Compared to the capricious temperament of the alchemy elder, Xiao Ze's consistent approach to refining Dan was indeed a tremendous surprise for them. Of course, young friend Xiao Ze, do your best. The previously diminutive elder revealed a stiff smile. He was typically stern-faced, and this sudden display of emotion appeared rather awkward. Xiao Ze clasped his hands in respect to the gathered elders before turning and re-entering his dedicated cultivation chamber, leaving the elders exchanging glances in bewilderment. Is young friend Xiao Ze planning to enter seclusion once more? Such diligence, combined with his innate talent, explains his current achievements. Young friend Xiao Ze, truly remarkable. The future achievements, I fear, may not be confined to this northwest continent, lamented the elders with a sense of awe. They were profoundly astonished by Xiao Ze's fervent pursuit of cultivation. Once their reflections subsided, their gazes converged upon Elder Lin, who held in his hand the spirit Dou pill meticulously refined by Xiao Ze. Elder Lin, do reveal that spirit Dou pill for us to behold, they urged. Elder Lin, not one to withhold, uncorked the vial and poured forth a perfectly round and lustrous spirit Dou pill. An enchanting fragrance soon enveloped the assembly of elders, prompting them to greedily inhale and feel invigorated. Simultaneously, faint ripples of energy emanated from the pill, signifying its exceptional quality. Who could have imagined that Xiao Ze, this young friend, had attained such a mastery in alchemy? It appears that the successful concoction of the spirit Dou pill was no mere stroke of luck, but a testament to his genuine prowess. Envious glances were cast upon Elder Lin by all present, even those elders who had previously shown kindness toward Xiao Ze. They mused upon their missed opportunities to engage with him, perhaps leading to the possession of this remarkable spirit Dou pill. After all, none could guarantee that Xiao Ze would replicate such excellence in his next endeavor. Noticing the envious stares from the surrounding elders, Elder Lin chuckled softly, returning the spirit Dou pill to its vial. Ah, I am fortunate indeed. I shan't converse any longer, for I must now endeavor to break through the long-standing bottleneck in my cultivation." Before departing, Elder Lin flaunted the vial before the gathered elders with a flourish. If only I had befriended Xiao Ze sooner, I would not be so outshone by Elder Lin. Yet, Xiao Ze's character truly commanded respect at such a young age. He had reached the rank of Do Wang, yet displayed none of the arrogance typical of one in his position. Instead, he exuded a gentle and courteous demeanor. Moreover, it was particularly commendable that, as an alchemist, he lacked the haughty disposition often characteristic of his peers. The elders exchanged words, extolling Xiao Ze's virtues, not out of flattery. For the doors to the cultivation chamber were securely closed, preventing any sounds from escaping. Their observations were genuine, inspired by the events of the day. Meanwhile, the subject of their admiration, Xiao Ze, was elatedly cataloging the herbs he had acquired. Indeed, it was impossible for one alone to amass such a bounty of materials. However, the accumulation over years within the inner courtyard was truly formidable. To suddenly possess so many herbs. Was it possible that there had been an existing demand for the spirit dough pill, prompting the elders to gather them, yet they had simply not found an alchemist until now, thus benefiting me? Xiao Ze felt his conjecture was highly probable. After all, even the inner courtyard could not produce such a vast quantity of spirit dough pill materials all at once. As for venturing into the deep mountains in search of such herbs, it would not yield results so swiftly. The more plausible explanation was that the elders had painstakingly accumulated these materials over the years. With this understanding, he resolved not to disappoint the elders and to seize the opportunity to refine the pills. He prioritized crafting 5 spirit dough pills for the elders who had shown him favor, estimating that, based on his previous success rate, he would require 10 portions of materials for this endeavor. In the ensuing time, Xiao Ze adhered to his previous routine, simultaneously cultivating and refining elixirs. He indulged in the thrill of concocting high-tier medicinal pills, for with his own gathering abilities, it was impossible to amass such a multitude of materials for the spirit dough pill. Xiao Ze's alchemical skills progressed remarkably swiftly, bolstered by the feedback from Xiao Yan's own practices, enabling him to meet the requirements for crafting the spirit dough pill at an astonishing pace. However, it is worth noting that his creations of high-tier pills remained rather infrequent. This experience significantly enriched his expertise in producing such advanced elixirs, and he ultimately fulfilled the elders' demand for the spirit dough pills. Upon extracting the finest spirit dough pill from his refining process, he thought, indeed, such treasures ought to be kept for oneself. Arriving at the cultivation jade platform, Xiao Ze refrained from hastily consuming the spirit dough pill. Instead, he directed his consciousness into the void space. The origin tree flourished, now towering over 80 meters in height. Its roots delved deep into the void, continuously drawing in Dou Qi. Moreover, Xiao Ze discerned that the range from which it could absorb Dou Qi was, in fact, commensurate with the dimensions of the void space itself. When he ascended to the Do Wang realm, the void's expanse had already expanded to the size of a small town. Consequently, the vastness of the Dou Qi being absorbed by the tree's roots is truly unimaginable. Xiao Ze speculated that his cultivation speed might rival that of Xiao Yan, who possessed the Fallen Heart Flame. Renowned as a cultivation accelerator, the Fallen Heart Flame enabled the continuous nurturing of talent within the Ziyan Academy. With Xiao Yan monopolizing this flame, the enhancements to his cultivation were immense. Moreover, Xiao Ze's pace of advancement would only accelerate alongside his growing strength. When the void expanded to the size of a small town upon his ascension to Do Wang, one could only wonder how vast it would become upon reaching Do Wang. The mere thought of such potential made Xiao Ze swallow hard. While others found their progress slowed as they ascended to higher realms, Xiao Ze experienced an inverse phenomenon. The higher his realm, the swifter his cultivation became. Confirming his position as an 8-star Do Wang, he consumed the spirit dough pill. After all, there would be no opportunity to use it once he reached 9-star Do Wang, and consuming it then would be a waste, as the spirit dough pill could not aid a Do Wang in breaking through to Do Wang. True to its reputation as the finest spirit dough pill, the surge of medicinal potency transformed into an overwhelming force, flooding into the void space. After a considerable time, Xiao Ze felt his aura suddenly intensify. Within the void, the origin tree's height surpassed 90 meters. As a 9-star Do Wang, he was now poised to prepare for the breakthrough to Do Wang. Xiao Ze mused that since becoming an elder, he had become exceptionally busy, yet he felt fulfilled, ensuring his cultivation progress remained on track. Reflecting on his time at Ziyan Academy, it had already been over 2 years. Calculating the time, his third brother would soon be 15. Should he intervene in the 3-year agreement? Xiao Ze furrowed his brow. A matter he had long hesitated over now demanded a decision. Chapter 119. Embarking on the return journey. It seemed he was now preparing to break through to Do Wang. having lingered at the 9-star Do Wang for quite some time. With each significant breakthrough in his cultivation, Xiao Ze is granted the opportunity to form an auxiliary bond. Upon Xun'er's advancement to Do Wang, he has accumulated 2 such bonds. Among the formidable talents within the Gamma Empire, the Azure Scale in Shimo City undoubtedly stands out as exceptional. However, Xiao Ze finds himself in a dilemma as Medusa has yet to evolve through the Blue Lotus Heartfire, leaving him without a means to bind the bloodline of the 7-colored devouring python. For now, he decides to set this matter aside. After all, plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. It is imperative to establish a general direction, as he must utilize the remaining auxiliary bonds at his disposal. The Azure Scale's 3 flower eyes possess a formidable restraint over serpent-type magical beasts, and by subduing them, he can gradually devour their strength. This is also the fundamental reason why the Azure Scale can keep pace with Xiao Yan's terrifying cultivation speed later on. Additionally, there is the pressing matter of resolving the troubles surrounding the Xiao family. Xiao Ze intends to relocate the family as a precautionary measure. On one hand, he aims to sever the Soul Palace's inquiries within the Gamma Empire. On the other, he plans to move the Xiao family entirely, for it is impossible for him to remain at their side constantly. Given Xiao Yan's penchant for trouble, there is no telling what forces he might provoke. With the Xiao family's stature, as long as both he and Xiao Yan are absent, even the 1st and 2nd-tier powers within the Gamma Empire could easily suppress them. Canaan City, protected by the Canaan Academy, offers a guarantee of safety. Furthermore, situated within the Black Corner region, where information is exceedingly chaotic, it would be increasingly difficult for the Soul Palace to conduct their investigations. This time, Xiao Ze is concocting Dueling pills for numerous inner academy elders. When the time comes, a simple word from him will surely elicit their generous support for the Xiao family. With so many Do Wang powerhouses watching over them, surviving in Canaan City should be relatively straightforward. As for the Xiao family's reluctance to relocate, absurd. Did not the Xiao clan once flee from the central continent in a state of disarray? What harm is there in moving to evade immediate peril? Persuading the Xiao family will be simple. A mere display of Xiao Ze's Do Wang's strength will grant him the utmost authority within the clan. Once he mentions the matter of their ancestral ancient jade heritage, they will swiftly recognize the impending threat and hasten their departure. In response to Xiao Ze's request for leave, the Grand Elder is quite accommodating. Moreover, with Xiao Ze now a respected elder, he is no longer bound by the constraints of a student. The Grand Elder understands that a talent like Xiao Ze, confined to cultivating within Canaan Academy, is not conducive to his growth. After all, it is her homeland. While somewhat disillusioned with the Wan Yao Zhai in Qingshan town, she holds a degree of sentiment for the small town where she spent several years. However, if he departs, who will concoct pills for her? Ziyan blinked her sparkling eyes, candidly expressing her concern. Xiao Ze affectionately ruffled her hair, and upon hearing his assurance, her face brightened with joy. It is noteworthy that due to Xiao Ze's influence, the little medical sage's leave was also remarkably smooth. Leaving Canaan City, they traversed a primitive forest and reached the border between Canaan Academy and the Black Corner region at Peace Town. Time indeed flies. The last visit here was 2 years prior. The young healer gazed upon Peace Town with a sense of wistfulness, clad in the uniform of the Inner Academy of Canaan. The enforcement team of Peace Town did not pose any difficulties for her. Rather, it was Xiao Ze who garnered their attention. However, upon the revelation of his elder's jade token, they immediately offered their respectful salutation. We have met Elder Xiao. Under the watchful eyes of the enforcement team, Xiao Ze and his companion donned black cloaks and ventured boldly into the Black Corner region. The enforcement team exchanged glances, astonished by the presence of such a youthful elder. That name, Xiao Ze, rings a bell. Is he not the one who recently set a series of remarkable records as the strongest new student? Could it be that he has ascended to the status of an elder? With his purple cloud wings augmented by martial aura, Xiao Ze soared through the air, cradling the young healer in his arms. Xiao Ze, after several days of travel, shall we find a city to rest? She proposed, adjusting her windswept hair. Indeed. I sense a nearby small city, he replied. They descended upon a hill and made their way toward the city. Upon reaching the city gates, Xiao Ze looked up to see the imposing name, Tiger Sha City. Quite a formidable title, he mused. Yet, in his perception, the strongest individual within this city was merely at the pinnacle of martial spirit. After paying the entrance fee, the duo entered Tiger Sha City. Not long after stepping onto the streets, they were startled by a blood-curdling scream, followed by the grisly sight of a middle-aged man being decapitated. Such is the unrefined nature of the Black Corner region, Xiao Ze remarked, unaffected, as he took the young healer by the hand and directed her toward the inn. Cloaked as they were, the citizens of Tiger Sha City were momentarily uncertain, refraining from making a move. However, should they ascertain that Xiao Ze and his companion were mere soft targets, their predatory instincts would surely emerge, ready to devour them whole. Inside the inn, Xiao Ze poured out the tea, from which wisps of white smoke rose. It seems we have indeed been regarded as easy prey, he stated, a chill in his eyes. He was not one to be trifled with. This was the Black Corner region, where he could afford to unleash his full potential without restraint. The young healer dipped her fingers into the teacup, then flicked her hand, revealing a deadly toxin, lethal even to those at the great master level. Let us confront the forces that lurk behind us, she urged. Xiao Ze opened the door and, with a swift motion, pulled a man from the corner toward him. I shall ask you but once. Who sent you? The man struggled to breathe, his voice a mere rasp. Cough. It is the Tiger Sha gang. With a swift and decisive motion, Xiao Ze crushed the man's neck, his eyes wide with shock and confusion, questioning why he had to die. Noticing the man's bewilderment, Xiao Ze casually remarked, I never promised that revealing your master would spare your life. Alas, the man was already beyond hearing, his life extinguished. Xiao Ze discarded the lifeless body onto the floor and turned to the young healer. Let us proceed to uncover the true nature of this so-called Tiger Sha gang. Two individuals descended the stairs, one following the other. Xiao Ze glanced towards the location of the innkeeper, only to find him long gone. It appeared that this establishment was indeed a den of iniquity. Xiao Ze felt indifferent towards the innkeeper's flight. As long as he could discern the puppet master behind it all, he would be able to settle the score. The Hu Sha gang operated this illicit establishment with such audacity, suggesting that their influence was formidable, likely tied to the very name of Hu Sha City itself. As the two exited the tavern, Xiao Ze keenly sensed the presence of individuals lurking in the shadows, yet he refrained from taking action. He led the little healer through a labyrinth of narrow alleys, successfully evading all pursuers. Instead, they followed those who had been tailing them to an imposing mansion. Concealing themselves in the darkness, Xiao Ze and the little healer listened intently, and she spoke first after a moment of perception. It seems there are no formidable opponents at the Do Wang level. Shall we charge in directly? We could overpower them with sheer strength. Thus, Xiao Ze and the little healer approached the Hu Sha gang's mansion. At the entrance stood two brawny guards, who menacingly declared, Who dares to tread here? Step forward, and we shall hang your heads upon that tree. Xiao Ze cast a glance at the tree, reminiscent of the death tree of Peace Town and Canaan Academy. In the realm of the Black Corner, strength was revered, and bloodshed had always been a persistent theme. Such blatant intimidation was the most effective means to deter the majority of ill-intentioned souls, rendering their approach somewhat comprehensible. Seeing that these two peculiar cloaked figures were undeterred, the guards unsheathed their long blades with a clang, exuding an intimidating presence. Without further ado, they leapt down the steps to strike. Such ostentatiously mysterious characters, they mused, must have been dealt with at least 8 times throughout the month. With 2 dull thuds, the figures of the guards were soon embedded in the wall, their bodies limp as if turned to clay. The commotion at the entrance ultimately attracted the attention of those within the mansion, and a throng of individuals rushed out. Upon witnessing the state of the 2 guards, the leading burly man furrowed his brow. Are my 2 friends here to trouble the Hu Sha gang? It was the display of Xiao Ze's strength that left him unable to see through his capabilities, prompting a more courteous tone. Do not speak so familiarly. If anyone is seeking trouble, it is you from the Hu Sha gang. That den of iniquity in town belongs to you, does it not? Xiao Ze replied, feigning a hoarse voice. The burly man nodded in acknowledgement, cupping his hands in a gesture of apology. If that black establishment has offended you, I am willing to apologize. Yet, he ultimately lacked the resolve to engage in a bloody confrontation with Xiao Ze. An adversary whose strength remained shrouded in mystery often possessed considerable power. An apology is unnecessary. As for reparations, I shall procure them myself. It seemed that this friend had no intention of letting the matter rest. The burly man swiftly drew forth a colossal blade towering over him. In the next instant, he felt his hands grow weak, and with a resounding thud, the massive blade clattered to the ground. Coughing violently, he uncontrollably expelled blood, retreating in terror. At that moment, he beheld his subordinates, one after another, collapsing to the ground in gruesome demise. Spare me. I am willing to surrender everything belonging to the Tiger Sha gang. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Ze unleashed a surge of battle aura that pierced through the forehead of the burly man. Foolish. By killing you, I can still acquire all that the Tiger Sha gang possesses. Let us search. There may be treasures within. Xiao Ze turned to the little medical fairy, who nodded in agreement, showing no signs of discomfort at the bloody scene before her. I shall scour the interior, she declared. I will examine what these individuals have. He replied. The two had their roles clearly defined, with Xiao Ze taking charge of the exterior while the little medical fairy ventured inside to loot. Occasional sounds of combat erupted within, but they quickly subsided. The remaining wretches were certainly no match for the little medical fairy. After a thorough search, Xiao Ze had collected a dozen low-grade spatial rings from the fallen. Upon inspecting them, he shook his head. There was indeed no reason to expect anything of value. Shortly thereafter, the little medical fairy emerged, accompanied by a dozen battered young maidens and youths. A mere glance was sufficient for Xiao Ze to discern their plight. Such occurrences were commonplace in the Black Corner region, celebrations of the strong, sorrow of the weak. Although Xiao Ze could aid them for a moment, he could not provide for them eternally. The group of bruised youths trembled before Xiao Ze, fully aware of the power struggle between the two gangs in the Black Corner region. For them, it was merely a transition from one den of tigers to another den of wolves. You may leave now. With your current strength, it is best to stay away from the Black Corner region. It is a hell for the weak, Xiao Ze gestured, addressing them. Their faces reflected disbelief. But after a moment's hesitation, one boy stepped forward to depart. Upon witnessing his safe exit, the others quickly followed suit, fleeing the perilous lair. The little medical fairy shook her head, her voice tinged with compassion. They are unfortunate souls. Indeed. I hope they can escape the Black Corner region and embark on a new life, he replied. The two lingered not in the city, their original plan for rest having to be altered as they resumed their journey. The power dynamics within Tiger Sha City had shifted dramatically due to the inexplicable annihilation of the Tiger Sha gang, sparking yet another round of contention. When a new force emerged as the strongest, the city would inevitably change its name. This is the norm in the Black Corner region. In such minor cities, the cartographers of the Black Corner region would not bother to inscribe names, as changes occur too frequently. At most, they would note the existence of a city for rest. Only cities controlled by first-rate forces would warrant a designated name. As Xiao Ze soared through the Black Corner region, he encountered various towns, systematically dismantling their strongest factions and looting their resources. This did not incite significant upheaval. The rise and fall of non-first-rate forces in the Black Corner region had never been a matter of astonishment, for such events were all too common. The demise of a faction, whether due to offending a powerful entity or acquiring valuable treasures, was a frequent occurrence. Those factions possess not even a single Dou Wang powerhouse. What grounds do they have to warrant the attention of other forces in the Black Corner region? Without even the slightest acknowledgement, how could they possibly incite any disturbance? Chapter 121, Continuous Breakthrough to Dou Wang. After a lengthy journey, the pervasive darkness finally began to recede. The emblematic black land of the Black Corner region vanished, revealing a lush, verdant forest. At the horizon stood a colossal city, shrouded in an ethereal mist. They were nearing the Gamma Empire. Unlike the earlier experience with the Canaan Academy's entourage, the passage of time felt interminable for the two of them. The little medical fairy sighed. I perceive the fluctuations of your aura. You must be on the cusp of breaking through to Dou Wang as well. Xiao Ze's attention was entirely focused on her. The little medical fairy wrapped her arms around Xiao Ze's neck, nodding gently. At that moment, they hovered in the air, with Xiao Ze cradling her in his embrace. The proximity caused her body to warm slightly. Do you feel the urge to break through? She mused, her brow furrowed in contemplation. It feels as though I am but a step away. If I could engage in another exchange of the eccentric poison body, I should be able to progress smoothly. Very well, let us find a secluded place away from the Black Corner region to facilitate your breakthrough. I shall guard you, Xiao Ze declared, carrying her to a hidden valley. The aura of Dou Wang emanated and spread forth, causing the beasts within the valley to flee in terror. Xiao Ze, this time it is about breaking through a major realm. I wish for a deeper exchange, the little medical fairy said, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze harbored no inappropriate thoughts, for the little medical fairy considered that interlocking fingers constituted a profound exchange. What she deemed a deeper communion was likely not what he envisioned. Indeed, she merely held him tightly, her cheek pressed against his. Now, as they embraced so closely, her initial shyness diminished somewhat. After all, it had become second nature. Yet, Xiao Ze's experience was markedly different. The young woman's figure was exquisite, and as they drew near, he could distinctly perceive her graceful curves. They remained in quiet embrace, their silhouettes entwined in the tranquil valley, resembling figures from a painting. After a span of 10 minutes, a potent surge of energy radiated from the little medical fairy. Xiao Ze, sensing the moment, released his hold, and she promptly settled into a cross-legged position, entering a state of cultivation. Xiao Ze furrowed his brow, observing the continuous release of poisonous gas from her. Soon, the entire valley was enveloped. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a vast amount of Dou Qi to form a protective barrier, cloaking the valley and isolating the toxic fumes from her breakthrough fluctuations. Indeed, the upheaval associated with a Dou Wang level breakthrough summoned considerable energy from the heavens and earth. If left unchecked, it could easily attract the attention of powerful beings from that city. Judging by the intensity of the little medical fairy's breakthrough, it would likely continue for several days. Xiao Ze pondered for a moment, then transformed his Dou Qi into wings, swiftly arriving at the side of the valley. Peering into the void, he beheld that the source tree had ascended to a height of 99 meters. If he could elevate himself by just another meter, he would officially step into the realm of Dou Wang. However, the barrier of the Dou Wang level is not easily surmountable. Although Xiao Ze claims he has little time for cultivation, the roots of the primordial tree in the void continually draw in Dou Qi, functioning much like automatic training. Has Xun'er broken through to Dou Wang? Xiao Ze's attention was captivated by the newly emerged notification. Indeed, the two of them displayed remarkable synchronicity, both entering the Dou Wang stage at nearly the same time. Yet, this is merely temporary. As time progresses, Xun'er's cultivation speed will escalate. Moreover, she has yet to subdue the ancient clans inherited, the Jin Hun Tiandi, which ranks fourth on the list. Once she manages to subdue it, her cultivation will undoubtedly surge. Xiao Ze found himself pondering at what level Xun'er would be capable of subduing the Jin Hun Tiandi. Xiao Yan's experiences with subduing cannot serve as a reliable reference. He managed to subdue the 19th-ranked Ching Lin Elder Hua at the Dou Qi level and the Fallen Heart Flame at the Dou Wang level. As the number of he subdued increased, the demands on Xiao Yan's strength correspondingly rose. Aside from the fact that the rankings of the indeed increased, more crucially, the consumption of various led to a steep rise in difficulty. Thus, Xiao Yan's experiences in subduing are entirely unfit for comparison. Furthermore, the Jin Hun Tiandi from the ancient clan is inherently their inherited, making it somewhat easier to subdue than naturally occurring. Therefore, Xiao Ze found it quite challenging to speculate when Xun'er would begin to subdue the Jin Hun Tiandi. Nonetheless, it was previously mentioned that the Dou Wang level serves as a watershed moment in the path of cultivation. Xiao Ze surmised that Xun'er would likely start attempting to subdue the Jin Hun Tiandi as soon as she entered the Dou Wang level. As time passed in cultivation, with Xiao Ze's Dou Qi barrier concealing his presence, the fluctuations from the breakthrough of the little Dr. Fairy indeed failed to attract any attention. Meanwhile, his own primordial tree had reached a bottleneck in height, unable to elevate further. He could only attempt to widen the primordial tree. However, compared to increasing height, broadening the primordial tree proved to be considerably more challenging. He had once aimed to expand the primordial tree to a diameter of 10 meters, envisioning a cylindrical form. Unfortunately, the difficulty exceeded his expectations. As of now, the diameter of his primordial tree is less than 5 meters. If one were to disregard the golden roots below, the primordial tree scarcely resembles a tree at all, appearing instead as a colossal golden rod standing resolutely in the void. Moreover, the diameter of the primordial tree does not increase during Xiao Ze's regular cultivation. Only when the height reaches a bottleneck will the Dou Qi absorbed by the golden roots cause an increase in diameter. Xiao Ze pondered the implications of the diameter's growth. Could it signify his foundation or depth, while height represents his cultivation advancement? The increase in the diameter of the primordial tree has a comprehensive impact on Xiao Ze. It not only enhances his sensitivity to the energies of the universe, but also improves his perception abilities, energy adaptability, and everything related to these facets. Regardless, the tree of origin, whether elevated or expanded, brings numerous benefits to Xiao Ze. Consequently, he is not in haste to advance to the Dou Wang level. Furthermore, the expansion of the tree of origin can only occur when its growth reaches a bottleneck. At present, his strength is more than sufficient to contend with the majority of formidable beings within the Jiama Empire. Even in the face of a Dou Wang, he feels no trepidation. His only concern lies with those hidden old monsters. After all, the Jiama Empire is indeed an empire, and its foundational strength is not to be underestimated. Perhaps, in some concealed corner, a Douzong powerhouse lurks? At that moment, a formidable aura of a Dou Wang suddenly manifested within the valley. A smile graced Xiao Ze's lips. Xun'er and Xiao Ziyan had both successfully advanced to Dou Wang. Chapter 122, Encountering the Azure Scales in Shimo City. With a soft hiss, the Dou Qi barrier erected by Xiao Ze was swiftly dismantled under the corrosive effects of the poison inadvertently released by Xiao Ziyan. Observing that Xiao Ziyan had completed her breakthrough, Xiao Ze had no intentions of re-establishing the Dou Qi barrier. Indeed, the toxic air within the valley dissipated rapidly, and a graceful figure soared into the sky, a pair of gray-purple wings forming behind her. Congratulations on successfully entering Dou Wang, Xiao Ze exclaimed with a smile, to which Xiao Ziyan extended her hand. In the past, you always took me flying. Now, let me take you. Facing Xiao Ziyan's unexpected invitation, Xiao Ze responded in confusion, but still reached out to grasp her hand. An overwhelming surge of toxic energy, far surpassing what had come before, flowed from Xiao Ziyan into Xiao Ze's body. After being transformed by the perfect evil poison body, it became an immensely powerful force, surging into the void space. As Xiao Ze had yet to ascend to the Dou Wang level, he could only expand the tree of origin. Remarkably, This vast energy directly widened the diameter of Xiao Ze's tree of origin to 5 meters. Noticing Xiao Ze's unchanged expression, Xiao Xian tilted her head in curiosity. Xiao Ze, is my evil poison power after advancing to Dou Wang ineffective against you? It is effective, but still insufficient to breach the Dou Wang barrier. Xiao Ze replied with a smile, pulling Xiao Xian into his embrace. Have you also taken to behaving as whimsically as Ziyan? I merely wished to give you a surprise. Xiao Xian squirmed slightly, finding herself unable to break free, so she allowed Xiao Ze to hold her. Shall we proceed as previously discussed? To save time, Xiao Xian suggested they part ways and rendezvous later at the Xiao family estate. Indeed, with my strength now at the Dou Wang level, I possess greater means of self-protection. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ze reached out to touch Xiao Xian's forehead. She watched quietly as his finger approached, showing no signs of defense. A faint surge of spiritual power began to inscribe a mark upon her brow. This is my soul imprint. Should you encounter an insurmountable danger, simply infuse it with your soul power to activate it, and I will come at once. With Xiao Ze's current level of soul power, he could naturally solidify the soul imprint. The reason for inscribing directly upon the forehead of the little healer is that placing it upon an object often leads to various unforeseen losses. The little healer nodded obediently, stating her intention to head to Qingshan town first, and then to meet the Xiao family again. With a gentle smile directed at Xiao Ze, she unfurled her grayish-purple wings and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the Gamma Empire. Xiao Ze watched her depart before spreading his deep blue wings of fighting spirit and flying towards the Tagar Desert. In the ancient realm, amidst the boundless mountains, a majestic and ancient altar welcomed two long-awaited guests. One was an unremarkable middle-aged man clad in coarse robes, yet he emanated a reassuring and enigmatic aura. Xun'er, are you certain you wish to attempt to subdue the Golden Emperor's fiery inferno at this moment? Such matters cannot be rushed, the greater the strength, the higher the likelihood of success. The other individual was none other than the esteemed young lady of the ancient clan, Xiao Xun'er. Father, I wish to try right now. Moreover, I have practiced the clan's secret techniques for many years and have reached a peak level of mastery. I am quite confident in my ability to subdue the Golden Emperor's fiery inferno. Since you have made up your mind, then proceed with your endeavor. As my daughter, you should indeed be bold and ambitious. It is merely the Golden Emperor's fiery inferno, after all. Xun'er, I believe in you. Upon hearing her father's encouragement, Xun'er's face brightened with joy as she slowly ascended the altar. Soon, a towering pillar of fire erupted within the boundless mountains, drawing the attention of many in the ancient realm. Gu Yuan observed Xun'er amidst the golden flames, his brow furrowing slightly. Although he hoped that Xun'er would not attempt to subdue the Golden Emperor's fiery inferno at the Dou Wang level, he recognized that if she were to succeed, it would yield immense benefits in her future cultivation. At the very least, the clan's secret techniques for enhancing strength would achieve remarkable efficacy when combined with the Golden Emperor's fiery inferno. Furthermore, the sense of lightness that often accompanies a significant increase in power would vanish entirely within the flames of the Golden Emperor's fiery inferno. However, a weaker foundation would imply greater challenges in subduing the Golden Emperor's fiery inferno. Although Xun'er had practiced the clan's secret techniques for subduing the Golden Emperor's fiery inferno since childhood and had mastered them to perfection, even the most formidable techniques require a strong cultivation base for support. Gu Yuan could not definitively conclude that Xun'er would succeed. He could only hope for her triumph. To prepare, he had specifically retrieved a map of the Gamma Empire from the inner courtyard's archives to ensure he would not become lost within its borders. Shimo City, located in the eastern part of the Gamma Empire near the Tagar Desert, boasts a climate particularly conducive to fire and earth attribute cultivators. As he approached the Tagar Desert, Xiao Ze began to sense a shift in the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, increasingly dominated by fire and earth attributes, while other attributes became difficult to manifest, especially water, which was so scarce that water attribute cultivators found it suffocating. Fortunately, aside from water attribute, he also possessed fire attribute and a trace of wood essence. His soul perception expanded, searching for a city amid the vast desert. After all, only cities near the desert possess more detailed maps. Soon, Xiao Ze arrived at a city. Upon seeing the name Stone Desert City, his eyes brightened with surprise. What a fortunate coincidence that I have found Stone Desert City so easily. After landing nearby, he made his way to the city, where a military unit clad in dark armor stood guard at the gates, the scent of blood lingering in the air. Being close to the Tagar Desert, conflicts with Serpent people occasionally arose, which rendered the local army particularly elite. After paying the entrance fee, Xiao Ze entered the city. He inquired about the location of the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps and headed towards their encampment. Half-breed, you wretched mongrel, hurry and find your serpent father. Why didn't your mother take you with her when she died? As he approached the encampment of the Iron Desert Mercenary Corps, Xiao Ze suddenly heard a chorus of children's insults. With his keen perception, he raised an eyebrow and swiftly made his way toward the source of the commotion. A group of relatively robust children had cornered a girl clad in green, hurling insults and occasionally throwing small stones at her. The girl curled up in the corner, clutching her head, trembling in fear. Xiao Ze's expression hardened as he leaped in front of the girl. He cast a cold glance at the bullies, causing them to flee in terror. Are you all right? Chapter 123, Binding Qinglin, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li. Upon hearing this gentle voice, Qinglin thought she might be imagining it. Throughout her life, aside from her mother, no one had ever spoken to her with such tenderness. Whenever she appeared in public, people would instantly distance themselves, gazing at her with utter disdain. Some even hurled insults. Not a single soul had ever addressed her with such kindness. Cautiously, Qinglin lifted her head and did not see the children who had tormented her. Instead, she beheld a boy cloaked in a hooded cape, his forehead obscured by the brim. From her perspective, she could see the boy's gentle gaze and the faint smile of goodwill upon his face. In that moment, it felt as though she had found salvation. Little girl, are you all right? The boy's clear voice jolted Qinglin back to reality, and her cheeks flushed as she nodded shyly. It was utterly embarrassing that she had been staring at someone in a daze. However, he was truly handsome, and unlike others. He did not regard her with disdainful or strange eyes. A fleeting thought crossed Qinglin's mind, and she shook her head vigorously. Xiao Ze observed Qinglin nodding and shaking her head, somewhat perplexed. Yet, the system's prompt confirmed that the person before him was indeed Qinglin, prompting him to proceed with the binding. Please rise. I see you have some bruises. Xiao Ze remarked as he produced a jade vial from his ring and poured out a pale blue pill. This will heal your wounds and alleviate your pain. Take one, and you shall recover swiftly. As Qinglin gazed at the azure pill in Xiao Ze's hand, tears unwittingly filled her eyes, and she murmured in a choked voice. Why are you being so kind to me, my lord? Little girl, there's no need for so many questions. Just consider me a kind-hearted person. Xiao Ze chuckled as he gently ruffled Qinglin's hair. Aware that Qinglin had endured disdain since childhood, he understood her incredulity at his sudden kindness. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Qinglin nodded softly, carefully taking the elixir from his hand, fearful that her touch might tarnish him. At that moment, she noticed her bare forearm and, in a panic, concealed it behind her back, terrified that her mixed heritage as a serpent human would repel this esteemed gentleman. She glanced anxiously at Xiao Ze, only to find his gaze remained gentle, seemingly unfazed by the green scales adorning her arm. My lord, are you not afraid of me? How could I fear such a charming little girl? Now, do take the elixir, Xiao Ze replied with a hint of exasperation, recognizing that her fear stemmed from her harsh upbringing. Given her serpent human lineage, Qinglin's environment had indeed been harsh. Noticing the shift in Xiao Ze's tone, she flinched, hastily placing the elixir in her mouth, anxious not to displease him. What a remarkable elixir. The fiery pain I felt has transformed into a delightful coolness, she exclaimed in wonder after consuming it. My lord, this elixir must be quite precious. It seems a waste to give it to a lowly serpent human like me. Xiao Ze fell silent, realizing that altering Qinglin's perception would take time. He simply patted her head and redirected the conversation. Are you from the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps? Please lead me there. I have relatives among them. Oh, so you are here to seek family. My lord, I shall take you there right away. Qinglin seemed to have discovered her purpose, eagerly guiding the way. At the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps base, two guards furrowed their brows upon seeing Qinglin accompany a cloaked stranger, their prejudice prompting unwarranted suspicion. Who goes there? Qinglin, how dare you bring an unknown person to the Mercenary Corps? Startled by the guard's voice, Qinglin opened her mouth to explain, but Xiao Ze coughed lightly and interjected. Ahem, my name is Xiao Ze, a kinsman of your leader Xiao. Please relay this message. The guards were taken aback, not expecting a genuine visitor from the Mercenary Corps, especially one related to their leader. One guard promptly entered to announce the news, while the other remained, his demeanor noticeably more courteous. Since you are related to the leader, please wait a moment. Qinglin breathed a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at Xiao Ze while silently repeating his name in her heart. Ha! Hearing the report from my men, I can hardly believe it. It truly is you, fourth brother. A robust young man in mercenary attire strode forward, his previously menacing gaze melting into a broad smile upon seeing Xiao Ze. Rushing towards Xiao Ze, he suddenly embraced him. Ha ha, second brother, it's been so long. Feeling the strength of Xiao Li's hug, Xiao Ze couldn't help but smile as he replied, You've even reprimanded those little rascals in the family. Accomplishing what I wished to do, making those fellows think twice before mocking your third brother. Xiao Li took Xiao Ze's hand and led him inside, recounting the events that had transpired since Xiao Ze's departure. Listening to his second brother's incessant chatter, Xiao Ze wore a smile, refraining from interrupting. After such a long separation, there was inevitably much to express. Soon, they arrived at a grand hall, where a young man in a white robe occupied the main seat. The youth's bright eyes, more luminous than those of ordinary folk, revealed a hint of wisdom and an elusive cunning. "Little Ze, you've truly grown during these years." The young man in white hurried to stand before Xiao Ze, patting his shoulder with a look of satisfaction. "Eldest brother, it has indeed been a long time." Xiao Ze replied with a smile, stepping forward to embrace Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding hesitated for a moment, but quickly returned the embrace, patting Xiao Ze's back. That night, the Motai Mercenary Corps held a grand banquet to welcome Xiao Ze. During the feast, Xiao Ze learned of the recent changes within the family. Other matters seemed fine, but he was astonished to discover that Xiao Yan had long since gone out to train. Xiao Ze pondered this in his heart, confirming that he had not miscalculated the time, and muttered to himself, "Could it be that the 3-year agreement, due to my involvement, has vanished before it even commenced? If Xiao Yan, the party in question, is absent from the Xiao family, then even if Nalin Yanran forcibly urged the Xiao family to annul the engagement, there could never be a mention of a 3-year agreement. So, does this mean that no one can utter the phrase 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west? Do not bully the youth for their poverty?" Xiao Ze's expression fell into Xiao Ding's sight, causing a weight to settle in his heart. Now, in what should have been a joyous banquet, Xiao Ze suddenly displayed such a countenance. Could it be that there were difficulties he found hard to express? Xiao Ding resolved to find a moment later to inquire about Xiao Ze's concerns. The banquet continued into the early hours, and only then did Xiao Ze assist his 2 brothers to their rooms for rest. Chapter 124. The family needs you. In the Dou Qi Continent, there is no such thing as underage restrictions on alcohol. Therefore, at last night's banquet, Xiao Ze partook in some drinks. Given his formidable physique, such ordinary alcohol could hardly intoxicate him. To Xiao Ze, if the drink fails to induce inebriation, it is merely a rather unique beverage. Perhaps it was the rare visit from family that brought immense joy to the 2 brothers striving outside. The members of the mercenary corps were astonished to see both leaders display such excitement. Evidently, the bond between the 2 leaders and their clan brother was profound. Creak. The door quietly opened, and a petite figure tiptoed in. Upon noticing Xiao Ze's smiling gaze directed at her, Ching Lin was taken aback. "What is it, little girl? Were you frightened? No need to worry, come here first. Your name is Ching Lin, correct?" "Yes, young master." Ching Lin approached with a lightness in her step. Following their interaction yesterday, she had developed a considerable trust in Xiao Ze. Even if he were to summon her to his bedside now, she would harbor no suspicion. "Ching Lin, have you ever dabbled in cultivation?" Ching Lin shook her head. "I am already immensely grateful to be taken in by everyone. How could I possibly aspire to cultivation? Would you like to cultivate? From today onward, I can teach you," Xiao Ze proposed. Qinglin's eyes widened in astonishment. "But I am merely a servant. Are you worried about not having the time? Fear not. I shall speak to my elder brother on your behalf shortly." Xiao Ze affectionately ruffled Qinglin's hair and assured her, "I will make you my exclusive attendant, thus freeing you from the demands of others. But young master, why are you so kind to me? Everyone else seems to fear and dislike me." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Xiao Ze cupped her face in both hands, prompting her to meet his gaze as he earnestly declared, "If you insist on a reason, it is simply that I have taken a liking to you. I wish for you to stay by my side and cultivate together." His candid words caused Qinglin's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Xiao Ze could feel the heat radiating from her face. "I understand." Noticing that the young girl seemed momentarily lost in thought, Xiao Ze chuckled softly. It appeared that his direct approach had been somewhat overwhelming. He realized that due to her upbringing, Qinglin had developed a profound sense of inferiority. Any kindness he extended was instinctively met with skepticism and denial. Thus, he resolved to instill in her a strong conviction that he valued her cultivation talent and desired her companionship on the path of cultivation. "All right, Qinglin, rest here for a while. I shall seek out my elder brother." The young girl, despite her tender age, wore faint dark circles under her eyes. Surely, she had spent the night tirelessly organizing her belongings. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Xiao Ze gently patted Qinglin's head, guiding her to lie down on the bed so she could rest properly. Xiao Ze said, "He likes me," Qinglin murmured, savoring the warmth left by him on the bed. The blush that had just begun to fade flared anew on her cheeks. This time, even her earlobes took on a rosy hue, reminiscent of deep blood-red jade. Meanwhile, Xiao Ze was oblivious to how easily his words could be misinterpreted in Qinglin's ears. She was already envisioning a lifetime spent by his side. In another room, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li sat at a stone table in the courtyard. "Something feels off," Xiao Li remarked, rubbing his slightly aching head. "What is it?" Xiao Ding glanced at his younger brother. "Is that little fellow truly at the Canaan Academy to cultivate, or is he socializing instead? How has his drinking capacity improved so remarkably?" Xiao Ding rolled his eyes at the thought. Just yesterday, Xiao Li had dragged him into a drinking contest with Xiao Ze, resulting in both of them being thoroughly defeated. As dawn broke, Xiao Ding faintly sensed a throbbing pain in his head. Second brother, are you already gossiping about me this early in the morning? A familiar voice rang out from the courtyard, laced with a hint of jest. How can you even say such a thing? To be honest, what exactly did you go to Canaan Academy for? Surely, it can't be for socializing? Xiao Ze rolled his eyes, speaking with exasperation. Do you think it's possible that my current physique is so robust that ordinary alcohol has no effect on me? Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged glances. Finally, Xiao Ding slowly inquired, Xiao Ze, what is your current cultivation level? A subtle smile graced Xiao Ze's lips as vibrant, deep blue wings of fighting spirit coalesced behind him. With a flourish, both men stood in shock. Their mouths agape as they beheld the wings of fighting spirit emanating from Xiao Ze. I am at the pinnacle of the Dou Wang level. Just a step away from becoming a Dou Wang. Xiao Ze's declaration left them stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared blankly at him. The Xiao family is fortunate to have such a prodigy like you. This will undoubtedly lead to the family's resurgence. The two, now composed, spoke one after another, their astonishment at Xiao Ze's innate talent reaching unprecedented heights. In their limited experience, they had never encountered anyone who could attain the Dou Wang level at the tender age of 14. Ahem, elder brother, second brother, please don't rush. I actually came to Shimo City to discuss a matter of utmost importance regarding our family's survival. This revelation left both Xiao Li and Xiao Ding momentarily speechless. Xiao Ze, you must be joking. You are at the pinnacle of Dou Wang. Xiao Ding exclaimed, his brow furrowed. In the Jiama Empire, you are already well regarded. With your protection, how could our family possibly face a crisis of survival? It's not that simple. The situation is quite complex, and I can only say so much. Xiao Ze replied earnestly. Such matters could not be treated lightly, lest they arouse skepticism. Our ancestors once flourished, but have since fallen into decline. However, our family's former enemies are among the most formidable forces in the entire Dou Qi Continent. Furthermore, the Xiao family still possesses a treasure that could entice them. After all, who knows the adage that a mere commoner is innocent, yet possessing a gem invites trouble. Therefore, I plan to lead the entire Xiao family to a safer location. And at this moment, I need the strength of both elder brother and second brother. Our family requires your assistance. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's explanation, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were left in a state of shock, exchanging glances of disbelief. Did our ancestors truly once flourish? Chapter 125. Xiao Yan, where are my elder brothers? Xiao Ze, it's not that I doubt you, but this matter is so weighty that it's hard for me to accept, Xiao Li said after a prolonged moment, pressing his fingers to his temples. He too wore an expression of incredulity. Our ancestors once flourished. They could even stand against the most formidable forces in the entire Dou Qi Continent. Does that not imply that the Xiao family was once among the elite powers of the Dou Qi Continent? After all, to be regarded as an enemy by such terrifying forces, we must have been far from weak ourselves. Indeed, this matter is of great significance. How could I jest with you? As for how I came to learn of this, it was through a series of fortuitous events that I had a brief encounter with a subordinate faction of that power. Xiao Ze's earnest words finally allowed the two to gradually accept the gravity of the situation. Can relocating the Xiao family truly avert such calamities? Xiao Ding expressed his doubts, pondering that if such a terrifying enemy truly exists, there would be no place to escape. Simply evading is certainly not a solution. But what I seek is merely to secure some time for my growth. Once I am sufficiently powerful, I shall uproot that faction entirely, Xiao Ze declared with immense authority, causing both Xiao Li and Xiao Ding's hearts to quicken. Then we must not be a burden to you. Rest assured in your growth, for we shall safeguard the family, Xiao Ding said with a determined exhale. So, does this mean we must disband the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps? Xiao Li suddenly interjected. It seems we have no other choice. We cannot transport such a large mercenary group, and they each have their own families here, Xiao Ding replied slowly. Clearly reluctant to part with the mercenary corps he had built over the years, yet recognizing the paramount importance of family. Eldest brother, second brother. These are some items I salvaged from the Black Corner Domain's forces. Choose what you find useful for yourselves. Anything unnecessary can be sold to fund the disbandment of the mercenaries, Xiao Ze said, producing several spatial rings. Xiao Ding quickly waved his hand in refusal. Xiao Ze, you underestimate your elder brothers. We are not so destitute that we cannot afford to disband the mercenary corps. Very well, but let me know if you require more. I am now a high-ranking alchemist, with resources beyond your imagination. A high-ranking alchemist. Xiao Li and Xiao Ding were left utterly astonished. What on earth had transpired during Xiao Ze's absence these past 2 years? With newfound resolve, the two immediately set about their plans with vigor. After discussions with the higher-ups of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, they decided to resign from their positions as leaders, entrusting the management to others. After all, this was a mercenary group they had painstakingly established, and the thought of disbanding it entirely was filled with reluctance. Allowing others to take over was, nonetheless, a favorable conclusion. Xiao Ze had no objections, provided it was handled appropriately. A few days later, a youth clad in shorts, bare-chested, with a black heavy ruler slung over his back, gazed upon Shimo City with a smile. It had been a long time since he last saw his elder and second brothers, and he missed them dearly. He swiftly stowed the heavy ruler in a spatial ring and donned the attire of an alchemist. As he entered Shimo City amidst the respectful farewells of the guards, he quickly learned of the Mo Tai mercenary corps location. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing an alchemist arrive for a visit, greeted him with utmost respect. Esteemed alchemist, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting the Mo Tai mercenary corps? My name is Xiao Yan, a cousin of your esteemed leader. I kindly request you to relay my message. Xiao Yan spoke politely, yet the countenance of the guards at the entrance appeared peculiar. A frown creased Xiao Yan's brow as he queried, "What seems to be the matter? Are not your leaders, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li?" The alchemist is mistaken. Just a few days prior, both leaders resigned from their positions and departed. Upon hearing this news, even Xiao Yan, known for his composure, could not suppress his astonishment. How could my elder brother and second brother suddenly abandon the mercenary group they have labored over for so long? May I inquire if you know the reason for their departure? Xiao Yan pressed on, still unwilling to accept the situation. We are uncertain of the specifics, but the higher echelons of the corps should be able to provide clarity. At that moment, a robust mercenary emerged, courteously inviting Xiao Yan into the base of the mercenary group. You are indeed the third brother of the former leader, Xiao Yan, are you not? Several mercenaries greeted him with respectful gestures, one of them speaking up. That is I. I must ask, Xiao Yan began, but was interrupted by a forthright mercenary. We have summoned you here to address your concerns. In truth, the two leaders did not elaborate on their reasons for leaving, but I suspect it is related to the arrival of the leader's fourth brother. What? Xiao Yan exclaimed, rising abruptly in shock as he gazed incredulously at the mercenary. Are you certain it is the leader's fourth brother? His name is Xiao Ze, the mercenary quickly added. Upon hearing the name Xiao Ze, Xiao Yan finally felt a sense of assurance. However, learning that Xiao Ze was the catalyst for his elder and second brother's departure alleviated much of his worry. He had initially assumed they had left due to unavoidable troubles, but it now seemed there might be other reasons at play. The voice of the old alchemist echoed within Xiao Yan's mind. No need for concern. I trust that the fourth brother acts with discernment and has sound reasons for leading away my elder brother and second brother, Xiao Yan silently affirmed. He pondered about the progress Xiao Ze had made over the past 2 years. Clenching his fists, Xiao Yan reflected on his own journey, having embarked on his training early. Prior to his coming-of-age ceremony, with the intent of catching up to Xiao Ze, he had traveled extensively along the periphery of the Beast Mountain Range, finally arriving at Qingshan Town, before traversing through the mountain range and eventually reaching the Tagore Desert. All the toil he had endured and the hardships he had faced had ultimately culminated in his current prowess, 7-star Battle Master. His primary purpose for venturing into the Tagore Desert was to seek rare flames, which would allow his burning technique to evolve. He had previously consumed the flame of a 5th-tier magical beast, the Flame Rock Beast, and had reaped the benefits of its evolution. Now, he was diligently following leads in search of extraordinary flames within the expanse of the Tagore Desert. Ultimately, Xiao Yan found temporary residence within the Mo Tai mercenary corps. Despite the change in leadership, they welcomed him with warmth and hospitality. Meanwhile, after several days of flight, the flying beast finally descended into Wutan City. Xiao Ze stretched his limbs, relieved to have arrived at Wutan City. Chapter 126. Leaping from Wutan City, the world is vast and boundless. The young physician had long since arrived at the Xiao family 3 days prior, even assisting them in resolving a troublesome matter, thereby instilling a profound sense of trepidation in the other 2 prominent families. They were left bewildered, pondering the extent of the formidable guardianship the Xiao family now possessed. The atmosphere within the Xiao household brimmed with joy, as, due to Xiao Ze's influence over the past 2 years, Xiao Zhan's authority within the family had surged dramatically. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was leading the 3 Xiao brothers to the study, his brow furrowed as he glanced at Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Father, you must consult Xiao Ze regarding this matter, Xiao Ding asserted, passing the topic to Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze, how could he possibly presume to influence your decisions? Xiao Zhan appeared skeptical. Xiao Li interjected promptly. Father, you must trust us. Xiao Ze has transformed significantly. In the span of 2 years, he has ascended to the pinnacle of the Dou Wang realm. What? Xiao Zhan suddenly stood, the chair clattering to the ground as he fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Ze. Father, I have indeed reached the pinnacle of the Dou Wang realm, Xiao Ze stated, demonstrating his Dou Qi manifested as wings. He then recounted the words he had previously spoken to Xiao Li and Xiao Ding in Shimo City. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's expression shifted dramatically. As his demeanor changed, he retrieved an ancient jade from his robe. Xiao Ze, are you referring to this ancient jade that has been passed down through our family for generations? I am unsure of the specifics, but if there exists nothing else that has been consistently inherited by the Xiao family, this is likely it. When Xiao Zhan produced the ancient jade, Xiao Ze utilized his soul power to probe it, yet discerned nothing amiss. However, he recognized that persuading the elder members of the family would not be an easy feat. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Zhan resolved himself. Yet, he soon recalled another concern. The elders of the family could potentially obstruct their migration. Oh, leave this matter to me. It merely requires a bit of pressure and persuasion due to insufficient interests, Xiao Ze confidently proclaimed, earning a newfound respect from Xiao Zhan, who couldn't help but smile with pride and pat Xiao Ze on the shoulder. Xiao Ze, you have truly matured. I am greatly reassured to entrust the family to your care. This matter is not urgent. After the Xiao family relocates to Jialan City, I may not remain with the Xiao family any longer. You should continue as the patriarch. Father, staying with the Xiao family would not benefit my growth. After considering Xiao Ze's rationale, Xiao Zhan opened his mouth, but ultimately nodded vigorously. Since his child still required assistance, he would, of course, not refuse. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan thought of Xiao Yan and expressed his concerns. That is a trivial matter. We merely need to leave appropriate information. Besides, our third brother's so-called mysterious master is likely no ordinary person. After hearing Xiao Ze's assurance, Xiao Zhan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Yan's enigmatic master was indeed extraordinary. A mysterious alchemist of remarkable prowess. Xiao Ze briefly instructed the three before he and Qinglin made their way to the back mountain, where the young physician remained to refine her skills. Xiao Ze, who is this young lady? The young physician inquired. Casting a glance at the timid Qinglin behind Xiao Ze, she suddenly recalled that when she first arrived at the Xiao family, the scene bore a striking resemblance to this moment. However, back then, she occupied the position of the young girl, while it was Xun'er who posed the inquiries. This was a maid I had received in Shimo City. Having recognized her exceptional talents, I intended to nurture her potential. The little medical sage, though somewhat skeptical, nodded with cautious curiosity, scrutinizing Qinglin closely. Did this young girl also possess a unique constitution akin to my own cursed toxic body? Certainly. Why be so formal between us? The little medical sage brushed a strand of long hair behind her ear and smiled at Xiao Ze. And this young lady? As the little medical sage directed her gaze towards her, Qinglin, who had relaxed somewhat, became tense once more. Considering Qinglin's circumstances, Xiao Ze communicated discreetly. This child is the offspring of a serpent person and a human. Her upbringing has been fraught with hostility. She harbors a sensitive and insecure heart. So I hope you can be patient with her. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's thoughts, the little medical sage's expression softened immediately. Your name is Qinglin, is it? Your brother Xiao Ze has matters to attend to. So for now, would you stay by my side? Qinglin glanced at Xiao Ze, who nodded gently, and she pressed her lips together. The little medical sage took Qinglin to bathe in the hot springs on the back mountain. Observing this, Xiao Ze decided against accompanying them. After practicing on the platform of the back mountain for a while, he proceeded with some preparations. The following day, the clan leaders summoned the family's senior members. In the vast conference room, only a handful of individuals were present, with 3 of them belonging to the clan leader's faction. This clearly indicated the extent of Xiao Zhan's control over the family in the past 2 years. By the time Xiao Ze arrived, the elders had already listened to Xiao Zhan's briefing and fell into a contemplative silence. Esteemed elders, do you harbor any objections to the clan leader's decision? Xiao Ze inquired directly, casting a glance at the Grand Elder, who promptly stood up, prepared to voice his concerns. Our Xiao family has established itself in Wutan City after many years of hard work. Are we now to relocate due to an inexplicable enemy? The migration of the Xiao family was driven not only by external threats, but also by the desire to escape the confines of Wutan City and venture into grander horizons. Xiao Ze countered immediately. Yet, although the ocean is vast, it conceals far more terrifying dangers. What strength do we possess to brave the sea? The Grand Elder's words elicited nods of agreement from the surrounding elders. Is the peak of Do Wang sufficient? Xiao Ze chuckled lightly. A pair of fighting spirit wings erupted, igniting the atmosphere of the entire conference room. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the fighting spirit wings unfurling behind Xiao Ze, an emblem of a Do Wang's prowess. Moreover, I do not speak without substance. With a wave of his hand, a plethora of items he had gathered filled the room's table to the brim. These treasures were more than enough for the family to rejuvenate itself. In fact, they represented merely the tip of the iceberg. As the elders of the Xiao family beheld the table laden with rare possessions, their eyes widened in disbelief. They glanced back at Xiao Ze's fighting spirit wings, and at last, they were completely convinced by his arguments. strength coupled with resources, sufficient to enable a family to flourish from scratch in an unfamiliar land. Departing from Wutan City, the vast expanse of the sea lies ahead. Chapter 127. A grateful response to Yefei. As the senior members of the Xiao family exited the meeting hall, their eyes were filled with disbelief. 2 years prior, they had envisioned Xiao Ze's future. Yet they had never anticipated that the moment he would ascend to the rank of a Do Wang would arrive so swiftly. When the wings of fighting spirit, symbolizing the prowess of a Do Wang, splendidly manifested within the conference room, all present were momentarily entranced. How many years had it been since the Xiao family had produced a Do Wang? The overwhelming joy that followed was unparalleled. With Xiao Ze's meteoric rise in power, the Xiao family too would benefit immensely and soar to new heights. Naturally, those within the family would also bask in this newfound fortune. Exiting the meeting room, they exchanged silent glances, secretly resolving to firmly align themselves with Xiao Ze. They must ensure that no misfortune befalls him, nor allow him to face any risks. As long as Xiao Ze could grow steadily, the Xiao family would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable entity akin to the Yunlan sect. One that even the empire would dare not provoke. Their lives could be sacrificed, but Xiao Ze's safety was paramount. With a united front among the senior members of the Xiao family, the entire clan soon mobilized. Of course, given that the Xiao family was one of the 3 prominent families in Wutan City, their movements could not go unnoticed. The swift mobilization of the Xiao family quickly aroused the vigilance of other forces within the city. The earlier display of prowess by the little physician had instilled considerable fear, and now, with the Xiao family initiating a sudden and concentrated movement of personnel, the other 2 families grew wary, suspecting that the Xiao family was plotting against them, and thus began to tighten their defenses. However, had the senior members of the Xiao family been aware, they would have surely scoffed at such notions. What was there to fight over in the trivial Wutan City? Their destination was the vast ocean beyond. As the patriarch, Xiao Zhan was undoubtedly swamped with responsibilities, and both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li shared in his busyness. These 3 were Xiao Ze's most trusted allies within the family. The resources scavenged from the Black Corner region had been entrusted to them for assessment and utilization in the family's development. These were crucial supplies, and it was imperative that they remain in the hands of the family's core members. Only by retaining control over these resources could they ensure their influence and authority. Moreover, their own strength was of utmost importance. As a Grand Do Master, Xiao Zhan could directly enhance his power by consuming the purple spirit pill, elevating him by an entire star level. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, still at the Do Master level, had not been given pills to directly boost their cultivation. However, there were plenty of auxiliary training resources available. With the assistance of Xiao Ze's pills, their strength would surely advance rapidly. During these past few days, Xiao Ze had tailored a batch of pills specifically for them. Following their journey to the Black Corner region, they would continue to enhance their abilities. After a flurry of meticulous preparations, the vast majority of the Xiao family members were now ready. Although the ordinary Xiao descendants remained unaware of the reasons behind the relocation. However, beneath the unified directive of the higher-ups, they found themselves powerless, compelled to acquiesce to the arrangements. In the study of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan placed a box before Xiao Ze. Zayer, within this box lies all the land deeds and pertinent documents of the Xiao family's properties. But what use do you have for these? You cannot take them with you. Why not simply sell them? Haha. I intend to bestow them as a gesture of goodwill. After all, I owe her quite a few favors, Xiao Ze replied with a smile. To which Xiao Zhan said nothing further. Xiao Ze, now a formidable Do Wang, held considerable sway within the Xiao family. As long as he did not lead the entire family to ruin, his words held weight. Presently, all Xiao Ze sought were these deeds that could not be taken away. Very well, handle it as you wish. Father, we shall embark early tomorrow, correct? Yes, preparations are nearly complete. We should set out soon. As we have made up our minds, there is no need to linger. This time, the entire Xiao family would journey to the Black Corner region, escorted by my friend, the little medical sage. Xiao Zhan paused momentarily. Zayer, are you not going along? I have some matters to attend to in the Gamma Empire. Do not worry. The little medical sage is also a Do Wang, and her true combat prowess can even contend with Do Huang level fighters. As Xiao Ze spoke, the little medical sage entered, accompanied by Ching Lin. Upon seeing Xiao Zhan, she was momentarily taken aback and quickly greeted him. Hello, Uncle Xiao. Although Xiao Zhan was weaker than her, he was Xiao Ze's father, deserving of her respect. Perhaps in the future, she would even amend her form of address. Xiao Zhan nodded stiffly. While he could initially accept this fact without reservation, learning from Xiao Ze that this young lady was also a Do Wang, possessing combat abilities on par with Do Huang, shifted his perspective. Very well, you two discuss the details of your journey ahead, Xiao Ze said as he rose, making his way towards the Mitre auction house. The atmosphere in the streets was somewhat tense. Evidently, the Xiao family's actions had not gone unnoticed by passers-by. Yet Xiao Ze remained unfazed. With two Dou Wang within the Xiao family, what unforeseen events could possibly unfold in this small Yuten city? At the Mitre auction house, in Yafei's chamber, Xiao Ze had not waited long before hearing hurried footsteps approaching. "Oh, is that not my dear younger brother Xiao Ze? I thought you had forgotten about your sister." Yafei, as enchanting as ever, radiated an irresistible allure. "What a thing to say, Sister Yafei. I could never forget you," Xiao Ze replied. Rising with a gentle smile and open arms, Yafei rolled her eyes but still embraced him. After exchanging pleasantries, Yafei inquired directly, "Why has the Xiao family been so active in recent days?" "Nothing much. I simply wish to leave Yuten City and seek opportunities elsewhere," Xiao Ze replied nonchalantly. Yafei appeared taken aback before quickly asking, "So, does this mean you are leaving again?" Sister Yafei, given my current strength, I cannot possibly remain in Yuten City indefinitely." "And what is your current strength?" Xiao Ze was about to speak when a fleeting thought crossed his mind, causing a peculiar smile to appear on his face as he tapped his cheek. "Kiss me, and I shall reveal it to you. Otherwise, I shall remain silent." Yafei rolled her eyes, pinched Xiao Ze's cheek, and chuckled. "Oh, so you dare to tease your elder sister Yafei now?" "I wouldn't dare, I was wrong. I am at the pinnacle of the Battle King realm now." The pretended charm on Yafei's face instantly vanished. Pinnacle of the Battle King? Xiao Ze briefly demonstrated his battle aura wings, leaving Yafei speechless, her eloquent lips now at a loss for words. "I actually pinched the face of a Battle King." "You may pinch whenever you desire, regardless of my realm, dear sister Yafei," Xiao Ze replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Yafei's gaze softened. "By the way, since you have taken care of me earlier, it is time for me to repay your kindness." Xiao Ze produced a small box and placed it on Yafei's long leg. "This contains the land deed and related property certificates of the Xiao family. Consider it my gratitude as your younger brother." Chapter 128. The Relocation of the Xiao Family. Zhonglin. Upon seeing the land deed and property certificates within the small box, Yafei was momentarily taken aback. Soon, she recalled Xiao Ze's earlier mention of the Xiao family's relocation. "Are you really giving me all these? Won't the upper echelons of the Xiao family be furious with you?" "Not at all. They are more than eager to support me now. With Xiao Ze's current strength at the pinnacle of the Battle King realm, the benefits he brought to the Xiao family far exceeded these mere deeds and documents. Such a vast asset, how could I ever repay you?" Yafei gazed at the small box, her expression shifting, as she initially intended to refuse, but Xiao Ze's demeanor was unwavering. "Sister Yafei, did I not say? A drop of kindness should be met with a fountain of gratitude. How fortunate I am to have befriended you. Compared to this small box, my initial contributions are nothing." Yafei closed the box, pursed her cherry lips, and looked at Xiao Ze's face, as if having made a resolute decision. She suddenly leaned in and left a faint kiss on his cheek. Xiao Ze, feeling the fleeting sensation on his cheek, was momentarily stunned. He feigned surprise. Opening his arms to embrace Yafei, who hastily evaded his grasp, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "That won't do." With that, Yafei swiftly fled her room. Breathing heavily against a nearby wall, Yafei's heart raced. She never anticipated that she would initiate a kiss, though it was merely on the cheek. It was an unprecedented first for her. Moreover, the recipient was her younger brother, who was even younger than she. Reflecting on this, Yafei felt her cheeks flush. Am I not akin to an old cow grazing on tender grass? She touched her smooth cheek, aware that she was in the prime of youth. Yet, when compared to Xiao Ze, who had not even undergone the adult ceremony, it felt like an old cow with tender grass. How had she begun to envision a future with Xiao Ze? Ultimately, one is merely an auctioneer. Yet, at such a tender age, Xiao Ze has already attained the rank of Do Wang, with an unfathomable future ahead. Do I possess the right to aspire to his level? Contemplating this, Yafei's expression suddenly darkened. Cradling the small box gifted by Xiao Ze, she slowly made her way into the distance. In Yafei's chamber, Xiao Ze sat pensively upon a chair, his features etched with thought. His earlier antics had merely been a playful scuffle. Otherwise, with his formidable prowess, how could he possibly allow Yafei to escape? His contemplation stemmed from the rapid ascension of Xun'er's strength. To his surprise, her advancement was not due to the ancient clan's secret methods, but rather her endeavor to subdue the Golden Emperor's blazing flame. Had Xun'er, at the Do Wang level, already commenced the attempt to conquer such a formidable force? Xiao Ze expressed his concerns. For the Golden Emperor's blazing flame was a fearsome fire ranked fourth on the list of exotic flames. Although it was a legacy flame of the ancient clan, subduing it at the Do Wang level must still pose significant challenges. Now that her strength had risen to Do Wang 5 stars, her progress seemed quite smooth. May Xun'er succeed in her endeavor. On the following day, the Xiao family's entourage set forth, grandly embarking towards the heart of the Black Corner region, the city of Jialan. With the protection of a Do Wang expert, the likelihood of encountering mishaps was minimal. After all, even within the Black Corner region, a force possessing a Do Wang expert could easily ascend to the ranks of second-tier powers. Coupled with the battle prowess of the little medical fairy, who bore the calamity poison body, she remained undaunted even in the face of Do Wang experts. At this moment, the little medical fairy was not following the crude methods of advancement as portrayed in the original narrative, but rather with Xiao Ze's guidance. She traversed a path of greater balance and tranquility, rendering her calamity poison more refined and her combat capabilities truly extraordinary. Once the Xiao family departed, the personnel from the Mitre auction house promptly took over the various enterprises and residences of the Xiao family. It was then that the people of Wutan City realized the truth. The Xiao family's sudden and extensive personnel reshuffle was not a ploy to incite conflict, but rather a strategy to extricate themselves from Wutan City and venture elsewhere. However, they were perplexed by the Xiao family's decision. Even if they sought to develop in different locales, some degree of caution should have been exercised. To abandon their development in Wutan City so abruptly appeared rather unwise to outsiders. Such a reckless gamble could easily lead to their own demise. Of course, they remained oblivious to the fact that the Xiao family now enjoyed the protection of a Do Wang expert. With such a guardian, they could establish a firm foothold in any empire across the northwestern continent. As Xiao Ze walked the streets of Wutan City, a myriad of thoughts troubled his mind. Though he aimed to sever the Soul Temple's investigations, how could he, relying solely on his own strength, possibly track down the elusive and enigmatic personnel of the Soul Temple? Even within the entirety of the Jialan Empire, there were likely very few forces aware of the Soul Temple's existence. Fortunately, relocating the Xiao family to Jialan City provided a safety net. Should he fail to uncover the Soul Temple's agents within the Jialan Empire, at least a fallback remained. He pondered when Yunshan had first made contact with the Soul Temple. At that time, facing the twilight of his life, he had chosen to enter seclusion to break through to Dozong. Yet, Yunshan faced failure and hovered on the brink of death. It was only with the assistance of the Soul Palace that he managed to break through to the Dozong realm. Had Yunshan not established contact with the Soul Palace, even if I endeavored to slay him now, it would not eradicate the problem. The Soul Palace could effortlessly find another faction to support, just a sliver of their energy. Slipping through their fingers would suffice to birth a Dozong powerhouse within another force. As Xiao Ze pondered, he suddenly realized he had fallen into a misconception. He had already relocated the Xiao family to the city of Jialan, and gathering intelligence in the chaotic Black Corner region would undoubtedly be even more arduous. This granted him additional time for growth. The reason for his current hesitation and lack of progress was simply that his strength was insufficient. Once his power reached a level capable of sweeping across the northwestern continent, many issues would resolve themselves with ease. Naturally, attaining such strength would require considerable time. Nevertheless, the foremost priority was to eliminate the lurking dangers to his family and enhance his own power. Xiao Ze glanced at the system interface and noted that only one binding remained, furrowing his brow. The Queen Medusa had yet to evolve into the seven-colored sky-devouring python, and his binding plan was stalled at this juncture. This matter could not be rushed. Xiao Ze murmured to himself, and suddenly, he realized he had wandered into the Shengde Tavern owned by the Nan family. The imposing presence of the Shengde Tavern suggested they awaited the arrival of someone significant. The Nan family, with their lofty reputation in Wutan City, would certainly not be inclined to wait for anyone's arrival. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Xiao Ze's mind, and an intrigued expression graced his face. Was it the eldest daughter of the Nan family who was coming? Xiao Ze chuckled inwardly, curious about what Nan Yanran would think upon discovering the Xiao family in ruins. Chapter 129, Nan Yanran. The Xiao family is gone. What about my engagement? Xiao Ze mused, promptly making his way to the Shengde Tavern. To witness the unfolding drama, one must secure a vantage point for a delightful view. Upon arriving at the Shengde Tavern, Xiao Ze produced a VIP card and reserved a private room on the second floor overlooking the street, ordering the finest beast feast available. This VIP card had been bestowed upon him by Yafei, allowing him to indulge in the high-end establishments of Wutan City. Remembering Yafei's confident declaration to cover his expenses, a smile involuntarily appeared on Xiao Ze's face. With the Xiao family's assets, Yafei had indeed become quite affluent. After all, in Wutan City, the weight of gold was still considerably substantial, perhaps delayed on the way. It wasn't until Xiao Ze was nearly finished with the beast feast and savoring dessert that a team arrived in haste at the entrance of the Shengde Tavern. A single glance confirmed that this group indeed hailed from Yunlan sect. Their sleeves bore a small silver sword, symbolizing their affiliation. Leading the entourage was an elderly man accompanied by a somewhat delicate-looking young lady. The news of my third brother's restored talent must have spread, prompting them to come for the annulment of the engagement. Regarding Nalin Yinran's decision to dissolve the engagement, Xiao Ze had no desire to pass judgment. Now that the Xiao family has departed from the Gamma Empire, the engagement between the two has become nothing more than an ephemeral dream, poised to vanish at any moment. One can only hope that Nalin Yinran does not lose her senses and start spreading rumors of her unilaterally breaking off the engagement simply because she cannot locate the Xiao family. While Nalin Yinran wishes to free herself from the constraints of the engagement, Xiao Ze can comprehend her desire. However, if she aims to extricate herself while simultaneously trampling on another's dignity, Xiao Ze finds such behavior rather unreasonable. After all, the dissolution of an engagement can be conducted discreetly. One could easily concoct a plausible excuse to mask the situation, thus preventing the Xiao family from becoming a laughingstock. Yet, Nalin Yinran chooses to publicly announce the dissolution of the engagement with the Xiao family. How to handle the aftermath should ultimately be left to Xiao Yan and Nalin Yinran, the parties directly involved, for they are bound to meet again someday. As Xiao Ze contemplated these matters, Nalin Yinran learned of the Xiao family's relocation, her brow furrowing tightly in concern. The Xiao family is gone. Who shall I turn to for the dissolution of my engagement? Her secret endeavor to cancel the engagement, undertaken without the knowledge of her family elders, had required considerable courage. But now, the Xiao family had left Wutan City without a trace or any indication of their destination. Yinran, what shall we do? Inquired the elder beside her, known as Gu Yi. Having come such a long way, I wish to attempt once more, Uncle Gu. Nalin Yinran responded, revealing her unexpected predicament. Upon entering the Shengde restaurant, Xiao Ze soon found himself in silence regarding their affairs. However, witnessing Nalin Yinran's unwillingness to concede, he felt a sense of helplessness. Well, I am not directly involved. I cannot meddle in such matters. Yet, to his surprise, a few days later, while he was engrossed in his training, Yafei abruptly entered. Xiao Ze, someone is looking for you, claiming to be from the Nalin family. How did they know I was here? Xiao Ze exclaimed in astonishment. Yafei approached him with a playful smile, leaning closer. Xiao Ze, you may not realize how vast your reputation has grown. You are quite renowned in Wutan City. Your frequent visits to the auction house have made it easy for word to spread. Xiao Ze furrowed his brow. He was reluctant to engage with Nalin Yinran, as he felt he could not make any decisions. Very well, I shall meet her, he said, rising to follow Yafei to the auction house's conference room. Inside, Nalin Yinran and Gu Yi sat poised at the table. Uncle Gu, fortunately, I did not leave prematurely. Indeed, someone from the Xiao family remains in Wutan City. Gu Yi expressed his concern. I have heard of Xiao Ze's reputation. That young man is even more formidable than Xiao Yan. Yinran, please do not act impulsively, he cautioned. Nalin Yinran pondered for a moment before nodding. She had come to annul the engagement, and if she could accomplish this smoothly, she would certainly refrain from rash actions. Are you both from the Nalin family? A clear voice resonated. Nalin Yinran looked up to see Xiao Ze's countenance, momentarily taken aback by his striking appearance. Having encountered many noble youths in the imperial capital, she had never seen anyone as handsome as Xiao Ze. Indeed, we have urgent matters to discuss regarding the Xiao family. But as they have inexplicably relocated, we can only seek you, Xiao Ze. Gu Yi spoke first. Xiao Ze then took a seat opposite them, while Yafei did not follow, as she held no standing in this matter. I am eager to hear the details. Ahem. It pertains to the engagement between Yinran and your elder brother. Gu Yi cleared his throat, perhaps feeling the weight of addressing Xiao Ze alone. He did not linger on formalities and initiated the conversation. However, at this juncture, he instinctively glanced at Xiao Ze. Noticing Xiao Ze's calm demeanor, he sighed with relief and proceeded to recount the matter in its entirety. So, you are suggesting that Miss Nalin wishes to dissolve the engagement with my third brother due to her becoming the next heir of the Yunlan sect? Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, a look of embarrassment washed over Gu Yi's face, as if it implied that Nalin Yinran, now soaring to great heights, sought to abandon her prior engagement. Are you implying that we should simply set aside this engagement, allowing it to naturally lapse once the stipulated time has passed? Nalin Yinran furrowed her brow and spoke. Not at all. I would much prefer that both parties amicably resolve this issue. It would be best for Miss Nalin and my third brother to sit down and discuss it thoroughly. But what about Xiao Yan? Ahem, he is currently training outside. Yet the Gamma Empire is not so vast that they will not cross paths eventually. However, Nalin Yinran, leaning on the table, stood up resolutely. I have also heard that Xiao Yan's talent has been restored, yet I do not wish to be bound by an engagement. My purpose here is solely to seek the dissolution of this contract. Since you cannot decide, I shall seek someone who can. Oh, Xiao Ze inquired with curiosity. How does Miss Nalin intend to proceed? By spreading the word, I will ensure that Xiao Yan comes to find me. But will the elders of the Nalin family consent to this? Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, Nalin Yinran's expression stiffened. Indeed, she had come here without the elders' knowledge. Humph. Then I shall spread the news first, firmly establishing the fact of the engagement's dissolution. As for the punishment from my clan, I shall bear it alone. Dou Yi, hearing this, quickly grasped Nan Yinran's arm. This child is far too straightforward. Does she not realize that such words amount to a slap in the face to the Xiao family? Especially in front of their young master. Xiao Ze frowned at her words. To directly disseminate the news of the engagement's dissolution? Is Miss Nan entirely disregarding the feelings of the Xiao family? Chapter 130. In front of your Yun sect leader, I dare to speak thus. Miss Nan, one must consider matters more thoroughly. If you were to act in such a manner, what would become of the Xiao family's honor? Xiao Ze's words momentarily stunned Nan Yinran. She quickly grasped that if she forcibly dissolved the engagement, it would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to the Xiao family. Should this matter truly circulate, it would likely become a source of amusement for the entire empire. Nan Yinran took a deep breath, the composed demeanor of Xiao Ze throughout the conversation having influenced her. Unlike her impulsive actions in the original narrative, she refrained from making any rash promises of a 3-year agreement. Of course, with Xiao Yan absent and lacking the principal parties involved, such a promise would hold little value. I apologize, it seems I have not considered this matter properly. However, you have always insisted that I have a serious discussion with Xiao Yan, yet you have never revealed his whereabouts. Is this appropriate? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze fell silent for a moment and suggested, how about this? In 3 years' time, I will surely locate my third brother and convey Miss Nan's intentions. At that point, my brother can come personally to discuss matters in detail. How does that sound? Am I to wait idly for 3 years only to receive an uncertain outcome? Nan Yinran's frustration was evident as she observed Xiao Ze's inability to provide a definitive answer. Indeed, this may not be a significant issue for Miss Nan. Xiao Ze furrowed his brow, unable to believe that Nan Yinran could evolve into the next heir of the Yunlan sect within 3 years. Could it be that the prolonged engagement would render her incapable of inheriting the Yunlan sect? I must be losing my senses, engaging in a serious discussion with you. You represent nothing. Your words hold no sway over Xiao Yan. With a determined bite of her lip, Nan Yinran retorted, if you are truly incapable of making any decisions, perhaps you should invite your elder brother to speak with us. Dou Yi hesitated for a moment, attempting to ease the tension between both parties. Alas, if an agreement cannot be reached, then let it be. Xiao Ze shook his head and advised, however, I do counsel you, Miss Nan, to reconsider your actions carefully to avoid creating an awkward situation for both sides. After all, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. The rumors you spread today have already tarnished the Xiao family's reputation. I cannot predict what may transpire tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Dou Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, Xiao Ze, are you not threatening us? If you truly wish to proceed in such a manner, then consider it a threat, Xiao Ze replied with a chuckle. Nan Yinran could not help but let out a laugh, her earlier discontent with Xiao Ze's evasive words transforming into a sarcastic retort. A threat? Do you truly believe the Xiao family has the standing to issue one? Indeed, Xiao Ze, Nan Yinran is not only backed by the Nan family, but also by the Yunlan sect. Dou Yi could not restrain himself, standing up to assert. Even one warrior of the Do Wang level from the Nan family is beyond what the Xiao family can provoke, not to mention our sect leader, Yun. I have stated that if you wish to dissolve the engagement, it can be done privately between the parties involved, with a subsequent excuse to smooth things over, which would pose no harm to either family, Xiao Ze stated solemnly. However, should Miss Nan insist on this course of action, the ensuing conflict would be quite unpleasant. I would dare to say this even before sect leader Yun. As soon as the words left his mouth, a formidable aura suddenly emanated from Xiao Ze. Clang. Under the weight of this aura, Dou Yi was instantly overwhelmed, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he sat down, shocked by Xiao Ze's presence. A Do Wang powerhouse. Dou Yi sensed an imposing presence from Xiao Ze that rivaled that of sect leader Yun. Nan Yinran, seated calmly in her chair, did not display Dou Yi's level of distress, yet she too was taken aback, her expression reflecting astonishment as she regarded Xiao Ze. Before her stood someone younger than herself. Yet he was a Do Wang powerhouse in his teens. No wonder he dares to utter such words. I have said all I can. I sincerely hope that Miss Nan refrains from provoking trouble for the Nan family and the Yunlan sect. Xiao Ze, indifferent to the astonished expressions of the two, concluded his statement and lost all desire for further conversation with them. I shall take my leave now. Dou Yi tremulously raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing how absurd it was to intimidate a Do Wang expert with a mere Do Wang. At this moment, Nan Yinran's eyes still bore traces of shock when Xiao Ze revealed the formidable aura of a Do Wang. It shattered her previously cherished pride in her own martial talent. The thought of having openly mocked a Do Wang expert left her drenched in cold sweat, filled with dread. Had Xiao Ze been displeased in that instant, he could have easily annihilated both of them. Yinran, I believe it would be prudent to reconsider this matter later. Gu Yi suggested hesitantly. Alternatively, we could follow Lord Xiao Ze's advice. After all, if Xiao Yin does not appear within 3 years, it shall be deemed overdue. Nailin Yinran looked towards the entrance of the meeting room with a complex expression, a hint of a bitter smile gracing her lips. It appears we have no choice. After all, the Nan family cannot afford to offend a Dou Wang expert, and even the teacher would not wish to make an enemy of one. May the outcome in 3 years be favorable. Nailin Yinran murmured as she gazed at the doorway. The words she had previously spoken to Xiao Ze now echoed back to her. Is the Nan family truly worthy of provoking a Dou Wang expert? Xiao Ze's figure lingered in her mind, and she could scarcely fathom how someone so young could possess such power. Their own cultivation left them incapable of accurately gauging Xiao Ze's strength. They could only assess him based on the aura he emanated. The strongest aura they had encountered was that of Yun, and Xiao Ze's presence rivaled her own. Thus, they instinctively assumed Xiao Ze was also a Dou Wang expert. Though Xiao Ze heard Gu Ye's words, he lacked the interest to correct them. After all, he too was on the verge of a breakthrough. He would consider it a preliminary notification. That day, Nailin Yinran and Gu Yi departed from Wutan City, fearful that a moment of displeasure from Xiao Ze could lead to dire consequences. While the likelihood of such an outcome was slim, they preferred not to gamble with their lives in another's hands. What could they possibly compare to a Dou Wang expert? Xiao Ze's might was already comparable to that of the teacher. Their own talents, strengths, and statuses paled in significance before him. A single Dou Wang expert could obliterate all that stood in their way. Yinran, let us go. Seeing Nailin Yinran still lost in thought, Gu Yi gently urged. Indeed. Outside Wutan City, Xiao Ze watched as Nailin Yinran and the others departed. The pact of 3 years ultimately did not come to fruition. Should he encounter Third Brother later, he would convey the message. As for how to decide, Third Brother must have his own thoughts on the matter. Speaking of which, I too should seek a place to break through to Dou Wang. Chapter 131. Farewell to Yafei. Xiao Yan is pursued. Sister Yafei, are you truly leaving tomorrow? Xiao Ze gazed at the enchanting beauty before him and spoke softly. Yafei smiled gently and remarked, It is indeed you, my dear Xiao Ze. Who has provided this opportunity? Those assets. Xiao Ze responded with surprise. While those assets hold some significance in Wutan City, they are hardly noteworthy in the eyes of the headquarters of the Middle Auction House, which possesses far greater resources. Should you need assistance, my sister, I can also lend my support. Xiao Ze was taken aback to discover that the true reason for Yafei's premature departure was himself. After a moment of silence, he embraced her softly. Rest assured, if time permits, I shall visit the headquarters of the Middle Auction House in the imperial capital. I eagerly await your arrival. Yafei replied with a smile, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Such an emotional display was rare for Yafei, the chief auctioneer of the house, whose abilities were beyond question. She was adept at navigating various social interactions, donning different facades for countless individuals, rarely revealing her true feelings. Yet, as the time of parting drew near, she unveiled her reluctance and sorrow before Xiao Ze. He felt helpless at the sight, for the challenges he faced due to his own strength were far beyond what Yafei could bear. Even merely standing behind him was a burden she could not withstand. The following day, Xiao Ze accompanied Yafei to the square where the flying magical beasts awaited. All right, dear brother Xiao Ze, as we bid farewell. This is where our paths diverge, she said. Take care, sister Yafei. Yafei clenched her delicate fist, attempting to project her strength, yet the soft, fair hand lacked any intimidating presence. Realizing the awkwardness of the moment, she quickly rephrased, besides, within the borders of the Jimat Empire, few would dare provoke the Middle Auction House. Xiao Ze smiled, and amidst the astonished gazes of their companions, he opened his arms wide. Just as they believed that Yafei would not acknowledge Xiao Ze, she broke into a radiant smile and enveloped him in a warm embrace, her arms tightening around him. Their companions were nearly speechless, and had gazes the power to inflict harm, Xiao Ze would have suffered countless injuries at that moment. I shall await your arrival in the imperial capital, Yafei said, releasing him, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. I will definitely come. Xiao Ze watched as the flying magical beast carrying Yafei soared into the distance. With the last familiar face departing from Wutan City, he felt a sense of purposelessness in remaining. Thus, he left Wutan City, heading straight for the Tagar Desert. Previously, during the fire energy hunting competition, he had extended considerable care towards Han Yu, who, wishing not to take advantage of him, gifted him a treasure map. Remarkably, the map pointed directly to the Tagar Desert. The map was imbued with a rich water attribute, yet ultimately directed him toward the water-scarce Tagar Desert. I hope this treasure map truly leads me to a water-related treasure. Xiao Ze mused, drawn to its mysterious nature. The map was crafted from the hide of a high-tier water attribute magical beast, and he sensed a trace of soul energy within it. All these signs suggested that this treasure map was indeed extraordinary. In comparison to his previous journey aboard the flying beast, Xiao Ze soared to the edge of the Taggart Desert with considerably greater speed. He casually selected a city and procured a map of the desert, meticulously cross-referencing it with the treasure map. As he flew through the air, he scrutinized the two floating maps before him, his brow furrowed in concentration. To his astonishment, he discovered that the treasure map ultimately pointed to a location deep within the Taggart Desert, territory belonging to the Queen of Medusa. According to Hebedong, the Queen possessed the uncanny ability to sense any human presence within her domain. This enigmatic sense left Xiao Ze pondering whether he could mask his own aura with that of the snake people, thus allowing him to search for treasure in the heart of the desert. After all, he had no intention of provoking the Queen at this juncture. Nevertheless, should a confrontation arise, he felt undaunted. The Medusa's venom would likely prove ineffective against his perfected poison body. Xiao Ze subsequently flew to another city to acquire some snake people's blood. In a city accustomed to battling the snake people, one could readily procure not only their blood but even snake slaves, provided one had the means. While at the slave market, he observed the snake women, whose prices were exorbitantly high. After witnessing this, he could only marvel at the allure that these enchanting snake women possessed, renowned throughout the surrounding empires. With his preparations complete, Xiao Ze followed the directions of the treasure map toward the depths of the Taggart Desert. However, before he could venture too far, he sensed two formidable auras in pursuit. The leading presence caused Xiao Ze to raise an eyebrow. The immense soul power, coupled with that familiar aura, could only belong to the duo of Xiao Yin and Yao Lao. He detected a throng of Dou Wang level experts trailing behind them. It appeared that his third brother had taken a perilous journey into the depths of the desert in search of, only to attract the attention of the Snake People's tribe. Xiao Ze tightened his cloak. According to the original narrative, without the assistance of Ching Lin, Xiao Yin would find it exceedingly difficult to locate the Qinglin Earth Heart Fire near Shimo City. After fruitless searching, Xiao Yin would inevitably turn to the third location marked on Hebedong's map, which coincidentally lay close to the desert's core. Could it be that his removal of Ching Lin had inadvertently led to Xiao Yin being hunted? As Xiao Ze hesitated over whether to intervene, he suddenly felt that overwhelming soul power barreling toward him. Am I the unwitting catalyst for this misfortune? His third brother had seemingly made the decision for him. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Ze turned and fled, while Xiao Yin sought to divert attention. He intended to take advantage of the chaos to circle around and delve deeper into the desert in search of treasure. With his flight techniques and innate ability to manifest wings of Dou Qi, Xiao Ze could combine both to achieve remarkable speed. In comparison to them, he harbored no fear. His sudden burst of speed left Xiao Yin and Yao Lao momentarily stunned. How could he possibly fly faster than us? However, with the Queen of Medusa relentlessly pursuing them, they had little choice but to hasten their escape. Chapter 132. The Illusory Sea Born in the Desert. The pursuit within the Taggart Desert persists unabated. The advantage of compounded flight speed is indeed monumental. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin can only manage a bitter smile. He had ventured deep into the desert in search of the elusive, only to unexpectedly encounter Queen Medusa, patrolling the vicinity with the leader of the Serpent tribe. To his dismay, he overheard Queen Medusa instructing her subordinates to expedite the search for, as she intended to use it to attempt an evolution of her own bloodline and break through to the Dou Zong realm. This astonishing revelation has led to Xiao Yin being fervently pursued. He originally intended to enlist the aid of a mysterious powerhouse to share the burden of the Serpent tribe's relentless chase. However, he never anticipated that this enigmatic figure would be even swifter than himself. Despite his enhanced speed granted by the soul power of Yao Lao, he found himself unable to compare. Yao Lao could only exclaim at the peculiarity of the situation, for within his perception, this mysterious figure was merely at the pinnacle of Do Wang. How could someone of such strength exhibit such terrifying speed? Surely, they must have experienced some fortuitous event. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa, upon sensing the presence of this mysterious powerhouse, was momentarily startled, suspecting the existence of an accomplice, only to discover it was merely a passerby. She had no intention of pursuing him, for if this enigmatic figure were to resolutely flee, catching up would prove exceedingly difficult. However, the individual who had eavesdropped on her plans would not escape her wrath so easily. After all, having infiltrated the depths of the desert once, he could very well breach the Serpent tribe's temple next time. Such a talent for concealment, if not for the slight oversight that allowed her to capture him, might have gone unnoticed entirely. Furthermore, he had overheard her intentions to evolve using. Should he spread this information widely, it could severely impact her plans. Whether out of trepidation regarding that individual's stealth capabilities or the necessity to safeguard her evolution scheme, Queen Medusa resolved to ensure that he remained forever entombed in the desert. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and a chilling intent to kill enveloped her. Sensing the lethal intent emanating from Queen Medusa behind him, Xiaoyan could only manage a wry smile as he continued his desperate flight. The mysterious figure ahead had long since vanished, leaving him to rely solely on his own wits. On another front, Xiao Ze, having shed his troubles, promptly turned back into the depths of the desert. He began to smear serpent blood upon himself, masking his human scent. Following the directions of the treasure map, he sought the hidden treasure. The challenge of locating a specific site in the vast desert, guided only by a map, was formidable, to say the least. Fortuitously, Xiao Ze possessed the ability to fly, allowing him to better discern the terrain from a higher vantage point, and should he make a wrong turn, he could swiftly adjust his course. During this time, he encountered several patrols of serpent warriors. However, their strength was insufficient to detect him. After searching dozens of locations, all yielding false leads, he couldn't help but speculate whether entry was only possible at a specific time. However, the treasure map contained no further information, and Xiao Ze could only patiently continue his search. Soon, in an extremely hot region, he sensed something unusual. Though the Tagore Desert was scorching, it was not devoid of any water element. Here, however, was different. The presence of the water element seemed to vanish without a trace, and even with Xiao Ze's heightened perception, he could not detect its existence. It is worth noting that Xiao Ze's sensitivity to the energies of heaven and earth had been remarkably enhanced through numerous improvements, placing him among the elite even at the Dou Wang level. It seemed that in this very place, Xiao Ze held the treasure map in his hand. Infusing it with a hint of Dou Qi yielded no reaction. He then enveloped it with his soul perception, attempting to draw forth the faint soul energy within the map. A wisp of ethereal soul energy emanated from the treasure map. Immediately, the space before him appeared to distort, causing Xiao Ze to furrow his brow and swiftly retreat. With the guidance of this soul energy, the spatial fluctuations intensified, gradually forming an entrance. Such a feat could only be orchestrated by a powerhouse at least at the Dou Zun level. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xiao Ze's eyes, accompanied by a profound sense of vigilance. The greater the opportunity, the more perilous the hidden dangers. Xiao Ze attempted to probe the interior with his soul perception, and soon, a look of shock crossed his face. Within, there lay an illusionary sea. Xiao Ze's voice brimmed with awe. As an alchemist, he possessed knowledge of many peculiar phenomena in the Dou Qi Continent. The illusionary sea was exceedingly rare, typically arising only in places abundant with water elements. When water elements coalesce in one location, they form a highly concentrated sea of water elements. This sea of water elements is not an ocean, yet it is far more formidable than a true ocean. Hence, it is dubbed the illusionary sea. However, this was situated deep within a vast desert. How could such a phenomenon possibly arise? Xiao Ze could only marvel at the wonders of nature. The emergence of an illusionary sea in the heart of a desert was indeed astonishing. Sensing no immediate danger within, Xiao Ze stepped forward with the treasure map in hand. As the treasure map entered the illusionary sea, the spatial entrance gradually fluctuated and ultimately vanished into the void. Upon truly entering the illusionary sea, Xiao Ze felt the extraordinarily abundant water elements within. As he entered, the water elements surged towards him with fervor. Had he not restrained his urge to break through, he would have likely entered a state of ascension immediately. Just as Xiao Ze was about to take action, the soul energy within the treasure map floated forth, coalescing into a watery form, aided by the plentiful water elements of the illusionary sea. Ah, it seems you are indeed fated to be with this illusionary sea, Xiao Ze exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this figure. He had not anticipated that this lingering fragment of soul energy could manifest a body through the water attribute. How powerful must this fragment of soul energy have originally been? I, a junior, pay my respects to you, esteemed predecessor. By sheer fortune, I obtained this treasure map and stumbled upon this place. Xiao Ze, perceiving the mysterious figure before him as possessing no malevolent intent, respectfully clasped his hands together in greeting. Indeed, it was primarily the faint flicker of soul energy emanating from this being that indicated the limits of its corporeal form. Inflicting harm upon him was utterly impossible, which allowed Xiao Ze to engage in conversation with such calm composure. Ah, this truly embodies your connection with the illusory sea. The concept of opportunity is indeed ineffable. Years ago, I happened upon this desert by chance and fortuitously witnessed the emergence of this ethereal phenomenon, the illusory sea, amidst the vast expanse of sand. However, such a miraculous formation, born of serendipity, is not destined to endure. After all, this is an immense desert, where the mere existence of water elements to facilitate the birth of the illusory sea is a marvel in itself, rendering its continued existence impossible. Recognizing the rarity of this celestial creation, I established a spatial boundary to safeguard its growth, leaving behind a treasure map in hopes that a destined individual might discover it. Chapter 133, The Sage of the Vast Sea. The Spirit Pearl of the Illusory Sea. As Xiao Ze listened to the elder's narration, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The illusory sea above the desert was, in fact, a manifestation of natural forces, rather than the product of human intervention as he had previously speculated. Concurrently, he gained insight into the elder's formidable prowess, realizing that he was at the very least a respected sage. To regard this celestial creation without harboring any predatory intent, I am deeply impressed by your magnanimity, esteemed elder. Ah, not entirely so. I am not without a hint of selfishness, the elder chuckled, dismissing Xiao Ze's praise with a wave of his hand. While the illusory sea is indeed a rare sanctuary for water element practitioners, it is the spirit pearl of the illusory sea that constitutes the true celestial treasure. Though I had the intention of protecting this heavenly creation, I also harbored a personal desire to conceal it until the spirit pearl's maturation. However, it appears that this secret realm of the illusory sea is only just now opened, suggesting that my true form has long since encountered misfortune and met a tragic end. As he spoke, the elder's tone was laced with a sense of wistfulness, reflecting on the ephemeral nature of life, which remains unpredictable to all. Even so, esteemed elder, you have indeed benefited future generations. At least for me, this has proven to be an immense opportunity, Xiao Ze replied sincerely, acknowledging the undeniable truth of his words. Had it not been for this elder's intervention, he would never have gained access to the secret realm of the illusory sea. And he found himself intrigued by the elder's identity. May I inquire your esteemed name? The name is hardly worth mentioning. Yet I once held a rather illustrious title on the continent of Dou Qi. Time has passed, and I wonder if my name has endured through the ages. I was once known as the Sage of the Vast Sea. Gulp. Upon hearing the elder's final proclamation, Xiao Ze could not help but swallow hard, his heart racing with excitement. A sage, a title reserved for the legendary Dou Sheng. The amiable elder before him was, astonishingly, a Dou Sheng powerhouse. Initially, Xiao Ze had estimated the elder's strength as high as that of a senior Dozun or even a semi-saint. To his astonishment, a venerable sage suddenly emerged. Could it be that this place is a relic of the Dou Sheng? In the original text, one of the most exceptional spiritual treasures, the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, originated from the Dou Sheng ruins. Xiao Ze did not seek treasures of such extraordinary caliber as the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Even a lesser tier would suffice to provide him with boundless benefits at present. The elder opposite him seemed to have divined Xiao Ze's thoughts, shaking his head and stating, "Though I created this illusory sea secret realm, I have not left any inheritance here, so I fear I must disappoint you." The immense disparity took Xiao Ze by surprise, causing him to take a deep breath and calm himself for a moment before stabilizing his emotions. After all, if this place truly harbored the legacy of the Han High Sage, even a fragment would yield him immeasurable gains. Alas, haha, little one, do not be so disheartened. Although I have not left any inheritance here, this illusory sea secret realm may still give rise to spiritual treasures that even sages covet. My legacy may not align with your path, but these treasures of heaven and earth could immensely benefit those who cultivate water attributes, offering rewards even into their peak. Xiao Ze, having steadied his emotions, now felt a flicker of hope as he learned of the potential treasures. He vaguely recalled the effects of the spiritual treasures born from the illusory sea, but there was evidently someone more knowledgeable before him. With a respectful bow, he implored, "Might you share your wisdom regarding the treasures nurtured within this illusory sea?" The treasure nurtured within this illusory sea is known as the illusory sea spirit pearl. For cultivators of the water attribute, if one can integrate it within themselves, the benefits are tremendous. The illusory sea spirit pearl can cause one's fighting spirit to mutate, possessing dual characteristics, one being the power of the Han High, enabling one to unleash devastating force with but a gesture. The ability to cause one's fighting spirit to mutate while embodying such distinct characteristics. The illusory sea spirit pearl is indeed extraordinary. After hearing about the effects of the illusory sea spirit pearl, Xiao Ze could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, do not rejoice too soon. The illusory sea spirit pearl is exceedingly rare to cultivate, and even I am uncertain if it has come into existence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze fell silent, recognizing that although the elder appeared amiable, he seemed to possess an odd penchant for kindling hope only to extinguish it. Ahem, even if it has not been cultivated, your entrance into this illusory sea secret realm is not without merit. The elder seemed to realize his words might be disheartening and continued, "I perceive you are on the verge of breaking through to Dou Wang. The water attributes here are abundant. A breakthrough within this realm would greatly enhance your affinity and perception of water elements. By the way, young one, you appear quite youthful. Could it be that you possess some secret to maintaining your appearance? Taken aback by the elder's sudden inquiry about his age, Xiao Ze replied, not at all. I have yet to undergo the rites of adulthood. Indeed, there exist such prodigies of cultivation in later generations. The elder's face displayed astonishment as he scrutinized Xiao Ze. In the days of yore, during my youth, I barely reached the level of A. As Xiao Ze listened to the elder's words, he occasionally interjected with inquiries. He was not in haste to break through or seek the mystical treasures within the illusory sea. This ancient sage before him possessed insights far beyond his imagination. Gleaning tales of the extraordinary from his lips was a splendid opportunity to broaden his horizons. Although he could not inherit the legacy of the sage of the vast sea, the current exchange was indeed rewarding. As time passed, the elder's spiritual energy waned further. Xiao Ze realized that the elder's departure was imminent. Oh, old age brings with it much chatter. Yet, to converse with the future generations in this manner is a delightful experience, the elder mused. Very well, young one. Your patience in listening to this old man is commendable. Go forth into the illusory sea and seek your fortune. To exit, you must activate the treasure map with your spiritual power, but to return, it shall depend upon your own strength. With that, the elder ceased his discourse. He did not glance at Xiao Ze but instead turned his gaze to survey the entirety of the illusory sea, a look of nostalgia and regret gracing his visage. With a final flicker of spiritual energy vanishing, the water elemental form dissipated, reintegrating into the illusory sea. Xiao Ze inhaled deeply and bowed to the place where the elder had vanished. This conversation had been immensely beneficial to him. Chapter 134. Acquiring the Spirit Pearl of the Illusory Sea. Breaking the barrier. Only when the spiritual energy of the sage of the vast sea faded did Xiao Ze find the time to properly sense this illusory sea secret realm. This layer of spatial barrier not only shielded the illusory sea from external contaminations and intrusions, but also spontaneously absorbed water elements from the surroundings. This explained why he had sensed not a trace of water element outside. The strength of it was evident in this spatial barrier, not only through the complete mastery over celestial energies, but also in the enduring efficacy of this barrier, whose existence spanned an unfathomable expanse of time. During this exploration, Xiao Ze grasped the enigmatic nature of the illusory sea. It was unlike any ordinary ocean. Within his perception, it resembled a colossal water sphere. Moreover, as he delved deeper into this sphere, the concentration of water elements grew increasingly formidable. He attempted to immerse his physical form within, only to discover that for every meter he descended toward the core, the pressure multiplied exponentially. After descending merely a few hundred meters, his body began to falter under the strain, compelling him to retreat hastily. Incredible. No wonder it was said that the illusory sea was not merely an ocean but a far more terrifying abyss. Should one venture hundreds of meters deep, even a fifth-tier magical beast, renowned for its physical prowess, would likely be crushed into pulp. Frowning deeply, Xiao Ze noted that there were no so-called guardian beasts within the illusory sea. However, the challenge of reaching the core was equally extraordinary. Currently, his physical strength, though formidable, was still insufficient, as he had only managed to penetrate several hundred meters deep. Even with the enhancement of, he doubted he could exceed 1,000 meters. This predicament left Xiao Ze in a quandary. He was acutely aware that the most probable location for the ethereal treasure's birth within the Mirage Sea was its very core, where the concentration of water elements reached an unparalleled intensity. Typically, places where elements are highly concentrated are conducive to the emergence of celestial treasures. The essence of Earth's refining milk exemplifies this, as does the otherworldly flames, which often manifest in volcanic regions or beneath the molten depths of the earth. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Ze. In the void space surrounding him, golden roots began to emerge incessantly. Under his command, they encircled his body, forming layers of protective barriers, tightly woven and impenetrable, amounting to dozens of layers. Xiao Ze was capable of subtly shaping the golden roots to ensure that the waters of the Mirage Sea would not permeate through. The roots of the primordial tree, which could effortlessly slice through space, possessed an undeniable strength. However, this also meant that he could no longer observe his surroundings with the naked eye. Fortunately, he could still harness his spiritual power. Thus, shielded by the golden roots, Xiao Ze ventured deeper into the Mirage Sea. As he delved further, his brow furrowed. The golden roots began to emit sounds of distress under the strain. If he could not locate the ethereal treasures within the Mirage Sea soon, he would have no choice but to retreat. In that instant, the spiritual power he had released was suddenly torn apart by a mysterious entity. Yet, instead of being alarmed, Xiao Ze felt a surge of joy, for only a being of a different realm could possess such power within the Mirage Sea. He conjured another golden branch, affixing his spiritual energy to the roots to prevent it from being obliterated as before. Indeed, The spiritual energy adhered to the golden roots effectively thwarted any disintegration. At long last, Xiao Ze beheld the very heart of the Mirage Sea. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned a circular vortex of water, emanating a formidable gravitational pull that incessantly drew in the surrounding water elements. Upon witnessing this vortex, Xiao Ze realized that it constituted the core of the Mirage Sea. Without the terrifying gravitational force provided by this vortex, the Mirage Sea could not exist. To obliterate this realm, one need only destroy the vortex. Of course, Xiao Ze had no intention of committing such a self-destructive act. At the center of the vortex lay the very objective of his expedition, a cerulean spirit pearl radiating a gentle glow. Nurtured by the vortex, it exhibited a concentration of water elements that would instill fear in any ordinary being. Xiao Ze manipulated the golden roots to extract the cerulean spirit pearl. No further interruptions occurred during this process. It seemed that the challenge lay primarily in traversing to the core of the Mirage Sea. After securing the spirit pearl, Xiao Ze lingered for a while, ensuring that the vortex remained unaffected. Only then did he depart. Perhaps years hence, the core of the vortex would once again give rise to a cerulean spirit pearl. Upon returning to the surface of the Mirage Sea, Xiao Ze withdrew the protective golden roots, idly toying with the spirit pearl in his hands. In this bountiful realm of water elements, coupled with such extraordinary treasures of nature, it would indeed be a tremendous waste not to utilize them to transcend to the rank of Do Wang. Without hesitation, Xiao Ze settled himself upon the surface of the Illusory Sea and promptly consumed the Illusory Sea Spirit Pearl. As soon as it entered his body, the energy contained within the pearl began to unfurl. However, within the void space, the primal origin tree quivered gently, and a golden light swiftly drew the Illusory Sea Spirit Pearl into the void, where countless roots surged forth eagerly. Even advanced cultivators would hesitate to follow Xiao Ze's daring act of swallowing the Illusory Sea Spirit Pearl whole, for doing so would lead to a cataclysmic explosion from the overwhelming energy. Yet, Xiao Ze harbored no such fears, for the primal origin tree exhibited unparalleled suppressive power, allowing him to consume it with confidence. He felt the barrier of Do Wang within him beginning to loosen, and seizing the moment, he claimed all the feedback rewards. These rewards transformed into an immense torrent of energy, coursing through his body. The vast water elements within the Illusory Sea were also devoured by Xiao Ze, and over time, the Illusory Sea sphere visibly shrank. In contrast, Xiao Ze's aura grew increasingly formidable. In this ebb and flow of energy, the height of the primal origin tree successfully surpassed 100 meters. Once this milestone was reached, the tree seemed to transcend all limitations, growing at an astonishing rate, swiftly reaching 200 meters in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the Illusory Sea Spirit Pearl, encircled by golden roots, continued to emanate terrifying energy. This energy, absorbed by the golden roots, nourished the growth of the primal origin tree, propelling Xiao Ze's cultivation further. Simultaneously, under the guidance of the primal origin tree, a sea blue radiance enveloped Xiao Ze. This light contained an extraordinarily unique energy, significantly enhancing his affinity and perception towards water attributes. The sea blue glow was merely an appetizer. The forthcoming transformation light was the true feast. Under the baptism of the golden transformation light, combined with the innate talent of a body cultivator, Xiao Ze's physical prowess surged once more. The opportunity to receive the baptism of transformation light upon breaking through a major realm, coupled with the additional enhancement from being a natural body cultivator, resulted in Xiao Ze, despite not focusing on body cultivation, possessing strength that rivaled even the most formidable beasts of the same tier. Even a 6th-tier beast would find it challenging to withstand a direct punch from Xiao Ze. Having already transcended to the Do Wang realm, Xiao Ze showed no signs of halting. He was poised to spend an extensive period absorbing the Illusory Sea Spirit Pearl. In the midst of the primal origin tree's absorption of the Illusory Sea Spirit Pearl within the void space, Xiao Ze began to receive a special reward, one that was profoundly enigmatic. It was only after he completed his breakthrough to Do Wang that he started to receive it. Xiao Ze sensed that his soul was being drawn towards something, entering the void space. Ultimately, the flicker of light that symbolized Xiao Ze's soul settled within the primal origin tree. Suddenly, Xiao Ze felt as if his soul had been transcended, a sensation so pleasurable that even with his current willpower, he could not help but let out a soft hum. It is worth noting that when Xiao Ze previously endured the 100-fold torment of the toxic body, he had experienced countless cycles of destruction and rebirth. The refinement of his will through that ordeal was truly exceptional. Rarely could anything shake his resolve, but this time was different. It directly touched his very soul. Xiao Ze could distinctly sense that his soul was undergoing a profound elevation, its strength significantly enhancing. In a silent epiphany, Xiao Ze realized that this special reward was the mastery of the source tree. The advantages of mastering the source tree are self-evident. It means that his soul would receive the nurturing of the source tree. Moreover, his control over the source tree would also experience a qualitative enhancement. As time progresses, Xiao Ze's soul realm will inevitably transcend the mortal plane, officially stepping into the realm of spirit. This is a stringent requirement for an 8th-grade alchemist. Beyond the advancements in alchemy, a powerful soul can also unleash formidable combat prowess. Having received this unique reward, Xiao Ze found himself with one less shortcoming. However, as the initial sensation of elevation faded, a sense of loss crept into his heart. Indeed, one must not be overly greedy. Yet, this was also a blessing, as it allowed for continuous enhancement of soul strength. Although it may not match the magnitude of the elevation of the soul, its persistence is commendable. Time in cultivation is timeless. When Xiao Ze finally emerged from his meditative state and opened his eyes, he realized his surroundings had changed. His soul perception expanded, revealing that the illusory sea-water sphere had shrunk by nearly half. Remarkably, I had absorbed a significant portion of the water elements. Fortunately, it was not entirely depleted, otherwise I could have destroyed this precious natural resource. Xiao Ze raised his hand, gathering surging fighting spirit in his palm. Though it was the most delicate water attribute, fighting spirit, it bore a sense of weight. This is one of the characteristics of the illusory sea spirit pearl, endowing the fighting spirit with the power of the vast ocean. Soon after, Xiao Ze concentrated, enveloping himself in a layer of faint water attribute fighting spirit. However, this time, the heaviness dissipated, replaced by an ethereal sensation. Gazing at the water's surface, he noticed that his reflection had vanished. Nevertheless, through the sweep of his soul's power, he could still catch a glimpse of his figure. This elusive ability indeed lived up to the reputation bestowed upon it by the oceanic sage as the strongest concealment technique among its peers. Thus, I have effectively mastered 2 advanced techniques, one for offense and one for stealth. Xiao Ze was exceedingly pleased with this fortuitous opportunity. Not only had his water attribute fighting spirit mutated, acquiring 2 distinct characteristics, but his affinity and sensitivity towards water elements had also significantly increased. Additionally, the rewards from this feedback were remarkable. First and foremost, the growth of his soul was assured. With mastery of the source tree, Xiao Ze could nourish his soul. The expansion of his soul would undoubtedly benefit both combat and alchemy immensely. Moreover, with regard to his current cultivation, after absorbing the illusory sea spirit pearl, Xiao Ze's prowess ascended directly to the rank of a 3-star Dou Emperor. Of course, the celestial treasures capable of captivating the heart of the ocean saint must encompass far more than mere energy. Xiao Ze harbored concerns that a rapid breakthrough might destabilize his foundation. Thus, he prudently stored the majority of this energy within the origin tree, ensuring a solid groundwork for his ascent to greater heights. This stored energy would gradually be absorbed by Xiao Ze during his subsequent breakthroughs, resulting in an accelerated pace of cultivation. The size of the void space had also doubled. As Xiao Ze gazed at the significantly enlarged void, his heart brimmed with satisfaction. After all, the root of the origin tree could now absorb a far broader range of Dou Qi. A more extensive Dou Qi range not only signifies an enhancement in Xiao Ze's training speed, but also proves advantageous in combat. His endurance in battle would undoubtedly position him as the strongest among his peers. After all, in ordinary skirmishes, the Dou Qi consumed may not even match the amount absorbed by the roots of the origin tree. Time passed without notice. It was time to venture forth. Xiao Ze retrieved the treasure map and approached the original entrance. Accompanied by spatial fluctuations, his figure vanished in an instant, rendering the treasure map completely devoid of its mystical properties, no longer capable of opening the illusory sea secret realm. Observing the spatial fluctuations at the entrance, Xiao Ze felt a profound sense of reflection. However, he needed to first contend with the impending arrival of Queen Medusa. Having spent such an extended period within the illusory sea secret realm, the blood of the Serpent clan had long since dissipated from his being. Furthermore, this location lay deep within the Tagar Desert. Coupled with the previous commotion initiated by Xiao Yan, the Serpent clan was now on high alert. The moment Xiao Ze's aura manifested, it immediately attracted Queen Medusa. Sensing her approach, Xiao Ze hesitated no longer and swiftly evaded. Simultaneously, he enveloped himself in water attribute Dou Qi, eager to ascertain the efficacy of the illusory power against opponents of the same rank. Shortly thereafter, Queen Medusa's figure abruptly materialized, adorned in an opulent purple brocade robe that elegantly draped her enchanting form. Her voluptuous silhouette resembled a ripe peach, exuding an air of seduction and allure. Her 3,000 silken tresses danced gracefully, cascading down to her slender waist as she came to an abrupt halt. Beneath that purple robe, A serpent tail adorned with violet scales emerged, brimming with untamed temptation. Upon this nearly flawless physique rested a visage of unparalleled beauty. Xiao Ze stood at a distance on a rocky outcrop, shrouded in illusory power. Having recently acquired this power, his mastery was not yet profound. When remaining still, he could conceal his form and mask his aura. Yet, the moment he moved, his presence would be easily betrayed. Observing the captivating figure from afar, Xiao Ze narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, he discerned no trace of the seven-colored devouring python's bloodline within Queen Medusa. A fleeting sense of disappointment flickered through Xiao Ze's heart. It appeared that the final binding attachment could not be utilized. Moreover, the evolution of Medusa was shrouded in uncertainty. Even if the same exotic fire were employed for the evolution, there was no guarantee it would transform into the radiant seven-colored devouring python. While Xiao Ze pondered these thoughts, Medusa, in the distance, furrowed her brows slightly. The lingering aura in this place evoked a faint recollection within her. Just a month prior, during her pursuit of a mysterious powerhouse, she had encountered another enigmatic presence. At that time, Medusa had assumed they were not allies and thus paid them no mind. However, she never anticipated that today, deep within the desert, she would once again sense that aura. A diversionary tactic? Medusa's lips parted slightly, her eyes gleaming with cold light. Chapter 136. Fierce Battle with Queen Medusa. The Great Ocean's Grasp. Those accursed humans. Medusa murmured, a surge of murderous intent boiling within her. The number of human imperial powerhouses who had perished at her hands could be counted on both hands, yet they continued to swarm forward endlessly, provoking her. Medusa recalled the highly elusive, mysterious powerhouse from a month ago, who had successfully managed to escape her grasp. This lingering resentment festered within her. Should she encounter him again, she would undoubtedly pursue him to the ends of the earth. What infuriated her further was the mysterious powerhouse she had encountered midway. Initially believing the two were not allies, Medusa had not given it much thought, only to discover that it was indeed a diversionary ploy. This left her feeling as though she had been made a fool of. Had she ever experienced such a situation? Even when besieged by the human imperial powerhouses, she had managed to turn the tide against them. Yet now, she found herself successfully lured away, as if mocked for her lack of cunning. What could possibly lie deep within this desert that warranted such elaborate schemes for infiltration? Medusa's perception expanded outward, yet she could not detect any traces. Only the lingering aura in this place remained palpable. No, if the two were indeed allies, they would possess similar abilities of concealment, implying that the other individual might still be nearby. Medusa suddenly awakened to this realization. Indeed, if they were companions, they likely shared the same stealth capabilities. The individual who had eavesdropped on her exotic fire plan had only been discovered due to an accidental exposure of his aura from overhearing confidential information. He had been eavesdropping right under her nose. Now, it appeared that the other individual sought to employ the same tactic. Medusa contemplated the situation further, confirming that there was no way the mysterious powerhouse could have escaped instantaneously from the moment she sensed the aura to her arrival. Furthermore, while the aura in this vicinity was unmistakable, the auras from other areas were utterly absent, unless he had torn through space to flee. Medusa scoured the area once more with her perception, yet she could uncover nothing. This capacity for concealment left her deeply unsettled. They must be eliminated, otherwise, should such abilities fall into the hands of the human empire, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the Serpent Man Empire. Since mere perception failed to yield results, she resolved to unleash indiscriminate strikes. Medusa began to gather her fighting spirit at her fingertips. Xiao Ze stood upon the rocky expanse of the Gobi Desert, intending to wait until Medusa, having found nothing in her search, would depart before making his move. Was he unwilling to concede? His gaze fell upon the distant figure of Medusa, his eyes narrowing slightly. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding suddenly gripped his heart. At that moment, Xiao Ze keenly sensed the gathering of fighting spirit between Medusa's fingers. Simultaneously, the energies of the surrounding world began to stir. A Dou Emperor possesses the ability to manipulate the surrounding elemental energies of the same attribute over a vast area, and every motion carried with it formidable might. Was she preparing for an indiscriminate area attack? Xiao Ze's heart raced, and indeed, Medusa's fingertips erupted with streams of fighting spirit. The fierce currents of energy, accompanied by a howling wind, descended upon the desert, causing the sands to surge and the dust to swirl chaotically. Realizing the futility of concealment, Xiao Ze understood that he could no longer hide. While the power of illusion could obscure perception, it could not erase his presence from this world. Not to mention the formidable streams of fighting spirit. Even the rolling sands would betray his location. Boom. Xiao Ze gathered deep blue fighting spirit, transforming it into wings that propelled him skyward. He addressed the Queen Medusa with a respectful gesture, stating, Your Majesty Medusa, I mean no offense. I merely seek a treasure map and have come here in search of treasure, harboring no ill intentions towards the Serpent People Empire. Upon seeing Xiao Ze's figure, Queen Medusa let out a cold laugh, remarking, indeed, a coward hiding in the shadows. Where are your companions? Have they retreated to the periphery to assist you after luring me away? As she spoke, the energy converging at her fingertips suggested she was ready to strike at any moment. It seems you have misunderstood my intentions, Your Majesty. I am not acquainted with the individual I encountered earlier. It was merely a fortuitous coincidence, Xiao Ze attempted to explain, but Medusa, losing her patience, unfurled her wings and surged forward. The energy swirling at her fingertips radiated a terrifying aura. As Medusa attacked, Xiao Ze showed no fear. Though he wished to avoid combat with her, it did not imply he was incapable of overcoming her. It was the perfect opportunity to test the newly acquired power of the Endless Sea. A vast reservoir of fighting spirit coalesced in his palm, forming a deep blue hand. The only disadvantage was that he found himself in the heart of the desert, where the water element had been nearly entirely absorbed by the illusory sea secret realm. Here, there was not a trace of water element, and despite being a Dou Emperor, Xiao Ze was unable to draw upon even a sliver of the surrounding elemental energy. Upon seeing Xiao Ze's hand, a flicker of surprise crossed Medusa's gaze. He was indeed a practitioner of the water attribute. However, despite her astonishment, she had no intention of holding back. With a thrust of her finger, the energy surged towards Xiao Ze. He met her pale finger with his palm, and the two forces collided, their energies distinctly separate. The terrifying impact reshaped the very terrain of the desert below. The standoff did not last long before a figure was sent hurtling backward, as though struck by a heavy blow. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, Xiao Ze erected a barrier of fighting spirit, isolating himself from the encroaching dust. He lifted his gaze towards the retreating Queen Medusa, a slight smile gracing his lips. Truly, the illusory sea spirit pearl, coveted even by saints, had bestowed upon him the power of the Endless Sea, enabling him to challenge those beyond his level with ease. Queen Medusa stood at the peak of the Dou Emperor tier, yet Xiao Ze had only just ascended to the Dou Wang level, presenting a stark contrast in energy between the two. Ultimately, it was Queen Medusa who retreated. Xiao Ze stood firm like a mountain, attributed not only to his immense Dou Qi, but, more importantly, to the formidable power of the Hanhai force. Medusa's right hand fell, her fingers concealed within her sleeve. Even with her formidable physique, following their recent collision, she felt a tingling pain in her fingers. Medusa clenched her fist, forcing her trembling fingertips to still. When she looked at Xiao Ze again, her gaze had shifted significantly. A month prior, in Queen Medusa's perception, Xiao Ze was merely at the peak of Do Wang. Yet, within this brief span, he had remarkably broken through to Do Wang, with a profound accumulation of strength. It seems the opportunities you have encountered here are indeed substantial. A fortuitous breakthrough, yet the gains are undeniably immense. Why not, Your Majesty, allow me to leave? I harbor no intentions of engaging in the conflicts between empires. A clash resulting in mutual destruction would benefit neither of us, would it? Who says I wish for us to perish together? I merely need to hold you back until the leader of my Serpent People tribe arrives, and your life will remain buried in this vast desert. Queen Medusa scoffed coldly, her Dou Qi surging forth, frantically drawing upon the surrounding elemental energy of the same attribute. The Empire had never heard of a water attribute practitioner reaching Do Wang. Yet today your life shall be forfeit here, as if you had never existed at all. Seeing that words were futile, Xiao Ze had no choice but to subdue her by force. Boom. Without hesitation, the energy fluctuations from their explosive battle resonated throughout the depths of the desert. The leader of the Serpent People tribe was hastening towards them, leaving Xiao Ze little time. Recognizing the urgency, Xiao Ze gathered an immense amount of Dou Qi. The Hanhai Palm. Chapter 137. Defeating Queen Medusa. The efficacy of the cursed poison body. The Hanhai Palm. Though the name sounded imposing, it was actually a technique Xiao Ze had hastily devised, drawing upon the vast accumulation of combat techniques he had previously received from Xiao Xun'er. He possessed a foundation for creating his own techniques. Now, employing a clever approach, he centered his technique around the Hanhai force, supplemented by energy condensation and structural techniques. To create this combat skill, the power of the technique depended on the amount of Dou Qi Xiao Ze infused into it. Indeed, this Hanhai Palm was a technique that unleashed overwhelming strength. It condensed pure Hanhai power, erupting with astonishing might. A deep blue handprint, 3 palms in length, coalesced on Xiao Ze's right hand and slammed towards Queen Medusa. Although it was the weakest water attribute, the momentum it generated resembled that of a towering mountain descending upon her. Medusa's expression grew serious as she stacked her palms together, her arms twisting like a serpentine creature. as the vast Dou Qi surged with the motion, exponentially amplifying its power. The fierce Dou Qi billowed her purple robe, revealing a glimpse of her fragrant shoulder. She no longer suppressed her innate enchanting abilities. This allure served as an intoxicating aphrodisiac, particularly potent to the opposite sex. Medusa was resolute, convinced that this mysterious individual could not possibly be devoid of desire, as long as he falls under the influence of his own enchanting prowess. The backlash from this martial technique alone could very well claim his life. After all, observing the formidable power of this technique reveals its extraordinary nature, at the very least. It is a terrestrial tier martial art. If Xiao Ze were to learn of Queen Medusa's intentions, he would undoubtedly be unable to contain his laughter. This was a technique he had hastily devised. How could it possibly attain the status of a terrestrial tier? The current display of might was merely the result of his immense strength propelling bricks through the air. As Queen Medusa revealed a hint of her fragrant shoulder, Xiao Ze felt the peculiar fire of desire surging within him. However, the feedback from his cursed toxic body had tempered his will to be as unyielding as steel, making it exceedingly difficult for him to become distracted. Boom. The collision of two immensely powerful martial techniques caused the void to appear as if it were fracturing. Fine black lines, as slender as strands of hair, began to radiate from between the two combatants. Any energy that came into contact with these black lines was instantly devoured. Upon witnessing these black lines, Xiao Ze's expression shifted in alarm. This spatial rift would obliterate even his current form in an instant. With a powerful flap of his wings, he swiftly distanced himself from that perilous location. Queen Medusa's reaction was even swifter. She plummeted rapidly. In midair, the spatial rift formed by the clash of their energies continued to spread, seemingly intent on annihilating everything in its vicinity. Xiao Ze furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at the location of the illusory secret realm. Surely, this spatial rift wouldn't affect the secret realm, which had been established by a martial saint. Fortunately, the rift gradually healed as it consumed the surrounding energy. Emerging from the desert, Medusa's complexion appeared somewhat ashen. She too did not dare to test the sharpness of the spatial rift. For the first time in a long while, she felt the chilling threat of death. Observing the enigmatic figure suspended in midair, her brow furrowed deeply. Where were those reinforcements? Perhaps it was due to that individual that the surrounding air had become slightly more humid. Medusa inhaled deeply, realizing that this individual was indeed merciless. It seemed her alluring abilities had no effect whatsoever. In midair, Xiao Ze sensed the depletion of his internal energy. A smirk gracing his lips as his gaze fell upon Queen Medusa. One wondered when the master of poisons, Queen Medusa, would finally uncover his subtle maneuvers. Like a meteor descending, Xiao Ze hurtled toward Medusa. She raised her hand, intending to condense her energy, but her expression suddenly changed. Swish. Xiao Ze halted before Medusa, his deep blue hand striking toward her with remarkable force. Previously, she had been sent flying by a strike of his energy. Now, relying solely on his physical strength, she was forced to retreat in disarray. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would surely be left agape in astonishment. Was this truly the fearsome Queen Medusa, renowned for striking terror across several empires? How had she become so beleaguered in this moment? Xiao Ze closed the distance rapidly, intent on resolving the confrontation swiftly. Initially, he had hesitated to employ his cursed toxic body, but given Queen Medusa's unprincipled tactics of overwhelming him with sheer numbers, he had no choice but to unleash the full force of his hundredfold cursed toxic body for a decisive victory. Though the power of the vast sea can indeed conquer the Medusa Queen, the process is rather protracted. After all, it is fundamentally water-based and lacks explosive force. In contrast, the hundredfold venomous body endows Xiao Ze with absolute control over the toxins within him, signifying that he can tailor a poison specifically for each adversary. Among peers, there exists no one whom Xiao Ze cannot defeat with his poison. However, this holds true only at this level. As one progresses in the cultivation of fighting spirit, the disparities become increasingly vast. Boom. As the Medusa Queen attempted to resist, Xiao Ze did not indulge her, gripping her neck with his right hand and forcefully bringing her down. At that moment, the Medusa had lost her previous regal and noble demeanor. Her hair was disheveled, dust smeared across her cheeks, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, rendering her both alluring and pitiable. Queen, surely the inability to summon your fighting spirit is an unpleasant predicament? Xiao Ze jested. The Medusa's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise. Is this your doing? Xiao Ze slightly raised his head, revealing the eyes concealed beneath his cloak, locking gazes with the Medusa Queen. In truth, there is no inherent dispute between us that necessitates a fight to the death. That treasure trove is ancient and cannot be considered the property of your Serpent Empire. However, I do admit to trespassing into the depths of the desert. Yet you initiated the conflict. Otherwise, we could have settled this matter amicably. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Medusa's eyes. You do not intend to kill me? I have stated that I have no interest in the conflicts between empires. Slaying you would yield no benefit for me, and furthermore, today's battle was unavoidable. Upon hearing this, Medusa fell silent, pondering whether it was indeed her fault. Regardless of her belief, the notion that Xiao Ze had no intention of killing her eased her heart somewhat. It was at this moment that she noticed the iridescent hues glimmering in Xiao Ze's eyes, peeking from beneath his hat, which struck her as somewhat uncanny. However, what astonished Medusa even more was Xiao Ze's seemingly youthful visage. A fighting emperor at such a tender age? No, that cannot be. He must be an ancient being. For otherwise, my charm would not be ineffective against him. Clearly, he is a youthful face of a seasoned master. Medusa's perception of Xiao Ze shifted to that of a time-honored being who had traversed the mortal realm for countless years. In the silence that ensued, Xiao Ze unexpectedly reached out towards the exposed shoulder of Medusa, grasping the edge of her purple robe. What do you intend to do? Medusa exclaimed, a rare note of panic in her voice. Enough of the jesting. Let us settle this matter. Consider it resolved. Xiao Ze pulled the purple robe up to cover Medusa's shoulder. You shall return to normal in 10 minutes. Chapter 138. Elder Yao. This youngster is terrifyingly powerful. The swirling sands around Medusa had dwindled to a faint whisper. As she observed Xiao Ze's departing figure, her expression was complex, her gaze lingering on the now draped purple robe, an inexplicable emotion stirring within her. For reasons unknown, Medusa refrained from attempting to summon her fighting spirit again, seemingly persuaded by Xiao Ze's assurance that she would return to her former self in 10 minutes. Boom. Figures descended around her, the swirling sand striking her face, causing Medusa's expression to cool slightly. Previously, Xiao Ze had distanced himself from her before unleashing his formidable energy wings, rendering the swirling sands of the fierce winds powerless as they reached her. However, his entourage, notorious for their procrastination, had only just arrived at this moment. To make matters worse, they lacked any sense of awareness, landing directly beside her, causing the abrasive gusts laden with sand to sting her face painfully. Your Majesty, the leader of the Mo-Shi tribe, Mobas, humbly seeks your forgiveness for the tardiness in his arrival. Shall we pursue our adversaries? Queen Medusa inhaled deeply, understanding that she could not fault her subordinates entirely. There is no need to pursue. You are not their match. Chasing after them would only lead to your demise. Her words elicited expressions of horror from the surrounding tribal leaders. Was the enemy truly that formidable? They swiftly focused on gathering intelligence regarding the, vowing to spare no effort in the endeavor. Medusa's cold demeanor prompted the other leaders to bow in agreement. As she watched them depart, she raised her fair hand to rub her face. The inability to wield her energy was indeed a significant inconvenience. Although Xiao Ze had not dealt her a fatal blow, a sense of urgency had begun to swell within Queen Medusa. She needed to locate the promptly to seek a breakthrough. Otherwise, even an adversary of lesser rank could defeat her under such dire circumstances. This was the most humiliating aspect for Queen Medusa, being vanquished despite a lower level and a disadvantageous environment. Reflecting on the earlier battle, Medusa was increasingly convinced that he was a naturally youthful, yet ancient being. It was inconceivable that someone who had just ascended to the Dou Wang could possess such profound reserves. 10 minutes later, Medusa attempted to channel her energy, and a pair of resplendent wings of energy unfurled from her back. Humph! At last, you did not deceive me. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan and Yao Lao, having escaped Medusa's pursuit a month prior, remained undeterred. They lingered in the desert, awaiting an opportunity. Just as Xiaoyan's patience began to wane, a fierce battle erupted deep within the sands, igniting his awareness of a chance. Instantly, he made his way toward the location indicated on the map provided by Hai Buodong, who had mentioned that these three sites were the most likely to harbor the. If even the depths of the desert yielded nothing, it would be exceedingly difficult to find the within the Tagore Desert. No. Xiaoyan was on the verge of digging 3 feet into the ground. Yet he still could not sense the presence of the, his expression contorting with rage. Damn it! He brought his heavy black staff crashing down upon the sandy ground, creating a massive pit, venting his frustration and anger. The surrounding area was already pockmarked, and as he beheld the destruction he had caused, cold sweat erupted on his brow. Xiaoyan, you are losing your mind. Yao Lao scolded sternly. That has never been something attainable by ordinary individuals. When I obtained the bone spirit cold fire, it took immense effort. Countless alchemists have spent their lives without ever encountering. It was merely a fruitless search that left you deeply disheartened. Thus, I would advise you to reconsider your cultivation methods promptly. Upon hearing the stern words of Elder Yao, Xiaoyan lowered his head, displaying an expression of contrition. I apologize, Master. I have been overly persistent and momentarily lost myself in this endeavor. Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Elder Yao sighed softly. Alas, if you cannot find what you seek in the Tagar Desert, there are other places to explore. However, if you become ensnared in your fixation, it will be exceedingly difficult to extricate yourself. Let us proceed to the Ziyan Academy. It appears they possess a unique flame. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan felt revitalized. Quick, hide. Elder Yao's tone suddenly turned urgent. Startled, Xiao Yan swiftly reacted, concealing himself within the sands while mentally inquiring of Elder Yao. What is the matter, master? The individual who clashed with Queen Medusa in the depths of the desert is approaching. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's breath caught in his throat. Had he also been pursued by Medusa? The absence of her aura suggested he might have evaded her grasp. Elder Yao's voice was grave as he admonished, Xiao Yan, conceal yourself. Anyone capable of evading Medusa is undoubtedly formidable. Alarmed by Elder Yao's solemn words, Xiao Yan's heart raced. The possibilities of escaping Medusa were numerous. It could indicate extraordinary speed or the ability to defeat her. Both scenarios implied that this enigmatic powerhouse was not to be trifled with. Soon, Xiao Yan could sense the presence of this mysterious figure. His heart pounded furiously as the astonishing revelation struck him. The figure lingered directly above him. In midair, Xiao Ze bore a faint smile, pleasantly surprised to encounter his third brother once more. His perseverance was commendable. Xiao Yan's body tensed, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Elder Yao too was poised, ready to take control of Xiao Yan's body. After all, facing such a powerful adversary, Xiao Yan could easily fall victim to a single devastating blow. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed from above. Third brother, it has been 2 years. You seem to have forgotten me, hiding upon my arrival. Hearing that familiar yet alien voice made Xiao Yan's heart skip a beat. This was the very essence of his arduous dedication to his training. Do not move. He may be attempting to deceive you. Elder Yao's voice resounded in Xiao Yan's mind, urging him to remain still. Noticing Xiao Yan's lack of response, Xiao Ze sighed and gradually descended near Xiao Yan's hiding place, removing his hooded cloak. Third brother, do not hide. It is me. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao Yan rose to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Ze. Fourth brother, is it truly you? Observing Xiao Yan's disheveled appearance, Xiao Ze remarked, this is not a place for conversation. We should not linger lest we attract the attention of the Serpent people. Perhaps we should retreat to the imperial city for a proper respite? Indeed. A smile graced Xiao Yan's face. Meanwhile, within the confines of the ring, Elder Yao was utterly astonished. Initially, he had harbored a degree of skepticism regarding Xiao Yan's accounts. However, upon witnessing Xiao Ze in the flesh, Elder Yao felt that Xiao Yan's descriptions had perhaps been somewhat conservative. A 14-year-old Dou Wang, truly terrifying. Chapter 139, Arriving at Qinglin Academy. I am here to shield you. Xiao Ze unfurled his wings of fighting spirit and suddenly turned to look at Xiao Yan. Third brother, that aura earlier must have been yours, right? I encountered Queen Medusa pursuing a formidable warrior who was also heading in my direction. Fortunately, my speed was superior. Was that mysterious warrior you from a month ago? Xiao Ze clapped Xiao Yan on the shoulder. It was thanks to you diverting Queen Medusa that I could venture deep into the desert in search of treasure. Xiao Yan, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and chuckled. He had not genuinely intended to lure Queen Medusa away. Rather, he sought to redirect her wrath. However, seeing the expression on his younger brother's face, it was clear that Xiao Ze understood his intentions at the time. Realizing that Xiao Ze had discerned his identity, Xiao Yan ceased his concealment and activated his flying combat skill, following Xiao Ze towards the city of the Gamma Empire. During their flight, Xiao Ze cast a glance at Xiao Yan's flying combat skill, which bore mystical patterns and shimmered in golden hues. It seemed that even after he had acquired the purple cloud wings, third brother could still obtain other flying combat skills. The events of the past month had indeed been extraordinary. A month prior, Xiao Ze had utilized Queen Medusa's pursuit of Xiao Yan to delve deeper into the desert for treasures. Now, a month later, Xiao Yan had taken advantage of Xiao Ze drawing Queen Medusa's attention to search for traces of the in the vicinity of the Great Desert. Upon reaching the city of the Gamma Empire, Xiao Yan found himself regaining his composure. The two sought a quiet inn and reserved a private room for a detailed discussion. After hearing Xiao Ze's explanation, Xiao Yan's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated such a significant history within their family. So, the Xiao Clan had indeed relocated to Qinglin City, where Qinglin Academy was situated. Xiao Ze nodded gently, while Xiao Yan exhaled slowly, needing a moment to process such weighty news. Yao Lao, however, did not dwell on it too much, for in Xiao Ze's narrative, it was merely a chronicle of a family's rise and fall. The Xiao Clan had fallen, while their former adversaries continued to thrive. His primary astonishment lay in Xiao Ze's extraordinary talent for cultivation. With further interactions, Yao Lao confirmed Xiao Ze's prowess, a 3-star Dou Wang. Had Xiao Yan not fervently vouched for him as his fourth brother, Yao Lao might have suspected that this was merely an ancient monster in disguise. A 14-year-old Dou Wang, achieved solely through self-discipline. Such a feat was likely unheard of even among the secluded ancient families. By the way, third brother, do you still recall your betrothal to Nan Yinran? You mean the engagement arranged by grandfather with Nan Jia, the head of the Nan family? With a furrowed brow, Xiao Yan listened as Xiao Ze continued. Nan Yinran's intentions are quite clear. She has been taken as a disciple by the master of the Yunlan sect, preparing her to become the next sect leader. Therefore, she wishes to dissolve the engagement. Xiao Ze paused momentarily before uttering the words dissolution of engagement. He then recounted the events that had transpired in detail. After listening, Xiao Yan released a heavy sigh and turned to Xiao Ze. Fortunately, it is you, fourth brother, who is receiving guests this time. Otherwise, if it were either myself or father, we might have been bullied by them. What are your thoughts on the matter of annulling the engagement, third brother? Xiao Ze inquired with curiosity. Presently, Xiao Yan's development diverges significantly from that in the original narrative. Without the impetus of Nan Yinran's withdrawal from the engagement, he has surprisingly ventured out to experience the world ahead of time. This truly astonished Xiao Ze, leaving him to ponder the reasons behind it. Alas, what can be done? If she wishes to annul the engagement, so be it. Xiao Yan nonchalantly replied, resting his hands behind his head. Although our family has you, fourth brother, who can certainly match the Nan family in standing. If Nan Yinran is unwilling, I have no desire to compel her. After all, a forcibly twisted fruit is never sweet. When discussing this matter, Xiao Yan did not seem to take it too seriously. Compared to the earlier solemnity regarding family affairs, he appeared remarkably relaxed. Furthermore, I am not particularly interested in Nan Yinran. While the Nan family may be prosperous and she may possess beauty, from your description, it is evident that she embodies the airs of a young lady, a demeanor that I find intolerable. At present, I am devoted to my cultivation, with no inclination towards romantic entanglements. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Ze was utterly astonished. What has prompted this change in Xiao Yan? Has he truly become indifferent to matters of the heart? Could it be that he has attained a state of enlightenment regarding the path of cultivation? Ahem, in that case. Third brother, should you find time, you may come to annul the engagement, or perhaps I could make a trip to the imperial capital. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before responding. I have no pressing matters at hand. My main focus remains on my external training, so a visit to the imperial capital would not be an issue. By the way, I forgot to inquire about your current cultivation level. Xiao Yan casually asked. At present, I am at the 3-star Dou Emperor level, having experienced a fortuitous encounter deep in the desert that allowed me to break through from the pinnacle of Dou Wang to Dou Wang. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Upon hearing the words 3-star Dou Emperor, Xiao Yan was left in a state of shock. After a 2-year separation, the gap between us has only widened. Instinctively, he grasped the teacup, trembling as he brought it to his lips, spilling tea without even noticing. Third brother, are you all right? Xiao Ze exclaimed, noticing Xiao Yan's sudden distress. Ahem, I'm fine, just a bit surprised. Xiao Yan took several deep breaths before continuing. It's merely that after 2 years at Jianan Academy, you have soared directly to the pinnacle of Dou Wang. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Xiao Yan's mind, and he abruptly grasped Xiao Ze's left hand. Fourth brother, is the education at Jianan Academy truly that formidable? Indeed, Jianan Academy possesses unique qualities. I must also go to Jianan Academy for my training, Xiao Yan exclaimed, as if he had discovered a rapid path to breakthrough. Xiao Ze was momentarily taken aback, struggling to adapt to Xiao Yan's sudden leap in thought, but quickly responded. That's great. I am currently an elder at Jianan Academy, with the authority to directly allow students into the inner academy for training. Should any issues arise within the inner academy, simply mention my name, and it will be effective, Xiao Ze stated earnestly, while Xiao Yan had become speechless in astonishment. In the span of 2 years, becoming an elder at the Canaan Academy seems utterly absurd, does it not? Is this truly the case? If so, it must indeed be attributed to your good fortune, my fourth brother. Third brother, why speak such words between us siblings? Xiao Ze gently patted Xiao Yan's hand resting on his left arm, assuring him that there was no need for concern. The two conversed throughout the night, sharing their respective experiences. In contrast to Xiao Ze's tranquil existence at the Canaan Academy, Xiao Yan's trials were nothing short of extraordinary, often teetering on the brink of life and death. Chapter 140. Xiao Yan, I beseech you for a favor. After a night of candid dialogue, Xiao Ze remained vibrant and spirited, owing in part to his profound cultivation. More significantly, his soul thrived under the nurturing essence of the tree of origin, enabling him to sustain an enduring vitality. Stretching languidly, Xiao Ze observed Xiao Yan practicing on the bed, choosing not to disturb him. He opened the door, intending to seek some nourishment, and savor the culinary delights of the Tagore Desert. Once Xiao Ze stepped outside, Xiaoyan slowly reopened his eyes, and the figure of the medicine elder abruptly materialized within the room. Little Yin, after hearing your earlier accounts, I was somewhat skeptical, but I must admit, my eyes have been opened. The medicine elder's tone bore an unusual hint of exhaustion. He had promised Xiaoyan to aid him in surpassing Xiao Ze, but it now seemed a lofty aspiration merely to catch up with him. Even you, master, find his pace of cultivation exceedingly outrageous, do you not? Moreover, my fourth brother possesses formidable combat prowess, suggesting his foundation is remarkably solid. Xiaoyan chuckled ruefully, realizing that if it weren't for the deeply rooted obsession within him, he might have already surrendered at this moment. Yet, an obsession remains an obsession. It is not easily relinquished. Some individuals might even forsake their lives and souls for the sake of their obsessions. While Xiaoyan may not reach such extremes, he would exert every effort, placing himself in peril to fulfill this obsession. Furthermore, your fourth brother's spiritual power is exceptionally robust. He seems to have sensed my presence. The medicine elder spoke gravely, causing Xiaoyan's eyes to widen in astonishment. He is aware of your existence. Why are you so surprised? The medicine elder retorted, rolling his eyes with irritation. My revival was entirely contingent upon the gift bestowed by your fourth brother. Subsequently, he learned from the Xiao family about your enigmatic master. It is quite apparent where this mysterious figure emerged from. Upon hearing the medicine elder's words, Xiaoyan scratched his head, realizing that his fourth brother had likely been vaguely aware of the medicine elder's presence for quite some time. With that formidable spiritual power of his, I even suspect he might be a pharmacist. Impossible, my fourth brother is of the water attribute. Xiaoyan instinctively dismissed the notion. The medicine elder nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the talent for alchemy is innate. It is implausible for someone to become a pharmacist through mere effort. The medicinal aroma emanating from him must surely be a figment of my imagination. Medicinal aroma? Xiaoyan murmured, pondering whether the extraordinary adventure he mentioned involved medicinal herbs. There was a possibility the medicine elder left his thoughts unspoken. The distinctive fragrance surrounding Xiao Ze was likely a result of prolonged companionship with medicinal ingredients, making it implausible to develop such a scent in just a month. The notion that alchemists are inherently gifted is deeply ingrained, leading the elder to instinctively dismiss this possibility. Even speculation about Xiao Ze having a friend who is an alchemist is merely conjecture, stemming from their prolonged association. By the way, if Xiao Ze is currently an elder in the Inner Academy, you might inquire whether there exists any within the Canaan Academy. The elder suddenly interjected. Xiaoyan fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, as an elder in the Inner Academy, he would possess valuable knowledge. Yet, one wonders if this might place fourth brother in an awkward position. Creek. Third brother, I have brought you some specialty delicacies from the Tagore Desert, Xiao Ze announced, entering with an assortment of fruits and roasted meats. Upon seeing Xiaoyan awake, he smiled warmly. Fourth brother, I have a request for you. Xiaoyan paused, then suddenly spoke. We are brothers. Why speak of such matters? Just tell me what you need. Setting down his items, Xiao Ze couldn't help but chuckle at Xiaoyan's serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan took a deep breath. While Xiao Ze's words were comforting, inquiring about the secrets of the Canaan Academy could create difficulties for Xiao Ze. However, the matter was of utmost importance to him. Do you know if there is at the Canaan Academy? Xiao Ze was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized Xiaoyan closely. There was indeed no sign of the blue lotus heart fire. Had he given up searching for it? Xiao Ze was well aware of the existence of the fallen heart flame within the Canaan Academy. He had no desire to conceal this from Xiaoyan, nor would it serve any purpose. Xiaoyan had resolved to venture into the Inner Academy, and once he entered the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower with the Elder's expertise, discerning the fallen heart flame would be effortless. For Xiaoyan, the distinction lay merely in knowing sooner rather than later. Moreover, from the original text, it was evident that the Elder had long been aware of the fallen heart flame's existence within the Canaan Academy, albeit without confirmation until now. Given Xiaoyan's current need, the Elder would undoubtedly encourage him to proceed to the Canaan Academy. I had forgotten that you are an alchemist, third brother. It is only natural for you to pursue. Xiao Ze's attitude caused Xiaoyan's heart to quicken, and he couldn't help but swallow nervously. Could it be that the Canaan Academy truly possessed? In truth, without my prompting, if you venture into the Inner Academy, your alchemical knowledge will easily reveal the location of the. However, that is foundational to the Inner Academy. Its very essence. Attempting to seize it would prove exceedingly challenging. Xiao Ze's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing Xiaoyan's fervent hopes and bringing him back to a state of calm. Is that so? He exhaled slowly, realizing from Xiao Ze's words just how significant the fallen heart flame was to the Inner Academy. To covet the fallen heart flame would be to directly offend this ancient institution. However, third brother, If you desire, I do know of another variant that exists. Fourth brother, are you speaking the truth? Xiao Yan exclaimed, rising in excitement. Cough, cough. Third brother, do not be so hasty. That also has an owner. Xiao Ze pressed his palm lightly, urging Xiao Yan to calm himself. That has a master? Indeed, the 6th grade alchemist of the Black Corner region, known as the Medicine Emperor. Han Feng possesses a rare flame, the 15th ranked Haixin flame. As Xiao Ze spoke eloquently, a pained expression gradually settled on Xiao Yan's face. A 6th grade alchemist? A Dou Wang? Either one was beyond his reach. At that moment, however, Xiao Yan noticed an unusual expression from Yao Lao, his brows furrowing slightly. Stealing a glance at Xiao Ze, he refrained from communicating with Yao Lao for fear of being discovered. By the way, third brother, you mentioned yesterday your intention to travel alone to the Jianin Academy? Indeed. Then I shall write you a letter and provide my elder's insignia, ensuring you will not be turned away at the gates of Jianin Academy. As Xiao Ze spoke, he handed over a jade tablet and a letter. Xiao Yan sensed a soul imprint within the letter, identical to that of the jade tablet, which could be used for identity verification. Third brother, the Black Corner region is a place that devours people without leaving a trace. Exercise caution. Xiao Ze imparted earnestly before bidding farewell to Xiao Yan. They had agreed the previous day that Xiao Yan would journey alone to the Jianin Academy, while Xiao Ze would head to the imperial capital to convey Xiao Yan's intentions to Nalan Yanran. Another reason for Xiao Ze's journey to the imperial capital was Yifei. Having previously promised to visit her, he had now broken through to the Dou Wang level. A few days later, Xiao Ze watched as Xiao Yan departed on a flying magical beast. He then unfurled his Dou Qi wings and soared towards the imperial capital of the Jiama Empire. The purpose of this journey was to annul Xiao Yan's engagement and subsequently visit Yifei. Near the imperial capital, in the skies, a deep blue luminescence streaked through the clouds. Upon catching sight of the grand city in the distance, Xiao Ze gradually descended. The journey from the border of the empire to the capital was indeed a long one. This empire in the northwest continent was already vast, hinting at the enormity of the Dou Qi Continent. To reach other continental regions swiftly, one would require spatial wormholes. Relying solely on flight would be a time-consuming endeavor. Xiao Ze tightened his cloak, slowly descending. No wonder the imperial capital of the Jiama Empire was bustling with crowds. A sea of humanity flowing ceaselessly. After inquiring around, Xiao Ze made his way directly to the Nan clan. As he approached the Nan family's territory, the throngs began to thin, and after turning into a side street, the area became almost deserted. Xiao Ze noticed figures moving nearby, their energy restrained, unmistakably indicating they were practitioners. Those must be the guards of the Nan clan. Unperturbed by their presence, Xiao Ze continued forward amidst their piercing gazes until he reached the entrance of the Nan residence. A few guards at the door intended to reprimand him, but were suddenly quelled by an imposing aura. Kindly inform Miss Nalan that an old acquaintance has come to visit, bringing good news. The guards exchanged glances. The aura Xiao Ze had exuded earlier had left them wary of regarding him as an ordinary person. Please wait here, esteemed one. A guard rushed in hastily, while Xiao Ze remained stationary. Soon, several figures hurried out, among whom was a young lady exuding an air of delicate grace. Upon seeing the cloaked mysterious figure before her, Nalan Yanran's brow furrowed slightly, revealing her uncertainty. Miss Nalan, I have come today to fulfill your wish. The familiar voice sent a slight tremor through Nalan Yanran's delicate form. Since departing from Wutan City, this well-known voice had etched itself deeply into her mind, surfacing involuntarily during the quiet of the night. Senior, please come in for a detailed discussion. A smile graced Nalan Yanran's face as she instructed those nearby. Quickly, summon my grandfather. Under her guidance, Xiao Ze arrived at the Nalan family's reception hall. After tea was served, a heavy silence enveloped them. Xiao Ze awaited the one who would speak meaningfully, while Nalan Yanran hesitated to break the silence. Sensing his reticence, "Ha ha, my friend, your visit is a surprise. I, Nalan Jia, have failed to properly welcome you." An elderly voice resonated, followed by an authoritative entrance into the reception hall. Upon catching sight of Xiao Ze, Nalan Jia was taken aback, unable to decipher his aura. No wonder his granddaughter was so eager for him to come. Surely, this must be the venerable elder of the Nalan family. Xiao Ze then stated, I am here as Xiao Yan, the next generation, to annul the engagement with your granddaughter, Nalan Yanran. Nalan Jia's smile froze. Though your cultivation is profound, it is inappropriate to meddle in the affairs of the Nalan family, is it not? Regarding the annulment, it was your granddaughter, Nalan Yanran, who first broached the subject. Now that I, Xiao Yan, have come to convey her wishes, does this not align perfectly with the desires of the Nalan family? Hearing this, Nalan Yanran's complexion paled slightly, feeling her grandfather's piercing gaze. She could not help but tremble. Yanran, is this true? Cornered, Na Lan gritted her teeth and revealed her thoughts. After listening, Na Lan furrowed his brow deeply. His granddaughter had prepared a significant surprise without his knowledge, particularly by attracting a formidable presence that even he could not fathom. What capabilities did Xiao Yan possess to associate with such a powerful figure? Moreover, having this powerful individual convey his intentions was akin to serving as a mere messenger. May I inquire who you are? Xiao Yan is my third brother. I trust this does not constitute interference in the matters between the Na Lan and Xiao families? Na Lan Jia's expression shifted, glancing at Na Lan Ran, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did he regard Xiao Ze with incredulity. Given this, I shall be bold and address you as a young friend. The decision to annul the engagement was made without consultation with the family elders, reflecting Yin Ran's immaturity. Surely, the head of the Na Lan family understands the implications of this, does he not? Upon hearing this, Na Lan fell silent. What else could it imply? A vast family being publicly embarrassed by a young girl annulling an engagement. Where would that leave the Xiao family's dignity? It appeared that the head of the Na Lan family comprehended this well. Thus, there was no need for further elaboration. The Na Lan and Xiao families would henceforth go their separate ways, neither friends nor foes. Upon encountering Nailan Jia, who seemed inclined to continue the conversation, Xiao Ze interjected calmly, stating that if both parties to the marriage contract deem it unsuitable, there is no need to persist. He had consulted with his third brother, who expressed his dedication to cultivation and had no intentions of romantic entanglements. This sentiment aligned perfectly with that of the young master of Yunlan's sect. Therefore, the head of the Nailan family should acquiesce to their wishes, sparing both families from further embarrassment. Nailan Jia gripped the armrest tightly, his body trembling slightly. And after a lengthy pause, he exhaled slowly. Given that the matter had reached such a juncture, to continue insisting would be tantamount to sacrificing his dignity. Moreover, it was the Nailan family that had initiated this engagement. As for the public narrative, they would declare that both parties were devoted to their cultivation, with no interest in romantic affairs, dismissing the marriage proposal as a mere jest. Nailan Jia's expression tightened, casting a fierce glare at Nailan Yinran. Since both sides were in agreement, he too felt reluctant to impose further. This engagement had ultimately been orchestrated by the older generation, a unilateral decision that had become a constraint for the younger generation. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Ze took his leave. Once Xiao Ze departed from the Nailan residence, Nailan Jia's demeanor turned decidedly frigid. Yinran, have I been too indulgent with you, allowing you to act with such impudence? Nailan Yinran quivered slightly, her face pale with fear. Alas, since we have come to this point, you must tell me the entire truth of the matter. Observing Nailan Yinran's distressed state, Nailan Jia found himself unable to bring himself to reprimand her. After listening to her account, Nailan Jia was taken aback. The enigmatic powerful figure, whom even he could not discern, was indeed a Dou Wang powerhouse. In the Gamma Empire, such individuals were exceedingly rare, and this one must surely be a newly ascended Dou Wang. Nailan Jia gazed at Nailan Yinran with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Should the two families unite in marriage, their strengths would undoubtedly be amplified. A Dou Wang powerhouse holds significant influence within the empire. If they could gain the support of such an individual, the Nailan family's standing within the empire would be further elevated. Alas, what a pity. Chapter 142. It turns out that Dou Wang is not considered anything to you. Xiao Ze navigated through the crowd towards the entrance of the Maitel auction house. Along the way, he flicked his fingers, deftly repelling hands that reached for his spatial ring, producing a series of sharp cracking sounds. It seemed that no matter where one went, there would always be these pests. Some places maintained a semblance of order, while others allowed such behavior to run rampant. Once inside the auction house, those pests entirely vanished. After all, to be robbed within the premises would be tantamount to slapping the Maitel auction house in the face, an occurrence they would not permit. They regularly dealt harshly with such nuisances, setting an example to deter others. As Xiao Ze contemplated where to find Yufei, he noticed the gaze of those around him subtly directed toward a particular spot. Following their line of sight, he beheld a figure clad in a form-fitting red brocade robe, her alluring silhouette accentuated by a glimpse of her fair, rounded thigh, undeniably captivating. Upon catching sight of that familiar figure, a gentle smile graced Xiao Ze's face as he stealthily followed behind. Over the years, Yufei had honed her skills, rising to the forefront among the younger generation of various families. Nevertheless, in comparison to the other elders, her recent elevation to the position of acting supervisory elder rendered her somewhat vulnerable. Many matters at the auction house's headquarters required Yufei's personal attention. In the corridor, she wiped the perspiration from her brow. Today, those old geezers were coming to assess her performance, seemingly intent on making things difficult for her. Being newly appointed, where could she possibly procure such abundant resources? With a sigh, she couldn't help but think of Xiao Ze's figure. If that little fellow were here, the current challenges would surely be effortlessly surmountable. Gently tapping her foot and humming softly, she wondered who had dared to provoke her, Yafei, into irritation. Xiao Ze adjusted the brim of his hat, exchanging a glance with Yafei. Their eyes met, and a smile blossomed between them, prompting Yafei to rush forward and embrace Xiao Ze. My dear brother, you are truly a timely blessing. I happen to be entangled in a troublesome matter, and just as I was wishing for your presence, you appeared. Thankfully, this is no mere illusion. As she spoke, she caressed Xiao Ze's cheek, the warmth and smoothness captivating her. Ah! Yafei exclaimed softly, stepping back from Xiao Ze. With a playful glance, she took his hand and led him to a more secluded spot. As the current location still saw the occasional passerby, Yafei guided Xiao Ze to a hidden staircase, where a few guards stood watch, their furtive glances landing upon him. Above lay the workspace of the Mytel auction house, accessible only to members of the Mytel family. However, as the acting supervisory elder, Yafei had the authority to bring someone along without the guards daring to object. Thus, they could only feign ignorance, observing quietly. Yet, one guard displayed a contemplative expression and hurried off towards another direction. You cannot fathom how fiercely those old men cling to their power. Securing control of the headquarters from them is no easy feat. Yafei lamented to Xiao Ze, who listened with a smile, occasionally joining her in denouncing those elderly figures. Such sentiments were not ones she could share with anyone else. Only in the presence of Xiao Ze, someone with whom she shared a close bond, could she express herself so freely. Meanwhile, Leo was leading a group of elders towards the Mytel auction house's office. Elder, this matter is beyond doubt. Yafei, in her capacity as acting supervisory elder, brazenly brought an outsider into the office, openly defying the regulations of the Mytel auction house. How long has it been since she assumed this role, and already she acts with such impunity? Power has gone to her head. Leo exerted every effort to tarnish Yafei's reputation before the elder, his frustration palpable, for this achievement, which he had labored tirelessly to secure for his grandson, had been overshadowed by Yafei's actions. The grand elder, Tung Shan, cast a fleeting glance at Leo without uttering a word. Soon, he arrived at the office, where numerous elders were present, and they all heard another voice aside from Yafei's, youthful and clear. Leo burst through the door, sternly questioning, Yafei, as the acting supervising elder, your blatant disregard for the rules of the Mytel auction house is rather audacious. I assentí it? Yafei glanced at Xiao Ze, who remained seated, and she spoke on his behalf, fully aware of his formidable strength. Elder Leo, you seem to be placing quite a heavy crown upon Yafei's head. The auction house possesses its own implicit rules, and certain prominent clients are indeed permitted entry here. He had clearly heard the youthful voice, which could not possibly belong to a formidable figure. Furthermore, if it were a young master or lady from another family in the imperial capital, they would not be so secretive, hesitant to reveal their true selves. So pray tell, what illustrious client could this elusive figure be? Throughout the exchange, Grand Elder Tung Shan remained silent, unable to discern the depths of Xiao Ze's capabilities. Resembling an ordinary individual, is the Mytel auction house truly so grand that even a Dou Wang is not deemed a significant client here? Xiao Ze chuckled lightly, his fingers gently tapping the armrest, and an aura suddenly enveloped the entire room. All the elders were taken aback, their gazes fixed upon Xiao Ze, while Tung Shan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had endeavored to overestimate Xiao Ze, yet he had not anticipated such prowess to belong to a Dou Wang. Leo, taken aback, felt his legs weaken, hastily grasping a nearby chair to prevent himself from collapsing. I am an old acquaintance of Miss Yafei. My visit to the imperial capital was to lend support to her endeavors. I had intended to present my refined Dueling Dan for auction at your establishment, but it seems I have overstepped. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Ze produced a vial of pills. As a Dou Wang, Tung Shan's breathing grew rapid. The Dueling Dan was undoubtedly a coveted item for Dou Wang practitioners. Esteemed elder, you jest. Your presence at the Mytel auction house is what truly elevates its stature. Any Dou Wang who graces our establishment will be treated as an honored guest. Tung Shan promptly clasped his hands in reverence, simultaneously flicking a surge of energy at Leo's knee, causing him to kneel with a thud. Leo's disrespectful words warranted this act of penance. Meanwhile, Yafei regarded Xiao Ze with a subtle smile. Chapter 143, Assisting Yafei's Growth and the Journey Home. Within the meeting room of the Mytel auction house, Xiao Ze remained silent, his fingertips lightly drumming on the vial. Tung Shan, witnessing this, could only look to Yafei, hoping she might speak favorably on behalf of the Mytel auction house. However, Yafei's expression conveyed her helplessness. Cough. The mere association with such a senior is sufficient to elevate Yafei's performance metrics. I believe the prefix acting in the title of supervising elder can be discarded. Tung Shan suddenly recalled Xiao Ze's earlier words, recognizing that this elder had a prior connection with Yafei. Since this elder showed no interest in punishing Liu, the only recourse was to seek a solution through Yafei. It appears that the Mitre auction house possesses certain merits. As for this spirit-fighting pill of mine, I trust that auctioning it here will not result in my detriment, will it? Rest assured, esteemed elder, we shall undoubtedly auction it for a price that will satisfy you. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, Tingshan finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as there is no silence, it is a positive sign for the Mitre auction house. Let us proceed swiftly. A single spirit-fighting pill hardly warrants my prolonged presence here. Xiao Ze casually tossed the vial containing the pill to Tingshan and fell silent. Tingshan, his heart ablaze with excitement, adeptly led the numerous elders away, leaving the time for Yafei and Xiao Ze to converse privately. Haha, Xiao Ze, my dear brother, you have indeed aided me immensely. I did not anticipate that the challenges I struggled to resolve could be so effortlessly addressed by you. Yafei exclaimed with delight, enveloping Xiao Ze in a warm embrace that imparted the sensation of soft suffocation. Meanwhile, Tingshan clutched the spirit-fighting pill, his heart racing with fervor. The value of the pill alone could warrant its placement in a heavenly level auction. Although it is a pinnacle 5th-tier elixir, in terms of allure and utility, even some 6th-tier items pale in comparison to the spirit-fighting pill. Alas, that esteemed elder has insisted on auctioning it. Otherwise, the auction house could have directly acquired it. This single spirit-fighting pill could have spared me years of arduous cultivation. Had I not clashed with that elder today, perhaps the auction house would have been free to handle the pill as they saw fit. Tingshan glanced at Elder Liu, who trembled slightly. Elder Liu, you have nearly provoked a formidable presence for the Mitre auction house. Not to mention that the esteemed elder is himself a Dou Wang powerhouse. But simply being a 5th-tier alchemist, his connections could easily lead to the downfall of the Mitre auction house. Furthermore, it is likely that this elder is more than just a 5th-tier alchemist. His casual provision of the spirit-fighting pill suggests he may rival the esteemed Dan Wang Gu as a 6th-tier alchemist. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, the surrounding elders nodded in agreement. Even as a 5th-tier alchemist, the difficulty of refining a pinnacle 5th-tier spirit-fighting pill is immense, requiring considerable time, effort, and mental strain. Moreover, the success rate is quite low, one might even say exceedingly so. Contemplating this, the elders couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. They never expected that the Mitre auction house would find itself in such a precarious situation today, and they shot disdainful glances at Elder Liu. One elder even boldly spoke up, declaring, Grand Elder, I believe that Elder Liu no longer qualifies to hold his position. Such a lack of capability in handling matters is likely inferior even to that of a typical auctioneer. Allowing him to continue as an elder may invite further troubles for the Mitre auction house. Such scathing words incited a look of resentment from Elder Liu towards the elder who spoke. Typically, they were adversaries, and now he chose to add insult to injury. Yet he found himself lacking the grounds to refute. Today's events had indeed been handled extraordinarily poorly. Tingshan furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Elder Liu. Let this be the decision, Liu. You are relieved of your duties as elder and shall retire to recuperate within the clan. Having spoken, Tingshan paid no heed to Liu's reaction and directly led the elder away. The gazes of the other elders were a mix of pity and schadenfreude. They understood that with a formidable figure and alchemist like Yafei standing behind her, she was now an untouchable entity within the clan. Liu, pale and leaning against the wall, found himself in a disheartening predicament. Just before today, he had been a high-ranking elder within the clan, but now, he had been reduced to a mere idle figure, stripped of all power. This immense disparity was overwhelming for him, and he fainted right there in the corridor. It was not until a patrolling guard discovered the unconscious elder that the situation came to light. The efficiency of the middle auction house was remarkable. Soon, the entire imperial capital was abuzz with news of the reopening of the heavenly level auction. At the center of attention was the 5th-tier pinnacle Dueling pill, one of the most coveted elixirs at the Dou Wang level. Although the Dan Wang Valley could also produce Dueling pills, Gu He, an elder of the Yunlan sect, required not only the necessary materials but also items compelling enough to persuade him. Additionally, a portion of the profits would need to be ceded to the Yunlan sect, as they had invested considerable resources to elevate Gu He's alchemical prowess. For many factions, this was an insurmountable burden. However, circumstances had changed. One could now procure the pills directly at the auction house. While it still tested their financial capacity, it was far superior to soliciting Gu He. Besides the Dueling pill, Xiao Ze also presented a plethora of other elixirs, seizing the opportunity to enrich his own coffers. After all, auctions often yielded higher profits than standard sales. Coupled with the items offered by the middle auction house, the event was well equipped to host a heavenly level auction. Ultimately, it was the royal family of the Jaimar Empire, with their vast wealth, that secured the Dueling pill, while other factions were thoroughly satisfied with their share of the remaining elixirs. Concurrently, these factions inquired with the middle auction house about which high-tier alchemist had provided such a substantial array of pills, seeking introductions. Naturally, the auction house would not make any recommendations without Xiao Ze's consent, and at present, he harbored no intentions of managing the Jimar Empire's interests. Despite his strength now ranking among the top in the empire, what significance did it hold to dominate within a single empire? It was better to focus on enhancing his own capabilities. From the proceeds of the auction, Xiao Ze took only 30% in gold coins, directing the rest towards purchasing medicinal materials from the middle auction house, which had a vast network throughout the empire and ample resources collected. This greatly bolstered Xiao Ze's stock of materials. The remaining 30% of the gold coins further enriched his wealth, bringing his total to over 10 million gold coins. However, according to the original text, this sum was merely the price of a mid-tier cultivation technique. Nonetheless, it was substantial. Over 10 million gold coins equated to the annual tax revenue of the entire Jimar Empire. After all, there was little left in the Jimar Empire to entice him to linger. Chapter 144, Perfecting the Self-Created Combat Technique. The Extreme Sun Pill. Although Xiao Ze had departed from the imperial capital, Yafei had become exceedingly sought after within the middle family, garnering warm smiles even from the elders. After all, having a Dou emperor meet with a fifth-tier alchemist under the pretense of old acquaintanceship suggests a relationship of greater significance. The elders, filled with envy, recognized that being associated with such a powerful figure would undoubtedly elevate Yafei's status within the middle family, coupled with her inherent exceptional abilities. The combination of connections and talent ensured her ascendance was inevitable. Yet, Yafei did not grow complacent. She diligently worked to expand her influence while focusing on collecting alchemical materials and recipes, all of which would assist Xiao Ze. After a prolonged journey, a deep blue light descended upon the mountains, its presence intimidating the surrounding magical beasts into retreat. Having traveled for several consecutive days, Xiao Ze appeared somewhat travel-worn. Seizing the opportunity during this respite, he sought to refine his previously conceived combat technique, the Great Sea Palm. Although hastily crafted amidst battle, the concept centered around the power of the sea, supplemented by energy structuring and condensation, was sound. As he concentrated, the fighting spirit within him gradually gathered at his palm. Over time, a deep blue imprint began to manifest, growing until it exceeded a meter in size, when the energy suddenly surged with agitation. Xiao Ze's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to halt the influx of fighting spirit. It appeared that even a formidable technique had its limits. One could not simply infuse an unlimited amount of sea power. The crux lay in the condensation and structuring of energy. As the sea power intensified, the requirements for energy condensation and structuring became increasingly stringent. Should he attempt to further amplify the energy, it would result in an explosive backlash, scattering the energy and rendering the resultant power inferior to a mere ordinary attack. Resolutely, Xiao Ze suppressed the tumultuous energy and forcefully struck the peak beneath him. With a deafening crack, fissures erupted across the mountainside. Observing the crumbled half of the peak, Xiao Ze nodded in satisfaction. The power exhibited was indeed commendable. To enhance this combat technique further, he would need to diligently work on energy condensation and structuring. Perhaps once Xun'er successfully tamed the Golden Emperor's blazing flame and practiced the Imperial Seal technique, the tenfold feedback would significantly elevate his energy condensation and structuring. The intricacies of the Imperial Seal technique were profound. Even the mere act of condensing hand seals could induce spatial fluctuations, revealing its enigmatic nature. Should he receive the tenfold feedback from the Imperial Seal technique, his Great Sea Palm would surely reach even greater perfection. Glancing at the feedback from Xiao Xun'er, he noted that the response from the Golden Emperor's blazing flame had yet to materialize. He could only shake his head, reassured that Xun'er's strength was steadily advancing. The Imperial Seal technique she had left him had long since been opened, although he had merely skimmed through it without engaging in practice. The words left by Xun'er in the Imperial Seal decision were succinct, merely a single line. "Brother Xiao Ze, Xun'er awaits your arrival." He halted at another mountain peak. Having already shattered a significant portion of the previous one, it remains uncertain how far the Grand Ocean Palm, centered around the power of the ocean, can evolve. This palm will strengthen in tandem with my burgeoning abilities. This is precisely why the illusory ocean spirit pearl entices even the saints, for it alters the very foundations of the fighting spirit system, Qi itself. Xiao Ze murmured to himself, his gaze drifting towards the remnants of his earlier endeavors, the crumbling mountain wall. As a Dou Wang, it required immense effort to inflict such destruction. However, once he attains the rank of Dou Zun or even Dou Sheng, a mere droplet infused with oceanic power could obliterate an entire peak. The illusory ocean spirit pearl is indeed a priceless treasure. After a brief respite, Xiao Ze resumed his journey. Traveling alone, he felt no need to restrain his pace. With the Ziyan wings combined with his fighting spirit, he soared at full speed. It was only when the ominous black soil of the Black Corner domain came into view that he slowed his momentum. The Black Corner domain truly is a den of iniquity on the northwest continent, where countless souls perish daily, and even more venture within its treacherous confines. These individuals might have committed offenses in foreign lands or incurred the wrath of formidable factions. In any case, a myriad of reasons compel them to seek refuge in the Black Corner domain. The vitality of this place is palpable, a veritable competition of existence. Witnessing such scenes, Xiao Ze felt an irresistible urge stirring within him. Upon leaving the Black Corner domain, he and Xiao Yixian had plundered some factions within. Now, the prospect of another harvest filled him with satisfaction. He casually sought out a city, gathered information, and made his way directly to the strongest faction within. There, he rescued several unfortunate souls, naturally receiving substantial rewards in return. Thus, Xiao Ze meandered through the Black Corner domain, entering cities to reap whatever he could. However, he exercised restraint, targeting only the most powerful factions within each locale. Though he regarded their possessions with disdain, they held some utility for the development of the Xiao Clan. In a modest city, Xiao Ze effortlessly snapped the neck of a low-ranking Do Wang. It was astonishing that such a powerful figure resided in a small city. One would expect them to compete for dominance in a larger city instead. He casually stripped the spatial ring from the fallen warrior's fingers and ventured into the estate, raising an eyebrow in surprise. What a lavish lifestyle! A veritable feast of wine and meat. In the pool brimming with liquor, he beheld several attractive, naked maidens. Upon noticing Xiao Ze's entrance, the maidens recoiled to the far side, submerging themselves in the liquid, fear evident in their eyes as they cast terrified glances his way. Depart at once, and it would be best to leave this sinful land. Xiao Ze gestured to them before turning to scour another area. By the time he concluded his search and emerged, the maidens had clothed themselves and were kneeling before him. Gratitude fills my heart for your merciful rescue. However, we, the frail women, are at a loss regarding our next course of action. We find ourselves ensnared within the confines of the Black Corner region, and we beseech your benevolence to guide us. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ze replied, the distance to Canaan Academy is not insurmountable. You might seek refuge there and establish yourselves within Canaan City. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ze watched as a group of women, disguised and transformed, hurried away into the distance. Once their figures vanished from sight, he retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a rare treasure, a 6th-grade pill formula. The Extreme Yong pill, though classified as a medicinal concoction, resembled more of a bomb akin to the Buddha's wrath lotus. Its concoction would indeed serve a purpose, as its explosive power equated to that of a Dou Wang expert's self-detonation. It appeared to be an artifact obtained through the fortuitous explorations of a Dou Wang. But alas, had he presented this formula as a token of allegiance to Han Feng, he might have evaded death. Yet, he chose to hide within this modest town. Shaking his head, Xiao Ze set forth toward Canaan Academy. Chapter 145, A New Disguise. Xiao Yan's Insights. Upon encountering the familiar sight of the necromancer tree, Xiao Ze finally felt a sense of relief. After continuous travel, even he felt a tinge of weariness. With the Elder's token now in Xiao Yan's possession, Xiao Ze donned the Canaan Academy uniform and made his way to Peace Town. The enforcement team in Peace Town was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Academy's attire. However, it was not an opportune time for entering the Black Corner region for trials. Initially, the enforcement team contemplated questioning him, but upon recognizing Xiao Ze's countenance, the team leader was taken aback. Elder Xiao? Xiao Ze nodded. It was indeed fortuitous, as this was the enforcement leader he had encountered alongside Little Medical Sage when they departed from the Academy. No need for formalities. You may proceed directly to Canaan City. Would you like me to arrange a flying magical beast for you? That won't be necessary. Xiao Ze graciously declined, then took flight. Soaring toward Canaan City on wings of battle aura, the enforcement team members gazed at him with admiration as he departed. Upon entering Canaan City, Xiao Ze found himself in a quandary, uncertain of the Xiao family's location. In a mountain gorge, he unleashed his battle aura, swiftly manifesting a colossal silver gate. Previously, entry into the inner courtyard required the guidance of Vice Dean Hu Qian, but now Xiao Ze possessed the capability to enter on his own. Who dares intrude upon the inner courtyard? A hoarse voice echoed. Elder Lin, it has been a while, Xiao Ze replied cheerfully, clasping his hands in greeting. Elder Lin approached, warmly patting Xiao Ze's shoulder. Haha, this outing has yielded some rewards. Elder Lin regarded Xiao Ze's figure with a complex expression. How little time had passed, yet he had already surpassed him. Now, Elder Lin could no longer fathom the depths of Xiao Ze's prowess. In the 6th level of the heaven-burning, refining tower, within the first training room, Xiao Ze and Little Medical Sage engaged in a long-awaited deep exchange of the toxic forces. Their expressions radiated comfort, akin to indulging in a warm spring bath. By the way, Little Medical Sage, where have you settled the Xiao family? I wish to pay a visit. Allow me to guide you. Little Medical Sage rose, her recent exchange of toxic forces having further enhanced her strength. This time, Xiao Ze did not require formal leave from the Grand Elder for his departure. In a secluded corner of Canaan City, the two soon found the Xiao family, or rather, the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. Xiao Ze cast a glance at the sign of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, nodding to himself in approval. It seemed that the Xiao family had diligently adhered to his ideas, avoiding any ostentation. Zayer, although the Xiao family currently operates in secrecy, it has thrived significantly compared to its previous state in Wutian City, and the overall strength of our clan has greatly improved. Xiao Zhan spoke with palpable joy. As the clan leader, witnessing the prosperity of his family naturally brought him elation. Especially since this transformation was brought about by his Zayer, his delight was even more profound. Little Ze, I have followed your directive for discretion and led some clan members to re-establish the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. Indeed, with the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps now in the open and the Xiao family concealed, we should be able to mitigate certain risks, Xiao Li remarked. A hint of a murderous aura about him. This Black Corner region truly suits my tastes. It seems more conducive to my survival. The group exchanged a few words, recounting the events that transpired after the relocation of the Xiao family to Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze listened with a smile, nodding occasionally. The Xiao family had indeed undergone a transformation, and as long as they remained cautious, significant issues should not arise. These are my recent acquisitions, meant for the development of the family, Xiao Ze stated, placing a dozen spatial rings on the table, which the others silently accepted. Entrusting the safety and advancement of the Xiao family to Xiao Ze filled them with a sense of shame. By the way, elder brother, second brother, if the opportunity arises, please help me gather the items listed here. They will be useful to me. Xiao Ze handed them a paper detailing the materials needed for crafting the extreme yong pill. The elixir, once refined, would be able to safeguard the Xiao family from peril, possessing a power comparable to the self-detonation of a Dou Wang expert. The trio was taken aback by Xiao Ze's words, their eyes wide with astonishment. A single pill possessed such formidable power? Xiao Ding cautiously accepted the paper, furrowing his brow as he scanned the contents. Collecting all these items may prove quite challenging, especially this so-called yong gold. Do your best to gather them. I will also collect what I can. Once we successfully refine it, the Xiao family will no longer be so vulnerable. Xiao Ze reassured them and then curiously inquired. The three shook their heads. The Xiao family was in hiding. Xiao Yan would certainly not waste time searching for the Xiao family in Canaan City. Xiao Ze stayed with the Xiao family for a day, pointing out potential hazards that could expose them, entrusting their resolution to Xiao Zhan and the others. He also took the time to encourage Ching Lin, who was currently residing with the Xiao family, delighting the little girl for quite a while. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had already arrived at Canaan Academy, escorted by Vice President Hu Qian into the inner courtyard. As a transfer student, he was not an uncommon sight among the over 1,000 students in the inner courtyard. However, being personally escorted by Vice President Hu Qian left Xiao Yan somewhat startled. Particularly, Hu Qian spoke highly of Xiao Ze, and when he learned that Xiao Yan was Xiao Ze's elder brother, a rare look of surprise crossed his face. Subsequently, Xiao Yan's experiences within the inner courtyard unfolded in such a manner. Upon hearing that he was the elder brother of Xiao Ze, the expressions of those opposite him invariably transformed into astonishment and disbelief. Once the students learned of his identity, they treated him with utmost respect. Even those so-called gang leaders dared not display any hostility towards Xiao Yan. Remarkably, even the esteemed elders, upon discovering Xiao Yan's lineage, could not help but exhibit a demeanor of cordiality towards him. Naturally, Xiao Yan understood that their regard was not for him personally, but rather for his esteemed status. During this time, Xiao Yan also learned of the illustrious record Xiao Ze had established within the inner courtyard. The remarkable events, worthy of being inscribed in the annals of the inner courtyard's history, were recounted by Xiao Ze as reflections of his tranquil life in the academy. After comprehending Xiao Ze's resplendent experiences at Canaan Academy, Xiao Yan could not suppress a bitter laugh. In comparison to his own trials of life and death, his younger brother's life at the academy was equally extraordinary, contrary to Xiao Ze's modest assertions of its tranquility. Chapter 146. The Pinnacle of Six-Stage Magical Beasts, the Fiery Thunder Tiger. On the following day after returning to the academy, Xiao Ze's door was abruptly thrust open. A figure clad in white stormed in, brimming with fury. What is it, Ziyan? Who has angered you? Xiao Ze glanced at Ziyan, a smile gracing his lips. I shall devour you, Ziyan exclaimed, brandishing her claws as she charged toward him. Xiao Ze swiftly subdued her by gently pressing her small head down. My dear lady, what has transpired? Have I offended you in any way? With her tiny arms flailing in the air, Ziyan, realizing she could not reach Xiao Ze, bit down on his arm. Ouch! Fortunately, his physique had grown stronger, and Ziyan had not bitten down with full force, leaving no mark. Xiao Ze, slightly exasperated, ruffled her hair and presented her with a bottle of pills. Here. And I even contributed some precious herbs. Embarrassed, Ziyan chuckled sheepishly upon hearing this. She quickly accepted the vial, poured a few pills into her mouth, and savored the invigorating energy within, her eyes sparkling with delight. Such exquisite herbs. Indeed. Otherwise, why would I have offered them? Xiao Ze retorted with mild annoyance, gesturing for her to depart promptly. Do not be angry. I was wrong. I was wrong. Ziyan exclaimed, leaping to Xiao Ze's side. She grasped his arm and playfully licked the bite mark on his skin. When I was young and got hurt in the deep mountains, a lick like this would heal me swiftly. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ze could no longer maintain his fierce demeanor and felt a pang of sympathy. Gently tousling her hair, Ziyan looked up, her face alight with hope. Shall we go treasure hunting? That is not out of the question, but whatever we find. Shall we split it equally? Xiao Ze, well aware of Ziyan's gluttonous nature, knew he had to establish terms before their venture. All right, come along with me. Upon hearing this, Ziyan eagerly grasped Xiao Ze's hand, leading him toward the deep mountains. Observing her fervent enthusiasm, Xiao Ze could not help but chuckle, recognizing her profound desire for the treasures that lay ahead. However, it was not absolutely necessary for her to seek him out for treasure hunting. Ziyan could have easily sought assistance from the Grand Elder. Yet, she persistently clung to him, perhaps due to the delectable elixirs he had concocted for her, fostering a sense of reliance. Deep within the mountains, Ziyan delivered a powerful punch, vanquishing a guardian beast. Meanwhile, Xiao Ze had just plucked a succulent fruit, suddenly feeling somewhat superfluous. Noticing Xiao Ze's gaze, Ziyan coughed lightly and feigned seriousness, stating, "It is not this particular beast that I cannot handle. It is the others that pose a challenge." Xiao Ze said nothing further, placing the fruit into a jade box for safekeeping. They would later distribute their spoils, as cutting the fruit in half on the spot was hardly practical. It would be prudent to wait until they had gathered a wealth of rare treasures to allocate based on energy or value. The magical beasts in the mountains were in dire straits, whether they were 5th-tier beasts or 6th-tier beasts akin to the combat emperor level. All treasures under their guardianship were ruthlessly plundered by this duo. As Ziyan savored her elixir, listening to Xiao Ze's descriptions, her brow furrowed slightly. There are few places of extreme yong in these mountains that I know of, but there is one. However, it is guarded by a peak 6th-tier beast. I cannot defeat it, but I wonder if you can withstand its might? Upon hearing Ziyan's words, Xiao Ze's eyes brightened. The extreme yong place might very well contain yong gold, the primary ingredient for crafting the extreme yong pill. A peak 6th-tier beast? That poses no problem, Xiao Ze confidently declared. Ziyan, intrigued by his assertion, glanced at him in surprise. Are you truly that formidable now? Defeating you would be a breeze, Xiao Ze casually replied, reaching out to pat her head, prompting Ziyan to chase after him, shouting in playful protest. Their playful banter led them to the extreme yong territory. Here we are, the extreme yong place, home to a fiery dragon tiger. A peak 6th-tier beast with a faint lineage of dragon blood, possessing extraordinary combat prowess, Ziyan elaborated, implicitly advising Xiao Ze against recklessly entering if he lacked confidence. Excitement flickered in Xiao Ze's eyes. A beast with dragon blood typically indicated staggering strength. Coupled with its peak 6th-tier status, it could likely rival human cultivators at the combat emperor level. Xiao Ze was astonished to discover such a formidable beast in the depths of the mountains. A deep blue radiance enveloped him. I will draw its attention. You take the opportunity to search for yong gold. After imparting his plan to Ziyan, he flared his battle wings and soared into the extreme yong territory. Upon entering, Xiao Ze immediately sensed a palpable environmental pressure. This place harbored a distinct hostility towards water attribute cultivators. It was even more oppressive than the depths of the Tagar Desert, specifically targeting water attribute practitioners. Alas, water attribute cultivators truly face limitations at every turn in this martial continent, Xiao Ze lamented, gathering a vast reservoir of battle energy. He had never feared combat against opposing attributes. With the vast energy of the void, he was able to maximize the elimination of external influences. As the azure waves surged forth, a touch of moisture permeated the extreme yong realm. The intense fluctuations of energy triggered a cacophony of roars from both tigers and dragons. Within the powerful tiger's roar, a hint of dragon's might resonated. Xiao Ze, sensing this trace of dragon might, narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder there were no magical beasts in the vicinity of this extreme yong realm. That mere hint of dragon might was sufficient to drive them away. Moreover, it was itself a battle tiger. Golden flames engulfed half the sky, colliding fiercely with the layered azure waves. observing the azure waves evaporate in mere moments. Xiao Ze hesitated not and continued to stack them higher. At that moment, a majestic figure emerged from the sea of flames. The fiery dragon tiger strode through the fire, embodying the king of beasts, its presence utterly commanding, especially with the faint dragon might emanating from it, amplifying its formidable aura. However, the azure waves Xiao Ze summoned were not so simple. Possessing the power of the vast sea, their might had multiplied several times over. The synergy between the vast sea power and the azure waves was innate. This was why Xiao Ze, with just 2 layers of stacking, was able to contend with the inferno unleashed by the fiery dragon tiger. Now, with 3 layers stacked, the power exceeded that of before, compelling even the fiery dragon tiger to regard it with utmost seriousness. The flames erupting from its body coalesced into a colossal fiery tiger. Just as man and beast were about to unleash an earth-shattering battle, Ziyan stealthily entered the extreme Yong realm, embarking on a quest for heavenly materials and treasures. Chapter 147. Crafting the Extreme Yong Pill, 6th Rank Alchemist. Hearing the deafening sounds of battle outside, Ziyan's petite face was filled with astonishment. It seemed Xiao Ze had indeed spoken the truth. His strength could easily overpower her. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to hasten her consumption of heavenly materials and treasures to advance to the 6th rank. Guided by her treasure-hunting talent, Ziyan soon arrived at a place rich in energy. What caught her eye was a grass taller than herself, entirely golden with fiery patterns. It radiated intense heat, causing her delicate features to frown. As a magical beast, she inherently resisted such fiery elements. However, upon sensing the abundant energy contained within, her expression brightened. Cautiously emulating Xiao Ze, she carefully preserved the grass. To her surprise, the energy did not seem to diminish. Could it be hidden beneath? She murmured, glancing down at her feet. With that thought, Ziyan began to excavate with both hands, swiftly digging down several meters. Clang! Ziyan felt her fingers collide with an exceedingly solid object, sending a jolt of pain through her. Hiss! Phew, phew, phew. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she blew on her injured fingers. So solid. Surely this must be the Yong gold Xiao Ze sought. Ziyan abandoned her earlier reckless digging method and chose to excavate carefully along the solid object. Before long, she uncovered a massive golden rock, towering even above her. Sensing the tumultuous and rampant energy contained within, Ziyan's petite face turned solemn as she stored it in her spatial ring. After confirming with her treasure-hunting talent in the extreme Yong territory that there were no noteworthy treasures to capture her attention, she left with a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Outside the extreme Yong territory, amidst a vigorous battle, Xiao Ze heard Ziyan's transmission. Without hesitation, he immediately gathered a massive amount of fighting energy in his palm. Great Han Si palm, he declared, striking down upon the raging flame dragon tiger. A resounding thud echoed as the beast was rendered dazed by the blow. Had it not been for the protective fighting energy enveloping its body, that strike could have shattered its skull. The boundless flames and terrifying combat prowess, intermingled with a hint of dragon's might, rendered it an arch-nemesis to other beasts. Upon successfully escaping, Ziyan scrutinized Xiao Ze from head to toe. You are truly a monster, surpassing me in such a short time. Isn't it only natural for me to exceed you? Xiao Ze replied nonchalantly, only to receive a playful punch from Ziyan. After some light-hearted banter, Xiao Ze presented a multitude of precious materials, preparing to share the spoils with Ziyan. When she revealed a piece of golden sunstone surpassing her own, Xiao Ze could not suppress a smile of delight. With this, I can concoct the extreme Yong pill. He proceeded to refine several batches of pills for Ziyan and sent her on her way. Throughout this journey, he had yet to encounter Xiao Yan. But given the vastness of the inner courtyard, their chances of meeting were indeed slim. While Xiao Ze was gathering materials for the extreme Yong pill, Xiao Yan was diligently training within the sky-burning, refining Qi Tower. Under the guidance of Yao Lao, he had discovered that the fallen heart flame resided within the tower. To subdue such a formidable force, one must possess even greater strength. Fortunately, on his way to the Canaan Academy, he experienced a stroke of luck. Though he did not encounter any exotic fire, he fortuitously devoured a type of beast fire, allowing his burning technique to reach the advanced yellow tier. Possessing 2 types of beast fire granted him considerable power. However, in Yao Lao's assessment, they still paled in comparison to intensifying Xiao Yan's desire to refine exotic fire. He was willing to offend the Canaan Academy if necessary, as this was the only he had found. As for the alchemist Emperor Han Feng, whom he learned about from Xiao Ze, he was, in some respects, akin to a senior brother, yet still felt distant from him. In summary, the myriad difficulties Xiao Yan faced were primarily due to his insufficient strength. After much effort, Xiao Ze finally gathered the materials for the extreme Yong pill. The concoction could not occur within the academy, for a failed attempt could cause significant destruction. Therefore, Xiao Ze invited both the little medicinal sage and Ziyan to accompany him into the deep mountains in search of a suitable alchemical location. In a ravine near the wild wetlands, Xiao Ze retrieved the spirit-concealing cauldron and laid out the various materials for the extreme yong pill. The majority of these were metallic stones, leading one to mistakenly believe Xiao Ze was forging iron rather than refining pills. Xiao Ze once again retrieved the formula for the extreme yong pill. With his alchemical skills, he could undoubtedly ascertain the accuracy of the formula. Yet the difficulty of its refinement was exceptionally high. Had Xiao Ze been acquainted with other 6th-grade formulas, he would have realized that the challenge posed by the extreme yong pill surpassed that of ordinary 6th-grade formulas by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, no matter how arduous the task, it must be accomplished. He regarded the extreme yong pill as his passport into the realm of 6th-grade alchemists. Boom! Xiao Ze's figure was sent flying, leaving both the little medical fairy and Ziyan, positioned on either side of the valley, momentarily stunned. They had never witnessed Xiao Ze encounter obstacles right from the first step of alchemy. Hiss! As anticipated, the initial step proved to be exceedingly difficult. The energy contained within the yong gold was wild and tumultuous. Once stirred, it would erupt explosively. To refine it was akin to trying to ignite gunpowder with fire. Xiao Ze wiped his face, reflecting on his thoughts. To refine the yong gold, must he indeed harness the power of the soul? Subsequently, a series of thunderous roars echoed through the ravine, as Xiao Ze's figure was repeatedly sent flying. Indeed, mastering the balance between soul force and flame intensity was the key to refining the yong gold. Once the primary material was settled, the subsequent material processing became significantly simpler. Observing the liquid or powder nurtured by the flames within the spirit-nurturing cauldron, Xiao Ze understood that the next steps would present the most formidable challenges of the extreme yong pill, truly worthy of being a 6th-grade elixir. Xiao Ze took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and began to condense the pill. As time passed, Xiao Ze's expression grew increasingly solemn. Fortunately, his soul power was robust, nourished by the source tree, sustaining him endlessly. Ding! A powerful wave of energy violently struck the walls of the spirit-nurturing cauldron, producing a deafening sound. However, the unusual phenomena accompanying the formation of a 6th-grade elixir did not manifest outwardly. The spirit-nurturing cauldron, comparable to those atop the heavenly cauldron rankings, could naturally conceal the manifestations of a 6th-grade elixir's completion. Seeing this, the little medical fairy and Ziyan descended from the mountainside, knowing success was imminent. Xiao Ze, have you succeeded? Xiao Ze nodded, hesitated briefly, then gently shook his head, leaving the two in bewilderment. He produced the yong extreme pill, which shimmered with a golden hue, radiating formidable energy. Having refined a 6th-grade elixir, he had now truly become a 6th-grade alchemist. However, this yong extreme pill was flawed, unstable. Keeping it on his person was akin to carrying a volatile powerhouse capable of self-detonation. With a flick of his finger, Xiao Ze propelled the yong extreme pill several miles away. Chapter 148. A Grand Display. A pill that captivates hearts. The golden elixir soared into the distance. With the suppression of Xiao Ze's soul power lifted, the violent energy contained within was no longer restrained. The terrifying energy inherent in the extreme yong pill was thus unleashed. Boom! A golden pillar of fire, nearly reaching the heavens, erupted from the wild wetlands. The rampant energy swept across the entire wilderness, sending waves of scorching heat that could be felt even from miles away. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ze conjured a water-blue barrier of fighting energy, effectively insulating the mountain gorge from the sweltering heat. If I were to remove the suppression of my soul power, the Yongji Dan would become exceedingly unstable. Hence the assertion that it is both completed and not completed. The little medicine fairy and Ziyan exchanged glances as they beheld the towering golden pillar of fire in the distance. Was Xiao Ze concocting pills so perilously close to them? As a beast, she harbored a profound aversion to flames. Fear not, it is not fatal. Xiao Ze reassured with a wave of his hand, indicating that all would be well. Once the heat subsided, he resumed his alchemical endeavors. Meanwhile, others in the outside world were equally alarmed alongside the little medicine fairy and Ziyan. Near the endless deep mountains in the Black Corner region lay a city named Fengcheng, a rare large city named after an individual. It was evident that Han Feng, known as the Emperor of Medicine, held such privilege. He had been diligently crafting pills when the overwhelming surge of energy startled his soul power, nearly reducing the precious pill to ashes. Once he stabilized the concoction, Han Feng's expression turned grave as he gazed towards the endless mountain ranges. Was it a clash of Dou Emperor powers? Perhaps even leading to a Dou Emperor's forced self-detonation? Han Feng mused, swiftly shaking his head. He could sense the potent medicinal energy within that surge. Could it be the detonation of a high-tier pill? What an extravagant display. Even Han Feng could not help but marvel, for even he would not lightly ignite such valuable high-tier pills. This energy fluctuation would likely incite unrest in the Black Corner region. Indeed, few could discern that this was the celestial energy unleashed after a pill's explosion. Many might mistakenly believe another Dou Emperor had fallen. Han Feng chuckled and shook his head, adopting a tone befitting a lofty alchemist as he assessed the situation, before diving back into his pill-making. Meanwhile, within the inner courtyard of the Endless Mountains, the Grand Elder abruptly withdrew from his meditative state. His brow furrowed as he gazed beyond the academy. A clash between Dou Emperor powers? What a troublesome season. Given the proximity to the academy, it would be prudent to investigate. The Grand Elder instructed the arriving elders of the academy to remain vigilant before heading towards the source of the celestial energy explosion. Upon his arrival in the vicinity, he spotted two familiar figures standing against the mountainside. Ziyan, Little Medicine Fairy, what are you two doing here? Was it your earlier commotion that caused this? As he approached, he observed Xiao Ze in the gorge below, having encountered the Grand Elder. It was indeed Xiao Ze's alchemical activity that had stirred the earlier disturbance. After greeting the Elder, the Little Medicine Fairy explained, Elder, you cannot fathom how terrifying that pill was. I dare say, among the other elders in the academy, few would survive such an explosion. The Grand Elder shot a glare at Ziyan, realizing this was the reason Xiao Ze had ventured from the academy to concoct pills. The Little Medicine Fairy and Ziyan nodded, as they too had been perplexed by Xiao Ze's intentions until witnessing the explosion of the extreme yong pill. This little fellow dares to practice such perilous elixirs, and none of you advise him otherwise? I have always supported Xiao Ze's decisions, shrugged the little healer. I was brought here to toil, and I cannot leave even if I wish to, pouted Ziyan. Observing these two dutifully adhering to Xiao Ze, the Grand Elder felt a sense of helplessness. This young man indeed possessed remarkable abilities. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, he is still an elder of the inner court. And I cannot turn a blind eye. I shall guard him here to prevent any mishaps. The Grand Elder sighed. Simultaneously, he was immensely curious about what kind of elixir could unleash such formidable power. Within the heavenly flame refining tower, the Medicine Elder suddenly materialized, gazing toward the direction of the explosive extreme yong pill. Master, what is happening? Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of concocting elixirs, paused his actions and inquired. Detonating a high-grade elixir, such extravagance? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be a high-level alchemist? I am uncertain, but as far as I know, there are no alchemists capable of crafting high-grade elixirs within the Ziyan Academy. I hope this is not aimed at us, the Medicine Elder replied slowly. Forget it. It is of no concern to me. For now, I shall focus on enhancing my strength. After saying this, Xiao Yan immersed himself back into his alchemical pursuits. The Medicine Elder glanced at Xiao Yan, who remained the same relentless cultivator he had always known. Learning from previous experiences, Xiao Ze encountered fewer obstacles this time in his alchemical process. Under the influence of his soul power and flames, a golden pill gradually took shape, its internal energies maintaining perfect balance without any leakage. Xiao Ze retrieved the extreme yong pill, its fragrant aroma mingling with subtle energy fluctuations. It felt warm to the touch. Unlike the previous unstable extreme yong pill, which had been scalding hot before even being held. Grand Elder. Xiao Ze turned and bowed respectfully to the Grand Elder. Is this the elixir you have crafted? Indeed, Xiao Ze briefly explained the effects of the extreme yong pill, which caused the Grand Elder's eyes to light up. Most importantly, the extreme yong pill does not distinguish between friend and foe. When used by lower-tier cultivators, one must be prepared for the possibility of mutual destruction. However, none of this could overshadow the elixir's merits, which lay in its immense power. Caught off guard, it could even enable lower-tier cultivators to contend against Dou Wang. That is certainly possible, but the materials required are quite difficult to procure. Xiao Ze nodded gently, acknowledging the significant assistance he received from the inner court. He would certainly not refuse such a small favor. That is of no concern. The inner court may lack in many areas, but we are not deficient in these medicinal herbs, only in high-grade alchemists, the Grand Elder remarked nonchalantly. Of course, the inner court will not have you work for nothing. You may visit the Elixir Management Library and choose any high-grade formula you desire. Then I am truly grateful to the Grand Elder. If the materials are sufficient, I shall concoct several more, Xiao Ze responded. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder smiled, his gaze towards Xiao Ze filled with satisfaction. A single extreme yong pill had captured the hearts of many. Chapter 149, The Eruption of the Fallen Heart Flame. Even Xiao Ze could not guarantee that every concoction of the extreme yong pill would yield exceptional quality. The crafting of the extreme yong pill is fraught with difficulty. Even upon successful creation, one must ensure its stability to prevent any untimely explosions. 3 of these pills were allocated to the inner court, while 3 were given to the Xiao family. Initially, Xiao Ze intended to concoct an additional pill for Ziyan and the little medical fairy, but both expressed their lack of need. The little medical fairy wished to spare Xiao Ze further toil, while Ziyan, in her unwavering belief in her own prowess, preferred that he devote his time to the creation of delectable elixirs instead. Given their disinterest, Xiao Ze resolved not to exert himself further on the extreme yong pill, particularly as its complexity is exceptionally high. Xiao Ze also procured a recipe from the elixir management library, that of the pinnacle 6th grade royal extreme pill. The profound depth of the inner court indeed astonished him, especially considering they possessed even the 6th grade pinnacle royal extreme pill. However, as a potion capable of directly enhancing one's power, such elixirs are highly coveted in the Dou Qi Continent. Thus, it is hardly surprising that the inner court houses such treasures. Upon further inquiry, Xiao Ze discovered that the highest grade recipes available in the alchemy department were merely 7th grade, with none existing for 8th grade. This is to be expected. Even within the original text, 8th and 9th grade potions are exceedingly rare. Potions of these tiers possess formidable spiritual qualities. To successfully develop a recipe of such caliber, one must at the very least be an 8th grade alchemist. The threshold for becoming an 8th grade alchemist is exceedingly high, which indirectly results in the scarcity of 8th and 9th grade recipes. As stated in the original text, this era is not akin to ancient times when alchemists possessed complete soul cultivation methods. Hence, 8th grade alchemists are exceedingly rare in this age. Nevertheless, there remains a considerable number of 7th grade alchemists. With the accumulation of many 7th grade alchemists, recipes for 7th grade and inferior potions appear relatively plentiful. Upon learning the name of the 7th grade recipe, Xiao Ze lost interest and opted instead to exchange for the royal extreme pill. The 7th grade recipe, the transformation pill, is something that magical beasts covet intensely. However, it holds no value for Xiao Ze, although Ziyan has a need for it. As her strength increases, she can fully harness the potency of the transformation herb without the necessity of specifically crafting the transformation pill. Moreover, Ziyan maintaining her youthful appearance is rather charming. Additionally, Xiao Ze found himself yearning for another 6th grade recipe, the renowned break sect pill. In comparison to the royal extreme pill and the break sect pill, the allure of the 7th grade transformation pill is significantly diminished for Xiao Ze. Upon inquiry, Xiao Ze discovered that the break sect pill is not easily obtained. Regardless of the number of potions available, one cannot exchange for the break sect pill without having made substantial contributions to the academy. Xiao Ze felt helpless in this regard. Understanding the preciousness of 6th grade recipes, even the inner court's collection of 6th grade recipes is exceedingly limited, necessitating strict control and careful distribution. Just as Xiao Ze planned to gather materials for the royal extreme pill and attempt its creation, he suddenly received a summons from the Grand Elder. Hasten to the base of the sky-burning, refining Qi Tower. The urgency in the message left Xiao Ze no room for hesitation, and he promptly made his way to the sky-burning, refining Qi Tower. Upon entering the celestial flame refinement tower, Xiao Ze immediately sensed a significant surge in the fire attribute surrounding him. It appeared that the fallen heart flame had stirred from its slumber. After all, the fallen heart flame was not one to remain complacent in captivity. It had merely awaited Xiao Yan's arrival to amass sufficient power to shatter its confinement completely. During this time, the fallen heart flame had been in a state of constant agitation. Arriving at the base of the tower, a place he had previously visited, Xiao Ze discovered several elders already in attendance, with the Grand Elder Su Qian positioned at the center. Xiao Ze, you have recently ascended to the status of elder and have yet to experience sealing the fallen heart flame. This time, with its unrest, you may partake in the endeavor. The Grand Elder proclaimed, tossing a jade token toward Xiao Ze. Upon receiving it, Xiao Ze deftly pressed the token to his forehead, absorbing the sealing technique contained within. All set, Grand Elder, he declared. The Grand Elder cast a glance at him, acknowledging his formidable soul strength, a testament to his prowess as an alchemist. With a wave of his hand, the other elders took their respective positions. Xiao Ze, mindful of being a novice in sealing, positioned himself towards the periphery, understanding that such a crucial task could not be entrusted to him on his first attempt. With the Grand Elder's command, Xiao Ze began to form the sealing handprints. In truth, the process was not merely a seal but an enhancement of the existing one, while also replacing any damaged seals. After a brief yet intense period, the sealing concluded, and the previously agitated fire elements calmed significantly. Xiao Ze's expression remained inscrutable. He understood that the current unrest of the fallen heart flame was merely a minor disturbance. The true upheaval would occur once it had gathered sufficient strength. The other elders were drenched in sweat, while only Xiao Ze and the Grand Elder maintained their composure. The elders were privately astonished by Xiao Ze's rapid growth, silently labeling him a prodigy. Once the elders had departed, the Grand Elder turned to Xiao Ze, inquiring, This little fellow has been preoccupied with alchemy. Have you neglected your cultivation? Not at all. I feel my strength has indeed progressed, Xiao Ze humbly replied. This response elicited a mixture of surprise and admiration from the Grand Elder, who thought to himself, what a remarkable young man. By the way, Grand Elder, what accomplishments must one achieve to obtain the formula for the breaking sect pill? Xiao Ze suddenly asked, catching the Grand Elder off guard. What formula did you previously exchange? The Imperial pill. Ah, that explains it. Young one, should you reach the peak of Dou Wang, I will grant you the formula for the breaking sect pill unconditionally. However, afterward, you must recreate a new formula for the breaking sect pill. How does that sound? Ah, I feel somewhat uneasy about receiving rewards without effort. Xiao Ze hesitated. Although the Grand Elder suggested he recreate the formula later, it still seemed like a guaranteed gain for Xiao Ze. Hearing this, the Grand Elder rolled his eyes. You need not be so formal with the inner court. Whether in the outer or inner court, the resources for your cultivation have been consistently provided. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze felt a warmth in his heart and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Then I thank you, Grand Elder. Oh, the batch of spirit-enhancing pills you crafted has significantly bolstered the overall strength of the elders in the inner court. Handing over the breakthrough pills to you indirectly enhances the power of the academy, as they would merely gather dust otherwise, the Grand Elder chuckled. This is merely what Xiao Ze ought to do. Now, go about your business. Should you wish to concoct the royal extreme pills, you may procure the necessary herbs from the apothecary. After all, they have already been squandered by those old men from the alchemy department, so it is better for you to utilize them. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Elder dismissed Xiao Ze. In Chapter 150, the hundredfold azure serpent's three-flowered eyes, it was decided that Ching Lin would continue residing with the Xiao family. With Xiao Ze's influence, none dared to treat Ching Lin with disdain. Even pretense required a facade of cordiality. Moreover, the members of the Xiao family were eager for Ching Lin to thrive, as many viewed her as Xiao Ze's exclusive maid, granting her a distinct significance. As a result, Ching Lin was afforded treatment akin to that of a young master within the Xiao household. The younger generation, particularly the young ladies, were inclined to befriend her. Simply being Xiao Ze's exclusive maid was enough to make those girls eager to curry favor with Ching Lin. After all, she was perpetually by Xiao Ze's side, and perhaps a mere mention of their names in his ear could capture his attention. Thus, upon Xiao Ze's return to the Xiao family, he found the young ladies gathered around Ching Lin, engaged in lively conversation, as if she had become the nucleus of their little group, leading Xiao Ze to feel an odd sense of Ching Lin being their leader. Ah, young Master Xiao Ze, Ching Lin exclaimed with delight upon spotting him. Regardless of the respect the Xiao family members showed her, she always regarded herself as Xiao Ze's maid. Xiao Ze, cousin. The other young ladies greeted him in unison, aware that the Xiao family's burgeoning strength was largely attributable to this very youth before them. Xiao Ze presented several vials of elixirs to them and beckoned Ching Lin to follow. Before they could decline, he took her away with him. The young ladies of the Xiao family exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of disappointment and melancholy. What we desire is not merely elixirs. They were all advised by their elders to cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Ze, aiming for a closer bond that transcended mere kinship. After all, the Xiao family had evolved over many generations, and the ties of blood had become rather tenuous. However, while the flowers may yearn, the stream flows indifferently. Xiao Ze did not focus on the internal affairs of the Xiao family. Indeed, there was no talent within the family that warranted his commitment. Thus, it was only natural that he would not invest excessive energy, content to ensure the Xiao family's stability. Young master, will you be taking me to the Canaan Academy this time? Ching Lin inquired, her gentle and shy demeanor always stirring Xiao Ze's compassion. By the way, my relatives have not made things difficult for you, have they? Oh no, young master, your relatives have been exceedingly kind. The elders treated me warmly, especially the patriarch, who specifically instructed them to do so. As Ching Lin spoke, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Noticing Xiao Ze's teasing gaze, she shyly remarked, Is it not wonderful to treat Ching Lin as a young lady? Yet, I am merely a maid. You, my dear girl, are solely my dedicated maid. In the presence of anyone else, you are entitled to equality. Xiao Ze asserted earnestly, prompting the young maid to nod with delight. Indeed, I am the master's exclusive maid. Observing Qinglin's demeanor, Xiao Ze could not help but chuckle. It was amusing to realize that when he attempted to correct her terminology, he discovered that the phrase exclusive maid had thoroughly embedded itself in her mind. No matter how he tried to amend it, he could not change her conviction. Reluctantly, Xiao Ze acquiesced to Qinglin's sentiments. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, Xiao Ze assessed Qinglin's current cultivation level. It was quite standard, as she had yet to awaken the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, and thus her training speed did not reach extraordinary heights. As they returned to the inner courtyard, the elder in charge merely glanced at Ching Lin without uttering a word. Now, as an elder of the inner courtyard, Xiao Ze could bring 1 or 2 individuals without issue. Once they reached the small loft, Xiao Ze urged Qinglin to sit. He scrutinized her, particularly focusing on her enchanting eyes. The young girl possessed a subtle allure. Though it did not affect Xiao Ze. Master, Qinglin murmured softly. Though she welcomed his gaze, she felt her face flush when confronted directly. Haha, it's nothing. I am contemplating how to awaken your talents. Qinglin, have you ever faced a serpent-like magical beast? No, I have rarely encountered magical beasts, Qinglin replied, shaking her head. Very well, let us attempt it now. Your talent is remarkable, undoubtedly rare throughout the entire Dou Qi Continent. Do not fear, strive to harness it. Xiao Ze gently reassured her, taking her small hand as they ventured into the deep mountains. Initially, Qinglin felt apprehensive upon hearing Xiao Ze mention her talent in relation to magical beasts, as she had endured the pain of being an outcast since childhood. However, his comforting words and the warmth of his grasp alleviated her fear, replacing it with shyness and joy. Upon reaching the mountains, Xiao Ze extended his spiritual perception, quickly detecting a serpent-like magical beast coiled upon a tree. Perhaps sensing that Xiao Ze was formidable, the beast attempted to flee. Having finally located a serpent-like magical beast, Xiao Ze was determined not to let it escape. With a flicker of thought, numerous droplets of water materialized around the creature, swiftly coalescing into a water sphere that ensnared the beast. As Xiao Ze set Qinglin down, her flushed cheeks began to cool. Come, Qinglin, attempt to harness the power within you to control it. Make it recognize you as its master and forge a bond. Xiao Ze provided a brief description, as he had yet to receive feedback from the Bai, Shi San Hua Tong, and was uncertain how to establish a contract with the magical beast. All right, I will give it a try. Qinglin took a deep breath, gazing at the serpentine magical beast struggling within the water sphere, repeatedly echoing Xiao Ze's earlier words in her mind. Control it. Contract it. Xiao Ze, standing nearby, could distinctly sense a mysterious force emanating from Qinglin, capable of influencing the mind. Yet, this power was intermittent and appeared exceedingly unstable. The 3 green dots in Qinglin's eyes gradually transformed into 3 delicate green blossoms over time. A faint ethereal glow blossomed in her eyes, illuminating the serpentine beast, whose struggles began to subside. On the beast's forehead, a green flower identical to that in Qinglin's eyes manifested. Xiao Ze glanced at the system notification and nodded with a smile. Well done. Ding. Qinglin's azure serpent 3-flower eyes have awakened. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100-fold feedback. Chapter 151, Absolute Compulsory Contract. Upon seeing the system notification, Xiao Ze finally exhaled in relief, his heart brimming with joy. Observing the feedback from Ziyan, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had come to understand how daunting it was to bind the bloodline of magical beasts. Although the potential benefits of binding a magical beast's bloodline were immense, the process was exceedingly prolonged. At least for the foreseeable future, Xiao Ze would not be able to enjoy Ziyan's 100-fold feedback. Xiao Ze also discreetly monitored the evolution progress of Queen Medusa. After all, based on the experience of Xiaoyan mastering alchemy for the first time, one could seize the moment when Queen Medusa was on the verge of completing her evolution to bind her. Once she completed her evolution, he would instantly receive the feedback from the magical beast's bloodline. This was not a daunting task for Xiao Ze. He merely needed to allocate a fragment of his concentration to check Queen Medusa's personal status. Qinglin, how do you feel? Is your body all right? Yes. It feels completely natural, Qinglin replied, shaking her head. There is no pressure. I simply harnessed that power within me and established the contract. Hearing this, Xiao Ze relaxed, gently patting Qinglin on the head as he released the water sphere's confinement. The serpentine beast slowly approached, affectionately rubbing against Qinglin's calf. Xiao Ze did not intend to have Qinglin directly contract a powerful magical beast. While, akin to the original story, Qinglin's weak cultivation might lead her to contract a dueling-level beast. Appearing quite impressive, it would impose immense pressure on her. With Xiao Ze's protection, it was best for Qinglin to methodically contract magical beasts and enhance her strength without the necessity of recklessly venturing into high-level contracts as depicted in the original tale. Your talent is extraordinarily remarkable. If utilized wisely, you will surely reach the pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent. Xiao Ze spoke slowly. The pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent? Qinglin murmured softly. Does that mean I will become even more useful? It was precisely because of Xiao Ze's formidable strength that the challenges he faced were increasingly perilous. Yet, Qinglin felt inadequate, lacking any cultivation, and even doubted her qualification to remain by Xiao Ze's side. This compelled her to train even harder. Now, Qinglin finally had the prospect of standing alongside Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze undoubtedly heard the soft murmur of Qinglin. He remained silent, gently ruffling her hair. Let me examine your physical condition, Qinglin. If you are still capable, we shall capture a few more serpent-shaped magical beasts. Holding her small hand, Ching Lin blushed and nodded shyly, yielding to Xiao Ze's soul power. After a thorough examination, it was confirmed that the young girl was not overexerting herself. Xiao Ze then led Ching Lin to find several first-tier serpent-shaped magical beasts for her to attempt a contract with. He discovered that Ching Lin's contracting ability also had a probability of success. However, perhaps due to the relatively weak strength of the contracted beasts, the success rate was quite impressive. After a series of trials, only one contract ultimately failed. The Bai Shi San Hua Tong would gradually absorb the magical beasts contracted by her and subsequently provide feedback. This indicated that her strength would soon escalate. However, cultivation was crucial, and a solid foundation was equally important. Xiao Ze reminded her, and Ching Lin obediently nodded, still unaware of just how extraordinary her Bai Shi San Hua Tong truly was. In the future, I will find you compatible techniques and combat skills. Your cultivation, skills, and combat techniques collectively determine your battle prowess. Their harmonious development is paramount, so do not lean towards one at the expense of the others. Ching Lin listened intently, committing each of Xiao Ze's words to memory. Haha. Well, for now, you need not concern yourself with so much. Under my protection, focus on your growth. Xiao Ze patted her head, reassuring her to let go of her worries. Boom. In an instant, Xiao Ze's eyes blazed with fervor, as if he beheld countless serpents prostrating at his feet, bowing in submission. The sheer number of serpent-shaped magical beasts felt as though it encompassed all serpentine creatures across the entire Dou Qi Continent. Though he wielded ultimate authority among serpent magical beasts, within the void space, the origin tree once again extended a branch. This branch, akin to that of the Alchemy branch, contained the ethereal images of millions of serpent-shaped magical beasts, embodying thousands of forms, nearly encompassing all serpentine creatures of the Dou Qi Continent. Xiao Ze even glimpsed the Titan Python within the Bai Shi San Hua Tong branch. Truly, the hundredfold response from the Bai Shi San Hua Tong enabled him to accomplish feats that were unattainable in the original narrative. Should Queen Medusa successfully evolve into the seven-colored Titan Python, he could, through the hundredfold Bai Shi San Hua Tong, force a contract with her. However, such an endeavor would be rather unwise, as forming a contract with the Bai Shi San Hua Tong would result in the absorption of Dou Qi. Xiao Ze shook his head slightly. Although it appeared advantageous to possess absolute control over Queen Medusa, it would squander her future growth potential as one of the apex serpent magical beasts on the Dou Qi Continent, the nine-colored Titan Python, alongside the ancient celestial serpent. They were the only two possessing the royal bloodline of serpent magical beasts. The most formidable trait of the hundredfold Bai Shi San Hua Tong was that it guaranteed a 100% success rate in forming contracts. Moreover, unlike in the original story, where Qinglin's contract with the ancient celestial serpent soul was uncontrollable, upon completion of the contract, it would be an absolute dominion. Xiao Ze was exceedingly pleased with the capabilities of the hundredfold green serpent's triflower eye, and thus resolved to venture into the deep mountains to capture a few serpent-type magical beasts. Before departing, he inscribed a soul mark upon Qinglin's forehead to avert any unforeseen incidents while also providing a degree of protection. Given Xiao Ze's current prowess, his expectations naturally escalated. He would only be interested in beasts of at least the 5th tier. A sharp sound suddenly piqued his attention. Fortune smiled upon him, for it was a 6th-tier serpent-type magical beast. Xiao Ze had no intention of parleying with it. His eyes shimmered with an ethereal glow, and 3 verdant blossoms materialized within his gaze, cloaked in a spectrum of colors. The beast, sensing the anomaly as Xiao Ze's eyes ignited with the supernatural light, attempted to flee. Alas, it was in vain. In the next moment, a green flower imprint appeared upon the beast's forehead. Witnessing the successful contract, Xiao Ze promptly drew it into the spatial realm of the Triflower Eye. As he felt the returning surge of battle energy, a satisfied smile graced Xiao Ze's lips. Seizing the opportunity, he murmured to himself about contracting more serpent-type magical beasts, transforming into a fleeting light as he searched deeper into the mountains. Chapter 152. Consuming the Sovereign Extreme Pill. 9-star Battle Emperor. With the acquisition of the hundredfold green serpent's Triflower Eye, Xiao Ze's cultivation soared to new heights. As time passed, he increasingly felt the urgency to concoct the Sovereign Extreme Pill, lest he miss the opportunity to consume it. Although it was not imperative to take the Sovereign Extreme Pill, it was prudent to minimize complications wherever possible. Consuming medicinal pills was never a detrimental endeavor. The real peril lay in blindly striving for breakthroughs, which could lead to a fragile foundation. Much like in the original tale, where Xiao Yan consciously controlled his realm advancements with each pill consumed, Xiao Ze too placed significant emphasis on the accumulation of his foundational strength, striving to deepen his roots. After all, with his current power, he could triumph even against low-tier Dou Zong opponents. and safely withdraw from mid-tier Dou Zong encounters. When faced with high-tier Dou Zong, he would have to resort to secret techniques and employ his trump cards, such as the 100-fold Calamity Poison Body. Upon refining the Sovereign Extreme Pill, Xiao Ze was astounded by the sheer difficulty of concocting the Extreme Yong Pill. As he gazed upon the freshly crafted Sovereign Extreme Pill, a realization dawned upon him. It seemed the Sovereign Extreme Pill was not so arduous to produce after all. A bittersweet smile crept across his face. He likely had been so tormented by the challenges of the Extreme Yong Pill that he mistakenly believed the Sovereign Extreme Pill to be easier to concoct. Nonetheless, after successfully crafting the Sovereign Extreme Pill, Xiao Ze did not hasten to consume it. Instead, he took the opportunity to prepare a batch of auxiliary pills for Xiao Yixian and others to aid in their cultivation. It was only after truly becoming an alchemist that Xiao Ze comprehended the exquisite pleasure of having a dedicated alchemist tailor auxiliary pills specifically for one's cultivation needs. In the original narrative, Xiao Yin traversed from the Monster Mountain Range to the Tagore Desert and then to the Ziyan Academy. Now, Xiao Yixian and Ching Lin were enjoying similar privileges, along with Han Yu. After all, the power of the vast ocean and the illusory force that Xiao Ze had recently acquired was also a result of the treasure map provided by Han Yu. In the esteemed household of the Xiao Clan, Xiao Ze diligently prepared batches of medicinal pills to assist in their cultivation, while casually informing Xiao Yin of the current whereabouts of the Xiao family. Subsequently, Xiao Ze began to consume the Emperor's Extreme Pill, intending to utilize it as a means to transcend to the rank of 9-star Dou Wang. By the way, do you require me to concoct a batch of pills for the Xiao family? I have now also become an alchemist, Xiao Yin proactively inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions reflecting a mixture of surprise and incredulity. Yinner, the Xiao family currently does not lack for pills. Did Ze not inform you that he is a high-level alchemist? Xiao Yin responded with a bewildered, huh? The medicinal elder echoed his confusion with an astonished, huh? After some explanations, Xiao Yin, albeit somewhat tremulously, grasped his teacup and sipped. Having immersed himself in seclusion since arriving at the Ziyan Academy, he had only just learned that Xiao Ze was an alchemist. The medicinal elder, on the other hand, was profoundly shaken. The broader one's horizons, the clearer their understanding becomes. For the alchemical community, the emergence of a postnatal alchemist was nothing short of revolutionary. While ordinary individuals might perceive the world as a vast tapestry of wonders, the medicinal elder, as a senior alchemist, comprehended the extraordinary nature of the transmutation pill, a drug capable of creating alchemists through sheer fortuity. Little Yin, your fourth brother's fortune is indeed astonishing. Encountering a pill of such caliber as the transmutation pill and obtaining a legacy from an ancient alchemist is truly remarkable. Hearing this, Xiao Yin could only manage a wry smile as Xiao Ze continuously redefined his understanding, each revelation striking him with profound humility. He had once taken pride in his identity as an alchemist, believing that the Extreme Yong Pill, which his father claimed would provide the Xiao family with a means of self-defense, was significant. Opening the vial, he poured out the Extreme Yong Pill, prompting an exclamation of surprise from the medicinal elder. This seems to possess the same aura as the previously revealed pill. After uttering this, both Xiao Yin and the medicinal elder fell into a contemplative silence. Now, all doubts and skepticism had dissipated. Xiao Ze had not only refined high-grade pills, but had also presented 3 to the Xiao family. Your fourth brother is truly a prodigy, the medicinal elder finally remarked after a prolonged silence. After much deliberation, the medicinal elder refrained from advising Xiao Yin to relinquish his aspirations. Recognizing the depth of his current disheartenment, it was better to offer him encouragement. The fear of Xiao Yin succumbing to despair without that driving ambition weighed heavily on his mind. The room remained enveloped in silence for an extended period until Xiao Yin finally exhaled a deep sigh. Master, do you believe I still have a chance? Suddenly, the medicinal elder recalled the burning technique. Little Yin, the only opportunity you may grasp lies within the burning technique. Xiao Yin seized upon this last glimmer of hope. The dimness of his previous outlook was swiftly replaced with a vibrant hue of aspiration. Yes, I still have the burning technique. If I can absorb there's a possibility I could catch up to my fourth brother. In the 7th layer of the heavenly burning refining tower, within Xiao Ze's exclusive training chamber, a vast reservoir of energy was devoured by Xiao Ze, transforming into the impetus for his breakthrough. Until, at a certain moment, it felt as though he had shattered a barrier, his momentum surging forth fiercely. I have become a 9-star Dou Wang. The medicinal potency of the Emperor's pill is indeed extraordinary, propelling one from the 8-star Dou Wang to the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Wang. The Emperor's pill itself has the capacity to elevate a Dou Wang's strength by 1 to 2 stars, while simultaneously fortifying the meridians and honing the bones. Furthermore, With Xiao Ze's innate talent for body cultivation, the enhancement he experiences far surpasses that of others consuming the Emperor's pill. Xiao Ze ascends directly to the 9-star peak, equivalent to a 2-star increase, a stroke of remarkable fortune. After all, some individuals consuming the Emperor's pill may fail to enhance their strength, merely achieving a single physical reinforcement. In contrast, Xiao Ze enjoys not only an elevation in his Dou Qi realm, but also an extraordinary enhancement of his physical capabilities. With such gains, Xiao Ze feels thoroughly content. He then focuses on expanding the roots of his origin. A glance at the system panel reveals an abundance of feedback from his alchemical prowess. It is uncertain what has recently spurred Xiao Yin into a frenzy of alchemy. Perhaps he is lacking in fire energy, which is plausible, given his daily seclusion for cultivation. Xiao Ze muses, suddenly struck by a revelation. There is 100-fold feedback. Indeed, when the probability is low, only through cumulative quantity can one attain substantial rewards. It appears that the affiliated binding grants such exceptional treatment only upon the initial receipt of the 100-fold reward. His alchemical skills have significantly advanced, and he has also acquired a 7th-grade pill formula, the life-saving pill. Chapter 153, The Fury of the Fallen Heart Flame. Soul Enhancement. Receiving a 7th-grade formula from the 100-fold alchemical feedback fills Xiao Ze with immense satisfaction. After all, high-grade formulas are worth their weight in gold, and the rarity of a 9th-grade formula is on par with that of heavenly-tiered Dou techniques. Most importantly, Xiao Ze has glimpsed a pathway to acquiring more high-grade formulas. In addition to his own collection efforts, he can also benefit from Xiao Yan's alchemical feedback through numerous instances of affiliated binding. Xiao Ze has discerned that the most beneficial bindings pertain to abilities, followed by talents, with the least impact being the beast bloodline. The enhancement of abilities yields the highest quantity of multiplied feedback. Each time Xiao Yin engages in alchemy, he almost invariably provides Xiao Ze with multiple feedback rewards. Although Xiao Yin may not always be aware of his own progress, the system clearly showcases each advancement, which translates into multiplied feedback for Xiao Ze, ultimately facilitating the enhancement of his alchemical skills. This is why Xiao Ze's alchemical abilities have progressed so swiftly, in addition to his diligent practice. Xiao Yan's alchemical feedback serves as a significant boon. His current alchemical prowess has reached the pinnacle of the 6th grade, and with a concerted effort, he may even attempt to refine 7th-grade pills, thanks in no small part to Xiao Yan's contributions. Xiao Yan's fervent pill refining yields dozens of feedback entries daily, each capable of triggering multiple feedback rewards. With such accumulation, how could his alchemical skills not advance? Particularly delightful are the occasional surprises of 100-fold feedback. Next in significance is talent. The feedback from Little Medicine Fairy and the Azure Scale is commendable. While not as frequent as the ability feedback, it nonetheless provides Xiao Ze with tangible benefits. What most astounded Xiao Ze was the binding of the Warcraft bloodline. To this day, Ziyan had yet to provide him with a single piece of feedback. Nevertheless, regardless of how daunting it may seem, the binding must be pursued. Although the Northwest continent is rich in talent, the number of binders that could catch Xiao Ze's eye is exceedingly limited. To enhance his strength in the future, a journey to the central continent is necessary. If fortune favors him, binding with Xiao Ying of the Qiao family, whose soul talent is quite remarkable, would be advantageous. Additionally, as Xun'er's strength grows, several more binding options will emerge, leaving Xiao Ze with a plethora of choices. Alas, it is crucial to seize the opportunity to bind with capable individuals. Otherwise, leaving the binding slots vacant serves no purpose. Xiao Ze cast a glance at the status bar of Queen Medusa, noting no changes, and shook his head before closing his eyes to consolidate his realm. The energy within the cultivation chamber began to be devoured by Xiao Ze once more. Meanwhile, at the base of the sky-burning refining chi tower, in the boundless world of magma, a massive, formless fire python was thrashing violently through the molten rock. A sound filled with fury and agitation suddenly reverberated through the magma realm. The creature, endowed with considerable intelligence, sensed that its energy was being consumed, inciting an intense rage within the fallen heart flame. The prior consumption was merely a trivial affair, but now it instinctively realized that this could not continue. If this relentless extraction persisted, the monster devouring its energy would grow increasingly powerful. At that point, breaking free from this prison would become a daunting challenge. Yet, the accumulated energy was still insufficient to fully shatter the seal. Must it truly act prematurely? The enormous, formless fire python halted, seemingly imbued with wisdom as it fixed its gaze upon the seal above, its eyes brimming with rage and hatred. Subsequently, the fallen heart flame plunged into the magma, fervently siphoning the surrounding fire attribute energy. The day of breaking the seal drew near. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ze, his actions had provoked such wrath in the fallen heart flame. Immersed in his cultivation, he began to expand the roots of the primordial tree. Ever since his soul had taken residence within the primordial tree, it had been nourished by its energy. How far is my current soul realm from the realm of spirits? Xiao Ze pondered, feeling his soul power grow ever stronger. Without the aid of, Xiao Ze was still able to successfully refine the pinnacle of the 6th-tier Emperor's extreme pill. Beyond his own exceptional alchemical skills, it was his formidable soul power, coupled with the assistance of the cauldron, that enabled him to succeed. All these factors combined sufficiently compensated for any deficiencies in the power of the flames. Just as Xiao Ze finished his thoughts, it was as if a stroke of inspiration had struck him. The situation unfolded seamlessly. He sensed the fortification of his soul. Concurrently, several golden roots materialized around his body, consuming the spiritual energy within the cultivation chamber and channeling it into the primordial tree. The acquisition of spiritual energy propelled Xiao Ze one step closer to the so-called spirit realm. In the original narrative, Xiaoyan underwent numerous trials, achieving enlightenment and consuming celestial herbs to enhance his soul before ultimately breaking through to the spirit realm. Now, with the nurturing of the primordial tree, Xiao Ze was on the verge of touching the spirit realm without enduring such tribulations. The beginning of all endeavors is often fraught with challenges. Xiao Ze felt a divine essence within his soul, brimming with hope that he might one day transcend into the realm of spiritual enlightenment. However, to truly enter this ethereal domain, a soul not only requires immense power, but also the guidance of a soul cultivation technique. Xiao Yin had fortuitously acquired a nameless mantra through chance. Should he find himself in dire straits, he could seek admission into the Dan Tower, where he could cultivate his skills. In due course, he could explore opportunities to forge alliances with the titans of the Dan Tower, perhaps securing a soul cultivation technique for himself. Xiao Ze lamented, realizing that a journey to the central continent was imperative, beyond the subsequent binding of affiliations. The elevation of his soul's realm necessitated the abundant resources found in the central continent. While the northwest region was rich in talent and natural beauty, acquiring a soul cultivation technique there seemed an insurmountable challenge. During Xiao Ze's seclusion, the little doctor's application to become an elder of the Inner Academy was finally approved. Ordinarily, attaining the rank of Do Wang would facilitate a smooth application for such a position. However, the little doctor's unique constitution caused considerable concern among the elders. Were it not for Xiao Ze's influence, the Grand Elder would likely have dismissed her application without a second thought, let alone bring it to the Elder Council for deliberation. After all, the eerie poison body was notorious throughout the central continent, instilling fear in all who encountered it. The Grand Elder, well versed in the calamities wrought by this body, understood the potential disaster should its bearer lose control in later stages. The eerie poison body had been the catalyst for numerous catastrophes in the central continent, with descriptions of lifelessness and desolation following in its wake. Ultimately, considering Xiao Ze's circumstances, the Grand Elder conceded to grant the little doctor her position as an elder. He even took the time to speak with her, stipulating that should her eerie poison body reach its later stages, she must leave the academy immediately. The little doctor understood that to others, her condition was a source of dread. Though a tinge of sorrow lingered in her heart, she accepted the Grand Elder's terms. Recognizing her identity as the celestial lone star was an unalterable truth. Once she became an elder, she eagerly sought out Xiao Ze, the only person who could truly accept her. Chapter 154, The Queen's Unique Flame. The Breaking Pill. Xiao Ze, I have also become an elder. As Xiao Ze opened the door to his private cultivation chamber, he was greeted by the sight of the little doctor standing at the threshold, her radiant smile illuminating her face. Congratulations. Your strength has reached Do Wang. The benefits of cultivating in the first 6 levels should be minimal, he remarked, taking her hand and leading her inside the room. Applying for elder status is the correct path for cultivation in the 7th level. Haha, now that little Ziyan won't be able to find us both. The little doctor giggled. Well, there's nothing to be done. It's her own choice not to become an elder. Xiao Ze shrugged, explaining the situation of the 7th level cultivation chamber to her. Then I shall choose a room nearby. The little doctor replied with a smile, inhaling the familiar essence that brought her ease. Xiao Ze, you haven't already reached the pinnacle of Do Wang, have you? The little medical sage, slowly coming to realization, cast her gaze upon Xiao Ze. Without hesitation, Xiao Ze responded, eliciting an eye roll from her as she exclaimed, what a monster! The distinction between breaking through to the 9th star of the Dou Emperor and reaching the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor is indeed a different concept altogether. Let us delve deeper into the discussion of the sinister toxic force, she said, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. That suits me perfectly. In the Tagore Great Desert, within the Serpent People's Sanctuary, Queen Medusa gazed at the quietly burning azure flames before her, which occasionally manifested in the form of a blue lotus. With a gentle parting of her ruby lips, she exhaled a long sigh. After an exhaustive search at all costs within the Serpent People as tribe, they finally yielded results. The azure heartfire before her would serve as the catalyst for her evolution. Behind Queen Medusa stood an elderly woman, her demeanor tense, exuding a chilling aura, with diamond-shaped pupils betraying her anxiety. Leader, why the haste? We could accumulate our strength for another year or two. There is no rush to evolve. The old woman's voice was hoarse and unpleasing, yet it was laced with profound concern. The Serpent Empire, caught between several great empires, was precariously vulnerable. The repeated intrusions into their territory were testament to this. We must possess a formidable force capable of intimidating the surrounding empires, Medusa declared, her tone imbued with resolute determination. The evolution cannot be delayed. Alas, if the leader has indeed made up her mind, then let us prepare accordingly. The clan's secret treasures, lying idle, are now most propitious for use. The Serpent Elder sighed, fully aware that the safety of the Serpent Empire rested upon the leader's shoulders, amplifying her burden. The previous incidents had only heightened her apprehension. The current evolution was a necessity. Medusa's expression shifted momentarily before she finally nodded gently. Upon witnessing her acquiescence, the Serpent Elder departed with joy, ready to activate the clan's amassed treasures. Even in the event of a failed evolution, they might still seize a sliver of hope amidst the endless perils. Such is the nature of matters. One must consider defeat before contemplating victory. Otherwise, a tribe may easily plunge into irretrievable despair. Medusa's gaze remained entranced by the azure flames, her mind wandering to the figure who had defeated her and left so effortlessly. Wait for it. Next time, you shall not depart so easily. In the ensuing days, Xiao Ze found himself engulfed in busyness. He needed to gather materials for two types of elixirs, the first being the Breaking Sect pill, and the second, the life-returning pill, derived from the hundredfold feedback of his alchemical skills. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor, the Elder readily provided him with the formula for the Breaking Sect pill. A formula that has undergone 5 or more readings of the soul gradually renders its spiritual marks indistinct, making subsequent readings exceedingly difficult. Thus, a clearly marked formula holds immense value. The Elder did not press Xiao Ze to swiftly produce a new formula for the Breaking Sect pill, but simply urged him to do so promptly. The medicinal materials Xiao Ze had previously purchased from the Mitre auction house in the Gamma Empire were finally put to use, enriching his collection of resources. Amidst a haphazard assembly, I have unexpectedly managed to compile a recipe for the Broken Sect elixir. However, the formula for the life-returning elixir is missing a crucial primary ingredient, the life-returning fruit. The rarity of this fruit is such that even the Canaan Academy's medicinal herb repository lacks it. In desperation, Xiao Ze had no choice but to leverage his connections, seeking the assistance of the elders within the Inner Academy to locate the life-returning fruit and simultaneously inquire within Canaan City and the Black Corner region for any news regarding it. Meanwhile, Xiao Ze endeavored to concoct the Broken Sect elixir. The elixir's effect is straightforward. It enhances the probability of a peak Dou Wang breaking through to Dou Zong by 10%, and even in the event of failure, it does not diminish the star ranking. Such a potion, beneficial to cultivation, has always been exceedingly sought after. After receiving a second round of hundredfold feedback from Xiao Ze's alchemical skills have become even more refined. Having previously succeeded in crafting a pinnacle 6th grade Emperor's elixir, he should similarly excel in producing the Broken Sect elixir. The crafting of high-tier elixirs has never been a simple endeavor. The time consumed is invariably extensive. In the original narrative, the esteemed medicinal master took 5 days and nights to refine the Earth Spirit elixir, relying on his mastery of alchemy and the Bone Spirit cold fire. Thus, the time Xiao Ze needs for the 6th grade elixir will likely exceed this duration. Fortunately, not only has his alchemical prowess advanced, but his spiritual strength has also intensified, making the refinement of 6th grade elixirs increasingly seamless. Consolidating the elixir, Xiao Ze inhaled deeply, calming the monotony that had enveloped him over the past few days. He was now poised to undertake the most critical phase, the consolidation of the elixir. As time progressed, a faint energy fluctuation began to emanate from within the spirit-encasing cauldron. Thankfully, this cauldron could mask the extraordinary phenomena associated with the formation of 6th grade elixirs. Otherwise, given his frequent refinements, countless powerful figures from the Black Corner region would have long since come to investigate. Observing the formidable energy waves radiating from the Broken Sect elixir within the cauldron, Xiao Ze nodded in satisfaction. Having truly refined it once, he was now intimately familiar with the process. It was time to commence the attempt at inscribing the recipe for the Broken Sect elixir. Speaking of this Broken Sect elixir, I find myself at a loss for its purpose. Suddenly, Xiao Ze recalled the Vice Dean Hu Qian, who had been immensely helpful to him. He seemed to be at the pinnacle of Do Wang. Vice Dean Hu Qian would undoubtedly have a need for the broken sect elixir. And after having received so much kindness from him, it was now time to reciprocate. Stretching his limbs, Xiao Ze retrieved a vial and meticulously stored the broken sect elixir. Regrettably, there was still no news regarding the life-returning fruit. The effects of the life-returning elixir are astonishing, as long as one's head is not severed or heart pulverized. Consuming a single life-returning elixir can ensure one's safety, essentially granting a second chance at life. One can only hope for favorable news. Chapter 155, Securing the Life-Returning Fruit. Refining the Life-Returning Elixir. Upon encountering the figure standing at the door of his study, Xiao Ze blinked in surprise. What brings you out of the inner academy instead of fulfilling your duties as an elder? Vice Dean Hu Qian chuckled, while behind him. Hu Jia gazed at Xiao Ze with a look of astonishment. It is noteworthy that this individual, of similar age to her, has already ascended to the esteemed position of an elder in the inner court, while she remains merely a student in the outer court. The vast disparity in their circumstances prompted Hu Jia to gaze at Xiao Ze with a sense of astonishment, as if observing a peculiar creature. Xiao Ze, having noticed Hu Jia's scrutinizing gaze, paid it little heed. After all, he had encountered such looks numerous times over the years. Vice Dean, I recently fortuitously concocted a breakthrough pill and thought it might be of use to you, so I specifically brought it to you, Xiao Ze declared. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure swiftly appeared before him. Hu Qian, his face flushed, gasped for breath as he looked at Xiao Ze. Is what you say truly the case? The little one's reaction prompted Xiao Ze to reveal the contents of the vial. This is the breakthrough pill I have crafted. Upon seeing the vial, however, Hu Qian hesitated. After a lengthy pause, he ultimately shook his head, declining the offer. Though he yearned for the breakthrough pill, he was unwilling to take advantage of a student. Xiao Ze pressed his lips together, recognizing from the Vice Dean's demeanor that he would not accept the pill without reason. A thought struck him, and he said, in truth, I have another request that I hope you could assist me with. I am currently in search of a rare herb known as the revitalizing fruit. Despite my efforts with numerous elders from the inner court, I have yet to find it. I would like to request your help in locating it. And this breakthrough pill is my token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, the Vice Dean cast Xiao Ze a peculiar glance. The revitalizing fruit. Is that not one of your grandfather's treasured collections? Hu Jia's voice suddenly interjected, causing Xiao Ze to be momentarily taken aback. Surely this little one has not heard of my possession of the revitalizing fruit and has come to toy with me? Hu Qian chuckled. Though it is a coincidence, I am indeed in search of the revitalizing fruit. Very well. Hu Qian regarded Xiao Ze with a thoughtful gaze. This young lad possessed commendable character, showing gratitude and consideration. Even if the breakthrough pill was not crafted specifically for him, the fact that Xiao Ze thought of him first upon its completion warmed Hu Qian's heart. I shall accept your token of gratitude. Come, I will take you to retrieve the revitalizing fruit. As Hu Qian accepted the vial containing the breakthrough pill, his heart raced with excitement. Having been stagnated at the pinnacle of the Do Wang stage for quite some time, the prospect of the breakthrough pill provided him with a renewed opportunity to advance to Do Zone. To claim indifference towards the breakthrough pill would be disingenuous. He had initially refrained from accepting it out of a desire not to impose on Xiao Ze. Now, witnessing Xiao Ze's resolute intention and the rationale he provided, Hu Qian readily accepted the pill. Xiao Ze successfully acquired the revitalizing fruit from Hu Qian, having gathered all the materials necessary for the revitalizing pill. His heart brimming with joy. Truly, it was a fortuitous turn of events. Subsequently, Vice Dean Hu Qian engaged Xiao Ze in prolonged conversation, during which he subtly attempted to play matchmaker for Hu Jia. Observing Xiao Ze's lack of response, Hu Qian sighed inwardly, lamenting that his granddaughter lacked such fortune. Once they departed the study, Xiao Ze exhaled a sigh of relief, secretly resolving to wait until more people were present before seeking out Vice Dean Hu Qian again. It is time to concoct the life-restoring elixir, a potion of such formidable efficacy that possessing even one grants the equivalent of an additional life. Upon returning to the inner sanctum, Xiao Ze promptly summoned the Grand Elder, the little medical sage, and Ziyan to assist him in refining a 7th-grade elixir. The life-restoring potion, for his protection, they ventured deep into the boundless mountains, ascending a towering peak that proudly stood amidst the surrounding ranges. Xiao Ze settled into a meditative posture. Such an exquisite location, however, is not without its guardians. The 6th-tier magical beast, the thunder-scaled python, had long been vanquished in Xiao Ze's eyes. In the aftermath of its lingering essence, no other beasts dared to claim this territory, thereby affording Xiao Ze a significant advantage. Has he truly progressed to the point of refining 7th-grade elixirs so swiftly? Ziyan remarked, crossing her arms and gazing at Xiao Ze with a hint of astonishment. Xiao Ze's dedication to the art of alchemy rivaled his commitment to his combat training. The little medical sage, with a radiant smile, expressed her admiration for Xiao Ze's growth in potion making, having witnessed his journey firsthand. Do not be overly optimistic, you too. The crafting of 7th grade elixirs has never been a trivial endeavor, and one must also consider the potential for elixir lightning, cautioned the Grand Elder, a seasoned figure who understood the gravity of the task ahead. I have faith in Xiao Ze, the little medical sage responded succinctly, her smile unwavering. Let us hope he does not meet a fatal end, Ziyan added with a knowing huff, implicitly acknowledging her belief in Xiao Ze's success. At her words, the Grand Elder fell silent, recognizing that in the eyes of these two women, Xiao Ze was regarded as an almost omnipotent being. After a period of adjustment, Xiao Ze waved his hand, producing an impressive array of 96 different medicinal ingredients. The intricacies involved in the creation of a 7th grade elixir are evident from the sheer quantity of materials required. Blood spirit fruit, bone jade vine, life-restoring fruit. These 3 primary ingredients, combined with an array of auxiliary herbs, along with a high-grade magical core imbued with vitality, were essential to the process. Xiao Ze first placed the blood spirit fruit into the spirit-nurturing cauldron. As the flames licked at it, droplets of crimson liquid began to seep from the skin of the fruit. This sanguine essence did not evoke a sense of bloodshed, but rather exuded an intense vitality. Observing the red liquid's emergence, Xiao Ze swiftly added a succession of other ingredients. Under the searing heat, they either transformed into powder or liquid, ultimately merging with the vibrant crimson essence. As time elapsed, the blood spirit fruit vanished, replaced by a deep red liquid, the size of an infant's fist, brimming with life. He then proceeded methodically to refine the other 2 primary ingredients. 3 days swiftly passed, with Ziyan stifling yawns, yet steadfastly remaining at his side, occasionally popping elixirs into her mouth. Under the control of his spiritual perception, 3 distinct colored liquids swirled within the spirit-nurturing cauldron, each radiating an overwhelming vitality. Next came the extraction of the high-grade magical core. The remaining dozens of herbs were intended to neutralize the ferocious energy within the wood attribute core, enhancing its life force. Merely processing the core consumed 2 full days of his efforts. What followed was the crucial phase of fusion. The formidable power of the soul permeated the spirit-nourishing cauldron, allowing its entire condition to be under control. Time appeared to stand still in the midst of the alchemical process, while the Grand Elder and others waited on the periphery for nearly 10 days. During this time, Xiao Ze essentially kept his eyes closed, fully engrossed in the fusion. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Within the spirit-nourishing cauldron, a medicinal pill was slowly taking shape. The energy waves emanating from it relentlessly struck against the cauldron, causing it to tremble violently. The sky was overcast, and thunder rumbled ominously. Chapter 156, The Pill Tribulation. The thunder's might. The heavens were shrouded in gloom, as streaks of bright silver lightning slithered like ethereal serpents through the dark clouds. Beneath the weighty overcast, it felt as though the very sky were pressing down, inducing a sense of oppressive melancholy. The magical beasts within a 100-mile radius were thoroughly intimidated by this overwhelming celestial might, retreating into their lairs, too fearful to venture outside, lest the wrath of heaven descend upon them. A flicker of fatigue crossed Xiao Ze's gaze. After such an extended period of alchemical endeavor, even he, with his formidable strength, began to feel weary. He raised his head towards the sky, finding that, perched atop the peak, the clouds seemed to hover directly above him, within reach of his outstretched hand, almost brushing against the flickering lightning. Regrettably, he had yet to enter the so-called Pill Soul realm. However, in the original narrative, it was only Xiao Yin who had first entered this realm while refining a 7th grade pill, and it had never occurred again thereafter. Entering the Pill Soul realm would signify that the current alchemical process was destined for success. With a sense of wistfulness, Xiao Ze remarked, seemingly indifferent to the menacing lightning looming overhead. As he felt the brewing power of thunder above him, he took a deep breath. His soul power remained contained within the spirit-nourishing cauldron, where a perfectly round and lustrous pill was spinning gracefully in the flames, exuding an intimidating aura. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, along with the little healer Ziyan, observed with grave expressions. Confronted with the might of heaven and earth, they too felt a sense of trepidation and heaviness. The brewing power of thunder was indeed formidable, so much so that even the Grand Elder, a fighter of the Dou Zone level, found it daunting. Moreover, this young lad had chosen to conduct his alchemy atop this peak, where the power of the lightning was amplified. The Grand Elder's expression was serious, his tone laced with concern. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's solemn words, Ziyan and the little healer were momentarily stunned. The power of the thunder brewing above was truly terrifying. It remained uncertain whether Xiao Ze could withstand it. After all, even if she exerted her utmost effort, she might only be able to fend off a few strikes. Ziyan gazed skyward, a hint of fear flickering in her eyes. A primal instinct as a magical beast. In the face of such terrifying celestial might, few beings could remain entirely unafraid. Fear not. Since Xiao Ze dared to choose the peak, he must possess confidence, the little healer reassured, taking a deep breath as she looked at Xiao Ze, whose expression remained calm. Let us hope so, the Grand Elder replied, shaking his head. In truth, our concerns extend beyond the Pill Thunder. We must also worry about the numerous powerful figures from the Black Corner region drawn by the Pill Thunder. The emergence of a 7th-grade pill will undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of countless greedy individuals. We can only hope to complete the refining before they arrive. Meanwhile, in Feng City, Han Feng gazed at the ancient texts before him, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. What on earth is happening today? He set down the book and approached the window, lifting his gaze to the outside world. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of celestial energy converged, causing his heart to leap in alarm. This is the Alchemy tribulation? Han Feng exclaimed, for as a disciple of the alchemist sovereign, he had indeed witnessed the Alchemy tribulation before. The familiar resonance he sensed sent shivers through him. Over the years, he had attempted to concoct 7th-grade elixirs, but had never succeeded. Yet, at this moment, he witnessed an unknown high-ranking alchemist successfully refining an elixir potent enough to summon the Alchemy Thunder. Damn! How could there be such a level of alchemist in this cursed Black Corner region? After a moment's hesitation, he lacked the courage to investigate. After all, a high-ranking alchemist daring to concoct elixirs in the Black Corner region would undoubtedly be on guard, with several Dou Wang experts lurking nearby for protection. However, the Black Corner region was rife with desperate individuals willing to do anything for profit. Sensing the formidable wave of celestial energy, those with insight understood that it was the Alchemy Thunder summoned by a high-grade elixir. Greed stirred within them, drawing them towards the source. Meanwhile, the uninitiated believed it to be the emergence of a celestial treasure and hastened towards the location. In a hidden area, a swirl of black fog suddenly materialized. Cackling with glee, it was quite rare to find an alchemist of such caliber in this remote northwestern region. If one could harvest his soul, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. A harsh, raspy voice echoed from within the black fog, brimming with insatiable greed. Suddenly, the black fog vanished, leaving no trace. An eerie phenomenon. Inside the heavenly flame alchemy tower, the venerable Yao Lao, who was instructing Xiao Yan in alchemy, paused momentarily, and Xiao Yan sensed something amiss. Master, what is this? The emergence of high-grade elixirs must at least be 7th grade, and in the vicinity of the Jianan Academy. The only one qualified to refine 7th-grade elixirs would be your 4th brother, I suppose. Yao Lao spoke slowly, at a loss for words regarding Xiao Ze's talent. How could such a prodigy exist? To think that Xiao Ze had even begun refining 7th-grade elixirs. Come, let me take you to witness the emergence of a 7th-grade elixir. Yao Lao hesitated, but then addressed Xiao Yan. If you can refine a 7th-grade elixir, you will have met the standards for graduation. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan uttered a single word, good. With the Alchemy tribulation manifesting and the Alchemy Thunder falling, the 7th-grade elixir captured the hearts of countless individuals, while Xiao Ze, the catalyst for it all, remained remarkably composed. As he beheld the silver lightning descending from the heavens, a golden root materialized from thin air around him. In the astonished gaze of the 3 elders, the golden root forcefully struck the silver lightning, shattering it. The silver lightning transformed into countless fine lightning serpents, enveloping the peak and creating a realm of thunder. Observing this, Xiao Ze furrowed his brow. More and more golden roots emerged, voraciously devouring the surrounding thunderous energy. The origin tree, once capable of manifesting, already possessed terrifying power to slice through space. The might now displayed was far superior to what it had been before. Perhaps it was the alchemical endeavors atop the peak. Or perhaps the speed with which Xiao Ze dispelled the Dan Thunder was so rapid that it resulted in an increased frequency of its descent, almost as if one bolt of Dan Thunder fell, immediately followed by another. However, before the golden roots of the tree, the fate of the Dan Thunder was to be directly obliterated and subsequently devoured. The frequency of the Dan Thunder's descent escalated, while its duration significantly diminished. In less than 10 minutes, the thunderous roars in the sky gradually subsided, and the dark clouds began to dissipate. The Grand Elder stared in astonishment as Xiao Ze placed the revitalizing pill into the vial, unable to suppress a gulp. This was a stark contrast to the scene he had previously witnessed, where an alchemist had summoned 3 Dou Wang experts merely to barely mitigate the Dan tribulation. Yet here, Xiao Ze had effortlessly navigated the tribulation, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed to still be relishing the experience. One could only wonder what secret treasures guarded him, allowing him to so easily mitigate the Dan Thunder that even Dou Wang practitioners approached with utmost seriousness. The Grand Elder couldn't help but inquire of Xiao Yixian and Ziyan, eager to glean some insight. However, he found both of them equally perplexed and bewildered. Evidently unaware of the circumstances, Xiao Ze stored the spirit-gathering cauldron and employed a unique sealing technique to preserve the revitalizing pill. Having successfully refined a 7th-tier pill, he could now truly call himself a 7th-tier alchemist. Chapter 157. The Dread of the Jia Nan Academy. Refining the Power of Thunder. Grand Elder. Xiao Ze approached the Grand Elder, clasping his hands in respect. Indeed, a 7th-tier pill would undoubtedly captivate even the most ancient of Do Wang beings, compelling them to seize it with fervor. We should depart swiftly. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Recognizing that the ostensible strongest beings in the Black Corner region were merely the Jin and Yin elders, who barely possessed Do Wang combat capabilities. Yet, the Grand Elder understood that it was merely those ancient figures, engrossed in secluded cultivation, who had refrained from vying for fame and fortune. Those old monsters, typically absorbed in their meditative practices, would not hesitate to act when confronted with something truly enticing. After all, Jianan Academy boasted more than one Do Wang powerhouse. One could easily imagine that the hidden peak experts lurking within the shadows of the Black Corner region were not few in number. The group swiftly made their way into the distance, fortunate that Xiao Ze's tribulation lasted but 10 minutes, granting them ample time to escape. They were deep within the endless mountains, and even the formidable beings of the Black Corner region would require some time to arrive. Before departing, Xiao Ze cast a fleeting glance at a ravine, and then took to the skies. Within the ravine, Xiao Yan concealed his figure, with Yao Lao's soul energy masking Xiao Yan's presence. Given the proximity of the inner courtyard, both Yao Lao and Xiao Yan were able to reach the scene promptly. They too had witnessed how Xiao Ze navigated the Dan tribulation, leaving them utterly astounded. The residual force of a 7th-tier Dan thunder could easily obliterate me, Xiao Yan remarked, still shaken by the experience. This marks his first encounter with the formidable forces that high-level cultivators must confront, truly an eye-opening experience for him. However, what is the origin of the treasure guarding his 4th brother? Does the teacher know? Xiao Yan could not help but inquire of Yao Lao, who merely rolled his eyes. Although I possess extensive knowledge, I have indeed never witnessed a scene such as this. Especially that treasure resembling tree roots. It is utterly unheard of. Yao Lao's tone was laced with astonishment. Such a treasure is precisely what high-ranking alchemists yearn for. Capable of absorbing the power of thunder and deftly mitigating the tribulations of alchemy. Seeing that Yao Lao was also unaware of the treasure's origins, Xiao Yan could only sigh. Even in terms of fortune, I am significantly inferior to my 4th brother, especially with such a treasure of that caliber at his disposal. Yao Lao pondered momentarily, and indeed, that was the case. As the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated, Yao Lao urged, "We must depart quickly. Soon this place is likely to be thoroughly searched by the formidable beings from the Black Corner region." Xiao Yan nodded fervently, swiftly taking to the skies as they made their hasty exit. By the way, Xiao Ze has likely already sensed my presence. He cast a glance at our location before departing. Yao Lao's words momentarily stunned Xiao Yan, but he quickly took a deep breath. Having anticipated this earlier, Xiao Yan was now able to calmly accept the reality of Yao Lao's exposure. "Teacher, I wish to train amidst these endless mountains, in search of any rare treasures." Xiao Yan's words brought a wry smile to Yao Lao's face. "You would do well not to harbor excessive hopes. Not every rare treasure can be stumbled upon. And even if one does encounter it, high-level magical beasts often guard them. Indeed, but how would one know without attempting? After all, the slow and steady approach to cultivation is far too tedious." Xiao Yan murmured, his eyes filled with determination. He needed to accelerate his advancement and could only place his hopes on serendipity and fortuitous encounters. Soon after, at the peak where Xiao Ze was concocting the resurrection pill, powerful figures began to appear, each wary of one another. Had they already departed? Alas, one cannot discern the nature of that 7th-tier pill. Huh. Even if you were to ascertain what 7th-tier pill it is, what of it? Do you truly believe that you, a bunch of old codgers, would dare to risk offending a 7th-tier alchemist and attempt to seize it? The taunt came from a rather unsightly old man, yet his presence was strikingly formidable. Even more striking was the fact that he stood suspended in mid-air without any visible wings of fighting spirit. Clearly a Do Wang expert. In the face of the taunt from a Do Wang expert, the surrounding figures bore grim expressions but dared not retort. After all, it would be unwise to offend a Do Wang expert for the sake of momentary banter. If we cannot find it, it would be wise for all of you to depart swiftly. The vicinity of these endless mountains is near the Jia Nan Academy. Should we inadvertently draw out those hidden old monsters, it would be disastrous. These renowned hidden experts are acutely aware of the true depth of Jia Nan Academy. One can never tell what might provoke those old monsters, especially with the emergence of a 7th-tier pill. Upon hearing this, many figures exchanged glances before swiftly departing. In the absence of conflicting interests, they were reluctant to provoke Canaan Academy. This time, he had utilized the roots of the source tree to absorb a considerable amount of thunderous energy, which proved immensely beneficial for both the source tree and his own body. Now, he needed to calm his mind and thoroughly assimilate this surge of thunderous power. Within the void, the source tree shimmered with arcs of lightning. The ferocious thunderous energy could not leave a trace upon the source tree. Rather, with each flicker, the arcs diminished. Subsequently, the diameter of the source tree gradually expanded at an imperceptible pace. As Xiao Ze sat cross-legged upon the jade platform, the source tree quivered gently. Golden light streaming from the void, mingled with minute traces of thunderous energy, illuminating Xiao Ze entirely. Sensing a delightful tingling sensation throughout his body, Xiao Ze focused his mind and actively awakened the innate talent of his physical cultivation. Under the refinement of the thunderous energy, his physique was steadily enhancing. Compared to the elevation granted by earthly spiritual entities, the tempering from the thunderous energy was far more violent and perilous. Fortunately, the suppression of the source tree allowed Xiao Ze to withstand the rampant thunderous energy within his body. After all, no matter how formidable external defenses may be, internal vulnerabilities still exist. Now, even if Xiao Ze were to compete with a 6th-tier magical beast in terms of physique, he would not fear the challenge. In fact, his physical prowess could surpass that of one beast, though this consideration excludes the ancient aberrations, whose bloodlines are notoriously formidable. The innate talent for physical cultivation truly proves invaluable, allowing him to reap tremendous benefits with every enhancement of his physique. However, Xiao Ze currently lacked the energy to devote extensively to physical training, preventing him from fully realizing the potential of his innate purple talent. Otherwise, his achievements in physicality could advance even further, allowing him to rank among the elite, even among beasts renowned for their physical might. Chapter 158. Did Medusa's evolution fail? In the training chamber, Xiao Ze absorbed the thunderous energy, his aura growing increasingly robust. However, at this moment, he had no intention of breaking through to the Do Zone level. He was solely focused on enhancing his physique. The amount of thunderous energy he was absorbing was substantial, yet most of it was claimed by the source tree. The diameter of the source tree had surpassed 10 meters, thereby enhancing Xiao Ze's elemental perception and affinity. Under similar conditions, Xiao Ze could manipulate a broader range of natural energies compared to other peak Dou Wang experts. After several days of seclusion, Xiao Ze slowly opened his eyes and raised his right hand, forming a sphere of pure energy in his palm. With his will, he effortlessly altered its shape. Since the diameter of the source tree had exceeded 10 meters, his control over energy had also improved, a feat previously unattainable. As he spoke, Xiao Ze twisted his wrist, and the energy water sphere gradually shrank to the size of a longan, condensing into a highly concentrated energy orb. Even the energy imbued with the power of the vast sea can be compressed to such an extent, resulting in an explosive force that may exceed several times its original might. Xiao Ze felt an extraordinary satisfaction with this harvest. Just this one technique alone was sufficient to provide him with a modicum of surprise against formidable Do Zone opponents. Naturally, mere compression alone could not yield such tremendous power. It fundamentally relied on the foundation of the vast sea's energy. As Xiao Ze contemplated drafting his thoughts, his soul perception suddenly stirred. He paused momentarily before promptly opening the system panel. This was a fragment of his spirit that he had previously allocated to monitor the status bar of Queen Medusa. The disturbance indicated a change in her status. Upon observing Queen Medusa's status, he noticed a shimmering, non-selectable option flickering, faintly revealing the words Rainbow Devouring Python. Xiao Ze's brows furrowed involuntarily. Indeed, his presence had inevitably skewed the course of events. The timeline for Queen Medusa's evolution had unexpectedly advanced. This revelation brought a sense of unease to Xiao Ze, for in the realm of Dou Qi, the number of bonders capable of stirring his heart was exceedingly few. The path of evolution through was undeniably radical and fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Xiao Ze anxiously glanced at his personal status bar, where the names shifted repeatedly. The potential outcomes of evolution transitioned from Rainbow-Devouring Python to Earth-Shattering Demon Python, from Indestructible Demon Serpent to Gold-Devouring Serpent. According to the original work by Yao Lao, Queen Medusa's evolution was rife with randomness. However, the term Rainbow-Devouring Python frequently emerged, suggesting that even amidst these changes, the likelihood of evolving into a rainbow-devouring python remained substantial. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Ze fixated on Queen Medusa's status bar, noting that the flickering frequency was escalating. Though uncertain of its implications, an unsettling feeling gripped him. He hoped it was not as he feared. In Xiao Ze's estimation, if the evolution proceeded smoothly, The flickering frequency would surely diminish, ultimately settling on the words rainbow-devouring python. Yet, paradoxically, the increasing flicker only deepened his uncertainty. As time progressed, his foreboding grew increasingly potent. The representation of the evolutionary outcome abruptly ceased, no longer flickering. However, rather than feeling relieved, Xiao Ze found his breath caught in his throat. The words rainbow-devouring python remained unselectable and were gradually becoming transparent. Xiao Ze's gaze remained fixated on the status bar, and after 2 breaths, the designation of rainbow-devouring python vanished entirely. Lost had it failed. Xiao Ze closed his eyes and took a deep breath, confirming his disquieting premonition. According to the original narrative, Queen Medusa's evolution was nearly a path where success or death were the only outcomes. In other words, her evolution through was a perilous journey where failure equated to demise. This path was laden with danger, and even Xiao Ze harbored little hope that Medusa would survive. For it was the most tempestuous force in existence. Could this be considered the impact of my presence? Xiao Ze furrowed his brow, continuing to sit cross-legged. Fixated on the panel before him, he would not relent until the final result was revealed. The disappearance of the Queen Medusa's status bar would signify her absolute demise. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Ze finally exhaled slowly. Observing the performance of the Serpent Empire in its later stages, it was evident that his ancestors had once thrived, capable of producing 7th-grade pill formulas. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ze's worries lingered. The bloodline of the 7-colored devouring sky python, acquired through the evolution of Queen Medusa, was indeed an exceptional binding choice. Especially after reaching the 9-colored devouring sky python in the later stages, its power would be extraordinary. It would be exceedingly difficult to encounter another binding entity akin to Queen Medusa, endowed with both fortune and talent. At the very least, Xiao Ze had traversed numerous nations between the Black Corner region and the Gamma Empire, encountering many, yet not a single subordinate binding entity had caught his eye. Xiao Ze's expectations were not overly demanding. A purple talent would suffice. He did not require them all to be golden. After all, with his innate body cultivation talent, he understood just how formidable a purple talent could be. Though it could not compare to gold, it was still a commendable talent across the entire Dou Qi Continent. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Ze promptly made his way to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I have a request. Oh, the Grand Elder paused, rarely witnessing Xiao Ze's solemn demeanor. Little one, speak your mind. As an elder of the inner court, I will spare no effort to assist you. Realizing the Grand Elder had misunderstood, Xiao Ze quickly clarified. Hearing this, the Grand Elder sighed in relief and smiled. Then I thank you, Grand Elder. After conveying his gratitude, Xiao Ze took his leave. He chuckled, provoking a dramatic eye roll from Ziyan, who huffed in annoyance. Your training speed is simply monstrous. Who can keep up with you? Chapter 159, Soul Hall Guardian. Ziyan swatted Xiao Ze's mischievous hand away, hesitating for a moment before saying, I understand. Do take care on your journey. Xiao Ze affectionately patted Qinglin's little head, exchanging a smile with Xiao Yixian. I am off. Be careful in all matters. With that, Xiao Ze unfurled his wings of Dou Qi, soaring towards the entrance of the inner court amidst the envious and admiring gazes of numerous inner court students. He greeted the elder guarding the gate before passing through the silver doors and shooting into the sky. The elder, watching Xiao Ze's receding figure, marveled, how astonishingly fast. Just what level has his cultivation reached? Unbeknownst to Xiao Ze, his flying speed had deeply astonished the gatekeeper elder. This time, he traversed the endless mountains directly, entering the Black Corner region. With his current strength, he need not concern himself with the magical beasts lurking in the deep mountains. Should he happen to encounter high-tier serpentine magical beasts, Xiao Ze could even reap some rewards. After a considerable time, Xiao Ze landed amidst a cluster of mountains, briefly unleashing his aura to scare away the magical beasts inhabiting the area. Having flown continuously for some time, he decided to take a moment's respite. Xiao Ze cast a glance at the status bar of Queen Medusa. It remained intact, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. He deftly propelled himself onto a nearby tree, gazing into the distance, as he had recently sensed a subtle and elusive aura. Indeed, the formidable power of the soul allowed for such keen perception. Accompanied by a raspy and unpleasant sound, a wisp of black mist gradually materialized. Observing the ominous mist and the peculiar laughter emanating from it, a name of a certain faction surfaced in Xiao Ze's mind, the Soul Hall. However, it appeared that the guardian of the Soul Hall was oblivious to the fact that he was the very entity they sought. Upon reflection, it was understandable. A 7th-tier alchemist would hardly venture out in such a shabby manner, alone and cloaked, resembling a mere adventurer concealing their identity rather than an esteemed alchemist. As the eerie, chilling voice echoed, Xiao Ze noticed the black mist stirred slightly. Suddenly, a pitch-black iron chain, glimmering with a profound sheen, shot forth from the mist. The chain moved with terrifying speed, reaching Xiao Ze in the blink of an eye. The guardian of the Soul Hall, witnessing Xiao Ze's motionless stance, assumed he was paralyzed with fear, unable to restrain a bizarre and high-pitched laugh. Xiao Ze regarded the approaching chain, its tip sharp as a blade, shimmering with an unusual cold light. His soul perception allowed him to discern that this peculiar radiance had a special effect on soul power. In the face of the iron chain, Xiao Ze's right hand had, unbeknownst to him, already positioned itself in the chain's path, imbued with the might of the vast sea. And with a flick of his finger, he sent it flying. Clang! The chain hurtled back towards the black mist at an even greater velocity. This sudden shift silenced the laughter from within the mist, akin to a duck whose throat had been grasped, a comical yet absurd scene. The chain pierced into the black mist, causing it to surge. "I underestimated you," an enraged voice erupted from within the mist, followed by several more chains erupting forth, their power exponentially greater than before. Xiao Ze acutely sensed that these chains had effectively sealed off all avenues of retreat. No matter how he attempted to flee, escape from this deadly encirclement was impossible. Alas, he had no intention of fleeing. The denizens of the Soul Hall were elusive, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Now that fate had brought him face to face with one, and he possessed the strength to confront them, he certainly could not allow an escape. Boom! With a surge of immense fighting spirit, he effortlessly deflected the iron chains imbued with terrifying power, and Xiao Ze's figure lunged towards the black mist with fervor. "Oh ho! Not only do you not flee like prey, but you dare to initiate an assault?" The voice from the mist brimmed with derision. Observing Xiao Ze's disregard for the impending danger, as he concentrated on his combat technique, the guardian of the Soul Hall could not stifle a mocking laugh. "Oh, the struggle before death. From the moment you approached me, your countdown to demise commenced. Before your technique reaches me, the chains shall pierce your body, rendering you a lamb for slaughter." A slight smile graced the corners of Xiao Ze's lips beneath his cloak. "Regrettably, events would not unfold as you have predicted." Xiao Ze swiftly countered with the grand vast sea palm, launching an assault towards the iron chains that flew towards him. Simultaneously, he harnessed the might of the chains to advance closer to the Soul Palace Guardian. Humph! Such desperate struggles before death are truly unseemly. The Guardian of the Soul Palace snorted coldly, noting that Xiao Ze had already unleashed his gathered combat skill. How dare he draw near? His palm coalesced with soul energy, shrouded in dark mist, transforming into a sinister claw that lunged towards Xiao Ze's shoulder. Yet, Xiao Ze's movements were swifter still, a fair fist shot forth, glimmering with a silvery radiance. Before the Guardian could react, it struck his chest. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by a resounding thud and the explosive sound of thunder. A figure was hurled out of the black mist, crashing violently against another mountain. The residual force shattered that mountain completely. TSK. While I am aware of my significantly enhanced physical prowess, the reality of combat is still somewhat daunting. However, the Guardian of the Soul Palace is unique. Being a soul entity, it is precisely due to the power of thunder that I was able to inflict such grievous harm upon him. This latest refinement of Thunder's might has also granted my body the potential to wield its power. Ordinary combat energy and forces struggle to inflict damage upon soul entities. Even Thunder attribute combat energy proves largely ineffective. Yet, this tempestuous power of Thunder, born from the very essence of heaven and earth, is capable of effectively harming soul entities. Xiao Ze swiftly approached the Guardian of the Soul Palace, eschewing unnecessary words, and concentrated the thunderous energy into a single punch that obliterated the Guardian's head. The ethereal soul energy dissipated into luminous specks. Is this what they call a soul pouch? Xiao Ze picked up an intriguing bag, sensing numerous soul entities within. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before releasing them. He gestured for them to depart freely. Afterwards, he retrieved the chains from the ground. The soul-binding chains, specifically designed to restrain souls, now belonged to him. Xiao Ze unceremoniously stored them in his spatial ring. Although the Guardian bore a soul mark within the Soul Palace, having slain him meant he was irrevocably gone. Could he possibly be found again? Contemplating this, Xiao Ze summoned flames within his palm, which suddenly expanded, incinerating the entire area. Erasing all traces, it seems I possess a modicum of talent. Around 9 p.m., there would be another update. Chapter 160, a poison specifically targeting the Soul Palace. After erasing all traces, Xiao Ze swiftly departed from the location, lacking even a fleeting thought of rest. This encounter with the denizens of the Soul Palace had inspired Xiao Ze with deeper reflections on soul entities. According to the original text, ordinary combat energy and forces inflict minimal damage upon soul entities. If the intensity of energy or combat skills reaches a certain threshold, they can effectively harm soul entities. but achieving this at the same level is exceedingly challenging. Perhaps this is intended to particularly showcase the fallen heart flame's prowess against souls, highlighting its formidable nature, resulting in other energies or combat skills inflicting minimal damage on souls. After all, it is conceivable that ordinary energy holds no significance for the soul. However, it is improbable that thunder attribute battle energy would be entirely ineffective against the soul body, yet that is precisely the case. Fortunately, the thunderous power that Xiao Ze refined this time is distinct from ordinary thunder attribute energy, possessing a far more ferocious destructive force with substantial lethality against the soul body. Simultaneously, eliminating the Soul Hall's enforcers has allowed Xiao Ze to ascertain his own combat prowess. The Guardians of the Soul Hall are all formidable fighters at least at the Dozong level. One such guardian happened to be a low-star Dozong. Had he employed secret techniques to devour souls and augment his strength, he might have approached the mid-tier Dozong level. Regrettably, in a moment of carelessness, he was severely injured by Xiao Ze's thunderous fist, leaving him no opportunity to utilize his secret arts before being vanquished. Although the defeat of the Soul Hall Guardian involved numerous additional factors, it cannot be denied that Xiao Ze now possesses the capability to slay a Dozong. This black mist merits further investigation. Encased within the energy shield of Xiao Ze's right palm is a swirling mass of black mist. As a golden root penetrates it, absorbing the black vapor, the vibrant branches of the primordial tree within the void tremble slightly, consuming vast quantities of battle energy. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ze raises his left hand, conjuring a wisp of somewhat ethereal toxic force. His hundredfold calamity toxin ability allows him to perfectly control the toxic energy within his body, tailoring poison specifically for each adversary, providing them with a unique and distinguished experience. However, few are worthy of such bespoke poisons from Xiao Ze. Previously, in the Tagore Desert, he had employed his hundredfold calamity toxin to swiftly deal with the Queen Medusa. Now, he meticulously concocts poison to prepare for future encounters with the Soul Hall's personnel. Given the vastness of the Soul Hall's influence and the multitude of its members, crafting such poison is undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. Although it requires immense consumption, it yields the desired results. This black mist possesses defensive and concealing functions. Cloaked within it, even the soul power of Medicine Elder cannot penetrate, rendering the Soul Hall Guardian's soul body undetectable. Such formidable protective capabilities complicate Xiao Ze's attempts to employ the calamity toxin silently against the Soul Hall Guardian. Hence, he must specifically tailor a poison to counteract the black mist. Observing that some black mist remains within the energy shield of his right hand, Xiao Ze places the ethereal calamity toxin within it. The soul power perceives the illusory toxin merging seamlessly with the black mist, inseparable, as if water and milk entwined. If this wisp of calamity toxin can penetrate the defenses of the black mist, it could inflict fatal damage upon the soul body. Crafting this specialized calamity toxin aimed at the soul has consumed a significant amount of my battle energy and mental fortitude. Xiao Ze suddenly clenches his right hand, dispersing the toxic mist within the energy shield. Should he encounter members of the Soul Hall again, he will be able to instantly produce the targeted calamity toxin, eliminating the need for protracted preparation. In a clandestine location in the northwest continent, within a foreboding black citadel, an elderly man clad in purple slowly opens his eyes. His gaze is tranquil as a still pond as he glances at the soul token. The Blackhorn Domain's realm of impossibility? Even those from the Soul Palace dare to kill. Indeed, it is a lawless realm. Mulu, Wang Xiao, Linen, you three shall venture into the Black Corner Domain to investigate who possesses the audacity to slay a member of the Soul Palace. In an instant, three figures appeared before the elder, bowing respectfully in response. As the elder's words fell, the trio swiftly departed. The elder cast one last glance at the shattered soul plate, waved his hand, and stowed it away. He then closed his eyes once more, as if the loss of a Dozong expert was inconsequential to the Soul Palace. The elder was more concerned about the audacity of those who dared to kill a member of the Soul Palace than the lament of losing a Dozong expert. As the elder closed his eyes, the space around him began to warp once again. The grand hall, filled with imprisoned souls, fell silent anew. In the Tagore Desert, at the Serpent People's Temple, for elders of the Serpent Clan gathered, their auras restless and chaotic, devoid of the previous chill. The raging was terrifying. It took the combined strength of the four of us to suppress it for a considerable time. The Grand Elder of the Serpent People spoke gravely, casting a worried glance towards the ice coffin. The foremost concern remains Medusa. She is indispensable to the Serpent tribe. However, with her evolution having failed and suffering from the backlash of, although protected by secret methods, the situation remains dire. Another elder frowned and remarked, being elders, they were well aware of Medusa's significance to the Serpent tribe. We are at a loss regarding Medusa's current condition. It seems we can only exhaust the full strength of our clan and seek the assistance of a high-ranking alchemist. As the Grand Elder's words fell, the other 3 elders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yet, the pressing question is where to find such a high-ranking alchemist. Our relations with the surrounding empires are far from cordial. One elder spoke bitterly. The clan leader is currently hanging by a thread due to the clan's secret methods. The alchemists from neighboring empires, let alone offering us assistance, would likely take delight in our clan leader's predicament should they learn of it. The 4 elders fell into a moment of silence. The surrounding empires are all human empires, and as an alien race, the Serpent tribe faces unanimous rejection from the human realms. Regardless, let us attempt it, as long as we can save the clan leader. We shall not hesitate to deplete our clan's resources. I shall travel to the Gamma Empire to see if I can persuade the alchemist King Guhi. The Grand Elder spoke slowly, while the other 2 elders voiced their intentions to visit other empires. Just as the last elder was about to speak, the Grand Elder interjected, "You shall remain at the Serpent Temple, responsible for guarding the safety of the clan leader. Time is of the essence. Let us depart swiftly." After traversing several nations, Xiao Ze finally beheld the vast expanse of the Tagore Desert. Following his encounter with the Soul Palace, he had not faced any other unusual occurrences. On the contrary, he had acquired 2 high-level serpent-like magical beasts. Having finally arrived at the Tagore Desert, he pondered the situation of Queen Medusa. Just then, he sensed an aura of a Dou Wang expert emanating from the direction of the Gamma Empire. However, from that aura, he detected a chilling presence, seemingly belonging to a powerful figure of the Serpent clan. Intriguingly, a formidable warrior from the Serpent people has emerged from the territory of the Gamma Empire. Chapter 161. I beseech you to save Medusa. The Grand Elder of the Serpent people, concealing her identity, ventured to the vicinity of the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire to seek the assistance of the esteemed alchemist Guhi. Naturally, the Grand Elder did not disclose the circumstances surrounding Queen Medusa, instead using the pretext of having a friend in need. However, she was met with profound disappointment, as alchemist Guhi was unable to assist with the plight she described. According to him, the condition of Queen Medusa necessitated at least a 7th-tier healing elixir. Furthermore, the residual effects of the flames would require remedies that a mere 6th-tier alchemist could not possibly address. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder had no choice but to concede. Recognizing that Guhi was indeed powerless in this matter, she left behind several advanced techniques and combat skills, along with some precious medicinal materials. In gratitude for Guhi's counsel, at the very least, he had provided her with a direction. Only a 7th-tier alchemist might possess the capability to save the queen. Did this mean she would have to journey to the heart of the continent? That was where the strongest congregated and alchemists thrived. Suddenly, she sensed a formidable surge of soul energy. Such a potent essence was something even the esteemed alchemist Guhi had not exhibited. It was noteworthy that previously, the Serpent people had nurtured the unborn Queen Medusa with the assistance of a high-tier alchemist who fortuitously passed through the northwest continent. The Serpent people had expended a significant portion of their treasured reserves to ensure Queen Medusa could be nurtured using a medium-level secret technique. The results bore out the truth that Queen Medusa's potential and talent did not betray the sacrifices made by the Serpent people. The Grand Elder approached with courtesy, inquiring, "Might I ask if you are an alchemist?" Xiao Ze, detecting the presence of the Serpent warrior, deliberately released a fragment of his soul energy. Otherwise, his intention to remain concealed would have been thwarted, for the individual before him would have struggled to perceive him. And if so, a voice, aged and raspy, emerged from beneath the cloak, and a flicker of astonishment passed across the Grand Elder's face. Conventional wisdom dictates that the greater the soul energy of an alchemist, the higher their rank. This mysterious figure before her must undoubtedly be a high-tier alchemist. "I have a friend in need," the Grand Elder stated with urgency, recounting the plight of Medusa. Beneath the cloak, Xiao Ze furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared that Medusa had fought valiantly to cling to life. Such grievous injuries would have caused a typical Dou Wang, a peak warrior, to perish long ago. "I am indeed capable of crafting 7th-tier elixirs, but the severity of the situation is unclear based solely on your description." Xiao Ze hesitated before responding. "By the heavens, I cannot believe my fortune. I have truly encountered a high-tier alchemist." The Grand Elder mused inwardly. "If you trust me, might you accompany me?" she earnestly implored. "You have yet to reveal your identity. How can I place my trust in you?" Xiao Ze remained cautious, unwilling to acquiesce too readily, as ease often breeds suspicion. "My apologies for my abruptness." The Grand Elder removed her cloak, revealing a visage marked by age. The diamond-shaped pupils emanated an unusual aura, accompanied by a chilling presence. "I am the Grand Elder of the Serpent Folk clan, and I have come forth to seek a high-tier alchemist for an important figure within our tribe. Should you be willing, I invite you to accompany me to the Serpent Folk Temple. Regardless of the outcome, our clan shall bestow upon you generous rewards." As the Grand Elder awaited with palpable tension, Xiao Ze slowly remarked, "Serpent Folk?" The Grand Elder's heart leapt. This high-tier alchemist appeared to disregard the promised rewards, fixating solely on the identity of the Serpent Folk. Could it be that he harbored prejudice against our kind? A trace of despair welled up within the Grand Elder. Having encountered a high-tier alchemist, why must he risk losing this opportunity over the Serpent Folk's identity? Surely, the brutality of the Serpent Empire is well known, even to one newly arrived near the Jamma Empire. Indeed, panic flickered across the Grand Elder's face as he hastily replied, "If you are willing to visit the Serpent Folk Temple, you may freely take from our clan's treasures. Furthermore, even with the greatest audacity, we would not dare provoke a high-tier alchemist. I assure you, with my life as a guarantee, your safety will be entirely secure." In his frantic state, the Grand Elder had unwittingly offered Xiao Ze unrestricted access to the Serpent Folk's treasures. "This is a precious medicinal herb I have brought, Fire Rock Essence. I humbly request you to accept it." Noticing Xiao Ze's continued silence, the Grand Elder retrieved a box from his storage ring, presenting it to him with a surge of energy. "Very well, given your earnestness, I shall accompany you." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was overwhelmed with joy and quickly led the way. In truth, the Grand Elder had somewhat resigned herself to her fate. Her earlier thoughts of seeking a high-tier alchemist in Central Continent were no longer feasible. Now that she had encountered such a skilled alchemist, she offered this invaluable herb. The Fire Rock Essence is immensely beneficial for practitioners of both fire and earth attributes. Xiao Ze had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would place such trust in him so readily. Observing her hurried figure, he narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that her trust was not easily earned. Rather, the Grand Elder was indeed at her wit's end. Coupled with the circumstances surrounding Queen Medusa, the situation could very well be dire. What astonished the Grand Elder was that no matter how fast she moved, this enigmatic alchemist maintained the same distance. Besides being a high-tier alchemist, he was likely a practitioner of profound martial prowess. With the Grand Elder leading the way, Xiao Ze traversed the depths of the desert with ease. Upon reaching the Serpent Folk Temple, another elder approached them. "Grand Elder, how has it fared?" "This esteemed individual is a high-tier alchemist I fortuitously invited. Let him assess the situation." The Grand Elder briefly communicated with the second elder before turning to Xiao Ze. "Esteemed sir, the matters ahead pertain to significant secrets of our clan. If it does not yield success, I kindly ask that you refrain from disclosing it to others." "That is understood. I am not so lowly as to profit from betraying others," Xiao Ze replied coldly. The Grand Elder hastily responded, "Thank you, esteemed sir. Please follow me. In truth, it is our clan leader, Queen Medusa, who requires your esteemed treatment." "Oh," Xiao Ze responded, astonished that the leader of a clan has fallen to such a plight. It is indeed a dire situation, being trapped among the human empire. An alien race must possess formidable strength to survive. The Grand Elder chuckled wryly, imploring you to do your utmost to save our clan leader, Medusa. "Fear not. Let me first assess the specific circumstances. Moreover, even if I can provide aid, it remains uncertain whether your Serpent clan can afford my fees." Chapter 162. Allow Medusa to be your personal bodyguard. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, Xiao Ze traversed the heavily fortified corridors, arriving at a clandestine location. Along the way, he encountered dozens of furtive glances. However, the strength of those serpent beings was inconsequential to him, and he paid them no mind. "Esteemed sir, this is where the clan leader resides." As Xiao Ze stepped inside, a chilling aura enveloped him. The surroundings were imbued with an innate coldness, akin to a naturally formed frigid domain. Xiao Ze remained silent, as did the Grand Elder, for it was only natural for a seventh-tier alchemist to possess a degree of pride. Initially, the Second Elder harbored doubts about Xiao Ze, but after receiving a stern reprimand from the Grand Elder via telepathy, she realized that this esteemed high-level alchemist might be the only hope for the Queen's salvation. Should your attitude and words hinder the Queen's treatment, you would bear the guilt of the entire Serpent clan. This admonition thoroughly jolted the Second Elder, compelling her to suppress her inner doubts and refrain from expressing them. Upon entering the hidden chamber and gazing upon the icy coffin, Xiao Ze's eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped forward to inspect it. Through the transparent ice, Medusa no longer resembled the enchanting beauty she once was. Given the flames of the alien fire, her appearance was still intact, which was fortunate. However, it was far from appealing. Xiao Ze placed his hand upon the icy coffin, and just as the Second Elder was about to speak, the Grand Elder restrained her by the shoulder. Both their actions were clear to Xiao Ze. Everything he had previously done was in preparation for this moment. His demeanor before the Grand Elder suggested that he might leave at the slightest provocation. leading her to believe that securing the assistance of such a high-level alchemist was no small feat under the circumstances. She would strive to facilitate Xiao Ze's efforts. After all, if he had agreed from the outset, the Grand Elder would have likely felt suspicion. That which is easily obtained often raises doubts regarding ulterior motives, while what one toils for is perceived as more trustworthy. The method of treatment appears rudimentary and crude. The fact that your clan leader has survived thus far speaks volumes of her tenacity and sheer luck. The remnants of those alien flames still linger, continuously ravaging her form. Even if I can render assistance, the challenge will be significantly amplified. How could this be? The second elder exclaimed in astonishment. Have we erred in our approach? Calm yourself. Second elder. The first elder admonished sharply, then turned to Xiao Ze, esteemed alchemist. You have indicated that the difficulty has significantly escalated. Yet you have not asserted that a cure is unattainable, have you? Indeed, that is so, Xiao Ze replied coolly. But can your Serpent clan provide the compensation worthy of my intervention? To gain trust in the forthcoming treatments, it was imperative to demand sufficient recompense, ensuring their peace of mind. After all, from the perspective of the Serpent clan, the prospect of this enigmatic alchemist offering his services pro bono was utterly implausible. If there were ulterior motives, however, it would be a different matter. The alchemist would not act recklessly for mere trifles. This is a catalogue of our clan's treasures. I beseech you to peruse it. The first elder hesitantly presented a tome. Insufficient. Far from adequate. Merely a 7th-grade elixir cannot compare to these so-called treasures, Xiao Ze retorted, producing a vial containing the life-returning pill. Immediately, the first and second elders fixated their gaze upon the vial, their breaths quickening. They could sense the sheer terror of the elixir contained within. You would do well not to entertain any nefarious thoughts. Even with this life-returning pill, if the foreign fire energy within her is not eradicated, it will be utterly futile. As they observed the elixir in Xiao Ze's hand and absorbed his words, any lingering doubts they had previously harbored dissipated entirely. Yet, the pressing question remained. How could they muster sufficient compensation to solicit the aid of this 7th-grade alchemist to save Queen Medusa? The renown of the life-returning pill was well known to them. A 7th-grade elixir, it could grant life to anyone not grievously injured. One could survive with a single dose. The preciousness of such a life-giving elixir was beyond measure, and the Serpent clan was entirely incapable of presenting an equivalent treasure. Furthermore, persuading this 7th-grade alchemist to eradicate the foreign fire energy from their queen was an even greater challenge. They had faced the Blue Lotus Earth core fire and understood the tenacity and terror of foreign fire energy all too well. If you are willing to assist, our clan shall bestow upon you all our treasures, and should you require anything from the Serpent clan, do not hesitate to ask, the first elder implored earnestly, with the second elder looking at Xiao Ze with similar sincerity. However, to their dismay, Xiao Ze merely shook his head. I have stated, it is insufficient. As for your Serpent clan, your strongest are but at the peak of the Dou Emperor stage, not a single Do Wang among you. What could I possibly need from your kind? With that, Xiao Ze nonchalantly tucked the life-returning pill away. Perhaps I shall take my leave. Previously, I entertained the notion that you might present me with satisfactory recompense, but it appears I was overly optimistic. Seeing Xiao Ze prepare to depart, the first and second elders hastily obstructed his path. What? Are you intent on leaving now that you cannot offer compensation? What were your words before? We would never dare offend the esteemed alchemist, the first elder quickly retorted. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind as she recalled what Xiao Ze had previously mentioned regarding the Do Wang powerhouse. If our clan were to possess a Do Wang powerhouse, would you still be inclined to reconsider? Oh, what makes you believe there exists a Do Wang powerhouse? Cough. If you were to save our clan leader and she successfully evolves, she would become a Do Wang powerhouse. At that point, I would have our clan leader safeguard you for 3 years. The elder spoke with a hint of trepidation, fully aware of the tenuousness of her claims. Surely you jest. Do you expect me to wait for her evolution to be completed, to become a Do Wang? What if she fails to evolve once more? Would not all my efforts be in vain? Xiao Ze's voice brimmed with skepticism. Then, we shall dedicate ourselves to gathering rare treasures over the next 3 years. All our findings will belong to you. The elder gritted her teeth as she spoke. Noticing Xiao Ze's silence, the elder felt a surge of hope. Hesitation signifies the possibility of negotiation. 5 years. Xiao Ze extended his palm, declaring that all profits from the next 5 years, along with his current collection, would be his. Furthermore, if your clan leader successfully evolves into a Do Wang powerhouse, she must serve as my bodyguard for 3 years. Upon hearing this, the elder and the second elder exchanged glances, their hearts heavy, yet they nodded vigorously in agreement. A subsequent update will arrive around 9 o'clock tonight. Chapter 163, The Manifestation of the Source Tree. Medusa awakens. Very well. Let us draft a written agreement to avoid any ambiguity, Xiao Ze stated calmly, to which the elder nodded earnestly. Compared to the prior complexities, this request was trivial, and she had no intention of defaulting. To renege on a pact with a 7th-tier alchemist would be a foolhardy endeavor, as few powers in the Dou Qi Continent would dare to do so. Common factions would eagerly seek to befriend a 7th-tier alchemist. After all, a well-established 7th-tier alchemist possesses an incredibly vast network. Even in the central continent, where peak powerhouses congregate, a 7th-tier alchemist commands the admiration of many factions. Once a 7th-tier alchemist expresses their intentions, countless Do Wang powerhouses would willingly offer their services. Such influence is not something the Serpent clan would dare provoke. This is precisely why the Elder and the Second Elder felt such anguish, for once an agreement with Xiao Ze is established, it must be honored. Otherwise, it could spell disaster for the Serpent clan, as they could not afford to offend a 7th-tier alchemist. The Elder handed the meticulously prepared contract to Xiao Ze, adorned with her soul imprint. Xiao Ze casually marked the parchment with his own soul imprint. Very well. Let us proceed to your treasury and select some useful herbs to assist in dispelling the foreign fire energy. Only then, after utilizing the reviving pill, can the medicinal properties be effectively unleashed. Xiao Ze tucked the contract away and addressed the Elder and the Second Elder. Allow me to guide you, while you guard the clan leader, the Elder offered. Within the Serpent clan's treasury, Xiao Ze sifted through the collections, selecting a dozen herbs. After scanning them with his spiritual perception, he shook his head in disappointment. Your so-called treasures are quite lacking. I shall need to provide a dozen herbs of my own. With a hint of helplessness, Xiao Ze spoke, while the Grand Elder could only manage an awkward smile. Upon returning to the secret chamber, Xiao Ze instructed the two elders to step outside, ensuring they would not disturb his alchemical endeavors. They exchanged glances before exiting, anxiously standing guard at the door, listening intently to the sounds within. Although the clan leader currently appeared in a pitiable state, rendering her uninteresting to anyone, they still harbored fears of unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Ze, of course, noticed the elder's actions but paid them little mind as he took out the spirit-infusing cauldron and meticulously processed the medicinal herbs. Ultimately, a chilling, deep blue liquid manifested in the palm of his hand. This substance possessed the ability to expel the foreign fire energy within the body of the Medusa queen, allowing him to concentrate on its treatment. Approaching the icy coffin, Xiao Ze decisively lifted the lid. Under the influence of his soul perception, the deep blue liquid slowly enveloped the Medusa queen. Every inch of her body, save for her left palm, was covered by this chilling liquid. As time passed, Xiao Ze sensed the foreign fire energy of the Medusa queen beginning to shift towards her left palm. Fortunately, the residual foreign fire energy was not overwhelmingly potent. Otherwise, a more precious elixir would have been required to expel it. Through the lens of his soul perception, all of the foreign fire energy within the Medusa queen coalesced in her left palm. With a mere thought, a golden root erupted forth, piercing through the Medusa queen's left palm. It was exceedingly difficult to expel the foreign fire energy through conventional means. Yet, the origin tree possessed the capability to accomplish this. Under the voraciousness of the golden root, the foreign fire energy swiftly dissipated. After a brief span of time, Xiao Ze extracted the golden root, enveloping the wound with water attribute battle energy for a simple treatment to halt the bleeding. Gazing at the bloodied hole in the Medusa queen's palm, Xiao Ze felt a surge of relief for having first directed the foreign fire energy to one location. Otherwise, her body would likely have been riddled with wounds. Next came the life-returning pill. Xiao Ze retrieved the pill and placed it upon the Medusa queen's lips. Subsequently, he infused his soul power into her body, guiding the pill's medicinal essence. While allowing the pill's effects to manifest naturally was an option, it would undoubtedly consume too much time. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder, standing outside the door, felt reassured as they heard no unusual sounds. The formidable soul power directed the vibrant medicinal essence to flow within the Medusa, healing her battered form. As time progressed, her internal injuries began to mend. Xiao Ze then guided the remaining medicinal energy to restore the Medusa's appearance. Under the potent influence of the life-returning pill, the Medusa shed layers of charred, decayed skin like a serpent molting, revealing her pristine, delicate complexion. Just as Xiao Ze was about to admire this transformation, he suddenly became aware of a pair of icy, scrutinizing eyes. His cloak was not low enough to completely conceal his face, and the reclining Medusa was perfectly positioned to observe him. Is it pleasing to the eye? Compared to her previous scorched visage, it was indeed a sight to behold. Queen Medusa became acutely aware of her circumstances, refraining from recklessly unleashing her inner power to assail Xiao Ze's soul energy. Did you save me? Medusa inquired as she rose, the restorative power of the potion within her body responding to her command. Her hair began to grow wildly, swiftly returning to its previous length, obscuring some of her exquisite features. Medusa's emotions were particularly complex. The one who had previously bested her was now her savior? As the two elders burst through the door, Medusa interjected with an authoritative voice. "Elders, please hold your entrance. I wish to converse with him alone." She continued, a captivating smile gracing her face as her arms rested upon the edge of the ice coffin, addressing Xiao Ze. "I am quite curious as to why you chose to rescue me, considering our earlier encounter." "Ah, of course, it is for you and your serpent kin," Xiao Ze replied, clearing his throat and revealing the contract they had previously signed. Medusa's expression faltered. She had initially believed her allure had compelled Xiao Ze to act, only to realize that her sentiments were misplaced. Indeed, this seemingly ageless creature had demonstrated immunity to her innate charm. "Enough, you may leave now. I must attire myself," Medusa stated coolly. Xiao Ze shrugged and turned to exit, causing Medusa to grip the edge of the ice coffin a tad tighter. She found herself questioning whether her innate charm had waned, or if this eternally youthful being had simply grown indifferent to beauty due to prior experiences. Yet, it was hard to reconcile his earlier gaze upon her with a lack of interest in allure. Medusa shook her head and conjured a purple robe. "Signing such a contract is a burden. Merely the fact that Xiao Ze was able to save me showcases his extraordinary nature. But must I truly serve as his personal bodyguard for 3 years?" Chapter 164. Medusa, I require your assistance for evolution. Observing Xiao Ze's receding figure, Medusa promptly summoned the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. "Elders, I require a comprehensive account of all that transpired during my unconsciousness," Medusa declared with seriousness. "Patriarch, following your failure to evolve, we utilized secret methods and the ice coffin to temporarily seal you," the Grand Elder explained. As he recounted the events, Medusa grasped the entirety of the situation and received the contract made between the Serpent Clan and Xiao Ze. "Please, Patriarch, do not punish us for making such a promise without your consent," the Grand Elder concluded with a bow. "On the contrary, your actions were indeed wise. Although the Serpent Clan has suffered greatly, this also provides us the opportunity to establish a connection with this enigmatic 7th-tier alchemist. Many lack the qualifications even to meet a 7th-tier alchemist. Thus this is our chance," Medusa, as the matriarch, contemplated with foresight. Establishing a rapport with a 7th-tier alchemist could profoundly impact the Serpent Clan's development, yielding immense benefits. However, the cost of this newfound alliance seemed rather steep. The Second Elder lamented with visible distress. "In the realm of sacrifice and gain, many matters unfold similarly. Moreover, as you have articulated, what he has presented is indeed a 7th-grade elixir." Queen Medusa shook her head and addressed the two elders, stating that if they were to eliminate the unfulfilled benefits, he would still be at a loss. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of discomfort on the elders' faces began to ease somewhat. "Esteemed elders, I wish to attempt evolution once more," Medusa proclaimed, her words akin to a bombshell that left the elders in a state of bewilderment. Regaining their composure, they gazed at her with a hint of trepidation. "Matriarch, your existence is vital to the serpent people. Please do not take such risks. The last attempt at evolution was a failure, and we cannot afford another reckless endeavor," the two elders implored, one after the other. Yet Medusa merely shook her head gently. "This time is different. After the last failure, I have developed some adaptability to the strange fire. This is not a reckless action. I am confident in my capabilities. Furthermore, is there not a 7th-grade alchemist within the Serpent Temple? With his assistance, success in evolution is assured," Medusa asserted with conviction. However, the Grand Elder hesitated, his expression troubled as he confided in Medusa. "Matriarch, our clan currently lacks the means to entice a 7th-grade alchemist. Even the profits for the next 5 years would have to be entirely surrendered to him." His words were a gentle admonition, urging Medusa to abandon her fanciful hopes. The resources expended merely to ensure her survival had already depleted their clan's reserves. "Are you implying that?" the Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment. "Doubling the time I serve as his personal bodyguard in exchange for his assistance with my evolution," Medusa responded. Within the Serpent Temple, Xiao Ze surveyed the surrounding architecture with keen interest. As an intelligent race, the artistic expressions of the serpent people were indeed worthy of admiration. Meanwhile, Commander Yume, who was tasked with attending to Xiao Ze, stood by cautiously. While she delighted in revelry, she understood the necessity of adopting the appropriate demeanor for different individuals. This particular mysterious powerhouse had been sternly instructed by the Grand Elder to be well served. Yet, the enigmatic figure before her appeared more captivated by the surroundings than by her presence. Just as Yume marveled at this, a grand door creaked open, revealing a figure exuding an air of regality and allure, a creature accustomed to high status. You may withdraw," Queen Medusa said with a calm demeanor. "Yes, Your Majesty." In the spacious Serpent Temple, only Xiao Ze and Medusa remained. Medusa approached the throne, stating, "Since we have now met in person, There is no need for further pretense. Her voice was imbued with enchantment, and she delicately licked her crimson lips. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Ze unveiled his hood, formally introducing himself. Xiao Ze, Medusa, she replied, her eyes widening in surprise as she regarded him. Indeed, he was an ageless anomaly. For such youthful features could not possibly harbor such profound martial prowess and exceptional alchemical skills. I wish to engage in another transaction with you, Medusa expressed, her intrigue palpable. Medusa spoke, yet Xiao Ze merely waved his hand dismissively. I believe it is best to forego this matter. The Serpent people have expended their resources to rescue you, even promising their earnings for the next 5 years to me. I do not see that you possess the qualifications to engage in trade with me. Medusa's delicate hand clenched slightly. His words were indeed infuriating. Will you not hear the terms I propose? This is my personal collection. As she spoke, Medusa retrieved a spatial ring from before her. Xiao Ze reached within to explore its contents, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the queen's collection was quite substantial. Do tell, he urged. I wish to request your assistance in breaking through to the Dou Wang rank and achieving evolution, Medusa stated eagerly upon sensing Xiao Ze's interest. Are you jesting with me? With merely these items in your spatial ring, do you expect me to help you breach the Dou Wang level? Xiao Ze replied. Observing her current cultivation, it appears you have regressed in your Dou Qi after a failed breakthrough. Thus, I would need to provide at least 1 Huang Ji Dan to elevate you to the peak of Dou Wang, followed by a Pazong Dan to enhance your chances of entering Dou Wang. You must be aware of the rarity of these 2 elixirs. Xiao Ze's words left Medusa momentarily speechless. Initially, she had only intended for him to concoct a few potions to assist her evolution through the, hoping to gamble on the possibility of success. However, upon hearing Xiao Ze's proposal involving the Huang Ji Dan and Pazong Dan, she felt her chances of successfully evolving had risen to 90%. She swiftly dismissed her earlier thoughts and resolved to follow Xiao Ze's more prudent path. Lord Xiao Ze, should I be willing to double the time I serve as your bodyguard? Medusa began. Oh, Xiao Ze inquired, glancing at the contract. You mean 6 years? Sensing his growing interest, Medusa pressed on. I shall endeavor to obey your commands, whether it be to kill or to rob. Would such terms persuade you to assist me in my evolution? After all, should I succeed, I would become a true Dou Wang powerhouse, one whose voice carries weight in the northwestern continent. The benefits derived from having a Dou Wang expert serve you for 6 years would undoubtedly surpass the cost of the elixirs you would provide, Medusa asserted confidently. Xiao Ze cast a sidelong glance at her, realizing that this queen was well versed in the art of persuasion. However, all her assertions hinged on her ability to successfully evolve. Chapter 165, A 10-Year Pact. Medusa, I can do this. Xiao Ze sat in his chair, idly toying with the spatial ring Medusa had tossed to him. Noticing his silence and calm demeanor, Medusa felt a knot tighten in her stomach. Despite her fervent declarations, she knew that deceiving such a cunning individual would be exceedingly difficult. After all, this old monster had surely experienced more treachery than Medusa could fathom. Xiao Ze's earlier willingness to offer a life-saving elixir was not solely due to his regard for her potential to attain Dou Wang. The primary assurance lies in the future profits of the Serpent clan over the next 5 years, serving as a minimum guarantee. With the connections and influence of Xiao Ze, a 7th-tier alchemist, the Serpent clan would not dare to default. In other words, once Xiao Ze signs a contract with the Serpent clan, he is assured of receiving their profits for the next 5 years. Should the Serpent clan be audacious enough to renege, it would not be long before several formidable Dou Wang experts descend upon the Tagore Desert, leading to the annihilation of the Serpent clan. However, the transaction I propose does not include any minimum profit guarantee. If I were to fail in my evolution, it is highly likely that Xiao Ze would gain nothing, having lost a precious breaking sect pill and an imperial pill in vain. Ah, Queen Medusa, your skill of pulling off a grand deception is truly remarkable. As Xiao Ze's voice resonated, Medusa clenched her delicate hand, realizing that her little trick had not escaped the notice of those keen, ruthless eyes. A 6-year bodyguard service, indeed, is quite advantageous, and it extends beyond mere protection. This individual would also serve me diligently, extracting benefits across the northwestern continent. Logically speaking, I stand to gain significantly by trading a breaking sect pill, an imperial pill, and a revitalization pill for a Dou Wang expert's loyalty for 6 years, while simultaneously collecting various rare treasures. However, at this juncture, Xiao Ze's tone grew contemplative as he turned his gaze towards Medusa. All of this hinges upon your successful evolution. Queen Medusa, should you fail and perish beneath thee, everything I have invested would be rendered futile. Your talent for deception does not align with the reputation of the Serpent clan as cruel and dim-witted. There is no need for you to belittle me. My confidence in proposing such terms stems from my assurance. Medusa feigned calmness as she replied, after this failure, I have developed an adaptability too, and I possess a high degree of certainty regarding my evolution. I merely wish to ensure a more secure outcome. Upon hearing Medusa's words, Xiao Ze fell silent. He understood the importance of not applying excessive pressure. After all, he was indeed eager for the vibrant bloodline of the sky-swallowing serpent following Medusa's evolution. If possible, he would strive to assist her in achieving that transformation, as it bore no detriment to him. However, acquiescing too readily could provoke suspicion, as anything obtained too easily tends to raise doubts about ulterior motives. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. This adage holds true within the realm of Dou Qi. Medusa's heart began to sink, and the longer the silence persisted, the more her doubts and anxieties multiplied. The likelihood of successfully concluding the transaction appeared increasingly slim. She took a deep breath to alleviate her inner tension. She had not lied to the two elders. She was indeed confident in her ability to complete the evolution. Yet, confidence alone was insufficient. Achieving a more secure evolution was of paramount importance for Medusa at this moment. The Serpent clan could not afford another loss. Should they fail again, they would not only be stripped of their foundation but also lose their queen, potentially plunging the Serpent clan into a state of irreversible decline. Before me stands a 7th-tier alchemist, and Medusa is acutely aware that this is a singular opportunity that she must seize. Your proposed transaction, Queen Medusa, entails a considerable risk for me. Upon hearing this, Medusa's heart sank, and her gaze fell slightly. Realizing that this deal was unlikely to come to fruition, she understood that she would have to rely solely on her own strength for evolution. However, should the potential gains from a successful outcome be substantial enough, then Xiao would be willing to embrace the risk. What does Lord Xiao mean? If Queen Medusa is willing to extend the time frame to 10 years, I am prepared to shoulder the risk of your evolution failing, even if the imperial and sect-breaking pills are wasted. Very well, Medusa promptly replied. 10 years is not a long span for a Dou Zone powerhouse. The remaining time is ample for Medusa to lead the Serpent people toward greater glory. In that case, I request that you gather the materials for the imperial and sect-breaking pills. If you intend to evolve through the use of, I also possess some elixirs that can assist in your evolution. Medusa's heart leaped with joy at this unexpected boon. No problem. The Serpent people will spare no effort in this endeavor. Medusa profoundly recognized the immense benefit of having a high-tier alchemist at her disposal. Not to mention, Xiao had previously presented her with a 7th-tier life-saving elixir, which had saved her life. Medusa was confident that, with Xiao's assistance, she would undoubtedly succeed in her evolution. As Xiao wrote down the names of the required materials, he curiously inquired, if you succeed in becoming a Dou Zone powerhouse, will you not worry about your Serpent people following me for 10 years? Once I successfully advance to Dou Zone, I will be able to provide a safeguard for the Serpent people. Word of this will spread, and the surrounding empires will regard the Serpent people with trepidation. Refraining from initiating conflict, Medusa spoke softly, her deep-seated concern for her people evident. With the deterrence of a Dou Zone powerhouse, coupled with the Serpent people's stronghold in the desert, they could significantly minimize incursions and wars from other empires. That is indeed a viable approach. Xiao nodded in agreement. Then with a wave of his hand, the paper floated gracefully before Medusa. Upon seeing the names of the medicinal materials listed, Medusa inhaled sharply. Indeed, the ingredients for the imperial and sect-breaking pills were exorbitantly priced. Yu Mei, the queen softly called. The figure of Yu Mei swiftly appeared before the queen's throne. Mobilize the entire clan. Spare no expense to gather the materials listed here. Upon hearing this, Yu Mei was taken aback. Realizing the significance of this task for the Serpent people, and respectfully accepted the paper. As her gaze swept over Xiao's visage, she was struck with astonishment. So young, so handsome. This stirred a flutter of excitement within Yu Mei, but she quickly reminded herself that this individual was not someone she could afford to provoke, and she promptly excused herself. Bored, Xiao engaged in conversation with Queen Medusa. Medusa, not daring to neglect Xiao, especially since he was her savior, could not afford to wear a cold demeanor. Whatever Xiao wished to discuss, she naturally obliged, following his lead. After all, the evolution of Medusa hinges significantly on the Emperor's extreme pill, the breaking sect pill, and other auxiliary elixirs concocted by Xiao Ze. Chapter 166, The Canaan Incident. Various factions converge. While Xiao Ze was diligently preparing for Queen Medusa's evolution, in the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, Ziyan idly kicked her small feet, gazing at the two figures on the training grounds. The little healing sage and Ching Lin were engaged in a spar, or rather, the little healing sage was imparting combat techniques to Ching Lin. Previously, during Xiao Ze's tenure in the inner courtyard, he had been responsible for instructing Ching Lin. With the feedback from the hundredfold Emerald Serpent's 3 flower eyes, he had become well-versed in its intricacies and knew precisely how to teach, maximizing its effectiveness in battle. At this juncture, Ching Lin had begun to employ the 3 flower eyes to disrupt, confuse, and bewilder her opponents. Albeit the results were not particularly pronounced due to the considerable gap in strength between her and the little healing sage. Ziyan had initially wished to assist in teaching Ching Lin, but Xiao Ze had outright refused her, foreseeing that her reckless fighting style would leave Ching Lin battered. Observing the break between the little healing sage and Ching Lin, Ziyan expressed her frustration. Ziyan, you seem rather impatient. The journey from Canaan Academy to the Gamma Empire is quite extensive. Even seasoned warriors take months for a round trip. Xiao Ze, even at full speed, would require considerable time, not to mention that he has other matters to attend to, the little healing sage reassured her. Besides, did he not leave you ample pills before departing? Upon hearing this, Ziyan's expression stiffened. She had succumbed to temptation and indulged in a few too many of those pills. The little healing sage, noticing Ziyan's demeanor, understood that the gluttonous girl had failed to restrain herself. Just then, a peculiar energy fluctuation prompted Ziyan to abruptly lift her gaze toward the northern section of the inner courtyard, sensing that something was amiss. The little healing sage paused in surprise, while Ching Lin, unable to discern the abnormality due to her lower cultivation level, also turned her attention northward. However, the little healing sage sensed a violent surge of energy emanating from that direction. Could it be that the entity sealed within the inner courtyard has stirred? As expected, being an elder, the little healing sage soon received a summons from the Grand Elder. Hasten to the sky-burning refining tower. The seal is compromised. The urgency in the Grand Elder's voice made it clear to the little healing sage that the situation was dire. She immediately addressed Ziyan, take care of Ching Lin. I must investigate what has transpired. With that, the little healing sage summoned a pair of violet-gray wings of battle energy and soared toward the northern part of the inner courtyard. Left behind, Ching Lin wore a worried expression and anxiously inquired of Ziyan, Sister Ziyan, do you think something terrible will happen? Ziyan furrowed her brow slightly, responding, it should be fine. We've encountered such disturbances before. Those old men can handle it. The two exchanged words. Yet their gazes remained apprehensively fixed on the northern section of the inner courtyard. The little healing sage arrived at the location of the sky-burning refining tower. Upon discovering that all the students had evacuated the celestial flame refining tower, they gathered in the square before it, creating a cacophony of noise. Elders began to arrive from various corners of the academy, and the little healer even spotted numerous mentors from the inner academy. The situation was dire. The energies within were extraordinarily violent, seemingly fueled by an unknown source, and they began to assault the seals. Elders, hasten to your respective sealing positions and prepare to reinforce the barriers. The voice of the Grand Elder resonated through the air, while the surrounding students, under the guidance of their mentors, vacated the square. Nevertheless, many students remained atop nearby rooftops, observing the unusual occurrences surrounding the celestial flame refining tower. The little healer positioned herself at the periphery of the sealing formation, ready for action. Under the Grand Elder's leadership, numerous elders from the inner academy commenced the reinforcement of the seals. However, the little healer's brow furrowed deeply. The situation appeared grim. The intensity of the energy within the tower exceeded her expectations. Even though the seals, left by the predecessors of the inner academy, were exceptionally robust, they now instilled a sense of unease within her, a sentiment echoed among the assembled elders. The Grand Elder hastily communicated with the powerful figures from the outer academy, summoning them for support in the inner academy. It seemed that sealing whatever resided within the tower would not be an easy feat today. After a prolonged stalemate, the Grand Elder's expression shifted suddenly. It's about to break. A dark red magma surged, propelled by overwhelming energy, and charged toward the sealing formation at the pinnacle of the tower. Accompanied by a thunderous sound of shattering, the magma breached the sealing formation. In an instant, the energies of the entire inner academy erupted, becoming feverish and tumultuous. Alongside this upheaval was a piercing shriek. An enormous, invisible fire serpent, stretching several dozen feet, roared at the heavens. With its roar, the fire elements in the atmosphere became wildly agitated. In the peculiar triangular pupils of the invisible fire serpent, an almost human-like ecstasy radiated. A unique wave of energy emanated from the inner academy of Canaan. The Grand Elder's face darkened considerably. From where had this creature drawn its energy? Had it been biding its time all along? All elders immediately formed the 1,000-layer sealing formation. 18 elders promptly scattered to surround the area. The little healer, having been an elder for only a short while, had yet to learn the 1,000-layer formation and could only watch as the 18 elders unleashed their formidable fighting spirit, interweaving it to ultimately create a vast net of energy. The Grand Elder managed to convey telepathically to the little healer, be wary of enemies from the Black Corner domain. He then formed seals to manipulate the enormous energy net, enveloping the invisible fire serpent. The serpent, having expended a tremendous amount of energy in breaking the seals, found its flames somewhat waning. Faced with the descending energy net, it did not have time to retaliate and was ensnared. As the invisible fire serpent regained its composure, it launched into a frenzied assault, manifesting a world of magma and fire poison. While the environment was not entirely unfavorable for it was still a prison. Just as the elders of the Inner Academy found themselves at a standstill against the fallen heart flame, the esteemed Emperor of Medicine, Han Feng, is gathering personnel, advancing steadily towards the inner courtyard. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the endless mountains, Xiao Yin lifts his gaze towards the horizon. Little Yin, we are fortunate indeed. We have arrived at the moment when the fallen heart flame stirs. Hearing the words of the old medicinal master, Xiao Yin immediately expresses his exuberance. Does this mean our opportunity has arrived? Precisely, my little friend. The preparations made earlier were astute, with those elixirs in hand. You now possess a glimmer of a chance to devour the fallen heart flame. Haha, it appears that fortune favors the prepared. Had we not procured those elixirs beforehand, the opportunity now before us would be beyond my grasp. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Yin hastens towards the inner courtyard. The fallen heart flame, I, Xiao Yin, shall claim you. Chapter 167, The Azure-Eyed Poison Python. A single punch to annihilate. Xiao Ze remains oblivious to the monumental events unfolding at the Jianan Academy. He can comprehend the early evolution of Medusa as a result of his influence, yet he never imagined that the fallen heart flame would breach its seal prematurely. After all, the accumulation of such immense energy requires time. Such colossal energy could not possibly manifest from thin air. However, it was indeed Xiao Ze's reckless absorption of the fallen heart flame's energy that instilled a sense of crisis, compelling it to forcibly break free from its seal despite insufficient energy. This led to the fallen heart flame's subsequent diminished potency, merely managing to shatter its seal once. Confronted by the layered sealing formations of the Grand Elder and numerous elders, it struggles in vain to escape. Were it not for Han Feng's leadership of the formidable forces from the Black Corner region to contend for the fallen heart flame, Xiao Ze would be preoccupied with a pressing concern, his dwindling supply of high-grade magic cores. The numerous high-grade magic cores he had previously amassed could not withstand such consumption. The reserves of the Serpent People Empire could sustain him temporarily, but it was ultimately not a long-term solution. Xiao Ze paces restlessly within his chamber, contemplating whether to venture into the Beast Mountain range for a hunt. Medusa enters, noticing the furrowed brow of Xiao Ze, suggesting he is troubled, and inquires, "Does Senior have any worries?" Medusa seems to regard him as a venerable practitioner with extensive experience, addressing him as Senior with ease, showing no reluctance whatsoever. Although puzzled by Medusa's perception, Xiao Ze finds no desire to correct her. "I have but a few high-grade magic cores remaining." "Ah, so it is resources that trouble you, Senior?" Medusa's brow furrows slightly as she ponders. Other serpent tribes do not possess reserves of high-grade magic cores either. If it proves difficult, I shall undertake the hunt for some magical beasts on your behalf, Senior. Medusa's earnestness pleases Xiao Ze greatly. Of course, her attentiveness stems from her desire for his assistance. Are there any large gatherings of magical beasts near the Taggart Desert? Indeed, the Taggart Desert borders several great empires, and the locations of significant magical beast congregations belonging to these empires are adjacent to it, such as the Beast Mountain range of the Jama Empire and the 100,000 Poison Peaks of the Sun Yun Empire. Medusa resided in the Taggart Desert, possessing an intimate understanding of the surrounding empires, and soon provided Xiao Ze with a comprehensive introduction. Which empire lies closest? The 10,000 Poison Peaks of the Izumo Empire. Medusa replied without hesitation. Very well, I shall venture to the 10,000 Poison Peaks to procure some advanced magical cores, Xiao Ze declared as he rose with resolve. Senior Xiao Ze, allow me to accompany you. The 10,000 Poison Peaks are predominantly inhabited by poisonous attribute magical beasts. My presence will alleviate many potential troubles, Medusa offered, prompting Xiao Ze to appraise her anew. Indeed, during their last encounter, he had defeated Medusa using the power of toxic affliction, without explicitly crediting the poison for his victory. It was unlikely that Medusa, a master of serpent venom, would imagine she could be overpowered by poison. Very well, I appreciate your willingness, Queen Medusa, he conceded. This endeavor is also to ensure the successful refinement of my elixirs. Did I not mention that these advanced magical cores are intended for the crafting of the Imperial Pill and the Breaking Sect Pill? Xiao Ze's words caused Medusa's smile to falter, as she realized her overzealousness had led to a misunderstanding. Initially, she had believed those magical cores were meant for her own alchemical pursuits, only to discover she had misinterpreted his intentions. Observing Medusa's momentary stillness, Xiao Ze inquired, Queen Medusa, shall we proceed together? With a clenched fist, Medusa replied resolutely, yes. The two then soared towards the 10,000 Poison Peaks. which bordered the Izumo Empire and the Tagore Desert. Through Medusa's guidance, Xiao Ze became aware of the prevailing conditions at the peaks. Notably, they needed to be wary of a formidable 6th-tier pinnacle magical beast, the emerald-eyed poison python. The strength of that beast is on par with my own, Medusa stated gravely. Moreover, as the 10,000 poison peaks are in closer proximity to the depths of the desert, it frequently troubles the Serpent Man sanctuary. Thus, our intervention would effectively eliminate an obstacle for the Serpent Man tribe? Xiao Ze mused. Surely, you do not fear a 6th-tier pinnacle magical beast, do you, Senior Xiao Ze? Medusa chuckled softly. Furthermore, once the emerald-eyed poison python is vanquished, the strong among the Serpent Man tribe will be able to enter the 10,000 poison peaks and gather rare treasures. This will undoubtedly yield significant benefits for you. Senior Xiao Ze. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ze acknowledged the truth in her words, recognizing that the future gains of the Serpent Man tribe would indeed impact him. The pair departed from the sweltering desert and entered a realm of rugged mountains. Soon, they arrived at a perilous peak, its trees contorted into grotesque shapes reminiscent of phantoms. It was clear that this was an ominous place. Xiao Ze glanced at the cave entrance, expressing little interest in the toxic fumes emanating from it. Although the calamity poison body could absorb toxins, it was not indiscriminate in its consumption. His growth had been primarily supported by the calamity poison's strength bestowed by the little medicine fairy. Indeed, this is the lair of the emerald-eyed poison python, he noted. As they conversed, a sound of writhing and scraping emanated from within the cave. Moments later, a massive serpentine head emerged from the dark opening, its emerald eyes glinting with a lethal and dangerous light. Upon catching a glimpse of Medusa, the emerald serpent's eyes quickly manifested a lascivious glint. Sensing this gaze, Medusa displayed a hint of disdain. Xiao Ze comprehended the situation. It was this unwelcome advance. It seemed that even the formidable Medusa queen was unable to contend with this emerald-eyed venomous python. Otherwise, given Medusa's notorious reputation, she would undoubtedly not allow such a beast to remain. Medusa, have you come to a realization? The emerald-eyed venomous python articulated its thoughts, joy evident in its tone. However, Medusa merely curled her lips in a scornful smile. Indeed, I have come to a conclusion. Today, I shall end your wretched life. Before Medusa could finish her words, Xiao Ze had already appeared before the emerald-eyed python in an instant. The 3 flowered pupils of the emerald serpent instantly suppressed it. The python, which had intended to evade, found its body suddenly stiffened, unable to move even a fraction. Xiao Ze harbored no desire to engage in conversation with a dying beast. He delivered a powerful punch to the python's forehead. Crack! Lightning flickered and blood spattered. Medusa even caught a whiff of the foul odor of charred flesh. Gazing at the lifeless emerald-eyed python, Medusa was struck with astonishment. Xiao Ze's strength had escalated at an alarming rate. To be able to slay a pinnacle 6th-tier beast with a single strike? Medusa silently rejoiced that she had previously refrained from confronting Xiao Ze. Medusa Queen, do hurry and assist in dealing with the beast. We must proceed to the next layer of magical creatures. Xiao Ze beckoned Medusa to join him in vanquishing the beast. After all, apart from the magical core, high-tier magical beasts possessed considerable value. Chapter 168. The outrageous existence of the Outcloud sect. Xiao Ze and Medusa were harvesting high-tier magical beasts at the 10,000 poison peaks. Medusa, even among the emperor-level fighters, was considered a top-tier combatant. And as for Xiao Ze, he had already claimed the life of a Dou Wang. Together, their combined might rendered them unmatched within the 10,000 poison peaks. With no high-tier magical beast able to withstand them, many falling at the first encounter. That should suffice. If we continue this slaughter, the Outcloud Empire will certainly begin to voice their discontent. Xiao Ze's soul sense was stirred, prompting him to speak to Medusa. Upon hearing this, Medusa narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded in agreement, following Xiao Ze as they departed from the 10,000 poison peaks. Shortly thereafter, several figures descended from the sky, arriving at the location where Xiao Ze and Medusa had last appeared. This place appeared to be the lair of the magical pattern poison spider, a creature that even emperor-level fighters dared not underestimate, yet it had been resolved so swiftly. From the moment they sensed the battle fluctuations at the 10,000 poison peaks to their arrival here, merely a few hours had passed. Could it truly be resolved so quickly? Could it be a Dou Wang expert? One of them spoke, causing the atmosphere to plummet to a freezing point. Upon reflection, it did seem plausible. The ability to swiftly eliminate so many high-tier magical beasts could only be attributed to a cadre of exceptionally powerful Dou Wang fighters, or perhaps a Dou Wang expert. With this thought, the group became increasingly tense, scanning their surroundings. Only after confirming there were no unfamiliar presences did they breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, the hunting of these high-tier magical beasts could be considered a fortunate occurrence. One individual remarked that as long as he was unharmed, it was of little consequence. Another person initiated the discussion, and the rest had no objections. After all, it was not worth provoking such a powerful adversary. The Izumo Empire had not yet been swept clean by the ruthless methods of the little healer, and thus had not consolidated into a formidable sect. Numerous smaller sects existed, among which the more potent leaders were the very individuals present. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary involvement, they promptly withdrew. The potential of inciting a confrontation with a Dozong expert made their interference perilous, likely leading to dire consequences. Upon returning to the Serpent Empire, fueled by an unwavering commitment, the necessary materials for the two types of elixirs were swiftly gathered. Xiao Ze, without delay, commenced the refining process. For him, the success rate of concocting 6th-grade elixirs was reasonably assured. Thus he requested only 2 portions, reserving an additional one for unforeseen circumstances. Let us find a secluded place, Xiao Ze suggested after reviewing the materials. Let us go to my chamber, Medusa contemplated before responding. Is there no other quieter place? What are you pondering? Beneath my chamber lies a highly fortified secret room. Xiao Ze nodded in understanding and followed Medusa to her quarters. Upon glancing at her modestly adorned chamber, Xiao Ze was led into the secret room. Are you not leaving? He inquired, noticing Medusa standing aside. The 2 elixirs cost me several years of freedom. I must supervise to prevent any tampering, Medusa replied with a faint smile. Very well, I am accustomed to being observed while refining. Xiao Ze shrugged, then added softly. With your knowledge of elixir refinement, even if I were to tamper, you would scarcely notice. This elicited a sharp glare from Medusa. But Xiao Ze chose not to engage further, instead retrieving the spirit-gathering cauldron. Shortly thereafter, flames surged, and he focused intently on the refinement while Medusa observed. After some time, she acknowledged that, as Xiao Ze had claimed, her understanding of elixir refinement was insufficient to discern any intricacies. Nevertheless, Medusa remained, patiently watching Xiao Ze at work, devoid of any impatience. In truth, the time that Medusa and Xiao Ze had known each other was relatively brief. Their initial encounter had been marked by a fierce conflict. Though ultimately defeated by Xiao Ze, it had indelibly etched his presence in Medusa's mind. Since rising to prominence, Medusa had seldom been bested, often achieving at least a stalemate. In her encounters with the formidable figures of other empires, she held her ground, enabling the Serpent clan to navigate the precarious spaces between the great empires. Thus, her defeat at Xiao Ze's hands left a profound impression on her. During their second meeting, Xiao Ze transitioned from being a formidable adversary to her savior, further complicating Medusa's perception of him. Although the world painted the Serpent clan as cold-blooded and ruthless, it would not extend such treatment to a life-saving benefactor. The peculiar gaze of Medusa mirrored the figure of Xiao Ze as flames surged, casting a luminous glow within her eyes. Xiao Ze's alchemical techniques flowed gracefully, akin to a gentle stream, presenting a delightful spectacle. Unbeknownst to her, Medusa found herself entranced. Soon after, Xiao Ze placed the imperial pill into a vial and tossed it to Medusa, just as she felt a surge of joy. A light-hearted remark from Xiao Ze dampened the smile that had blossomed upon her lips. This represents 2 years of your freedom. Medusa shot a captivating glare at him, her enchantment momentarily eclipsed by irritation. Sensing her discontent, Xiao Ze felt a sense of exhilaration. Teasing this beautiful serpent was indeed a rather delightful pastime. Do refrain from being overly excited, for the next concoction I shall brew is the breakthrough pill, worth 3 years of your freedom. Medusa huffed softly, turning her head away, her fingers caressing the vial, a hint of joy flickering within her. With the imperial pill in her possession, she would soon be able to restore herself to her prime. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Xiao Ze. Perhaps he wasn't as insufferable as she had thought. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Xiao Ze finally opened his eyes. The breakthrough pill, a pinnacle 6th-grade elixir, warranted his utmost seriousness. When comparing the challenge of concocting the 2 pills, it was evident that the breakthrough pill was the more formidable endeavor. Observing Xiao Ze immerse himself fully in the alchemical process, Medusa's delicate hands clenched slightly as she parted her lips to speak. In truth, she had intended to suggest that he take a few days to rest before continuing his work, to avoid undue fatigue. Yet, seeing his unwavering focus on the task at hand, she chose to remain silent and quietly watch him. To her surprise, she found herself quite enjoying the sight of Xiao Ze at work. Although she could not comprehend the intricacies of his craft, his alchemical artistry was undeniably captivating. As energy surged, the breakthrough pill was successfully refined. After handing the pill to Medusa, Xiao Ze immediately resumed his work, preparing the auxiliary elixirs for her unique flames. Xiao Ze, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Continuous alchemical work can be quite burdensome, even for a 7th-grade alchemist like yourself. Momentarily taken aback, Xiao Ze realized that he was indeed in good condition. The earlier ordeal of crafting the extreme yong pill had been the true trial, demanding relentless focus to avoid catastrophic explosions. Very well, a brief respite is in order. Chapter 169, Successful Evolution. The seven-colored devouring python. In the depths of the queen's chamber, amidst the rich aroma of elixirs and powerful energy fluctuations, a perfectly round ice-blue pill soared from the cauldron into Xiao Ze's hand. Medusa's eyes sparkled with urgency. Was this the final auxiliary pill? Indeed, Xiao Ze replied, placing it into a transparent jade vial and tossing it to her, carefully advising her on the precautions for consumption. Observing Medusa's bewildered expression, he sighed. How about this? When the time comes for your evolution, I shall assist you with the pill. Medusa paused at his words, a wave of relief washing over her. Xiao Ze has concocted a plethora of elixirs, yet ensuring she consumes them at the opportune moment presents a certain complexity. After all, she is not an alchemist, and her understanding of potions pales in comparison to that of Xiao Ze. A fortnight later, Medusa ingested the Emperor's pill, restoring her to the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor realm. Xiao Ze accompanied Queen Medusa and the four esteemed elders of the Serpent clan to the location of the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Previously, Medusa's evolution had faltered, plunging the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire into a frenzied state, which the four elders had to exert considerable effort to temporarily subdue. Upon entering the bamboo grove, Xiao Ze immediately spotted the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire sealed within its array. Medusa glanced at him thoughtfully and remarked, "Your flame appears rather ordinary. Once my evolution is complete, you may take the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire if you desire." Although Medusa lacked extensive knowledge in alchemical arts, she was acutely aware of the allure that held for alchemists. However, there was an unspoken thought lingering in her mind. Despite Medusa's unwavering confidence, she understood that one must always be prepared for the unexpected. The four elders did not voice any dissent. They recognized the immense assistance the queen provided. While Xiao Ze had already received ample rewards, most of them remained contingent upon the queen's successful evolution into the Dozong realm. Thus, it could be said that the Serpent clan was significantly indebted to Xiao Ze at present. The queen's promise was met with no objections from them. Yet, Xiao Ze gently shook his head in response. There is no need. My aspirations lie elsewhere. I seek that ranks high on the list of. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire shall be temporarily safeguarded by the Serpent clan, perhaps destined to be claimed by a fated individual in the future. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's resolute refusal, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Medusa's eyes. The four elders stood vigilantly nearby. The matter of evolution was of utmost importance. The vicinity of the Serpent Temple had been elevated to a state of maximum alertness. Anyone daring to intrude would undoubtedly face the Serpent clan's frenzied assault. Medusa retrieved the breaking sect pill and placed it in her mouth, allowing her violet robe to gradually slide away, revealing her flawless, alabaster back. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the slowly burning Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire within its seal, appearing as an innocuous flame. Yet, the preceding evolutionary process had made Medusa acutely aware of the terrifying destructive power concealed within this seemingly harmless fire. The surging potency within her dispelled her inner trepidation as Medusa formed hand seals to unlock the seal. Simultaneously, she continuously altered her hand gestures, causing the energies of heaven and earth to stir restlessly, and a brilliant radiance enveloped her. When the light receded, a massive purple serpent, stretching over 10 yards, materialized. The serpent's peculiar eyes cast one last glance at Xiao Ze before it dove into the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire like a moth drawn to a flame. The evolution commenced. Xiao Ze furrowed his brow slightly. Observing the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, which had instantly become frenzied, the scorching wave of heat surged towards him, prompting him to condense a layer of Dou Qi for protection. Truly, it embodied the most violent force in existence. The chilling, heart-wrenching cry of Queen Medusa reverberated throughout the space. In the Serpent Man Temple, all the serpent beings, upon hearing the piercing cries, instinctively clasped their hands together in fervent prayer for their queen. The resplendent purple scales, shimmering with a violet glow, twisted rapidly under the assault of the otherworldly flames, ultimately being reduced to charred remnants. Xiao Ze furrowed his brow, swiftly retrieving a pill infused with potent water attribute energy, directing it into Medusa's mouth. During her evolution, engulfed by the otherworldly fire, Medusa was unable to produce any pills. Even if she could, they would be instantaneously incinerated by the Azure Lotus Heart Fire. With the supplement provided by Xiao Ze, Medusa's condition improved somewhat. For the next half hour, Xiao Ze continuously administered several pills to her, while Medusa's form gradually diminished under the relentless flames, shrinking from over 10 meters to merely 2 or 3. The four elders wore expressions of deep concern. their hearts aching for Medusa as she endured such torment. Xiao Ze's gaze remained fixed on Medusa's status panel, where the frantically flickering names slowly dwindled until only the earth-shaking demon python and the colorful sky-devouring python remained. Compared to her initial evolution, the current changes in the status panel distinctly indicated a more successful transformation for Medusa. Watching the rapid fluctuations of these two names, Xiao Ze's heart raced. He had exhausted all the pills he had concocted and could now only rely on Medusa to persevere. The furious energy of the otherworldly flames filled the space, forcing the four elders to retreat from the area. Only Xiao Ze, with his formidable energy, could withstand the onslaught of the flames. As the shrill cries began to wane, the writhing of the purple serpent within the flames gradually subsided. The four elders felt a sinking sensation as the situation appeared eerily reminiscent of the initial evolution. Just as they contemplated forcibly extracting the queen's body, a subtle smile crept onto Xiao Ze's lips. The inscription of the colorful sky-devouring python on the panel had finally stabilized, and it did not vanish. Quick as lightning, Xiao Ze selected to bind it. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the bloodline of the colorful sky-devouring python. Medusa has successfully evolved into the colorful sky-devouring python. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 100-fold reward. It was done. At that moment, the energies of heaven and earth began to stir, the sky darkening with ominous clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. A bolt of lightning, piercing through the heavens, descended instantly, its flashing silver light illuminating the entire Serpent Man temple. The might of the thunder instilled fear within countless serpent beings. The heavenly thunder stirred the earth fire, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy. The four elders, visibly alarmed, retreated once more. Xiao Ze raised his right hand, a deep blue energy coalescing into a protective shield to fend off the overwhelming energy surge. As the thunder subsided, a dense mist of green enveloped the surroundings. A powerful aura surged forth, exerting pressure over the entire Serpent Man temple. The four elders, sensing this overwhelming force, felt a mix of shock and elation. Xiao Ze narrowed his eyes. Something was approaching him through the mist. In the next instant, he flicked his fingers, sending a pulse into the void before him. Thud! A small serpent, shimmering with iridescent hues, stood suspended in midair, swaying its head as if slightly dazed by the flick of Xiao Ze's finger. This creature, a seven-colored devourer python, possessed a body adorned in vibrant colors, with slightly violet eyes and a fragrant essence, its strength transcending the heavens. As the python regained its composure, a trace of trepidation flickered in its gaze directed at Xiao Ze. Even in its juvenile state, the seven-colored devourer python harbored formidable power. Being newly born, it was characterized by its innocence and purity. Had Xiao Ze not intervened with a gentle nudge to its head, he might have suffered an unfortunate collision. In the original tale, had Xiao Yan not been deterred by the elder's bone spirit cold fire, he would have likely been struck through by this seemingly endearing serpent, as he was then incapable of discerning its capabilities. The python blinked its crystalline eyes, gazing intently at Xiao Ze. He understood the reason for its yearning look. His spatial ring housed numerous rare treasures of nature. Although it lacked the fire-infused gem known as the companion purple crystal, the other treasures were nonetheless alluring to the young python. Pondering for a moment, Xiao Ze retrieved the earth core body refining milk he had obtained from the depths of a boundless mountain. While it did not compare to the genuine earth core essence derived from stalactites, it contained considerable energy. He uncorked the jade vial and presented it before the seven-colored devourer python. In an instant, the serpent darted towards the vial, eagerly extending its tongue, albeit with a hint of caution as it glanced at Xiao Ze. Noticing no signs of hostility from him, the python boldly plunged its head into the vial and began to gulp down the contents. In a brief moment, nearly half of the liquid was consumed, and the little serpent's belly swelled with satisfaction. After quenching its thirst, it withdrew its head, licking its lips with an expression of lingering desire and an unmistakable spark of intelligence in its eyes. Its gaze toward Xiao Ze now held a semblance of affection. Observing the little creature that seemed to forget past grievances, Xiao Ze couldn't help but chuckle softly. He reached out to caress the serpent's head, and to his delight, the python did not shy away but instead nuzzled affectionately against his hand. Gradually, the seven-colored devourer python coiled around his wrist, its head resting gently as it swayed in rhythm with Xiao Ze's movements, akin to a child on a swing. As the serpent's belly visibly flattened, it had scarcely awaited Xiao Ze's inquiry about accompanying him before it wound itself further up his arm, closed its eyes, and succumbed to slumber. Ah, how convenient. It seems I need not ask. It has chosen to entwine itself around me. Xiao Ze gently stroked the serpent's exquisite scales, feeling their warmth as it absorbed the energy of the earth core body refining milk. Beyond the green mist, the four elders observed anxiously. The overwhelming pressure that had enveloped the Serpent Man temple moments ago had vanished mysteriously. Just then, a silhouette emerged from the emerald haze. Upon recognizing Xiao Ze, the Grand Elder promptly approached him. Lord Xiao Ze, where is the clan leader? Is she well? Lord Xiao Ze rolled up his sleeves, revealing the slumbering rainbow-devouring serpent. The four elders stared at the serpent in astonishment. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's face lit up with uncontainable joy as if a forgotten memory had resurfaced. Is this truly the legendary rainbow-devouring serpent? What? The other elders, upon hearing this, also displayed expressions of exuberance. This is splendid. The revival of the Serpent clan is within reach. Our clan leader has successfully ascended, transforming into the ancient beast, the fabled rainbow-devouring serpent. The Grand Elder exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, his hands moving animatedly. Ahem, esteemed elders, let us not rejoice too soon, Xiao Ze interjected. Indeed, while our clan leader has ascended, it is now time to fulfill your agreement with her. The 10-year pact dictates that the Serpent clan remains in seclusion for another decade. We have endured this long. The Serpent clan can wait. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, Grand Elder, Xiao Ze replied with a gentle smile. Although Queen Medusa has evolved into the rainbow-devouring serpent, she possesses no memory of her former self, as if she has just been born, pure and innocent. Xiao Ze's words struck the four elders like a bolt from the blue. So, you mean to say that our clan leader has failed in her evolution? The Grand Elder spoke incredulously. She has evidently transformed into the rainbow-devouring serpent. The notion that Medusa had lost all recollection was far more difficult for the Grand Elder to accept than the prospect of fulfilling the 10-year pact. This could mean that the rainbow-devouring serpent might no longer share any connection with the Serpent clan. After all, if even the memories of our clan leader are absent, how could the rainbow-devouring serpent possibly care for or have any interest in the Serpent clan? Understanding their distress, Xiao Ze quickly reassured them. It is possible that Queen Medusa's memory loss is merely temporary. Perhaps, at some point in the future, she may suddenly regain her memories. His words served as a tonic for the four elders, reigniting a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Then, may I inquire, Lord Xiao Ze, how do you intend to manage the rainbow-devouring serpent? Naturally, I will adhere to our agreement and keep her by my side. Moreover, this little creature has consumed nearly half a bottle of my earth essence liquid, and now she seems quite attached to me, being in her juvenile phase. Her demand for energy is considerable, Xiao Ze chuckled, lowering his sleeves. Upon hearing this, the elders had no objections. Xiao Ze was indeed fulfilling his promise. Furthermore, faced with the memory-lost rainbow-devouring serpent, the Serpent clan was at a loss as to how to proceed. Thus, allowing Xiao Ze to take her was the most prudent choice. After all, as Xiao Ze noted, the rainbow-devouring serpent's insatiable appetite for spiritual resources might surpass what the Serpent clan could provide. Only someone like Xiao Ze, a 7th-tier alchemist with substantial resources, could afford to sustain the rainbow-devouring serpent. In that case, we must express our gratitude to you, Lord Xiao Ze. We did not anticipate such an unexpected turn of events, which has required your generosity, the Grand Elder said, a tinge of embarrassment in her voice. Lord Xiao Ze, I have a small request. Under Xiao Ze's encouraging gaze, the Grand Elder spoke with a hint of shyness. I wish for His Excellency Xiao Ze to endeavor to fulfill the needs of the clan leader regarding celestial spiritual materials. Naturally, the Serpent clan shall exert every effort to gather these esteemed items and precious herbs for His Excellency Xiao Ze, bringing him even greater profits. Was it merely such a trivial matter? Xiao Ze smiled and replied, according to our previous agreement, Medusa is now my personal bodyguard. Having boarded my vessel, she is undoubtedly under my protection, and I shall treat her kindly. I am not in want of celestial spiritual materials. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, the other elders breathed a sigh of relief. Then I shall take your queen with me, Xiao Ze addressed the elders before departing from the Serpent God Temple. The elders were not particularly surprised by his departure. As Xiao Ze had previously stated, he would leave once his evolution was complete. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder, the elders respectfully bowed in the direction Xiao Ze had taken. The assistance Xiao Ze provided to the Serpent clan was indeed substantial, not only aiding Queen Medusa in her successful evolution, but also in taking her away. The current Serpent clan could not afford to support a devouring python. Chapter 171. Yun seeks crystals. A fist that shatters mountains. After leaving the Serpent Empire, Xiao Ze made his way to the Beast Mountain range. Although he possessed numerous celestial spiritual materials, being previously a water attribute cultivator, he had primarily focused on collecting those of a gentler nature. Now, having acquired the gluttonous 7-colored devouring python, he naturally sought out celestial spiritual materials that would appeal to its tastes. The amethyst-winged Lion King's lair, abundant with amethyst essence, was undoubtedly an excellent choice. However, before that, he needed to first receive the 100-fold feedback from the 7-colored devouring python. Xiao Ze harbored little concern regarding the potential substantial impact of receiving the feedback from the beast's bloodline, since his soul had taken dominion over the Tree of Origins. He understood that the influence of the associated feedback was entirely at his discretion. The source of this feedback power resided within the Tree of Origins itself. Once Xiao Ze's soul had claimed the Tree of Origins, the effect of the feedback on his body depended solely on his own desires. Should Xiao Ze wish to forsake his humanity, in an instant, he could transform entirely into the seven-colored devouring python. Conversely, if he harbored no such inclination, even in the presence of the seven-colored devouring python, it would be unable to discern his possession of its power. Just as the three flower eyes of the azure serpent appeared as mere external manifestations of power, the true essence of strength resided within the Tree of Origins. Even if his eyes were blinded or plucked from their sockets, as long as the branch representing the three flower eyes remained on the Tree of Origins, he could still wield their power. This is the most formidable aspect of the Tree of Origins. Upon receiving the hundredfold feedback from the seven-colored devouring python, Xiao Ze felt as though he were once again experiencing the absolute authority he had felt when he first acquired the three flower eyes of the azure serpent. However, unlike the absolute control represented by the three flower eyes, the seven-colored devouring python, as a pinnacle bloodline among serpent beasts, embodied majesty. Two distinct forms of absolute power collide, reshaping Xiao Ze's perception of authority. Fortunately, the initial reward of a hundredfold feedback is but a fleeting moment. Soon, Xiao Ze's gaze regained its clarity. His soul's perception permeated throughout his being, remaining solely that of a pure human, unaffected by the seven-colored devouring python. However, the enhancement of Xiao Ze's physical form was undeniably substantial. He had not only acquired the ability to control serpent-like magical beasts through the azure serpent's three flower eyes, but also inherited the royal bloodline of the serpent kin from the seven-colored devouring python. Xiao Ze could easily envision the future encounters with serpent magical beasts, who would undoubtedly feel utterly constrained in his presence. Simultaneously, due to Xiao Ze's failure to ascend to the Dozone level, most of the energy from the hundredfold feedback was utilized to expand the source tree. This immensely powerful energy directly widened the diameter of the source tree to over 30 meters, significantly enhancing Xiao Ze's foundation and depth. Raising his right hand, he condensed the great Hanhai palm, and with the source tree's diameter surpassing 30 meters, his energy manipulation was greatly amplified. The originally colossal great Hanhai palm quickly shrank to the size of his hand under Xiao Ze's control, manifesting a deep blue hue akin to a crystalline imprint. Visually, it bore a resemblance to the imperial seal's crystalline handprint, yet their essences were fundamentally different. Xiao Ze gazed into the distance, where two mountain peaks stood in opposing angles. With a thrust of his hand, the deep blue crystalline imprint soared towards one of the peaks. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, that mountain crumbled with a resounding crash. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, mingled with a subtle dampness, enveloping him. The might of the Hanhai power intensified, and so did the terrifying prowess of the great Hanhai palm. Observing its formidable strength, comparable to that of an earth-tier Do technique, Xiao Ze nodded in satisfaction. Next, he decided to test his physical strength. With a swift push from his foot, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind a deep pit, a testament to pure physical speed, devoid of any Dou Qi enhancement. In mere moments, Xiao Ze reappeared atop the opposing mountain, delivering a simple yet unadorned punch. Boom! The terrifying force reverberated downward, shattering the mountain into fragments. Such power, could it possibly pose a threat to high-tier Dozone practitioners? Xiao Ze pondered, aware that the disparity within the Dou Qi cultivation system became increasingly vast in the later stages. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts. There was no use in overthinking until he faced a true pinnacle powerhouse. He resolved to first acquire the accompanying purple crystal source. With that, Xiao Ze's figure disappeared, racing towards the depths of the Beast Mountain range. Along the way, he expanded his soul's power to collect high-tier, serpent magical beasts he encountered. For such a gathering of large magical beasts was a rare sight. In the future, when his strength was sufficient, he could harvest from the magical beast clans of the central continent, the true cradle of advanced magical beasts. Not a moment could be spared for mourning the transformation of Queen Medusa into a serpent, as Yun, the sect master of Yunlan's sect, was already rushing to the battlefield, sealed in her pursuit. Deep within the depths of the Beast Mountain range, two formidable presences of the Emperor level confronted each other head-on. One of these was the reigning monarch of this realm, the sixth-tier magical beast known as the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. With a fearsome lion's head and eyes glowing with a strange, blood-red hue tinged with purple light, it bore a spiraled crimson horn atop its forehead, from which clusters of violet flames erupted. Its body was adorned with a pair of purple wings that, when flapped, released torrents of fire. Each of its limbs was enveloped in a faint layer of amethyst, and with every step it took, the very air trembled as if in reverence to its terrifying power. This creature epitomized a blend of beauty and destruction. Opposite the majestic beast stood a beautiful woman clad in a simple gown. The flowing fabric could not conceal her alluring figure, and in her hand, she wielded a unique azure longsword. Her hair was elegantly styled in a noble phoenix form, and her enchanting visage exuded calmness and serenity, unfazed even in the presence of such a destructive force. The grace and nobility she possessed transcended the simplicity of her attire. "Human, why do you disturb this king?" The amethyst-winged Lion King's voice reverberated through the air, laced with a hint of anger. Anyone would feel vexed if suddenly forced from their lair. "I seek to obtain the amethyst spirit crystal from the Lion King, and I am willing to exchange items of value that you require," the mysterious woman declared. She was Yun, the current leader of the Yunlin sect. Her journey to the Beast Mountain range was to gather materials for her disciple, Nalin Yinran. As the esteemed Dan King Gu, he was to concoct a medicinal pill for her. Thus, Yun sought the amethyst-winged Lion King to procure the elusive amethyst spirit crystal. Naturally, the Lion King was reluctant to part with such a precious gem, demanding instead a transformation pill in exchange. When negotiations faltered, the two Emperor-level beings erupted into a fierce battle. Within the heart of the Beast Mountain range, countless magical beasts fled in terror, for the aftermath of such a clash could spell their doom. Chapter 172. Yun is sealed. Healing in the cave. The battle within the Beast Mountain swiftly devolved into a chase. The amethyst-winged Lion King, relying on its formidable physique, relentlessly pursued Yun, intent on engaging her in close combat. However, Yun adeptly utilized numerous wind elemental combat techniques, wisely avoiding a direct confrontation with such a physically powerful adversary. The disparity between human and beast in terms of physical prowess was immense. Previously, when she had fought up close, even her sword strikes had only left faint marks upon the Lion King's resilient form, highlighting the latter's extraordinary strength. As the relentless pursuit continued, the Lion King's patience waned. It roared skyward, "Human, you tread the path of your own demise." With this proclamation, a fierce purple radiance enveloped its being, casting a brilliant light across the landscape. The surrounding magical beasts quaked in fear at the sight of this violet glow, and even the 3 fifth-tier magical beasts standing guard nearby exhibited a distinctly human-like dread. Retreating hastily, unwilling to come into contact with the ominous light, Yun furrowed her brows, observing the reactions of the surrounding beasts and realizing that this move was likely the trump card of the amethyst-winged Lion King. With a grave expression, she summoned a fierce gale around her and unhesitatingly unleashed her signature combat technique. An overwhelming surge of energy reverberated through the air, while the intense purple light emanating from the amethyst-winged Lion King compressed into a slender purple beam no thicker than half a foot. Amethyst seal, Gale Dance. Accompanied by her soft exclamation, countless deep azure wind blades entwined together, forming a spiraling vortex of rapidly rotating blades. The clash between the purple beam and the deep azure wind blades unleashed a tumultuous energy that seemed to shake the very void. The deep azure wind blades visibly fell into a disadvantage. After shattering the wind blades, the purple beam dimmed only slightly. Under Yun's tense gaze, the purple beam surged forth with relentless force, breaking through the layers of wind shields she had erected and striking fiercely into her body. Capitalizing on its formidable physique, the amethyst-winged Lion King brazenly traversed the area of energy turbulence. Once it had landed its strike, it appeared before Yun in the blink of an eye. A paw enveloped in amethyst extended with fierce intent, aiming to strike her down. Extreme windfall. Just as the lion's claw was about to make contact with Yun, the azure longsword in her hand erupted with an exceptionally profound radiance. The moment this beam of light emerged, even the fabric of space seemed to shudder. The amethyst-winged Lion King instinctively lowered its head, sensing a lethal threat. The beam of light suddenly struck its most resilient crimson spiral horn. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of the horn shattering, a wave of excruciating pain prompted an enraged roar from the amethyst-winged Lion King. Its claw ferociously slammed into Yun. The 5 razor-sharp purple spikes on its paw tearing through her gown. With a piercing metallic sound, Yun coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling. Nevertheless, the ethereal wings behind her quivered strangely. In an instant, Yun vanished from her position, her figure flickering several times before disappearing entirely. Observing the severely injured human who could still exhibit such terrifying speed to escape, the amethyst-winged Lion King, weakened by its broken horn, was consumed with murderous intent and roared to the heavens. "Search for her. I must find that human. I shall not rest until I have devoured her whole to assuage my wrath for the broken horn." The roar, infused with terrifying energy, shattered the surrounding mountaintops. The cry of the amethyst-winged Lion King echoed through the mountains, causing countless beasts to flee in panic, obeying its command. Xiao Ze had just entered the western region of the Beast Mountain range when he felt a powerful energy clash emanating from the eastern part of the mountains. It seemed that a formidable warrior at the level of a battle emperor was engaged in combat. Someone is fighting. Could it be a struggle over rare treasures? I must intervene. With a flicker of his figure, Xiao Ze made his way eastward into the depths of the Beast Mountain range. Upon reaching the eastern depths, he heard the murderous roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Instantly, the scene before him felt strangely familiar. The amethyst-winged Lion King? The soul perception has detected the current state of the amethyst-winged Lion King. The broken horn on its forehead has significantly diminished its power. Should Xiao Ze advance now, he could effortlessly subdue it and seize the accompanying amethyst source. However, there are matters of greater importance at hand. Xiao Ze's soul perception unfurled like a tide, focusing on the terrain characterized by waterfalls and caves. Such features are exceedingly rare within the Beast Mountain range. Cloaked beneath the veil of the illusory power, Xiao Ze moved stealthily among the throngs of beasts, his presence ethereal. The illusory power, derived from the illusory sea spirit pearl, was employed less frequently than the vast sea power, yet it remained formidable. Among his peers, Xiao Ze's ability to conceal himself undoubtedly ranks among the most powerful. As he mingled within the beast horde, he swiftly identified a suitable location. Upon entering the cave, a pungent smell of blood assailed his senses. The cave's original inhabitant, a colossal beast, lay impaled by a blue longsword protruding from its forehead. Nearby, a woman lay unconscious, her clothes drenched in crimson. Xiao Ze's soul perception enveloped her, revealing that Yun had succumbed to a deep coma. In the original narrative, this region had been swept clean by the medicinal elder, rendering the beast sparse and allowing Yun to maintain her consciousness. However, it was evident that after escaping the pursuit of the amethyst-winged Lion King, she had endured several battles. The deceased beast within the cave served as testament to her struggle. It was likely that she had driven the sword into the massive beast's skull, expending her final reserves of strength before succumbing to unconsciousness. Had there been other beasts in the cave, they would have likely feasted upon her before Xiao Ze's arrival. Xiao Ze hastily laid Yun down, barely taking a moment to examine her features. A water-blue aura manifested in his hands. Among the practitioners of the Dou Qi Continent, water attribute cultivators are universally recognized for their healing abilities. This perception contributes to the belief that water attribute cultivators lack martial prowess. After a simple application to halt her bleeding, Xiao Ze began to assess Yun's injuries. The inner armor she wore had shielded her from the majority of the energy, yet the shattered metallic fragments remained embedded in her wounds. Why did this situation seem even more dire than in the original tale? Xiao Ze shook his head and retrieved a jade instrument. In alchemy, this tool is utilized to prevent the desecration of precious herbs. Now, it could serve as tweezers to address her injuries. Gently, he removed Yun's inner armor, noting her lack of reaction, and used the jade instrument to extract the metallic shards from her wounds. He then commenced her treatment, tossing several healing pills into her mouth. Once the medicinal effects began to take hold, he retrieved a vial containing a viscous healing ointment, pouring it over her wounds and spreading it evenly with the jade instrument. Just as he sealed the vial, an icy gaze pierced through the air, prompting Xiao Ze to sigh inwardly, feeling an unsettling sense of deja vu. The urgency of continued reading cannot be overstated. Chapter 173. Your disciple almost became my sister-in-law. The atmosphere within the cave was undeniably eerie. Yun was draped in a garment, her delicate hands stained with crimson, clutching the fabric tightly against her. Xiao Ze, still cloaked in his mantle, presented a striking figure. Yun gazed at him from a short distance, her expression a tapestry of complexity. She parted her lips, at a loss for words. This enigmatic figure had stripped off his inner armor, revealing himself completely, yet it was done for her healing. The bloodied armor lay nearby, accompanied by a scattering of metallic fragments. Yun understood that her salvation hinged upon this mysterious individual. In truth, the moment Xiao Ze had administered the elixir to her, she had begun to regain a semblance of consciousness. In her hazy state, she felt him applying a viscous ointment to her wounds with meticulous care, using a jade instrument. His attentiveness rendered her unable to utter any reproach. As for his thorough examination, the surrounding metallic shards spoke volumes of Xiao Ze's actions. Had he not extracted those fragments from her wounds before applying the medicine, it could have caused her substantial harm. With this in mind, Yun let out a soft sigh and addressed Xiao Ze. Thank you for saving me, young one. Beneath the cloak, Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow, recalling the moment their eyes had met. After all, a cloak is not a mask. Given her position, she could not help but glimpse his visage. In the Empire of Jamadi, the number of Dou emperors is exceedingly scarce, with only one female Dou emperor, the sect master of the Yunlan sect, Yun herself. Surprised by Xiao Ze's revelation of her identity, she responded promptly, "Rest assured, your act of salvation will not be forgotten. Whatever you desire, I shall endeavor to fulfill, provided it is within my means." Yun presumed that Xiao Ze's sudden mention of her identity was an attempt to solicit a reward. She harbored no objections to this notion, as it is human nature to seek something in return for kindness. Despite Xiao Ze's earlier actions, which had indeed left her exposed, he seemed devoid of any lascivious intent. In such a sensitive situation, he had chosen to apply the ointment with a jade instrument. Had it been an ordinary man, he might have succumbed to baser instincts, even in the presence of blood. This thought caused a faint blush to bloom upon Yun's cheeks, and she felt fortunate that it was he who had come to her aid. "That is unnecessary. What you could offer would hardly sway me," Xiao Ze replied softly. "Moreover, there exists a subtle connection between us. As the foremost and sole leader of the premier sect in the Jamadi Empire, what he possessed could scarcely fail to impress even a young individual such as herself." To his recollection, he had never crossed paths with this exceedingly charming youth. Otherwise, he would surely have remembered. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, your disciple, Nan Yanran, would have become my sister-in-law. It was precisely the presence of that young Dou emperor from the Xiao family that had deeply unsettled Nan Yanran, shattering her previous pride. Cloudy and serene, Yun observed the transformation of Yanran, her heart brimming with joy. This realization would undoubtedly benefit Yanran's future cultivation, as it enlightened her to the existence of greater talents beyond her own. Yun held a keen interest in the young Dou Wang, albeit their paths had yet to cross. To her surprise, their meeting unfolded in such an unexpected manner. It was indeed challenging to present something that could truly captivate a formidable Dou Wang. Moreover, the healing elixirs this young lad had previously administered were of remarkable quality, leading her to suspect that his resources might surpass her own. A silence enveloped the two, as Yun's thoughts swirled in complexity, while Xiao Ze gently stroked the vibrant sky-devouring python, at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, Yun, seemingly seeking conversation, introduced herself. "Let us formally acquaint ourselves. I am Yun, the sect leader of Yunlan sect." Xiao Ze, without overthinking, reciprocated, "Elder of Jian and Academy, Xiao Ze." Upon hearing this, Yun was taken aback. Such youthfulness in an elder of Jian and Academy, a venerable institution renowned throughout the continent, was astonishing. Yet, she quickly recalled Xiao Ze's impressive standing as a young Dou Wang. Following their formal introductions, silence fell again. Xiao Ze then produced several vials of medicine, stating, "I shall take my leave for now. Keeping that wound covered will hinder your recovery. The elixirs within these vials can be consumed once their potency diminishes. As for the salve, it should be washed off once it ceases to feel warm, and then reapplied." With that, Xiao Ze exited the cave, lightly tapping the head of the sky-devouring python. He found the creature quite amusing. Its delightful texture and vibrant appearance were endearing. Venturing deeper into the monster mountain range, he resolved to gather medicinal herbs to replenish his stock. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured water elements into water bullets, effortlessly dispatching distant beasts. At his current level of cultivation, even the most mundane water element could easily vanquish monsters below the 5th rank. In the eastern region of the mountain range, the only formidable presence was a 6th-rank Zijing winged lion king, accompanied by 3 5th-rank beasts, none of which were in sight. After clearing the surrounding area of monsters and leaving behind a soul mark, Xiao Ze departed with ease to collect herbs. Meanwhile, within the cave, Yun peeled back the black cloak Xiao Ze had draped over her. The wound on her shoulder had ceased bleeding, and the salve still radiated a gentle warmth. The medicinal energy within her continued to flow, and as she glanced at the vials beside her, her expression turned intricate. Her feelings toward Xiao Ze were profoundly complicated, influenced by Yanran's association with him. The Jiama Empire placed great importance on the master-disciple relationship, and due to her age, her bond with Yanran resembled that of a teacher and student, as well as sisters. Ironically, Yanran was on the verge of becoming Xiao Ze's sister-in-law. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Ze had established a unique connection with her, prompting Yun to contemplate future possibilities. However, it seemed that Xiao Ze had yet to even undergo the rites of passage into adulthood. After wiping the medicinal solution clean with a handkerchief, Yun gazed at her blood-stained palms. She could only grasp the jade artifact previously used by Xiao Ze and began to apply the medicine on the peaks. Due to her limited view, there were areas she could not see. Recalling the moment of her earlier days, when she felt the fluid strokes of Xiao Ze's application, a blush crept across Yun's cheeks. As the hours passed without a sign of Xiao Ze, her heart began to race with apprehension. Was it possible that he had left without her? She couldn't help but murmur to herself, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. With her strength sealed and her injuries severe, it was easy to fall into anxious thoughts. Had her earlier demeanor towards him been too aloof? Chapter 174. Living with Yun. While Yun was lost in thought, Xiao Ze had gathered numerous low-level storage rings filled with medicinal herbs. He tossed a storage ring in his hand, contemplating that he would need a high-level storage ring in the future. As a 7th-grade alchemist, not possessing a high-level storage ring seemed inadequate. With such a wealth of resources, he would have to divide them among several rings for storage. Remembering the high-level storage ring left to Xiao Yan by the medicine ancestor, which contained a multitude of formulas requiring over 2 hours to sift through, it was evident just how vast the storage space of such rings could be. Unfortunately, high-level storage rings were rare in the Gamma Empire, and to acquire one, he would have to venture into the Black Corner region. Upon entering the cave, Xiao Ze noticed Yun, her attire partially draped, with an expression of melancholy as she seemed lost in thought. "How are you feeling? Any better?" His sudden voice startled Yun. Yet, upon looking, she could not find Xiao Ze's figure, which heightened her wariness. Xiao Ze, realizing this, dispelled his illusory power, knowing that with Yun's strength sealed, it would be nearly impossible for her to sense his presence. When Yun saw Xiao Ze seemingly appear out of nowhere, she was not frightened. Instead, a sense of relief washed over her. For some reason, the sight of him dissipated her unease. "I feel much better, thanks to the pills and medicinal solution you left behind," Yun replied, her cheeks flushing as she mentioned the medicinal solution, the earlier awkwardness of their applications resurfacing. Whether it was Xiao Ze applying it for her or her doing it herself, the moments were steeped in embarrassment. She quickly sought to change the subject. "By the way, were you outside this whole time?" Yun, without much thought, assumed Xiao Ze had a penchant for collecting herbs, unaware of his identity as an alchemist. "What brings you to the Monster Beast Mountain range?" Xiao Ze smiled slightly at her question, stroking the colorful little snake coiled around his wrist. "I'm here to gather some accompanying purple crystal essence to feed this little fellow." At this moment, Yun noticed the beautiful little snake wrapped around Xiao Ze's hand, her eyes lingering on it. The stunning appearance of the 7-colored sky-devouring python was enough to captivate any woman's heart, and Yun was no exception. "This little creature is truly fortunate to have a master like you." Accompanying purple crystal essence. "Is your objective also the amethyst-winged lion king?" Upon seeing Xiao Ze nod, Yun felt a surge of excitement within her heart. With such a formidable ally as Xiao Ze, acquiring the amethyst spirit crystal would undoubtedly become more attainable. "Xiao Ze, our goals align. We both seek the amethyst-winged lion king. Shall we consider a collaboration?" Xiao Ze glanced at Yun, whose eyes sparkled with eagerness and a hint of reluctance. Clearly, as a fellow Dou Wang stronghold, Yun harbored deep resentment over her previous defeat against the amethyst gold-winged lion king. "Rest assured, once my injuries heal and the seal is lifted, I will not succumb to it a second time." Yun initially intended to thump her chest in assurance, but upon recalling the location of her wounds, she could only let her hands fall in resignation. The sharp horn atop the amethyst-winged lion king is undoubtedly its most resilient feature. Xiao Ze nodded in agreement. Had Yun not been sealed, her prowess with the wind's cataclysm could indeed pose a genuine threat to the amethyst-winged lion king. Gaining Xiao Ze's acknowledgement brought a smile to Yun's face. "So, does that mean you have agreed?" "Quite nearly," Xiao Ze replied ambiguously. Should he confess that he could eliminate the amethyst-winged lion king on his own without Yun's assistance? Yet, Yun interpreted Xiao Ze's response as an agreement to collaborate, her heart fluttering with joy. It was uncertain whether her elation stemmed from the prospect of acquiring rare alchemical materials or from the opportunity to fight alongside Xiao Ze. As they conversed, their relationship gradually deepened. During their exchange, Yun inquired why Xiao Ze had chosen to rescue her. He merely replied that it was a gesture of friendship. As night fell, Xiao Ze kindled a fire within the cave, roasting 2 plump rabbits, accompanied by 2 freshly grilled fish. "Let us eat something," Xiao Ze said casually, while Yun donned the garment he had previously draped over her. Xiao Ze found it perplexing that this Dou Wang powerhouse lacked a spare set of clothes in her spatial ring and had to resort to his attire for modesty. He chose to dismiss the matter, as he had an abundance of clothing within his own spatial ring. Yun picked up a grilled fish and nibbled delicately, lacking the air of superiority typically associated with her status. Thus, she set aside her role as the sect leader, fostering a more comfortable interaction. Of course, this was predicated on her belief that Xiao Ze possessed equivalent strength. Had she known that he could vanquish even Dou Zone-level opponents, she might have conducted herself with more decorum. Often, a mere shift in status can provoke a change in one's demeanor. "Xiao Ze, when will the rabbit be ready?" After finishing 1 fish, Yun wiped her mouth and asked with casual ease. Hearing this, Xiao Ze rolled his eyes. Do you truly think of yourself as my esteemed sect leader? In truth, he had nothing to offer her that would incite desire, and without the burden of significant interests. He echoed her earlier sentiment, treating it as a friend's assistance. Yun smiled, relinquishing the weight of her leadership, and engaged in conversation as one would with a friend. An experience she seemed to have never encountered before. Xiao Ze shook his head, sprinkled some seasoning on the roasting rabbit, and handed one of them to Yun. Observing the markedly different demeanor of Yun, which contrasted sharply with her previous noble and dignified posture, Xiao Ze felt a sense of ease wash over him. Their interactions had grown more intimate, resembling the camaraderie shared among friends. Watching Yun indulge in her meal with great delight, Xiao Ze tore off a leg of rabbit and took a bite. Of course, there were no peculiar potions involved. Xiao Ze's alchemical skills had reached an exceptional level, directly benefiting from a 100-fold enhancement of Xiao Yan's alchemical techniques, allowing him to effortlessly concoct refined elixirs. Hence, there was no need for him to create any so-called aphrodisiacs. Moreover, with the capabilities of his 100-fold calamity poison body, he could tailor the most suitable aphrodisiac for an individual without the need for special alchemical formulations. After they finished their meal, Yun crossed her legs to dispel the purple crystal seal within her body, while Xiao Ze closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, familiarizing himself with the power coursing through him and contemplating various elixirs. His alchemical journey had progressed smoothly, reaching the rank of a 7th-tier alchemist, yet he lacked a substantial repertoire of self-created formulas. Now, armed with ample knowledge of alchemy, Xiao Ze began to craft his own unique formulas, enriching his collection in preparation for their future endeavors at the Pill Tower. The two engaged in their respective activities, seamlessly cohabiting within the cave. Chapter 175, Securing the Accompanying Purple Crystal Source. Due to Yun's presence, the activity of magical beasts deep within the Beast Mountain range had increased. However, this posed no hindrance to Xiao Ze. Occasionally cloaked in illusory power, he ventured forth to seek out medicinal herbs. In this territory, seldom plundered by humans, Xiao Ze discovered a plethora of satisfactory herbs. He also stumbled upon a small valley abundant in medicinal plants, yielding a bountiful harvest. Meanwhile, during Xiao Ze's excursions, Yun dedicated herself to deciphering the seal. With her hands deftly intertwined, accompanied by a crisp snap, she dispatched the rabbit with a swift twist of its neck. Today, she decided to roast a rabbit herself, feeling somewhat guilty for having relied on Xiao Ze's efforts for so long. Mimicking Xiao Ze's method, she awkwardly prepared the rabbit before moving on to the task of kindling a fire. It seemed easy enough. She was confident in her ability. Before long, a faint burnt odor wafted into Yun's nostrils, causing her to panic slightly. Wait, why is it burnt? After her efforts, Yun found herself staring at a half-cooked rabbit, with certain parts charred, and fell into silence. She noticed Yun sitting cross-legged nearby, seemingly engaged in meditation rather than continuing her work on the seal. Just as Xiao Ze was puzzled by this, he realized that the rabbit he had prepared earlier was nowhere to be found. A glance around the cave quickly clarified what had transpired. Had she botched the roasting? Xiao Ze spoke up, causing Yun, who had been meditating, to flinch slightly. Upon opening her eyes, she met Xiao Ze's teasing gaze. Ahem, seeing how effortlessly you handled it made me want to try, but the result. Hearing Yun's words, Xiao Ze couldn't help but chuckle. This was a classic case of having the sight, but lacking the skill. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. A look of determination blossomed on Yun's face as she nodded in agreement. Xiao Ze's culinary skills may not be profound, yet they are more than sufficient to teach Yun. As one instructs and the other learns, the atmosphere flourishes with harmony. As a formidable Dou Emperor, Yun adapts swiftly to acquiring new abilities. After the unfortunate sacrifice of several fish, she finally manages to produce a delectable roasted fish fit for consumption. Relishing her creation, a radiant smile brightens Yun's face. What seems to be an ordinary feat brings her more joy than mastering a new combat technique. By the way, Xiao Ze, I believe I can break the seal tomorrow, she suddenly declares after finishing her meal. That's splendid. In that case, we shall both achieve our respective goals. Xiao Ze responds with a nod. What are your plans afterward? He inquires, noting a flicker of disappointment on Yun's face. Despite knowing that as an elder of the Jianan Academy, Xiao Ze could not linger long in the Gamma Empire, Yun steals her resolve and replies, Oh, there's no need for such trouble. I previously mentioned it was a mere trifle. That cannot be. You saved my life, and I must express my gratitude. Yun insists firmly. Moreover, are we not friends? Friends should never be indebted to one another. Very well, Xiao Ze concedes, stroking the small head of the colorful heaven-devouring python. Upon seeing his agreement, a smile graces Yun's lips. Then it is settled. I shall go and break the seal. Her heart dances with joy, for she finally has a reason for Xiao Ze to seek her out, or for her to seek him. The following day, as Xiao Ze slowly opens his eyes, he finds Yun clad in elegant new attire, exuding an air of nobility. However, when she turns to meet his gaze, she slightly tilts her head and smiles at him. Let us go, Xiao Ze. Today, I shall avenge yesterday's grievance. May all go smoothly today. In just a few days, many places bear the traces of their shared existence. Although their cohabitation in the cave began with a healing process imbued with romantic undertones, the days that followed have been a stark departure from Yun's past. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such a lifestyle. Her existence had always been dominated by cultivation. This remained true both before and after ascending to the role of sect leader. Yun believes she will forever cherish the days when her powers were sealed. Amethyst-winged Lion King. Let us battle once more. Human, you are courting death. The clash of two distinct auras, one azure and one violet, reverberates into the distance. The surrounding magical beasts tremble, bowing low in submission, too fearful to stir. Enveloped in ethereal power, Xiao Ze watches as the two auras depart. He had not anticipated Yun's indomitable spirit. It seems her previous defeat against the amethyst-winged Lion King has left her with a lingering dissatisfaction. Shaking his head, Xiao Ze ventures into the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. His soul power expands, swiftly traversing the cave, as the guarding magical beasts regard him as inconsequential. Soon, he arrives at a purple crystal platform radiating a robust warmth. On the Zijing stone platform, there lies a sphere of purple hue, comparable in size to a human head. This is the accompanying amethyst source. Xiao Ze pressed his hands against the purple sphere, eager to test whether he could pry it loose. With a crack, it became evident that the elder's assertion that only the purple spirit crystal could shatter this orb was not entirely accurate. With sufficient force, one could transcend the so-called limitations. After securing the orb within his spatial ring, Xiao Ze began his quest for the purple spirit crystal, seemingly located with the small amethyst-winged Lion King. Guided by his spiritual perception, he located the small amethyst-winged Lion King. With a thud, after incapacitating it, Xiao Ze stumbled upon a jagged, irregular purple spirit stone nearby. The acquisition of the purple spirit crystal proved even easier than anticipated. With both the amethyst source and the purple spirit crystal now in hand, Xiao Ze notified Yun to leave promptly, for the depths of the monster beast mountain range would likely descend into chaos. At the previous waterfall, Yun expressed her gratitude as she accepted the purple spirit crystal from Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze, thank you for not only saving my life, but also for retrieving the purple spirit crystal. Rest assured, when we next meet, I shall prepare a reward that will surely please you. I shall await it with eager anticipation, Xiao Ze replied with a smile. But now, I must take my leave. As Yun watched Xiao Ze's departing figure, she clenched her fists slightly, pondering when they might reunite after this day's separation. In chapter 176, the elders of the inner courtyard are ambushed. Xiao Ze traversed through numerous unexplored cities, seeking a suitable binding partner. Regrettably, despite the talents present in the northwest continent, he could not find an appropriate candidate. It seems that advancing his strength further and venturing to the central continent must be prioritized. The Alchemical conference, held every 30 years, was still several years away. He could not afford to wait until it approached before heading to the central continent. He wondered whether the Alchemy department of Canaan Academy could recommend candidates for study at the Alchemy Tower. If he could leverage their recommendation, it would simplify many matters. Lost in thought, Xiao Ze sensed a high-level serpentine magical beast and hastened towards it. Upon contact, the pressure exerted by the rainbow-swallowing python suppressed the serpentine creature. Following this, the green snake's triflower eyes took control of it. Such a degree of dominance ensured that, not only could he easily manage beasts of the same rank, but even serpentine magical beasts at the Dou Zone level could be effortlessly compelled into a contract. Xiao Ze felt that these two feedback abilities he possessed were remarkably tailored to serpentine magical beasts. After subduing the high-level serpent, he decided to rest nearby. He retrieved the purple sphere, intending to process the amethyst source. A gentle warmth emanated from his palm, and with a slight exertion of force, accompanied by a crack, the purple sphere shattered. The amethyst source within tumbled into a jade box that Xiao Ze had prepared in advance. Meanwhile, the rainbow-swallowing python, which had been dormant on his wrist, seemed to sense the presence of the amethyst source, stirring slightly. It then opened its eyes wide, captivated by the sight of the sizable box containing the amethyst source. However, it refrained from making any rash movements. Instead, it gently nudged against Xiao Ze's hand, its tongue delicately licking the back of his hand. "Ha, you gluttonous little creature. You awaken at the mere mention of food. Go ahead and eat. It was prepared for you after all." Xiao Ze placed the purple orb fragment before the colorful swallowing python. The small serpent meticulously licked off the residual accompanying purple crystal source from the fragment, and even cleaned Xiao Ze's hand in the process. Feeling the peculiar sensation of its tongue on his palm, Xiao Ze chuckled softly and caressed the little snake's head with his finger. After the small creature consumed some more of the accompanying purple crystal source from the jade box, it coiled around Xiao Ze's wrist once again, drifting back into slumber. This little one truly embodies the cycle of eating and sleeping, Xiao Ze thought, shaking his head in mild exasperation. In a few days, he would be able to enter the Black Corner domain. After eliminating the Soul Hall Protector last time, he wondered what actions the Soul Hall would take next. The Soul Hall Protectors were categorized into 3 tiers: Heaven, Earth, and Man. The Protector he had defeated was likely the lowest tier, the Man level. No matter how grandiose their response, it was unlikely they would deploy a Soul Hall Elder. Xiao Ze stroked his chin, speculating that the Soul Hall might send several Protectors to investigate the Black Corner domain, but the involvement of an Elder seemed improbable. After all, an Elder was a formidable combatant, each playing a crucial role, either guarding the main base of the subhalls or overseeing significant individuals. In the original work, after Yao Lao was captured, it was an Elder who was tasked with his custody. If the death of a mere man-level Protector could provoke an Elder's intervention, then that Elder would certainly be overwhelmed with duties. Days later, as Xiao Ze entered the vicinity of the Black Corner domain, the familiar dark terrain brought a relaxed smile to his face. His experiences in the Serpent Man Empire and the Beast Mountain Range had significantly enhanced his medicinal herb reserves, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding supplies. As for those exceedingly rare herbs, they could not be acquired merely by plundering ordinary factions. Suddenly, Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow, his spiritual perception detecting a chaotic battle erupting in the distance. To his astonishment, one of the parties involved was someone he recognized. Within a vast, undulating forest, Elder Lin. You have already done enough for the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. We will hold off the enemies at the cost of our lives. You should leave at once, Xiao Li said to Elder Lin, a sinister smile curling upon his lips, reminiscent of a wolf cornered. Haha, do not underestimate me, my dear friends. Since I have promised young Xiao Ze to look after you, I shall not abandon you, and reinforcements from the inner court are on their way. Elder Lin reassured with a warm smile. Ha, I doubt you will see those reinforcements. A chilling laugh suddenly echoed, followed by a flurry of whistling winds. Elder Lin felt the 2 powerful auras that matched his own, and his expression darkened immediately. Since the turmoil in the inner court, the Canaan Academy had mobilized its elders to seek vengeance against the forces of the Black Corner domain. The factions within the Black Corner domain were unwilling to remain passive. Under Han Feng's leadership, they formed the Black Corner Alliance, united in their resistance against the Canaan Academy's hunt. Over the course of more than a month, both sides had engaged in numerous battles. Among them were formidable fighters at the Dou Wang and even Dou Wang levels. To his astonishment, the Black Alliance had detected their presence and dispatched 2 Dou Wang experts to hunt him down. After a fierce breakout battle, Elder Lin successfully led them to this sprawling forest. However, these relentless pursuers were like sharks sensing blood, unyieldingly in pursuit. Humph. Do you truly believe that the 2 of you are capable of capturing us? Elder Lin said with a cold laugh. He had just exchanged words with Xiao Li and learned that Xiao Li possessed an extreme yong pill, which had played a crucial role during the chaos in the Inner Academy. Elder Lin had witnessed the power of the extreme yong pill firsthand. Thus, with the pill in hand, he was confident he could eliminate the 2 Dou Wang before him. Oh, and what if I, the sect master, joined the fray? A blood-colored figure suddenly appeared, and a thick stench of blood enveloped the surroundings, causing Elder Lin's expression to darken. It was Fan Lao, the blood sect master, an authentic Dou Huang powerhouse, accompanied by 2 Dou Wang experts. Even with the extreme yong pill at his disposal, Elder Lin realized that victory was far from assured. To think that a mere mercenary group warranted the personal escort of an Inner Academy elder, it was indeed a significant catch. Fan Lao revealed a sinister smile, scrutinizing Elder Lin and Xiao Li. As the battle loomed, Fan Lao remained composed, observing the clash between Elder Lin and his 2 Dou Wang subordinates. Elder Lin faced 2 adversaries, while a Dou Huang powerhouse lurked nearby, making Fan Lao hesitant to intervene directly. Don't kill this old man. His blood is already in poor condition. If he dies, the effects of his cultivation will diminish even further, Fan Lao remarked coldly, though his tone was laced with a chilling mirth. Xiao Li stood by, unable to assist, gripping his weapon tightly. Suddenly, Fan Lao turned his gaze toward Xiao Li, his figure flickering as he appeared before him. I am quite curious about your identity. Chapter 177. Xiao Yin is devoured by the fallen heart flame. Xiao Li stared at the suddenly materialized Fan Lao, his heart racing. Yet, he felt no fear, resembling a wolf cornered with nowhere to retreat. The lightning attribute Dou Qi erupted from him, converging on his spear and radiating a brilliant light. The display was imposing. Yet Fan Lao merely smirked, casually extending a finger. Clang. His finger precisely met the tip of the spear, and no matter how hard Xiao Li exerted himself, he could not breach the thin layer of bloodlight encasing that finger. The glow of fireflies was futile against it. Fan Lao then seized the spear's tip, wrenching it from Xiao Li's grasp. With a swift motion, Fan Lao pressed the spear against Xiao Li's neck. I shall grant you an opportunity. Reveal your identity. It must be quite extraordinary for an inner academy elder to escort you personally. Fan Lao was not inclined to resolve this matter quickly. This individual, who appeared to possess some standing, could potentially lure in more. Slaying one inner academy elder would not suffice. He aimed to ensnare several more. Bah, old dog. How dare you presume to know my name? Xiao Li growled menacingly. Having fallen into the hands of his adversaries, he seized the opportunity to unleash a torrent of scorn, knowing that soon he would have no chance to do so again. Fan Lao's face twitched slightly, his chest heaving violently as he absorbed the unrelenting barrage of insults from this younger generation. Ever since his ascension to the position of sect leader, he had never experienced such humiliation. Very well, if you desire death so fervently, then take your secrets with you to hell. With a fierce motion, Fan Lao aimed to thrust his spear through the neck of this insolent youth. Just then, a sharp, cutting sound sliced through the air from a distance. Fan Lao felt an acute sense of danger and instinctively flung his spear to the side. Clang! A resonant collision echoed around them, and Fan Lao's eyes widened in shock. What had met his spear was nothing but a droplet of water. In the next instant, a cloaked figure materialized before Xiao Li, and upon sensing that familiar aura, Xiao Li stared in disbelief at the silhouette of Xiao Ze. With a hint of regret, Xiao Ze turned to face Fan Lao. You are the one backing him? Fan Lao replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. This mysterious figure was clearly connected to the youth who had just insulted him. A dying man need not know too much. As Xiao Ze's words fell, he instantly appeared in front of Fan Lao, causing the latter's pupils to constrict in alarm. Such terrifying speed, devoid of any trace of fighting spirit. Could it be pure physical prowess? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, Xiao Ze's fist descended upon him. Bang! In the face of such overwhelming force, Fan Lao's protective aura seemed utterly frivolous. The terrifying strength collided with Fan Lao, shattering even the physique of a Dou Wang expert in an instant. Under the astonished gaze of countless blood sect disciples, Fan Lao's body was obliterated by Xiao Ze's punch. Flesh and blood sprayed backward, piercing through the trees behind and leaving gaping wounds in their wake. Gulp! A disciple of the blood sect involuntarily swallowed hard, staring at a bloody hole in the trunk beside him. If his eyes had not deceived him, that hole was surely created by the remnants of sect leader Fan Lao. This utterly unfathomable scene struck a devastating blow to his perception. A figure he had regarded as a formidable Dou Wang expert had been annihilated by a single punch. After dispatching Fan Lao, Xiao Ze swiftly moved to the battlefield where Elder Lin was engaged. With 2 successive punches, he eliminated the 2 Dou Wang experts who had been besieging Elder Lin. The elder stood frozen in disbelief, staring vacantly at Xiao Ze's form. He recognized the familiar figure beneath the cloak, yet this time he felt an unsettling strangeness. 1 punch to eliminate a Dou Wang expert. The speed at which Xiao Ze had grown was nothing short of terrifying. Elder Lin's throat felt parched, and he could not shake the sensation that the being standing before him was not human, but rather an ancient beast, renowned for its physical prowess. After Xiao Ze swiftly eliminated the formidable combatants of the blood sect, the psychological defenses of its disciples shattered in an instant. They yearned to sprout additional legs, frantically fleeing towards the forest's edge. However, before they could take more than a few steps, they were seized by a sharp, agonizing pain in their hearts, followed swiftly by an encroaching darkness. All matters were resolved. Both Elder Lin and the members of the Mo Tai mercenary corps stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the scene before them. Was this truly the enemy that had previously driven them to the brink of despair? How could they be so easily vanquished? No, it was not that the enemy was weak. Rather, their opponent was overwhelmingly terrifying. Realizing this, the gazes of all present towards Xiao Ze transformed, imbued with newfound respect. The Mo Tai mercenary corps consisted of members from the Xiao family. They had known of Xiao Ze's formidable strength and his role in the family's expansion. Yet, no amount of hearsay could compare to the awe and dread inspired by witnessing his prowess firsthand. Elder Lin, what on earth transpired? How could the blood sect turn against you? The earlier scene was profoundly unfamiliar and surreal to him. In response, Xiao Ze nodded, addressing the members of the Mo Tai mercenary corps as he retrieved some medicinal pills from his spatial ring. These pills act swiftly. We must depart without delay. Just as Xiao Ze and his companions were leaving, the members of the Black Alliance arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the gruesome aftermath, a chill ran through them. What calamity had befallen these individuals to induce such pain and terror before their demise? Moreover, Why were all the bodies those of low-ranking disciples from the blood sect, devoid of higher-tier practitioners? Upon conducting a thorough examination, they were seized by a sense of dread, as the dismembered flesh appeared to be decidedly unnatural. The fallen heart flame, imprisoned within the celestial incineration tower, had broken free from its confinement. Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow at this revelation. The eruption of the fallen heart flame had indeed taken him by surprise. He promptly inquired, what was the extent of the damage to the inner courtyard? The situation there is relatively stable. Personnel casualties are minimal, though structural damage is quite severe, Elder Lin replied, hesitating before continuing. As for the remaining matters, let the Grand Elder inform you. At that moment, the Grand Elder hastened to join them. Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, he nodded at Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze, during the turmoil caused by the eruption of the fallen heart flame, your elder brother Xiao Yin was consumed by it. The Grand Elder paused momentarily before delivering this grave news. Chapter 178, The Origins of the Inner Courtyard's Turmoil. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Xiao Ze was momentarily taken aback. If events had unfolded as originally anticipated, it was conceivable that Xiao Yin could be engulfed by the fallen heart flame. However, given that Xiao Yin had neither absorbed the azure lotus earth fire nor possessed sufficient strength, what had possessed him to recklessly confront the fallen heart flame? Xiao Ze pressed his temples in frustration, requesting, please, Grand Elder, elucidate the details of the events. Seeing that Xiao Ze remained composed, the Grand Elder exhaled in relief. To understand this, we must start from the day the fallen heart flame broke its seal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze's frown began to ease. Fortunately, it was not completely consumed by the fallen heart flame. Otherwise, should the seal be broken now and I venture into the underworld to seek Xiao Yin, I fear I would find nothing but ash. According to the Grand Elder, once the fallen heart flame breaks free from its seal, its aura still permeated outward, attracting the attention of the Medicine Emperor Han Feng and the powerful figures he summoned from the Black Corner region. The strength of the Ziyan Academy, bolstered by the elixirs provided by Xiao Ze, was somewhat enhanced compared to before. Coupled with the additional combat prowess of the little medical saint, only the two elders, Jin and Yin, along with Han Feng, remained unrestrained. The Grand Elder was momentarily delayed by the two elders, while Han Feng rushed directly towards the fallen heart flame. Sensing the dire situation, the Grand Elder acted decisively, unleashing 3 explosive extreme yong pills that nearly cost Han Feng his life. The condition of the fallen heart flame was also quite dire. The explosion of the 3 pills severely damaged its fire origin. The 3 extreme yong pills could be said to have determined the outcome of this high-level battle. Following the support from the Outer Academy, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in their favor. Vice Dean Hu Qian, having received the breaking sect pill from Xiao Ze, was currently in seclusion to break through to the Do Zone level. However, aside from Vice Dean Hu Qian, there were also high-level experts from the Outer Academy, stabilizing the situation for the Jianan Academy. Realizing the futility of their efforts, the two elders Jin and Yin were the first to retreat with Han Feng. The Grand Elder, prioritizing the internal affairs, paid no heed to the departure of the Black Corner region's experts. After all, while they could escape, their forces remained vulnerable. Since they dared to invade the Inner Academy for the fallen heart flame, they must be prepared for retaliation from the Inner Academy. Unexpectedly, just as the Grand Elder prepared to reseal the fallen heart flame, Xiao Yin appeared within the confines of its seal, enveloped in a peculiar white flame that appeared chillingly cold. However, Su Qian could sense an extraordinarily terrifying heat emanating from it. It seemed that the unique flame on Xiao Yan's body provoked the fallen heart flame, causing an invisible fire python to erupt and engulf Xiao Yan. The end result was Xiao Yan being consumed, while the Grand Elder, along with many elders, proceeded to reseal it. Xiao Ze, this matter bears responsibility from the Inner Academy as well. Had the seal been thoroughly checked beforehand, Xiao Yan would not have been inadvertently caught in its range. The Grand Elder spoke with deep regret, aware that Xiao Ze must be feeling quite distressed. Xiao Ze, however, understood that it was likely not the fault of the Inner Academy, but rather Xiao Yan's own voluntary intrusion into the sealed area. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Ze realized he could not ascertain whether Xiao Yan would survive. If the fallen heart flame were in its peak state, without sufficient strength and the aid of the green lotus earth heart fire, it would be impossible for Xiao Yan to consume the fallen heart flame. Yet, due to the previous 3 extreme yong pills causing significant harm to the fallen heart flame's fire origin, it remains uncertain whether Xiao Yan's fate is sealed. Grand Elder, could you please lift the seal at the base of the tower, allowing me to enter and take a look? Xiao Ze suddenly requested. The Grand Elder was taken aback, his expression dimming somewhat. Until now, Xiao Ze has yet to come to terms with the tragic demise of his elder brother. Must he venture to the bottom of the heavenly flame refining tower to seek answers? Very well, the circumstances surrounding the death of your brother, Xiao Yan, also bears some responsibility from the inner courtyard. If you wish to explore the depths of the heavenly flame refining tower, it is not beyond reason. The Grand Elder sighed and then, with a solemn expression, advised, Xiao Ze, you must prepare yourself thoroughly and act with caution. The fallen heart flame, even if severely weakened, is not to be trifled with. I understand, Xiao Ze replied, furrowing his brow. The reason he yearned to enter the tower was that Xiao Yan's status remained intact, though it was uncertain whether he could endure. Upon arriving near the heavenly flame refining tower, Xiao Ze encountered the little medicine fairy and Ziyan, accompanied by Ching Lin. The little medicine fairy spoke with a hint of regret. Xiao Ze, I am aware of Xiao Yan's situation and was preparing to descend the tower to investigate. Xiao Ze pressed his lips together and addressed the group. The others hesitated, ultimately refraining from dissuading him. After all, this was Xiao Ze's brother. They could not bring themselves to advise him against entering the depths of the heavenly flame refining tower. It seemed that Xiao Ze might not easily accept this reality, so it was perhaps better to allow him to investigate. As for Xiao Ze's safety, they held great confidence in his abilities. Had he been present during the previous turmoil in the inner courtyard, such calamities would not have transpired. As they made their way to the base of the heavenly flame refining tower, the Grand Elder altered his hand seals, causing the seal at the tower's foundation to shimmer into a phantasmal state. Now, at the Grand Elder's soft command, Xiao Ze swiftly entered the seal. A wave of scorching heat enveloped him. Xiao Ze squinted slightly, the azure energy enveloping his body. Before him lay a subterranean world brimming with fire toxins and lava. In a particular area of this underworld, energy fluctuations were notably intense. Xiao Ze hastened towards that region and soon beheld a colossal, formless fire serpent, its aura somewhat weakened. Within the serpent's body, a figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by a protective barrier of deep white flames, which rendered the serpent's fire unable to penetrate. It appeared that for the time being, Xiao Yan was unharmed. Xiao Ze breathed a sigh of relief. The fallen heart flame could not currently harm him. However, in this subterranean realm, the fallen heart flame could continuously replenish its energy, and the ultimate victor remained uncertain. After contemplating, Xiao Ze resolved to further diminish the energy of the fallen heart flame. With determination, he surged towards the formless fire serpent, which, disturbed, fixed its peculiar serpent eyes upon him. Despite its weakened state, the serpent roared at Xiao Ze. A unique and piercing sound reverberated through the underworld. Xiao Ze paid little heed to the serpent's fierce yet hollow roar. He plunged into the essence of the fallen heart flame, and the surrounding water attribute energy consumption surged dramatically. Suddenly, a golden root burst forth from the void, unleashing a terrifying force of absorption. The strength of the origin tree increased in tandem with Xiao Ze's cultivation advancements. Certainly, Xiao Ze's expansion of the origin tree significantly enhances its strength. Whether through heightening or broadening, both methods can substantially elevate the potency of the origin tree. With its strength elevated, extracting energy from the fallen heart's essence becomes a mere formality. Upon sensing the extraction of its energy, the fallen heart flame erupted in fury. Unfortunately, it could do nothing to Xiao Ze, who passively absorbed its energy. Chapter 179, Matters Resolved. Preparing for Reckoning. Within the fallen heart flame, Xiao Ze was enveloped in a deep blue aura, shielding him from the searing heat of the fallen heart flame. As for the so-called heartfire attack of the fallen heart flame, it had no effect on him whatsoever. Before the energy could even manifest as heartfire within Xiao Ze, it was devoured entirely by the origin tree, consuming as much as it could. Moreover, the simple burning of the flames was countered by Xiao Ze's vast sea of power. Given the current diameter and height of the origin tree, his reserve of energy was immense. Additionally, the origin tree could draw energy from the void, ensuring that even with such significant consumption, Xiao Ze's energy would not be depleted. The yellow root anchored in the void continuously siphoned energy from him, inciting the fallen heart flame's uncontrollable rage, yet it was utterly powerless. Having begun to exhibit a semblance of sentience, it felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Approaching Xiao Yan, Xiao Ze discerned that Yao Lao had succumbed to slumber, his remaining soul energy sustaining the pure white flames. Xiao Yan's current state was peculiar. He seemed to be in a deep sleep while his body adjusted to the surrounding environment. It appeared that the green lotus earth fire had birthed a lotus platform, which, upon melting, transformed into a liquid that autonomously absorbed various elixirs and herbs, forming a chaotic amalgamation that nourished Xiao Yan back to life. In such circumstances, Xiao Yan's survival was nothing short of miraculous, a testament to extraordinary fortune and divine selection. The diverse elixirs and herbs blended harmoniously without any medicinal conflicts, instead nurturing Xiao Yan's body, a true marvel. Placing his fingers on his temples, Xiao Ze felt a tremendous impact on his knowledge of alchemy. The golden root breached the defenses of the bone spirit cold fire, allowing Xiao Ze to probe into Xiao Yan's internal condition. The aura of the Earth Spirit pill was not overly reckless. At the very least, it bore some semblance of preparation. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Ze's brow furrowed. He discovered a medicinal power within Xiao Yan's body that was distinctly different from that of the Earth Spirit pill, yet far more potent. This force was continually altering Xiao Yan's physique. Initially, it seemed his body was adapting to the environment, driven by this newfound medicinal energy. Could it be that Xiao Yan had consumed an unknown elixir that significantly enhanced his resistance to? The power of this elixir was formidable. Undoubtedly, at least a pinnacle of the 7th grade. Xiao Ze, having examined the situation, was left in stunned silence. It appeared that even without the extraordinary encounters depicted in the original narrative and the presence of the green lotus earth fire, the fortuitous encounters available to Xiao Yan are indeed formidable. He is even capable of obtaining a medicinal elixir specifically designed to counteract the. With the Earth Spirit pill and this enigmatic concoction, Xiao Yan's physique achieves a remarkable equilibrium with his surroundings. As time progresses, it is highly probable that he will attain an effect akin to that depicted in the original narrative, the formation of an innate resistance, or even a means of subduing the fallen heart flame. Such a terrifying prospect. Realizing this, Xiao Ze ceased the consumption of the energy from the fallen heart flame via the golden roots. After all, having painstakingly achieved this balance, it would be unwise to disrupt it. Just as he had surmised, Xiao Yan was fervently adapting to the fallen heart flame. Thus, they merely needed to wait for Xiao Yan to fully acclimate to the fallen heart flame. At that point, the dynamic between hunter and prey would irrevocably shift. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Ze was elated that Xiao Yan was safe. Had it not been for that mysterious elixir, he would have had to rescue Xiao Yan from the subterranean realm, thereby causing him to miss this invaluable opportunity. Truly, an unimaginable stroke of fate. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ze departed from the confines of the fallen heart flame. Upon witnessing the departure of this terrifying entity, the serpent-like eyes of the fallen heart flame revealed a distinctly human sense of relaxation. It was nearly time to leave. My intrusion had nearly disrupted the balance, and remaining here would inevitably impact Xiao Yan's opportunity. Upon returning to the base of the tower, Xiao Ze explained Xiao Yan's current situation to the Grand Elder. Are you suggesting that Xiao Yan is not dead, but rather has encountered a fortuitous opportunity? There is even a strong possibility that he will gain a unique constitution suited for adapting to the fallen heart flame. To remove him now would ultimately jeopardize this opportunity? The Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing Xiao Ze nod, the Grand Elder exhaled in relief, reflecting, "Little one, I initially believed your brother to be less of a marvel than you, but it appears he too is an extraordinary being." The Grand Elder chuckled, adding, "However, the awakening of my third brother remains uncertain. Fear not, little one, should your third brother awaken, I shall risk the possibility of breaking the seal once more to rescue him." The Grand Elder spoke with grave sincerity, and several elders around him nodded in agreement. They felt a sense of guilt for not adequately watching over Xiao Ze's brother, allowing him to nearly perish. Now, with the chance for recompense, they would undoubtedly exert every effort. Thus, Xiao Ze expressed his gratitude to the elders. "I thank you all sincerely," he said with a respectful bow. "Of course, if time is of the essence and I remain within the inner courtyard, there would be no need to trouble the elders." "Haha, indeed. Xiao Ze, your current strength surpasses ours by a considerable margin," one elder remarked with a smile, unable to fathom the depths of Xiao Ze's abilities. He had ventured into the boundless magma of the tower's depths and returned unscathed. Even the elusive fire python could not contend with Xiao Ze, highlighting the formidable nature of his current prowess. The other elders nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the Grand Elder spoke, catching Xiao Ze slightly off guard. "The esteemed elder, are you preparing to settle accounts with the formidable beings from the Black Corner domain who previously caused turmoil in the inner court?" "I understand, elder. This matter is my solemn duty. Previously, I was absent from the inner court and failed to fulfill my responsibilities as an elder. But now is the time for me to exert my efforts." "Haha, little one, there is no need for such modesty. Were it not for the 3 extreme yong pills you refined earlier, overcoming this crisis in the inner court would not have been so effortlessly achieved." The elder smiled reassuringly, stating that although you were not physically present in the inner court, your contributions remain significant. Should there be materials available in the future, I shall concoct more extreme yong pills for that side." "Splendid." Upon hearing this, the elder laughed heartily and patted Xiao Ze's shoulder. Chapter 180, Gathering Forces. A facade of unity. Xiao Ze initially contemplated launching a surprise attack on the Black Alliance to catch them unawares. However, the elder advised against recklessness, suggesting that they should first rally the Academy's powerful individuals and then strike decisively to annihilate the Black Alliance. If they were fortunate enough to have Vice President Hu Qian emerge from his seclusion, regardless of whether he could break through to Do Wang. He would still be a formidable force to reckon with. Xiao Ze harbored no objections to the elder's strategy. Firstly, there was the little medical sage, who, during the chaos in the inner court, unleashed the potential of her calamity poison body, displaying astonishing combat prowess. She succeeded in slaying several Do Wang experts, ultimately compelling the Black Corner domain to send forth a Do Wang expert to restrain her. Each manifestation of the calamity poison body brought her closer to losing control. Thus, Xiao Ze chose not to delve deeply into discussions about the calamity poison with the little medical sage. Instead, he directly absorbed her calamity poison, restoring her to a state prior to its eruption. This explains why he did not rush to resolve the calamity poison issue for her. As long as he possessed the perfect calamity poison body, he could ensure that her condition would not spiral out of control. Nevertheless, this is merely a temporary measure. In the future, as Xiao Ze's perfect calamity poison body evolves further, he will be able to completely eradicate the latent dangers posed by the little medical sage's calamity poison body. Following this absorption, Xiao Ze's origin tree expanded somewhat, enhancing his capabilities in terms of Dou Qi reserves and energy control across the board. Another development was with Ching Lin. After awakening the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, Ching Lin's growth rate has been remarkably satisfying. From time to time, he would take Ching Lin to the boundless deep mountains to capture various serpent-like magical beasts. While not as adept as Xiao Ze in perfecting control, it nonetheless ensured Ching Lin's steady growth. Ching Lin, excellent progress. If you continue to grow at this rate, you will soon be able to assist me. Xiao Ze affectionately ruffled Ching Lin's little head, speaking with a smile. This elicited a pleasant expression on Ching Lin's face. Clearly delighted, the little medical sage, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "This little girl, a single compliment from you holds more weight than 10 from me." Upon hearing this, Ching Lin's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, "Because this is young Master's recognition, Ching Lin is very happy. Sister medical sage, I am not all right. I did not mean to place blame. It was merely a jest," the little medical sage quickly reassured upon seeing Ching Lin's reaction. Otherwise, this little fellow might start to indulge in wild fantasies again. By the way, where is Ziyan? Xiao Ze observed the interaction between the little healer and Ching Lin, a smile gracing his lips. They seemed to get along quite well. He then inquired of the little healer about Ziyan's whereabouts. It appeared Ziyan had gone towards the medicinal herb management library. Before the little healer could finish her sentence, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang, and Ziyan, dressed in white, rushed in, darting directly towards the loft. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Ze surmised that Ziyan had likely gone to borrow some herbs from the management library again. Although he too frequently visited the herb management library to procure materials for alchemy, at least it was officially sanctioned with the elder's approval. Ziyan, however, was different. She was simply greedy and did not want to trouble herself searching in the deep mountains, opting instead to sneak herbs from the library. Moreover, the seals in the herb management library had no effect on Ziyan, so if the guarding elder happened to be inattentive and allowed her to slip in, it would be a fortunate occurrence if only a single herb went missing. "Come out. There's no elder chasing you," Xiao Ze called into the loft. After a moment, Ziyan's little head peeked out from the door frame, cautiously surveying her surroundings. "That old man had the audacity to threaten me with confinement just for taking a single herb. Humph. You just haven't been caught by the elder, or you would be in for a rough time. All right, enough of those old men. Xiao Ze, hurry and help me concoct some pills." Ziyan trotted over to Xiao Ze, grasping his wrist and pulling him into the loft. "Have you already finished those pills so quickly?" Xiao Ze recalled leaving a batch of pills for Ziyan before his departure. Clearly, she was quite the glutton. However, he did not mind much, as Ziyan consuming pills would enhance her strength and accelerate her progression. Additionally, by concocting the pills himself, he could minimize waste of the herbs. For Xiao Ze, the process of pill concoction had become exceedingly simple, even with rare herbs. "Here you go." After completing the final batch of pills, he placed them into a jade vial and handed it to Ziyan, at which point she suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao Ze, when did you acquire a little snake? It appears to be an ancient beast." Ziyan had unexpectedly noticed the colorful little snake coiled around Xiao Ze's wrist, her astonishment evident. Xiao Ze refrained from elaborating too much. Although the original narrative depicted a strong bond between Queen Medusa and Ziyan, the circumstances were now different. The seven-colored swallowing python was in its juvenile stage, requiring a substantial amount of spiritual essence from the world, making it unwise to entrust it to Ziyan. "Oh," Ziyan nodded, popping a pill into her mouth without further concern. In the following days, the Ziyan and Academy mobilized powerful individuals, preparing to retaliate against the Black Alliance. Xiao Ze guided Ching Lin in her training, exchanged insights on the toxicity with the little healer, and concocted pills for Ziyan, all while occasionally tending to the seven-colored swallowing python. It was an unusual kind of busyness. Yet Xiao Ze found joy in it. Meanwhile, as the inner courtyard was abuzz with preparations for battle in the Black Alliance's stronghold, Feng City, Han Feng sat opposite the two elders, Jin and Yin. The two elders. Here lies the promised elixir as pledged by Han. Indeed, Leader Han is quite generous. One of the elders from the duo stowed away the elixir, and their demeanor became noticeably more cordial. I wonder if you have heard the recent rumors circulating within the Black Alliance? Han Feng tapped the table, implying with his words. Oh, is it about the increasingly fervent tales of the mysterious powerhouse? They say the leader of the blood sect and two Do Wang experts were slain by this enigma. It is also said to be a figure from the Canaan Academy. The two elders spoke in succession. Indeed, although I ordered an immediate lockdown upon receiving this news, the multitude within the alliance is prone to loose tongues, and thus the information has inevitably leaked. What insights do you possess, esteemed elders? Han Feng remarked, his expression darkening. We are unaware of such matters. If Leader Han has no further inquiries, we shall take our leave. With that, the two elders departed swiftly, having come solely because Han Feng indicated that their reward was prepared. As for the mysterious powerhouse, it was of no concern to them. With their prowess, why fear such an enigma? The affairs of the Black Alliance were better left for Han Feng to ponder. Cursed be it. I knew these individuals were unreliable. Han Feng slammed his fist on the table, his expression icy. After a moment, he appeared indecisive, contemplating. Must I truly seek their assistance? Chapter 181. The Guardian of the Soul Palace, lurking in the shadows. Feng City, a concealed locale. In truth, when Elder Su Qian utilized 3 extreme yong pills, Han Feng had already discerned the close ties between the previous mysterious alchemist and the Canaan Academy. It was precisely for this reason that he felt an urgent need to establish the Black Alliance. After all, the alchemist connected to the Canaan Academy possessed alchemical skills that were undoubtedly on par with his own. As a 6th-grade alchemist, he was well aware of the influence such a level of alchemist could wield. By initially drawing those powerful figures from the Blackhorn region into his fold, he could bolster his own strength, thereby instilling caution in that mysterious alchemist. Yet, just days prior, a mysterious powerhouse suspected to be affiliated with the Canaan Academy emerged. Capable of effortlessly vanquishing a Do Wang expert, they were at the very least a peak Do Wang presence, with a strong likelihood of being a Do Zong expert. And every single powerhouse from the Blackhorn region is utterly unreliable. Should a genuine life-threatening scenario arise, they would scatter like frightened birds, leading to the swift disintegration of the alliance. Furthermore, Han Feng harbored desires for the fallen heart flame within the inner courtyard. If he could harness the flame through the burning art, he would successfully ascend to the Do Zone level as he continued to consume. There would come a day he would truly stand atop the continent as a formidable force. At that point, he would fear nothing. Seeking assistance from the Soul Palace now, however, is merely a minor humiliation before attaining greatness. As Han Feng's mind wandered to visions of his future as a supreme powerhouse, a sudden surge of black mist enveloped the secretive place, appearing as if conjured from thin air. Cackling, is that not Han Feng? Previously rejecting our request, why now reach out to the Soul Hall? As soon as the Soul Hall's guardian appeared, a flurry of scornful remarks darkened Han Feng's expression. Yet, recalling his dependence on the Soul Hall, he quickly forced a smile and spoke. Guardian Lin, you misunderstand. I was previously occupied with alchemical pursuits and could not afford any distractions. Now that I am free, I naturally wish to engage in earnest discussions with you. Humph. That is unnecessary. The Black Corner domain lacks many things, but certainly not people. If you are unwilling to assist the Soul Hall, there are plenty willing to take your place. Guardian Lin replied with a cold sneer, leaving Han Feng momentarily stunned. Guardian Lin, the Black Alliance is now a notable faction within the Black Corner domain. With their assistance, I believe you could accomplish your tasks more swiftly. Han Feng maintained his composure. Continuing, moreover, as you are still within the Black Corner domain, I assume your endeavors have not been progressing smoothly. At this, the dark mist stirred, followed by a series of cackling laughs. It seems you possess a modicum of intellect. Very well, proceed. The matter unfolded as Han Feng recounted recent events, only to be met with derisive laughter from within the shadows. Han Feng, have you exhausted your courage since you killed your master, Yao Qin? Is this trivial matter worthy of seeking the Soul Hall's assistance? The mysterious alchemist and the mysterious powerhouse. These are mere figments of your imagination, are they not? The taunts from the Soul Hall's guardian struck deeply, causing Han Feng's mood to darken. Particularly, the implications of his cowardice stung, especially since he had no tangible evidence to present, merely speculation. How dull. I expected something far more intriguing. Instead, we have a cowardly disciple of a master killer conjuring phantoms of mysterious power. Under the weight of relentless mockery, Han Feng could no longer contain his ire. Guardian Lin, if you are unwilling to assist me, kindly take your leave, he declared, his expression cold. The dark mist shifted slightly in response. Huh. It appears that not only are you timid, but also rather petty. I care not for the outcome of your conflict with the Canaan Academy. However, should you meet your demise, I would find the soul of a 6th-grade alchemist quite intriguing. With that, before Han Feng could react, the dark mist vanished. Clenching his fists tightly, hidden within his sleeves, he trembled with unbridled fury. Not only had he failed to gain the Soul Hall support today, but he had also been subjected to the scorn of that insufferable guardian, who had twisted the knife in his greatest wound. Unbeknownst to Han Feng was the survival of Yao Lao's soul, which prevented him from reporting to the Soul Hall. Otherwise, revealing Yao Lao's existence could have secured him a guardian's aid. Humph! Han Feng huffed as he stormed away from the hidden locale. Once he departed, the dark mist re-emerged. Let the battle commence. The fiercer the clash, the more souls I can harvest, and should the task remain unfulfilled, I may yet evade the wrath of the esteemed elder. Upon finishing his words, the dark mist once again vanished into the shadows. Lin, the protector, had lost all hope of uncovering the perpetrator behind the assassination of the Soul Palace's guardian. The challenge of locating a deliberately concealed powerful figure within the vast expanse of the Dark Corner region was indeed formidable. He now placed his hopes solely on gathering enough souls to mitigate the penalties from the elder. As for the other 2 guardians, they had not remained together but had dispersed to seek out the truth. Should they encounter the assassin and find themselves unable to confront him, they would regroup to eliminate the threat. However, it appeared increasingly unlikely that Lin would manage to find the culprit. Meanwhile, the elusive assassin who occupied the thoughts of the 3 guardians was presently engaged in feeding a colorful serpent. He dipped his fingers in a bit of accompanying purple crystal essence and offered it to the vibrant sky-devouring python, allowing it to lick the substance. Once the python had consumed the essence, Xiao Ze presented it with a jade vial containing more of the purple crystal essence. This act of feeding was merely a whimsical pastime, as relying solely on his fingers would consume far too much time. Besides, he had little need for the purple crystal essence, so he felt no distress as the serpent devoured it. Shortly thereafter, the sky-devouring python extended its head from the jade vial. Sated? The colorful serpent nodded animatedly, then swiftly coiled around Xiao Ze's arm, closing its eyes and succumbing to slumber. Observing the remaining half-filled vial of purple crystal essence, Xiao Ze shook his head with a smile and placed it into his spatial ring. He then lifted his gaze to the distance, where a figure gradually emerged. Xiao Ze, it seems you are nearly prepared, the elderly voice of the Grand Elder resonated, prompting Xiao Ze to stand abruptly, while the little physician also turned her head. Little physician, you should join us. This is my duty as an elder, he stated. The little physician nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder, satisfied, glanced at Ziyan, opened his mouth slightly yet refrained from speaking, and turned to depart. Hey, why wasn't I summoned? Ziyan expressed her displeasure. Xiao Ze replied with a gentle smile, because you are not yet an elder of the Inner Academy. You are merely a student and bear no responsibility for avenging the Inner Academy. Chapter 182, The Ruin of the Black Alliance. Han Feng's demise. This time, the combat strength deployed by the Jianan Academy was significantly more formidable than before, especially with Xiao Ze's involvement, which bolstered everyone's confidence. Just as they gathered in the outer academy, a powerful wave of energy emanated from a certain spot. What is this? Xiao Ze furrowed his brow. It seems that old Hu Qian has surprised us, the Grand Elder remarked with a hint of awe. This battle to establish the academies might will undoubtedly exert a profound deterrent on the Dark Corner region. Could it be that Vice President Hu Qian has successfully broken through to the Dozong? Xiao Ze exclaimed with surprise. Haha. It is indeed thanks to the Breaking Realm pill gifted by young friend Xiao Ze, came the proud response. This is the very mark of a Dozong expert. Congratulations. Vice President Hu Qian. The surrounding elders all clasped their hands in respect, congratulating Hu Qian on his successful breakthrough to Dozong. With the addition of yet another Dozong expert, this mission against the Black Alliance was bound to be nearly foolproof. As they listened to Hu Qian's words, envy nearly spilled from their eyes. Hu Qian could be regarded as the most attentive individual towards Xiao Ze within the academy. Prior to Xiao Ze's entrance into the inner court, Hu Qian's concern for him had reached unprecedented levels. A precious and exceedingly valuable breaking sect pill was offered without hesitation. In an instant, Xiao Ze became the center of attention. The Grand Elder also took note of this, clearing his throat. Naturally, when has my judgment ever faltered? Hu Qian remarked with a hint of pride. Yet he soon cast a puzzled glance at the surrounding elders. Did you all anticipate my successful breakthrough and come to congratulate me? You think too highly of yourself. Where do you get such arrogance? The Grand Elder rolled his eyes, teasingly chiding him. Vice President Hu Qian, the situation is as follows. Xiao Ze quickly explained the reason for the gathering of the elders. Hu Qian's expression darkened. His feelings for the Canaan Academy ran deep, and upon hearing of its grievances, he immediately declared, "Let me join as well. It seems the inner court has remained too quiet for too long. Those scoundrels from the Black Corner region think the Academy is easy to bully." Vice President Hu spoke with great agitation, a faint glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. It was rare for Xiao Ze to witness Vice President Hu in such a state, as he usually presented a very amiable demeanor towards him. Yet, it is true that every individual holds something dear. Hu had invested a great deal of effort into Canaan Academy, and with the Academy being wronged, it was only natural for him to feel incensed. Soon, powerful auras surged forth from Canaan Academy. Along their path, no beast dared to provoke them. After all, the sheer number of formidable presences was overwhelming. Even a single powerful individual could obliterate any beast that dared to challenge them. This formidable avenging force was headed straight for the Black Alliance's stronghold, Maple City. Originally, the Black Alliance was already in disarray due to the earlier mysterious powerful figure. Han Feng had specifically summoned everyone to reassure them. However, before the meeting could commence, Han Feng sensed powerful energies approaching from afar. The expressions of the two elderly men, Jin and Yin, shifted slightly. Nevertheless, they did not feel overly anxious. Given their strength, they could easily escape if they chose to flee under Su Qian's command. Yet, they had not anticipated that among Canaan Academy's vengeful party was the concealed presence of Hu Qian, poised to catch the Black Alliance off guard. The Grand Elder, upon sighting Maple City in the distance, had no intention of negotiating with the Black Alliance. After all, the strength they carried was far superior to that of the Black Alliance. Just the presence of two Do Wang experts already held considerable weight. "We will directly crash into their ranks. All within the Black Alliance are to be slain," the Grand Elder declared with a chilling murderous intent, and the other elders responded in unison. With such a menacing approach from Canaan Academy, the Black Alliance recognized that a confrontation was inevitable. They all soared into the sky, preparing to face off against Canaan Academy. However, they were taken aback as Canaan Academy's team showed no inclination for dialogue and launched straight into battle. "Jin and Yin, prepare to meet your demise." The Grand Elder's voice thundered, echoing throughout the entire city. The expressions of the two elders, Jin and Yin, darkened as they scoffed. "Su Qian, do you really believe you can dominate us?" The truth would soon be revealed once the battle commenced. Su Qian's aura suddenly erupted, engaging in fierce combat with the two elders. Others swiftly paired off with their respective opponents. Han Feng initially sought an easy target, but unexpectedly, Vice Dean Hu Qian appeared before him, striking with a powerful palm. A formidable Do Wang warrior. Han Feng's face paled in fear. Could this be the mysterious powerhouse? However, upon clashing, he realized Hu Qian lacked the ability to instantly obliterate a Do Wang. He felt a sense of relief and steadied himself against Hu Qian. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the Grand Elder and Vice Dean restraining the enemy's top combatants, Xiao Ze began hunting down the Do Wang and Do Wang warriors of the Black Alliance. Alongside the little healing fairy, their resistance proved feeble, and they were swiftly dispatched. The stronghold from the Black Corner domain sensed something amiss. Their losses were substantial. They began to retreat, attempting to flee the battlefield, yet were held back by the elders, while Xiao Ze and the little healing fairy continued their rampage. As the carnage neared its conclusion, Xiao Ze entrusted the remaining foes to the little healing fairy and charged towards the battlefield of Han Feng and the Vice Dean. The power of the vast ocean palm coalesced into a crystalline handprint, enveloped in ethereal energy. Just as Han Feng pondered Xiao Ze's sudden intrusion, a wave of lethal intent surged towards him, prompting him to summon the Sea Heart Flame for protection. With a thunderous clash, the power of the ocean collided with the strange fire, creating a tumultuous wave that captured everyone's attention. Amidst a sea of blue flames, a figure suddenly soared forth. Hu Qian narrowed his eyes, rapidly closing the distance to the figure, and unleashed his concentrated Do technique upon Han Feng. The impact caused Han Feng to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. "I will handle the Vice Dean. You go to the Grand Elder and ensure the complete capture of the Jin and Yin elders." Xiao Ze's voice rang out. Hu Qian nodded, cautioning, "Be careful with that little fellow." Having witnessed Xiao Ze's strength, Hu Qian felt assured in leaving Han Feng's fate in his hands. Before Han Feng could express gratitude, Xiao Ze unleashed another vast ocean palm. In his overwhelming terror, the strike landed forcefully upon his head. Crack! "What are you so relieved about?" "I merely used the vast ocean palm, and you are already incapacitated," Xiao Ze mused, having noticed Han Feng's earlier relief. Such terrifying strength. It seems the Ziyan Academy has not completely fallen, capable of nurturing such extraordinary talent. Suddenly, a mass of black mist appeared. Recognizing it, Xiao Ze's brow furrowed slightly. After having dispatched a Soul Palace protector previously, another emerged, proving to be a relentless specter. Chapter 183. establishing the Shadow Academy, managing foreign affairs. The abrupt entrance of the mysterious powerhouse heightened tensions among both parties, particularly the eerie and sinister manner in which the Soul Palace Protector manifested, combined with the chilling voice and black mist, suggested a formidable adversary. Before Xiao Ze could speak, a dark mist materialized near Han Feng's corpse, emanating an unusual allure. Soon, a somewhat ethereal soul emerged from Han Feng's body, soaring into the dark mist and vanishing from sight. The soul of a sixth-grade alchemist was quite a commendable harvest. A voice from within the dark mist conveyed a sense of satisfaction, and Xiao Ze soon felt a gaze upon him. Your soul power is formidable as well. Before the guardian of the Soul Palace could finish, two ancient figures descended before Xiao Ze, one on each side, shielding him. In their grasp were two feeble figures. Unmistakably the renowned golden and silver elders of the Blackhorn region, now reduced to the state of lifeless dogs. Soul Palace. The Jianan Academy and the Soul Palace maintain a respectful distance. I implore you to depart. The Grand Elder cast a cold gaze towards the dark mist, his imposing aura pressing forward, with the Vice President following suit. The combined might of two Dou Wang powerhouses caused the dark mist to ripple, and a sinister, cackling laughter echoed from within. Jianan Academy, is it? I shall remember this. However, today's acquisition of a sixth-grade alchemist's soul suffices for my purposes. With that remark, the guardian of the Soul Palace vanished without a trace. The Grand Elder and the Vice President exchanged glances, both filled with profound apprehension. Clearly, the looming presence of the Soul Palace weighed heavily upon them. Little one, take heed when venturing out in the future. The Soul Palace is shrouded in enigma, and even the Academy prefers to avoid unnecessary entanglements. The Grand Elder advised earnestly, to which Xiao Ze nodded in understanding. I comprehend, Grand Elder. His gaze shifted to Han Feng's corpse, landing on the spatial ring adorning his finger. Ha, little one, go ahead and retrieve it. It belongs to you as a trophy, the Grand Elder remarked, noticing Xiao Ze's focus. Had it not been for your efforts alongside Xiao Ziyan, this battle to establish authority would not have concluded so swiftly. Xiao Ze acquired the Ghost C spatial ring, his heart swelling with satisfaction as he finally possessed a high-grade spatial ring of his own. As for the soul imprint on the Ghost C spatial ring, it posed no challenge for Xiao Ze. He could dismantle it with a bit of time. Observing the golden and silver elders in the hands of the Grand Elder and Vice President, he inquired, what are your plans for the golden and silver elders? Su Qian hesitated momentarily. They are of no use to keep alive. It would be best to eliminate them. I have an idea. They might serve a purpose. The Grand Elder replied, casting a deep glance at Xiao Ze before nodding to seal the Dou Qi of the golden and silver elders for future deliberation. Subsequently, the Jianan Academy organized its elders to scour the cities housing various factions for spoils. Numerous forces had joined the Black Alliance, and accumulating such power was enough to stir some excitement even within the Jianan Academy. The rapid conclusion of this battle to establish authority caught the people of Feng City off guard. Not only did they possess two Dou Zone powerhouses, but they also had a remarkably formidable Dou Wang powerhouse among them. Whether at the pinnacle or the ordinary level, the Black Alliance has been thoroughly overwhelmed by Canaan Academy. Their swift defeat comes as no surprise. They are acutely aware that after today, the Black Alliance will cease to exist, while the renown of Canaan Academy will once again evoke trepidation within the Black Corner region. After all, possessing two Dou Zone powerhouses positions them among the most formidable forces in that realm. Xiao Ze refrained from plundering the resources of other factions, as a single Yuhai storage ring sufficed to represent his achievements in this battle. This ring embodies years of accumulation by Han Feng within the Black Corner region. It contains not only the techniques and skills provided by alchemists, but also the formulas and precious herbs collected by Han Feng himself. Acquiring the Yuhai storage ring significantly enriches Xiao Ze's collection of alchemical formulas. Upon returning to the Inner Academy, the Grand Elders Su Qian, Vice President Hu Qian, and Xiao Ze took their seats in the study. Young lad, do share your thoughts. The decision to retain the likes of the Golden and Silver Elders, capable of momentarily stalling Dou Zone powerhouses, must be a remarkable strategy, the Grand Elder stated with a hearty laugh, sipping his tea while gazing at Xiao Ze. The Vice President echoed this sentiment, both seasoned individuals understanding that Xiao Ze likely harbored grand ambitions. They recognized that while establishing authority for the Academy may momentarily intimidate the strong within the Black Corner region, any compelling incentives could lead them to disregard such deterrence and brazenly strike against the Academy. Xiao Ze spoke slowly, and both the Grand Elder and Vice President nodded in agreement, awaiting his elaboration. My proposal is to establish another institution beyond the Inner and Outer Academies, named the Dark Academy, specifically tasked with handling matters related to the Black Corner region and providing protection for students during their training there. Your idea is commendable, But the establishment of a new institution is a significant matter that we too cannot decide upon lightly, the Grand Elder hesitated to assert. However, the Vice President interjected with a scoff. Currently, aside from those reclusive old monsters, are we not the only ones capable of making this decision? I have no objections. The Grand Elder sighed, falling silent, while Hu Qian observed without further comment. He had expressed his opinion, and now it was up to the Grand Elder to deliberate. Xiao Ze remained quietly seated, awaiting the Grand Elder's contemplation. Very well, after enduring this upheaval, Canaan Academy must adapt. The Grand Elder lifted his gaze to Xiao Ze, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. However, regarding the selection of the head of this dark academy, his gaze was laden with implications, and the Vice President shared a knowing smile. I also believe Xiao Ze would be quite suitable. Clearing his throat, the Grand Elder continued. It is not that I am unwilling to take charge. Rather, my alchemical skills have reached an impasse, and I may need to venture to the Central Continent to seek further refinement at the Dan Tower. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder rolled his eyes, exasperation evident in his tone. You little rascal, you advocate for the establishment of the Dark Academy, yet you do not wish to assume its leadership. Xiao Ze, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Actually, I have an excellent candidate in mind, one whose strength and accomplishments are more than adequate for the role of head of the Dark Academy. The Grand Elder and Vice President exchanged glances, both envisioning a singular figure in their minds. Are you referring to Little Medical Fairy? The Grand Elder inquired. Lightly tapping the table, Xiao Ze nodded and elucidated. The prowess of the Little Medical Sage is formidable, and her contributions to the Academy, be it in the internal courtyard battles or the annihilation of the Black Alliance, are indelible. In Chapter 184, A Stick for a Sweet Date, both the Grand Elder and the Vice Dean also nodded in agreement with Xiao Ze's assertions. Indeed, the Little Medical Sage's contributions to the Academy are irrefutable, and her strength is not to be underestimated. If an elder were to be chosen to oversee the newly established Dark Institute, aside from Xiao Ze, the Little Medical Sage would undoubtedly be the prime candidate. Xiao Ze then dropped another significant proposition, leaving the Grand Elder and the Vice Dean momentarily stunned. The ability to control the two elders of gold and silver. Thus, it was decided that the Little Medical Sage would serve as the Vice Dean of the newly formed Dark Institute, with authority equivalent to that of Vice Dean Hu Qian. The Grand Elder ultimately confirmed this decision. Observing the smile on Xiao Ze's face, his eyes twinkled mischievously as he slightly raised the corners of his mouth and remarked, However, my little friend, you shall co-serve as Vice Dean alongside the Little Medical Sage. But I am soon to depart for Zhongzhou, Xiao Ze protested. What does that matter? As long as one of you is managing affairs, it suffices, just as the Dean, while traveling, does not directly manage the Academy, the Grand Elder chuckled. Xiao Ze, you should cease your refusals. By assuming the role of Vice Dean of the Dark Institute, you will garner greater acceptance, Vice Dean Hu Qian said, with significant undertones. Xiao Ze momentarily hesitated, but soon comprehended. Although the Little Medical Sage's strength and achievements are commendable, her youth might pose challenges in gaining the respect of others. If he were to share the Vice Dean position, it could mitigate the majority of dissent within the Academy. The appointment of the Little Medical Sage as Vice Dean of the Dark Institute would indeed be a beneficial choice for both the Academy and her. The Grand Elder interjected. After all, had it not been for your influence, the Elder Council would have struggled to approve the Little Medical Sage's elevation to Elder of the Inner Courtyard. Xiao Ze furrowed his brow slightly, sighing, Alas, the cursed poison body is indeed difficult for others to accept. The Little Medical Sage's leadership of the Dark Institute should provide some comfort to those old geezers, the Vice Dean remarked with a smile. Subsequently, Xiao Ze summoned the Little Medical Sage to inform her of matters pertaining to the Dark Institute. Without a trace of hesitation, she agreed, as Xiao Ze had initially taken her from Qingshan Town under the pretext of needing an assistant. Although over the years he had not treated her merely as a subordinate, the Little Medical Sage genuinely wished to contribute to Xiao Ze's endeavors. Becoming the Vice Dean of the Dark Institute would enable her to assist him even more. Moreover, the fact that Xiao Ze himself had also assumed a Vice Dean position only further intrigued her. The four then deliberated extensively on the planning of the Dark Institute. The management of the Dark Institute could not resemble that of the internal and external courtyards, as it was faced with the Black Corner domain, necessitating the recruitment of most members from within that realm. It would require a display of ruthlessness and shrewdness to command respect from such vicious and malevolent individuals. Ultimately, it was decided that key positions would be held by Academy personnel, while the remainder would be recruited from the Black Corner domain. In fact, enlisting the strong from the Black Corner domain was relatively straightforward. One merely needs to extract sufficient benefits and possess enough power to instill fear in them. Xiao Ze, as a seventh-tier alchemist, wields a status that can entice numerous formidable beings from the Black Corner region to serve him. The four then arrived at the location where the elderly Jin and Yin were imprisoned. Xiao Ze conjured 2 strands of profound, venomous energy in his hands. As they were not in the midst of combat, there was no need for it to be colorless or tasteless. Upon witnessing the ominous auras emanating from Xiao Ze's hands, the expressions of the elderly Jin and Yin shifted slightly. "What do you intend to do to us?" they stammered. Xiao Ze, uninterested in their inquiries, flicked his wrist. With a hiss, the 2 strands of venomous energy penetrated the hearts of the elderly Jin and Yin, coursing through their bodies with the rhythm of their beating hearts. Pain etched itself upon their faces as Xiao Ze addressed the little medical fairy. "Try to exert control. This substance can induce unbearable agony or even cause instantaneous demise." Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy closed her eyes to sense the energy, her fingers subtly moving. Instantly, the elderly Jin and Yin cried out in anguish. As if subjected to excruciating torment, their veins standing out against their skin, creating a terrifying visage. "Please, we beg you. No more. We will comply with your wishes. Whatever you desire, we shall do." The little medical fairy momentarily relinquished her control, allowing the elderly duo a moment to breathe, as they were eager to avoid the previous suffering. Satisfied, Xiao Ze nodded. He had never intended to negotiate with the two. These old rascals had long exploited their strength to perpetrate misdeeds within the Black Corner region. "Very well, the first batch of members for the Dark Academy is secured," Xiao Ze remarked with a smile. Yet, the elderly Jin and Yin felt a chill. Thus far, they had no inkling of what this Dark Academy truly entailed. In the ensuing days, the Grand Elder and Vice President, witnessing Xiao Ze's efficient handling of affairs, felt reassured enough to leave matters in his and the little medical fairy's capable hands. The headquarters of the Dark Academy was ultimately established in Maple City, a bustling metropolis where the control of such a city could yield substantial benefits, serving as the financial foundation for the Dark Academy. During this period, the elderly Jin and Yin became aware of the Dark Academy's existence. After Xiao Ze offered them a modicum of benefits, their actions became markedly more enthusiastic, eagerly recruiting individuals needed for the Dark Academy. Xiao Ze received the list presented by the elderly duo from the Black Alliance's headquarters, nodding in satisfaction. Once they departed, he confided in the little medical fairy. "Though these old fellows seem compliant now, they are ultimately cunning wolves. It is impossible to truly tame such sly creatures. The best approach is to wield a stick, then follow with a sweet reward, ensuring their fidelity in our endeavors. Moreover, we must swiftly master the control of the venomous energy within them, ideally reaching a point where, should they harbor any murderous intent towards you, it would automatically activate their venom, rendering them utterly defenseless." Xiao Ze earnestly cautioned the little medical fairy, who attentively committed his words to memory. Regarding the role of the Dark Institute, it serves to eliminate external threats to Canaan Academy and protect its students. Naturally, along this path, it also has the opportunity to gather precious medicinal herbs, alchemical formulas, combat skills, and techniques. Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy smiled and nodded, saying, "I understand. The Black Corner region is an uncharted territory where rare treasures from across the continent may emerge, and I certainly shall not miss the opportunity." Satisfied by her comprehension, Xiao Ze nodded in approval. As the little medical fairy watched Xiao Ze depart, she picked up the list on the table and began to finalize the members of the Dark Institute. Meanwhile, Xiao Ze headed straight to the Alchemy department, intending to inquire with Elder Hua about the possibility of receiving a recommendation to further his studies at the Dan Tower. Chapter 185. The Glory of the Alchemy Department. Obtaining the recommendation letter. In the inner courtyard of the Alchemy Department, Xiao Ze walked amidst a gentle waft of medicinal fragrance, surrounded by an ancient ambience. The previous turmoil in the inner courtyard had not affected the Alchemy Department. Thus it did not require any special reconstruction. Familiar with the surroundings, Xiao Ze made his way to Elder Hua's office. He noticed students from the Alchemy Department rushing towards a certain location, accompanied by animated discussions. Hurry, hurry. Today is Elder Hua's teaching day. His alchemical skills are unparalleled, and such opportunities are rare, occurring only once a year. Is that so? We cannot afford to miss this. Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow at the news of Elder Hua conducting a class today. Following the students, he arrived at a small square. Indeed, at the front of the square stood Elder Hua, his expression stern and serious. The students below held their breath, listening intently to Elder Hua imparting his alchemical wisdom. Xiao Ze noticed many instructors from the Alchemy Department nearby, their expressions eager and attentive. Elder Hua did not presume to invite Xiao Ze to the stage to share his alchemical knowledge, mindful that he had not previously sought Xiao Ze's consent. To do so in front of a large audience might seem somewhat burdensome. All the students and instructors were keenly observing Elder Hua's every move, including his nod towards Xiao Ze, which did not go unnoticed. However, Elder Hua continued his lecture without interruption. compelling their focus to remain on his teachings rather than on Xiao Ze's presence. Yet, upon noticing Xiao Ze's attendance as an audience member, Elder Hua felt a surge of excitement, for he was aware that Xiao Ze's alchemical prowess surpassed his own. With Xiao Ze listening attentively below, Elder Hua instinctively began to share some of his unique alchemical insights, curious to gauge Xiao Ze's reaction. To Elder Hua's slight disappointment, Xiao Ze merely nodded in acknowledgement. Conversely, the expressions of the students and instructors below were those of newfound treasure, which somewhat lifted Elder Hua's spirits. The exchange of alchemical knowledge proved invaluable to the students, and many instructors also gleaned much from the experience. After the session concluded, Elder Hua approached Xiao Ze. "Young friend Xiao, your penchant for appearing only when there is a matter at hand suggests you must have something for the alchemy department," he remarked. "Indeed, Elder Hua," Xiao Ze replied. Bowing respectfully, two individuals made their way towards the office of Elder Hua, leaving behind numerous students and mentors exchanging bewildered glances. Is this truly the austere Elder Hua? How could he appear so affable in the presence of Xiao Ze, even addressing him as a young friend? Some students, unfamiliar with Xiao Ze's illustrious background, only grasped the extent of his remarkable past after hearing the explanations from a seasoned mentor. The journey of Xiao Ze's growth, known merely to the inner academy students, is already a path rich with legend. The mentors, too, were astonished by Xiao Ze's arrival. One female mentor, her gaze tinged with complexity, recalled the days when she had guided Xiao Ze, familiarizing him with the alchemy department. Yet now, the disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Even Elder Hua greeted him with a smile. Upon returning to the room, both parties took their seats, and Xiao Ze clasped his hands, addressing Elder Hua. "Elder Hua, I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my alchemical practices and have come to seek your guidance. Might you recommend me to the Pill Tower for further study?" Elder Hua paused, appraising Xiao Ze with newfound appreciation. He was surprised that someone of such youth possessed such knowledge, even aware of the Pill Tower. Stroking his beard, Elder Hua pondered for a moment and then replied, "Though the alchemy department has seen better days, it once flourished within the Canaan Academy. Thus you are indeed qualified for my recommendation to the Pill Tower. Please, Elder Hua, assist me." Xiao Ze's eyes lit up, and he spoke eagerly. "As a student of the alchemy department seeking to advance my craft, it is the duty of the department to recommend me for further study at the Pill Tower." Elder Hua chuckled warmly. He then rose, beckoning Xiao Ze to follow him. As they walked, Elder Hua elaborated, "The previous head of the alchemy department was a 7th-tier alchemist. Yet in my era, the department has undeniably declined. However, with you, young friend Xiao Ze, there may yet be a day when the alchemy department regains its former glory. The previous head left behind a letter of recommendation, which I have preserved in a secret chamber. Come, let us retrieve it." No sooner had he spoken than Elder Hua opened the door to the secret chamber, revealing items protected by golden energy shields. Standing at the threshold, Xiao Ze watched as Elder Hua entered, retrieving a jade tablet from one of the energy shields. "Young friend, this is the letter of recommendation. However, your journey to the Central Plains will rely upon your own efforts, as the alchemy department may be of limited assistance." "Thank you, Elder Hua. Receiving this letter of recommendation is already a tremendous aid. I would not dare to ask for more," Xiao Ze said gratefully as he accepted the tablet, bowing in appreciation. Elder Hua smiled and nodded, feeling quite pleased with Xiao Ze's demeanor. Subsequently, Elder Hua insisted that Xiao Ze critique his recent alchemical teaching. Xiao Ze, having no intention of withholding his insights, shared his perspectives on alchemy, prompting Elder Hua to nod repeatedly, exclaiming Xiao Ze's profound mastery of the craft. It was not until the moon shone brightly in the sparse sky that Xiao Ze departed from Elder Hua's office. Indeed, the exchange among alchemists is essential. Although my alchemical skills may surpass those of Elder Hua, this dialogue yielded invaluable insights. Xiao Ze gently caressed the token of recommendation in his hand. The jade pendant emanated a faint warmth, bearing a trace of a soul imprint. The front of the pendant was inscribed with the word Canaan, while the reverse displayed the characters Dan Tower. With this artifact in hand, I would be able to pursue further studies at the Dan Tower, and perhaps secure a position as an elder. While the elder's position was of secondary importance, the primary goal was to acquire the soul cultivation techniques, which were crucial for transcending the spirit realm. The progress of the origin tree had expanded remarkably, and it was time to focus on breaking through to the Dou Zone level, as I needed to enhance my strength for my impending adventures in the Central Continent. I wondered what the special reward for Xun'er at the Dou Wang level could be. He retrieved the breaking sect pill he had crafted during his leisure time and placed it in his mouth. Slowly, Xiao Ze closed his eyes and silently recited, "Claim feedback rewards." Boom. A vast surge of energy surged within Xiao Ze, rendering the potency of the breaking sect pill almost trivial in comparison to this overwhelming force. "I sincerely apologize. I mistakenly recalled the name of the generous reader who made a donation yesterday. Chapter 186. Breaking Through to Dou Wang, Treading the Void. Xiao Ze's previous accumulation was so immense that the potency of the breaking sect pill seemed insignificant when juxtaposed with his prior reserves. This breakthrough to Dou Wang felt almost effortless for Xiao Ze. Unlike others who endured countless hardships, accumulating energy over an extended period before achieving the same feat. Within the void, once the origin tree surpassed a height of 1,000 meters, it began to ascend dramatically. A torrent of energy flowed into the origin tree, causing it to grow at a visibly rapid pace, almost gaining height with each breath. As the growth rate gradually slowed, a towering tree now stood within the void, reaching over 2,000 meters in height. With the elevation of the origin tree, the dimensions of the void expanded correspondingly, accompanied by the thunderous sound of its expansion. The boundaries of the void surged wildly. When all settled, Xiao Ze slowly opened his eyes. His divine light reigned in, as everything appeared rather mundane. Yet, he knew that his body had undergone a monumental transformation. The strength of his meridians alone had increased several-fold, capable of withstanding far more formidable energy. Internally, he observed his body, where veins glimmering with golden light first captured his attention. Even his bones radiated a faint golden hue, exuding an indomitable aura. As he slightly clenched his fist, the surrounding space twisted in response. For Xiao Ze, space was no longer an unreachable entity. A mere clench of his fist allowed him to warp it effortlessly. With a sharp, piercing roar, he unleashed a punch, its force akin to thunder, resonating throughout the entire training chamber. Even the elders on the 7th level of training sensed it and felt an unsettling apprehension, unsure of what was transpiring. I have now leaped to the 2-star Dou Wang level, bypassing the transitional phase of just entering Dou Wang, even skipping over the 1-star Dou Wang level entirely. My combat capabilities should rival those of a 6-star Dou Wang, and with the inclusion of the feedback rewards, I should be able to swiftly vanquish higher-star Dou Wang opponents. As for the Dou Wang level, Xiao Ze paused for a moment. He had not tangibly felt the power characteristic of that rank. From the portrayal in the original text, one can discern the immense chasm that separates the Dou Wang from the Dou Wang. Consequently, he cannot truly assure himself of his ability to slay a Dou Wang. This breakthrough has been remarkably smooth. However, Xiao Ze furrows his brow, meticulously sensing the conditions within his body. He has indeed failed to detect any traces of special rewards, which have always been conspicuously evident in the past. Upon further contemplation, Xiao Ze realizes that this special reward is lacking a crucial element. Is it a need for a high ranking? Xiao Ze exclaims in astonishment, discovering that this time's special reward intriguingly involves a high ranking. He wonders just how elevated it must be. If it pertains to the likes of the Nirvana Devouring Flame or the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, which are sovereigns among flames, the difficulty would be insurmountable. Should it be a flame ranked within the top 5, then the Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame would suffice. Xiao Ze glances at Xun'er's feedback regarding the reward, noting that she has yet to completely subdue the Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame. Nonetheless, Xun'er's prowess is steadily advancing, so the situation should be manageable. Stroking his chin, Xiao Ze reflects that past special rewards were granted directly, yet now a high ranking is required. This forthcoming reward appears to be extraordinary. Could it possibly be the Emperor Flame? The thought crosses Xiao Ze's mind, but he swiftly shakes his head. The Emperor Flame is born of heaven and earth, devouring myriad flames to become the sovereign of fire. It reigns supreme over all flames, thus earning its title. Acquiring such a level of flame is exceedingly challenging. Never mind. Once Xun'er completely subdues the Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame, he will ascertain whether it meets the requirements. A glimmer of determination ignites in Xiao Ze's eyes. If the Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame does not suffice, then the remnants of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire in his possession may yet prove beneficial. As for the Nirvana Devouring Flame, Xiao Ze thinks it prudent to contemplate the Pure Lotus Demon Fire instead. After all, the capabilities of the Nirvana Devouring Flame are of paramount importance to the Soul Clan. To consume the Nirvana Devouring Flame, one would likely need to annihilate the Soul Clan entirely. Xiao Ze raises his hand, conjuring a sphere of flame. With his ascension to Dou Wang, the intensity of the flame surges, and his success rate in refining 7th-grade pills increases. The forthcoming journey to the Pill Tower promises to be even more seamless. After all, the Pill Tower is predicated upon the art of alchemy, which is of utmost significance. Stretching his limbs, Xiao Ze takes a step forward. Yet his feet do not touch the ground. Instead, he stands suspended in the void. This ability to defy gravity is a hallmark of a Dou Wang expert. The power of spatial manipulation is extraordinarily convenient. Xiao Ze muses, then pushes the door open to find numerous elders from the inner courtyard gathered at his doorstep. Upon witnessing Xiao Ze levitating in midair, the elders display expressions of shock, confusion, and self-doubt. However, after one elder respectfully congratulates Xiao Ze, their faces transform into smiles. Congratulations to young friend Xiao Ze on attaining Dou Wang. The talent of young friend Xiao Ze leaves this old man feeling abashed upon seeing him. I feel as though my years of cultivation have been squandered. There is no comparison. Young friend Xiao Ze's talent is likely among the pinnacle of all on the Dou Qi Continent, though Xiao Ze was not particularly fond of such occasions. The eloquence he had gleaned from the elder of the Xiao family bore sufficient potency to navigate the current circumstances. The numerous elders, under Xiao Ze's vibrant rhetoric, appeared elated, their faces adorned with smiles, clearly relishing the exchange. When Xiao Ze expressed his intent to pursue further studies at the Dan Tower, he hoped the esteemed elders would extend their benevolence towards the Xiao family's future. In response, the elders pounded their chests, assuring Xiao Ze of their unwavering commitment to safeguard the Xiao family. At least within the Black Corner region, the influence of these elders remained formidable, more than adequate to protect the Xiao lineage. After addressing the elders, Xiao Ze departed from the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower and met with the elder, informing him of his imminent journey to the Dan Tower. The elder had no additional demands, merely requesting that Xiao Ze escort Ziyan to the Central Continent. The Central Continent, rich in resources, was also a stronghold for beast clans. Given Ziyan's enigmatic origins, the elder hoped Xiao Ze could assist in uncovering her identity. The elder brought Ziyan to the inner courtyard, demonstrating significant regard for her. Xiao Ze readily acquiesced to this request. To this day, Ziyan had yet to provide any form of feedback or reward. This was primarily due to her almost unrestrained growth, relying solely on the consumption of heavenly treasures to enhance her abilities, which was not conducive to her development. Should she receive training from the ancient dragon clan, her prowess could experience exponential growth, ultimately benefiting her immensely. Chapter 187, Journey to the Central Continent. Spatial Wormhole. By the time Xiao Ze concluded his affairs with the Academy, the Xiao family, and the Dark Academy, 10 days had passed. Although he could have simply entrusted these matters to others, he felt a personal connection and could not relinquish his responsibilities entirely. This was particularly true regarding the alchemy preparations, where he aimed to ensure everything was meticulously arranged. Xiao Ze had also finalized the list of companions accompanying him to the Central Continent. The 7-colored devouring python would naturally be by his side. Due to Xiao Ze's considerations and the Elders' Council, Ziyan was also to accompany him on this journey. The final selection was Ching Lin. Since she had been directly brought to the Canaan Academy by Xiao Ze, lacking the nurturing of the heavenly Serpent Mansion, he would take it upon himself to guide her. With his own 100-fold Emerald Serpent's 3 flower eyes, Xiao Ze confidently asserted that his training of Qing Lin would far surpass that of the heavenly Serpent Mansion. Conversely, Xiao Yixian could not accompany Xiao Ze to the Central Continent due to her responsibilities in managing the Dark Academy. Before his departure, Xiao Ze took Qing Lin and Ziyan to the headquarters of the Dark Academy. Noticing their arrival, Xiao Yixian gestured to the Elder Guardians, Jin and Yin, who promptly bowed their heads and vanished from sight. Observing their compliant demeanor, Xiao Ze could not help but chuckle, remarking that this was how one should conduct themselves in the Black Corner region. Just days prior, they had defied orders and slain several innocent maidservants, prompting him to administer a thorough reprimand. Xiao Yixian, with a slight bite of her silver teeth, recounted that they had killed a few maidservants, and thus she had imposed several hours of suffering upon them. Ah, your efforts are much appreciated, Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ze sighed, grasping her hand gently. It matters not. I have long since come to terms with this reality. I am inherently toxic. Yet it was your presence that allowed me to enjoy a tranquil life over the past few years. Had it not been for your assistance, Xiao Ze, I would likely be reviled and loathed by all. In comparison to such a fate, my current situation in the dark courtyard, contending with these nefarious individuals, seems rather facile. Xiao Yixian shook her head, indicating that she was untroubled. Upon hearing her words, a solemn silence enveloped the group, yet Xiao Yixian chuckled lightly, her voice melodic. Did you not come here to bid me farewell? Why then do you fall silent? Xiao Ze laughed heartily, offering words of encouragement to Xiao Yixian. Qinglin and Ziyan also expressed their parting sentiments. Observing the three exchange their farewells, Xiao Ze felt a tinge of melancholy. After a protracted moment, Xiao Yixian watched the trio depart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Perhaps, once matters in the dark courtyard have stabilized, I too may venture to Zhongzhou, she murmured, clenching her fists as she retrieved a mask from her storage ring and adorned it upon her face, draping a cloak over her shoulders. In this land of malevolence, her true visage could easily be underestimated. Each encounter compelled her to intimidate her foes through violence. Thus, Xiao Yixian opted to don the mask and cloak, concealing her true identity. This not only shrouded her in mystery, but also facilitated the betterment of the dark courtyard. Meanwhile, after several days of flight, Xiao Ze finally beheld the bustling metropolis of Tianya City. He cradled Qinglin in his arms while Ziyan was carried on his back. Qinglin, lacking the strength to achieve the rank of Do Wang, required his support, while Ziyan could fly but had grown fatigued midway. Perhaps seeing Qinglin comfortably nestled in Xiao Ze's embrace, she too insisted on being carried. Reluctantly, Xiao Ze acquiesced to her request. Despite the continuous journey, Xiao Ze felt little fatigue. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, this city, possessing a spatial wormhole, was indeed vibrant. As he marveled at the scene, two Dou Wang powerhouses approached, their expressions respectful as they clasped their hands in greeting. "Greetings, esteemed sir. May I inquire as to your purpose in Tianya City?" The two Dou Wang spoke with deference, devoid of any arrogance. After all, although Xiao Ze and his companions were cloaked, his ability to traverse the air commanded their respect. Even without revealing an ounce of his aura, they dared not treat him lightly. "I seek to utilize the spatial wormhole within your esteemed city," Xiao Ze replied in a voice imbued with gravitas, prompting Qinglin and Ziyan to remain silent, understanding the gravity of the moment. Understood. Please, follow us." The two Dou Wang exhaled in relief, grateful that he was not there to cause trouble. After all, even the Luo family would not wish to provoke a Dou Zong powerhouse recklessly, though the actions of this Dou Zong appeared peculiar, cradling one and carrying another. Such whims were perhaps the privilege of a Dou Zong. They dared not voice any criticism. One of the Dou Wang led Xiao Ze toward the spatial wormhole situated at the heart of the city. Upon hearing these words, the ancestral figure of the Luo family was taken aback and hurried towards the location of the spatial wormhole. After all, this unfamiliar Dou Zong powerhouse, whose origins were unknown, had come to Tianya City with uncertain intentions. Under the guidance of a Luo family Dou Wang, Xiao Ze arrived at the center of the city, where the spatial wormhole was situated. Before him loomed a towering black void, emanating the forces of space. This was indeed the spatial wormhole. Ziyan and Qinglin also curiously examined the enigmatic black opening before them. "By the way, my previous spacecraft was damaged during the battle. I wonder if you have any spacecraft available for sale?" "Certainly," the Dou Wang replied promptly. "May I ask what level of spacecraft you wish to purchase?" Just as Xiao Ze pondered this, a sudden burst of laughter interrupted him. "Ha ha ha, esteemed guest, having traveled such a distance, how could I let you incur expenses? I shall gift you this spacecraft." An elderly man in a blue robe appeared unexpectedly, holding a palm-sized wooden ship that shimmered with silver light, exuding a faint yet palpable force of space. "This is not a gift without merit. I would prefer to pay for it directly." Xiao Ze hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Observing Xiao Ze's resolute stance, the blue-robed elder had no choice but to relinquish his opportunity to cultivate a relationship. Sensing an inscrutable aura of danger emanating from this Dou Zong powerhouse, he feared that taking action against him would be an effortless endeavor. The Luo family ancestor deliberated briefly before stating a figure. 200,000 gold coins. "Very well," Xiao Ze replied nonchalantly, recalling that according to the original text, the cost of each spacecraft was quite substantial, often exceeding 1,000,000. The quality of the spacecraft presented by the Luo family ancestor appeared to be excellent, likely worth more than 200,000 gold coins. Nevertheless, since the Luo family ancestor had quoted this price, Xiao Ze feigned ignorance and readily agreed. After settling the financial exchange, Xiao Ze, accompanied by the two women, directly entered the spatial wormhole. Outside the spatial wormhole, the Luo family elder exhaled in relief. Finally, he had dispatched this mysterious and formidable being. The lingering sense of danger had left him with an uneasy heart. Chapter 188, The Pill Domain Map. The ancient dragon elder of Tai Su. Within the spatial wormhole, silence reigned. The spatial barriers on either side flickered with a faint silver luminescence. Aside from these barriers, darkness enveloped the surroundings, a chilling stillness that sent shivers down one's spine. Between the spatial barriers lay a passageway approximately 10 zhong wide. At that moment, only a single spacecraft traversed through the passage at great speed, leaving behind a delicate silver trail. Xiao Ze placed his hand upon the energy transmission point of the spacecraft, continuously channeling Dou Qi to ensure that the spacecraft operated at full capacity as it navigated the passage. The faint silver barriers on either side retreated rapidly, creating a dizzying spectacle if one gazed too long. This spatial wormhole truly proved to be convenient. Traveling from the Black Corner region to Zhongzhou would ordinarily take at least 6 months. Now, by traversing the spatial wormhole, one could arrive in approximately 20 days. Xiao Ze explained various matters regarding Zhongzhou to Ching Lin, who was beside him. Qinglin's pair of lively eyes intently focused on Xiao Ze, earnestly absorbing his words. Sitting beside them, Ziyan casually tossed elixirs into her mouth, appearing indifferent, yet her ears occasionally twitched, indicating her attentiveness to Xiao Ze's explanations. The colorful little serpent lifted its head, its gaze somewhat bewildered, as its peculiar eyes fixated on Xiao Ze, seemingly entranced by his discourse. In the desolate and monotonous expanse of the spatial corridor, one might easily succumb to feelings of irritation and boredom. However, the trio remained unperturbed. Each devoted to their own cultivation, they would convene during leisure moments to engage in light conversation. Though only 3 in number, their journey was anything but dull. Qinglin wore a smile each day, for despite the outward perception of the spatial wormhole journey as exceedingly tedious, to her, the opportunity to remain by young Master Xiao Ze's side, converse with him, and cultivate together was an immeasurable source of joy. Ziyan, too, would cling to Xiao Ze daily, insisting that he concoct delectable elixirs for her, which she would then incessantly toss into her mouth. Shortly thereafter, while Xiao Ze was tending to the colorful swallowing python, he suddenly noticed the emergence of a silver halo, as if they had arrived a tad early. Hearing Xiao Ze's voice, Ziyan rolled her eyes, remarking that unlike him, she could not continuously channel her fighting spirit. Moreover, even now, he had yet to exhaust his energy. Was his fighting spirit truly inexhaustible? Upon hearing Ziyan's astonishment, Xiao Ze chuckled softly, casting a cautious glance at the nearby spatial barrier. Observing that it still shimmered with a pale silver hue, he exhaled in relief, concluding that they would not encounter a spatial storm. As they approached the exit, the trio donned their cloaks, and with a sudden sensation of weightlessness, Xiao Ze felt a brilliant light before him. The familiar sunlight enveloped him, bringing a long-awaited warmth. As they emerged from the wormhole, the presence of others drew curious glances. Noticing the trio shrouded in cloaks, the onlookers quickly lost interest, for such enigmatic figures typically possessed either hidden identities or were entangled in numerous troubles. Even the more inquisitive souls were reluctant to pay heed to these mysterious beings. Soon after, Xiao Ze arrived at the auction house within the city, where he sold some of the elixirs he had crafted. In the process, he gleaned information about the route to the Pill Domain, the very location of the Pill Tower. The enthusiastic auctioneer even provided him with a map that meticulously detailed the path to the Pill Domain. "Well, I have secured the map to the Pill Tower," Xiao Ze remarked with a relaxed expression in the inn, having tentatively mapped out the upcoming journey, estimating that they would reach the Pill Domain in just over 2 months. However, Ziyan seemed somewhat distracted, her exquisitely sculpted face displaying a hint of confusion, her brows slightly furrowed. Noticing her demeanor, Xiao Ze pondered for a moment before speaking. "Ziyan, do you sense something? This sensation appears to be intensifying, as if they are searching for me. If the feeling is growing stronger, does that mean your kin can sense you and are making their way towards your location?" Ziyan silently nodded in agreement, affirming Xiao Ze's observation. Ultimately, the 3 lingered in the city for several days, until one day, Ziyan suddenly lifted her gaze towards the outskirts. "They have arrived." As Ziyan's words resonated, the space within the room abruptly distorted, and an aged figure gradually materialized. The elder, clad in a flowing white robe, bore a gentle countenance and a beard as white as snow. Despite his seemingly benign demeanor, a palpable tension enveloped the room, for the elder's arrival was rather uncanny. With a warm smile, he spoke, yet his eyes fixed intently upon Ziyan, and the hands hidden within his sleeves trembled ever so slightly. Clearly, the elder's emotions were not as serene as he portrayed. "Are you my kin?" Ziyan inquired, sensing a shared bloodline coursing through her veins. "Indeed. We are the illustrious Taishu ancient dragon clan, the pinnacle of beastly lineage. I am Zhu Li, the 3rd elder of the Taishu ancient dragon clan." Zhu Li momentarily hesitated, catching a hint of resistance in Ziyan's words. He sighed and continued, "Your father was once the king of our clan, and you possess the purest royal blood of the Taishu ancient dragons. Long ago, the dragon emperor mysteriously vanished with you, plunging our clan into chaos. It is our duty as elders to seek you out now." A look of remorse crossed Zhu Li's face as he addressed Ziyan. "No matter what decision you make, I shall support you as a friend." Xiao Ze pondered for a moment, under the expectant gaze of Elder Zhu Li. "After all, your presence beside me has merely been to indulge in delectable elixirs. It is rather too wild for your noble bloodline to flourish in such a manner." Ziyan hesitated for a long while, ultimately nodding in response to Elder Zhu Li's anxious gaze. The elder breathed a sigh of relief, assuring her that there was no rush, and that she could bid farewell to her friends properly. A smile finally graced Ziyan's face, prompting Elder Zhu Li to take a seat and engage in their conversation. Occasionally interjecting with questions, he learned about Ziyan's childhood experiences, his eyes filled with compassion. After all, she was the little princess of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Had it not been for the mishap of yesteryears, Ziyan would have undoubtedly enjoyed unparalleled privileges within her clan during her youth. After some time, Zhu Li gently took Ziyan's hand and produced a dragon-shaped jade token that shimmered with a soft purple glow. Xiao Ze, my young friend, you have provided immense assistance to our Taishu ancient dragon clan. If you find yourself in peril, channel your battle energy into this token, and I shall sense it and come to your aid. Please accept it. Under Ziyan's fervent gaze, Xiao Ze accepted the dragon-shaped jade token, watching as the two disappeared.